Audiobook title release That Witch 01 to 1501 by Mupart 04. Yes, white liquor. Compared with this, ale and wine are absolutely bland and tasteless. And with a grin, Hogg tossed the cup of liquor down. Your Highness, this stuff, you must sell me a few boxes of it. I think its flavor is too hot, or with to say it differently, the fruit wine is more suitable for me. The businesswoman smiled and shook her head. Roland smiled. That has to do with personal preferences. The high concentration of distilled liquor isn't with everyone taste. I also don't plan to spread it out, but since I happen to have made some, I thought I could let everyone have a taste. In this era, brewing and drinking wine was still the mainstream, but distilling alcohol clearly offered a great potential to open up a new market. Like the white liquor, rum, whiskey, and vodka were all distilled spirits with higher alcohol content, and together with these distilled spirits, they also came the corresponding string attached to the bartending culture. However, for the present, it was still too early to open up this industry in Border Town. Your Highness, I have brought some news with me according the matter you mentioned in your previous letter. Margaret began. Now, after the church has taken over the kingdom of Endless Winter, they haven't brought up many changes. Currently, they are facing a very strong resistance of the Wolfshart kingdom. Because of this, they have gathered all their troops at the Broken Tooth Castle, but even with them, they have not been able to take a step forward during the last 2 months. In addition, the Kingdom of Dawn has sent a message to Grey Castle that the church goal should be to eliminate the witches. Instead, they want to take over the 4 kingdoms. They suggested that the 2 countries should establish an alliance, expelling the forces of church out of the kingdom, and jointly fighting against the holy city of Hermes. How did the King's City respond? Roland asked. The kingdom's prime minister, Marquis Wyke, has immediately refused this proposal, and even denounced the other side for speaking nonsense. Margaret shrugged her shoulders. This matter has caused a large commotion in King's City. Even the nobility is unable to reach a consistent view. As far as I know, many people are in support of the idea of an alliance. After all, at present, the church hasn't shown a sign that they will return the sovereignty to the successor to the kingdom of Eternal Winter. Did Timothy not step forward? The answer was certainly to incite Timothy. At the moment he himself is rushing with his army to the east. Margaret showed a somewhat dignified expression. I heard that there was a massive fleet east of the Seawind region, which attacked and looted the eastern coast. They stopped at nothing. Even the churches hadn't been spared, and there were also many merchants of the fjords who met with disaster. Many people have now become fugitives in the eastern region. Hogg and I have already given shelter to many of them. Margaret then added, they said that the looters were no longer only snatching just money. Nowadays, they are even taking people with them, and after everything that could be moved was taken, they would burn everything that was left down. It seems that they want to turn the whole Eastern Territory into a white land. This is absolutely a severe blow to the Eastern aristocracy, who had recently been subdued by Timothy. Normally, hearing that Timothy was suffering under massive attack should be a joyous message. But when he heard that the other side even captured the population, Roland's heart was hit by waves of pain, those who were able to escape. Are you interested in them? Margaret lightly smiled. After reading the letter, I already guessed that you might want to buy a large number of slaves to enrich the workforce in your territory. However, compared with the foreign refugees from the Kingdom of Endless Winter and the Wolfshart Kingdom, the refugees of Grey Castle may not be willing to sell themselves into slavery. I do not need them as slaves. As long as these people are willing to come to Border Town and settle down, there will be food and housing for them, and they will also be paid for their labor. Roland corrected. He also realized that this was a good opportunity to expand his number of people, even though the news arrived slightly late. How many people are there? Most of the robust and powerful refugees have already been taken in by the nobility and caravans, but there should still be nearly 10,000 people gathered outside of King City. However, most of them are younglings or women. Well, I'll still send someone on the way to screen them, the prince said. In case I want to take them, do I need to deal with the officials of King City? No, you don't. Margaret waved her hand to emphasize her words. They will be ever grateful to have someone take those people away. Otherwise, the food they have won't be enough. In the event that the number continues to increase, It might even become possible that the food shortage could lead to riots. After the dinner, Roland returned to his office and called for Theo, his personal guard. This incident made him aware of how backwards his intelligence system currently was. If he had received knowledge about the refugee problem immediately, he could have done the preparations earlier, in the end allowing him to bring even more people to Border Town. At present, his understanding of the outside world laid only on the information he got from the caravans that arrived once a month, and a rate like that was simply unable to meet with his demands. Even with his stationed army in Longsong Stronghold, which had been establishment as a relay post, he could only monitor the western regions. If he really wanted to compete for the throne of Grey Castle, he would have to extend his intelligence network to cover the whole kingdom, or even better, the whole of the mainland. Right now, Roland did not have a sufficient number of loyal and devoted subordinates that he could use to establish a complete intelligence network, not to mention sending spies to all parts of the country to work as his secret agents. Therefore, he first started with laying down the foundation by sending some people over to King's City and let them collect information from the city and the outer regions. It wasn't needed that they start with detailed monitoring, but this way he could still at least receive a rough understanding of the overall situation and wouldn't have to be passive any longer as with today. Being aware of Theo's influence on King's City's Black Street rats, the prince knew that he was the best candidate for the job. "You want me to follow the caravan to King's City?" Theo gawked in disbelief. "That's right, you will have two duties. Your first mission is to meet up with the refugees of the eastern region. I will send a group of 100 or so soldiers with you, who will be in charge of the escorting them back to Border Town. I will inform you later about the specific conditions of the screening, but that will still be before the caravan leaves. Yes, second, when the flood of refugees has calmed down, you will stay behind in King's City and starts to collect information from everywhere in the city for me. Since you are already used to dealing with the underground rats, you should be clear about how you have to go through with it. Furthermore, Margaret's caravan will be fully supporting you. In case a task requires you to spend some money, you can go to her. Compared with your task of going to Redwater City to spread the news about the witches, this time your funds will have no upper limit." He then put a revolver on the table. "Pay attention and protect yourself. I hope that I to hear some good news from you soon." Chapter 213, The Paddler Blueprint. Chapter 213, The Paddler Blueprint. 4 days later, the merchant fleet set sails leaving the docks. Theo and 100 members of the First Army went along with the ship, setting out to King's City. During these days, Roland and Margaret had come to an agreement. Theo could come to her shop to request any amount of gold royals. The amount would then be deducted from the price of the steam engines. In addition, Roland also needed to pay an additional 1% of interest. This time, the amount of saltpeter and ore was 2 times that of the previous transport, but with the deposit for the transformation of steamboats, Roland had still received more than 2,200 gold royals, which was a monthly sales income Ronald almost wouldn't even dare to dream of during the months of demons, even by selling 1 month of ore. He would also only have got an income of 300 gold royals. When the caravan had left, Maggie's day for temporarily leaving Border Town had also arrived. In accordance with the agreement made with Ashes, she would travel to the islands in the fjords, bringing them news about the West. Roland wrote an especially long letter which Maggie had to take along. In addition to expressing his wish for cooperation, he hoped that the 5th princess could dispatch some auxiliary witches who could come and help him. In the letter, he did not address himself as her brother, but as the Lord of Border Town, and now after killing Duke Ryan, Lord of the Western Territory. Although the possibility that the other side would go along with his requests was minuscule, he still wanted to give it a try anyway. Spending some time writing a few more words wasn't an effort at all. The farewell took place in the castle's backyard. All of the witches were present. Nightingale gave her a small bag of dried fish, while Lightning gave her a package of ground pepper. The other witches were also reluctant to part. They all stepped forward to caress and stroke her feathers, and hugged her goodbye, acting the same as if it was time for a battle, and they could be parted forever. "Rest assured, Goo," Maggie said, raising her head. "I'll be back soon, Goo." "What if Tilly does not allow you to come back?" Lightning asked worriedly. Goo, the pigeon, shrank her neck and pondered over it for a while, then shook her feathers. "In that case, I'll just sneak back, Goo." Then we have come to an agreement, the little girl promised earnestly. If you come back, I'll personally catch a bunch of birds and roast them for you to eat. There is also the honeycomb we discovered last time. I will wait for you to come back so that we can pull it out together. Goo. She nodded again and again. Has reached an agreement, Goo. What good words could I say? Roland, standing at the side, was also overtaken with emotion. It has only been a month, but Maggie has already become one of us. Well done, Lighting. Well, goodbye everyone, Goo. Maggie flapped her big wings. After running a few steps, she slowly rose up, circled them 2 times, then gradually disappeared into southeastern horizon. She will reach the island smoothly. When Roland saw the small points slowly disappear, he couldn't help but worry about her. Yes, there won't be any problems. Lightning agreed without hesitation, then crooked her head. There shouldn't be. Right after sending Maggie away, Roland quickly went back inside, busying himself with the daily work. This time, he wanted to draw the complete set of plans for the conversion of the 2 ships for the Crescent Moon Bay caravan. They would be the world's first steam-powered paddle ships. Due to them using a single power source, it was not needed to change the trunk, directly connecting the steam-powered paddle to the wheel, using some routes to control the intake of the air pipeline, and with that also controlling the ship. To slow or stop the boat, it would only be needed to close the inlet pipe, while the excess steam would leak from the exhaust port. During the stopping procedure, the fire would still continue to burn, making it very easy to drive forward again. The principle behind the plan wasn't complicated, so Roland was able to draw out a rough model fairly quickly. In case he wanted to get an accurate production drawing, he would have to go to the dock to measure the precise size of the boats. At this time, Anna entered the office carrying a book. What's going on? Roland put the goose riding brush down while being unable to restrain a smile. I finished this book. With these words, she put the book with the title, Theoretical Foundation of Natural Science, down on his desk. Seeing this, Roland's smile suddenly became somewhat stiff. This was simply too exaggerated. Just within a few months, she was able to read the complete mathematical and physical knowledge of high school level. He didn't even need to ask if his counterpart had understood everything, because when Anna spoke of reading, she meant complete understanding, or she would certainly take another look, or simply come to ask him. Are you drawing the blueprints for replacing the sail with a steam engine as a power source? Anna's attention was quickly attracted to the sketch laying on the table. But what? Are these 2 wheels similar to rowing puddles? When they rotate, they can produce a pushing force, but half of them are exposed, which is a huge waste of power. So why not just completely immerse them in the water? Roland stared at her with his mouth wide open, not knowing how to reply. Since people who are born with knowledge do not exist, does that mean that just by looking at the scratches, she was able to make this judgment within these few moments? Thinking about this possibility suddenly rose his interest. Then can you tell me how you would improve it? For a moment, Anna pondered about it, then she raised the brush and began to draw on the paper. Roland supported his chin with his hand, while appreciating with keen interest her carefully drawing attempt. Her bangs, fastened with his hair clips, swayed back and forth with her every move. Her long, slender eyelashes beat twice, and her white cheeks revealed a natural rosy tint to them. Although, from this angle, he could only see the side of her face, but in contrast to the bright background, her profile from the bridge of her nose to her chin and on to the neck formed a perfect and gentle curve. Do you want to eat some fish? Nightingale scrambled over and put her hands between the 2. Anna nodded and took the offered snack. Thank you. When his line of sight was blocked, Roland coughed twice and then had to look back to those paintings on the desk once more. Initially, Anna had tried to completely embed the wheel in the water. However, this way meant it would become difficult to observe the wheel's position when it came close to the shore, making it easy for it to hit the pier or the dock. She then put the wheel at the back end of the ship, which was the standard practice, but with this, the transmission setting became much more complex. After all, the bulky steam engine was not suitable to be placed at the end of the hull. In that way, the drive shaft and gearbox would end up occupying quite a huge part of the hull. When Roland saw drawings of her newest concept, he once again couldn't help himself from exclaiming in admiration for his counterpart's keen thinking capability. The sketch Anna was currently considering came infinitesimally close to the single-axis propeller layout. The steam engine was set at the bottom of the hull, and the drive shaft extended out of the hull to below the waterline. To its end, she had connected 4 square blades, which gave it an appearance that was similar to a windmill. I do not know if it can be done this way, she hesitated, but it's reasonable to say that by keeping the paddle at tilt, it can produce horizontal pushing force. However, by reducing the wheel to our blades, I do not know if it can generate enough power to move the ship. Of course it would be possible, it just needs a slight modification. Roland took the quill out of Anna's hand and drew the propeller's original design. Compared to a windmill shape, this shape of the blade is more suitable for rotating within the water. Your train of thought is entirely correct, but the contractual requirement is to transform the ship into a paddler, so we will still keep with the first method. This has nothing to do with technology, it is simply a business strategy. He paused and then asked, I'm going to measure the hull, do you want to come with me? Anna blinked her blue eyes. Aha! Mastering the theory and then putting it into practice is the best way to learn. Nightingale. When Anna followed the prince to the door, she saw that Nightingale was still looking at those blueprints on the table, making it unable for her to not open her mouth. You can go first, I'll come around immediately. While holding the sketches in her hand, Nightingale repeatedly compared them, coming to the conclusion, didn't they just change the position where the wheel is placed? Chapter 214, The Travel to King's City. Chapter 214, The Travel to King's City. The merchant fleet followed a branch of the Redwater River on its way north, and after passing Silver City, entered into the Grand Canal to King's City. Theo remembered that he had once read in the Chronicles of Greycastle that 200 years ago, everything around here had been a wasteland. In order to transport the mined silver in the nearby mines back to King's City, Wimbledon, I had summoned stonemasons and nearly 10,000 handymen. After 20 time-consuming years spent digging, they finally opened a direct connection between the silver mines and King's City. However, during the construction process, a new city had also gradually formed itself around the silver mines, which was then later named Silver City by the late king. But the scene that unfolded itself in front of him was completely different from the view of 200 years ago. This was no longer a wasteland. Instead, both sides had now been covered with lush farmland that slowly transformed itself into a village. Seeing this scene made Theo think of the Kingdom Avenue, which connected Border Town and Longsong Stronghold. When that road was finished, he believed that the surrounding hills would also become more densely populated. I heard you that you have previously already lived in King's City. Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded from behind him. When Theo turned his head, he saw that the voice belonged to Margaret, the owner of the caravan. He nodded. Before I became a palace guard, I have been living in the inner city. How do you feel about returning to your old home? Honestly speaking, not bad, he said. If it were not for the order of His Royal Highness, I'd rather stay in Border Town. Although King's City seems to be such a lively place, it makes people develop a suffocating feeling living there. Which is particularly the case because of the lower nobility, Theo thought. Is that so? Margaret smiled. How much do you know about His Highness Roland? What's going on? Hearing this question let his heart slightly shiver with cold. I think he is really an incredible person. Of course, many bad rumors are flowing around in King's City. You also should have heard a lot of them. However, in border towns, it is nothing like those rumors said. His behavior and ideas are unpredictable. She paused. If the steam engine was accomplished through his knowledge and skills, why then are even the soldiers trained by him so out of the ordinary? Speaking of the First Army, Theo glanced in the direction of the soldiers who were sitting on the deck, taking into account that their activities in King's City had to be hidden as much as was possible. They were not equipped with guns, nor were they wearing a unified military uniform. Instead, their armor had been replaced with all sorts of different leather armors, and the only weapons they carried were the wooden spears on their back. They looked just any other caravan guard. For most of them, it was the first time that they were away from the Western Territory, and because of this, they were all curiously looking around and talked with each other about what they saw, but no one had yet taken off his shoes or laid down on their arms. On the other hand, the mercenaries of the caravan, to avoid the sun, many of them had left the deck and went into the cabin. leaving only 3 or 4 people behind on the deck, who in turn have taken off their shoes and laid flat in the shade with their hands stretched out beside their body. "I am not quite clear," Theo reluctantly answered. It wasn't that he was trying to hide something, it was simply that he didn't know the answer after coming to Border Town. The fourth prince had become very different compared to his former self. Probably his royal highness from before was just a disguise. "Is it?" Margaret said nothing more, keeping silent for a moment, and then she suddenly reached out with her hand and pointed in the distance. "Look, that's the city wall. We will be arriving soon." At the end of his field of vision, he could make out a fuzzy natural gray just by standing here and looking. He could already feel the magnificence of the city walls. The city walls were the most outstanding work of the stonemason guild before they were dissolved. Both its height and thickness were second to none in the kingdom of Greycastle. He had even heard that the walls had rooms and channels that offered places for nearly 1,000 soldiers to rest, making it possible to guarantee an uninterrupted patrol and fast support. When the walls became clear for Theo to see, the figures of the fugitives also entered his field of vision. A large number of civilians had gathered in the outskirts of King's City. They had built simple sheds along the walls. In front of those sheds, many fires were burning, sending white smoke into the air. They were all seemingly boiling rice porridge. For now, these people had not yet run out of food, and their facial expressions were also still good. But King's City would certainly not support them with free food forever. As soon as the aristocrats had selected their workforce, they would send their troops to drive these people away. "How do you plan to go through with your task?" Margaret asked curiously. "Will you send out the soldiers given to you by His Highness to pull the people in by propaganda?" No, such a plan would have a low efficiency. Moreover, it would be very easy to come to the unwanted attention of others. Theo shook his head. "If you want to get something done in King's City, you either bribe an official or hire the rats. About this, you should already have a profound understanding of." "Sure," she laughed. "I wanted to help you with 1 or 2 words, but it seems it is unnecessary. So if there is a need for money, just come to me." Margaret handed him a sign. "As long as you reveal this, one of my shop managers will immediately contact me. Of course, everything under 100 gold royals can be directly taken." "Thank you." Theo took the token. It was a deep red stone, engraved with some lines he had never seen before. "There is no need to be so polite," she chuckled. "The money will be repaid to me by His Highness, with interest." After arriving at the canal's pier, Theo ordered the soldiers of the First Army to stay on the outskirts and wait for news of him. Their only current task was to avoid the sight of King's City patrols as well as they could, while Theo himself entered the city together with the caravan. At the gate, he noted that the inspection of the guards had become a lot stricter than before. Apparently, they didn't want any of the fugitives who were able to escape from the east to enter the city. After entering the city, the first thing that came to his eyes was a row of towering gallows. Hanging on them were 4 women with their hands tied on their back, releasing an awful stench due to their exposed to the scorching sun. Seeing such a scene let Theo immediately frown. "Timothy is performing witch hunts in the city, and they are the unfortunates who get caught," Margaret sighed. "But that is not accurate. Of some of the witches the nobility just got bored, they just took advantage of this opportunity. It's hard to say what is better, continuing to be imprisoned in a dark room without light, or being freed from the pain as soon as possible. No matter what, I wish for them that they can rest in peace." During the last half-year at Border Town, Theo had realized that witches were not as unforgivable as the church had preached, and that except for their strange abilities, there was no difference between them and ordinary people. Looking at the bodies of the women hanging on the gallows, he could determine that the smallest had only been around 14 to 15 years old. When he realized this, it suddenly felt like as if his heart was being pressed together, immediately returning the suffocating feeling. Apart from the refugees outside of King's City, little else had changed within half a year. Beside the main road which led to the city gate, that was paved with blue stones, all the other side roads and alleys were made out of mud. Now, under the hot summer sun, the ground was covered with cracks, and whenever a carriage passed by, a burst of yellow dust would rise up from it. It was hard to imagine that the capital city of the kingdom, unexpectedly, was outdone by the municipal constructions of a desolated small town just outside of the western border. After crossing 2 streets, in one line the caravan entered the market area. Instead of following, Theo waved goodbye to Margaret and turned walking on his own into an alley. Arriving at the familiar entrance of the underground Trumpeter Tavern, he immediately pushed the door open and went inside. "Hey, the tavern will only open at night," someone shouted. Theo ignored them and directly went to the bar, facing the strong man who busied himself with earnestly wiping a wine glass. "Still remember me? From under which stone did you jump up, grasshopper? Did you hear that the pub only opens at night?" He impatiently put down the glass, raised his gloomy face, while 2 waiters also came over to encircle him, stopping their table and chair arranging. "Now I will count till 3 Sir Theo." "It's me," Theo spat to the side. "I have a good business deal I want to offer you." Chapter 215, Skeleton Fingers. Chapter 215, Skeleton Fingers. Theo was brought to the 2nd floor of the small house. The brawny man had told the waiters to continue cleaning, then shut the door. These rooms were usually used to entertain those customers with special needs, but for only 25 copper royals a night, the environment wasn't very elegant. Within the room, there was an unpleasant moldy smelling and a narrow bed, with a bedding on top which was so crumpled as if it hadn't been washed or taken out to the sun to dry for a very long time. The crack table was missing a corner, and the cracks were filled with a black flocule, giving it a dirty and greasy appearance. But Theo was too lazy to care about all of this. He sat on the bedside, quietly waiting for the opposite party to start to talk. "You have disappeared for quite a while," the brawny man said with a grin. "Since Sir Naji has taken your seat, why didn't you have come to the tavern? Even if you are no longer in charge of this matter, you could still have come to drink a cup of wine with us, right?" His nickname was Black Hammer. He was the watchman for the covert Trumpeter and one of Skeleton Fingers' member. His name sounded quite scary, but he was only one of King's City many street rats. To help each other, the rats had formed groups, divided the territory under their control, and according to their business operation, they were either a huge and firm group or a loose organization. These underground organizations had more or less all had a noble or wealthy merchant as mastermind behind them, and the Skeleton Fingers was no exception. But unlike a domestic dog, most rats didn't choose to be loyal to only one person. As long as they became interested, they would work for everyone. "Nonsense," Theo said bluntly. "This night you will call Hillway, Swineherd, Silverring, and Pot into the tavern. I have something I need to get done." "These few are only the people of the covert Trumpeter," Black Hammer shouted out shocked. "Will they be enough?" "I said this is an excellent business opportunity." He shrugged. "I have come looking for you since you have done a lot of things for me already." According to the usual procedure when dealing with street rats, the first step was to find the connector, and then it was the other party who determined whether they take up the task or not. When the two came to an agreement, the connector would delegate the task to the right person, and at the same time be in charge of the money. Of course, during the whole process, they would make no contract or certificate which could be used as a guarantee. And ultimately, if they could achieve the desired result for the employer was also completely unknown. In general, it could be said that the more prestigious organizations would care about their credibility, so their commission costs were also high, while the new organization would charge a lower price, but made it more likely to lose one's life and property in the process. With time, a delicate balance had been formed between the street rats and the city patrol, which together maintained an image of superficial order inside of King's City. Before Theo had entered the palace to become a palace guard, he had served as patrol, responsible for giving some task to the street rats to handle if they were inconvenient for the public to see. As a result, making it very clear to him which groups of street rats were the most powerful and what their share in King's City was, giving him the opportunity to eliminate the time taken to deal with the connector. As for the reason why he had chosen the Skull Fingers, that was because they weren't as thoroughly bad as the others. "Can I ask you, whom are you working now?" Black Hammer asked after a moment of hesitation. Theo didn't give him an answer. Instead, he simply pointed with his thumb into the direction of the palace behind him. After leaving the patrol and rats, most people only knew that he had become a guard, but they didn't know that he was soon selected by Wimbledon Roman III as the personal guard of the 4th Prince, following His Royal Highness to Border Town. Within his 6 months of disappearance, they should think that he had been working in the palace. Moreover, by just pointing to the direction of the palace, he hadn't lied. The royal family wasn't only Timothy, Roland Wimbledon was also a member of the royal family. I see, he nodded. But Hilway and Swineherd are gone. Can I pick my own hands? What happened to them? Dead, Black Hammer said, full of hate. Within last year's winter, a conflict with the people of Dreamland Water arose. They had taken hold of poppy flowers and dying fern, selling it within the northern city district. Causes had led everyone to drive them back. During the fight, Hilway got a knife to his neck. The blood simply could not be stopped from flowing, and Swineherd was also thrown into the canal. Theo frowned. With such kind of thinks the patrol would bother themselves. From time to time, they would even deliberately provoke the rats into biting each other in order to control their strength and quantity. So whenever one of them died, they wouldn't care. That's all right, but remember, they must be the people of the tavern. Theo took a deep breath after leaving the covert trumpeter. The moist and moldy smell in the pub made him want to vomit. Only when his lungs were once more filled with the burning hot summer air was he able to disperse the dark and suffocating feeling. Although Black Hammer had invited him to wait in the tavern, even claiming that he would come up with good wine to entertain him, Theo wasn't willing to stay in that small place for too long. In the event that something unforeseen arose, he would be unable to react by the time he became aware of it. After leaving the tavern, he decided to go to the inner city and look for a reasonable inn and reserve a room there for the night. As for the soldiers of the First Army, they were already very skilled in setting up camp for the night, so there was no need for him to worry about them. When night fell, Theo returned to the convert trumpeter. At this time, the pub was doing its usual business, and from time to time, a customer would enter or exit. For a while, he just watched from the dark, waiting for the regular customers to come into the house. As a low-grade tavern in the outer city, most of the visitors were commoners, so the drinks were also the cheap ale. Just 10 copper royals was enough to drink several large cups in succession. Within the noisy surrounding, he quickly found Black Hammer's men. They were sitting around a table next to the wall, and on top of their table laid a white phalange. When Theo calmly and collectedly walked over, a person immediately stood up to make a place for him. "Good evening, sir." Silver Ring and Pot greeted him with a nod. "Let me introduce these two to you. This is Little Finger." Black Hammer patted the little woman beside him and then pointed at the young man opposite her. "And this one is Hill Fawkes. He only recently became a member of the Skeleton Fingers." Fawkes? Theo's eyes stopped on the opposite party, while the latter somewhat sparingly bowed his head in greeting. "Within our line of work, there are only a few who have a family name." Black Hammer laughed. He had gambled until nothing was left. First, his wife ran away, then he even had to sell his house. After that, he came to join the ranks of the street rats. He used to live in the northern district and was an occasionally patron of the covert trumpeter. Silver Rings and Pot were old acquaintances, while Little Finger looked like any other child from the streets, but Hill Fawkes, Theo actually felt that there was something strange about him. Yet his appearance really resembled someone who had gone through such a drastic change of life, suffering physically and mentally. Yet within his eyes, there was something which Theo was unable to grasp. It was like. In the end, after thinking about it, he was still unable to get an answer. Whatever, since he had been living in the northern district and was a customer of the tavern, there shouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, my first task is just to complete the transport of the fugitives. There isn't any risk involved. All right, now listen, the job you have to do isn't complicated. The upper ranks don't want to see that the number of fugitives who fled from the eastern region continues to increase. The grain reserves are becoming less and less every day. If it goes on like this, it is only a matter of time until riots start to break out, making it much harder to deal with them. Because of this, they thought of a way to lure them away from King's City. What do you need us to do? Black Hammer asked. It is very simple. You only have to spread the message that the wasteland in the west is being reclaimed and that the local lords are willing to accept the fugitives. Moreover, a fleet with mercenaries has already set out to escort them back and will arrive in 3 days at the canal's pier. So the only thing you need to do is to spread this message between those fools outside of the city. Feel free to add the specific details. The more attractive you make it appear, the better. But if the appointed time for the fleet and mercenaries comes and they aren't there, saying all this will have no use. Silver Ring said. Of course the escort will come, Theo smiled. He got startled. Is it really true that the lords of the Western region want to accept them? You fool, Black Hammer gave him a slap on top of his head. If you want to play such an act, you naturally have to go through with it. After they get escorted to the Western region, do you believe they will be able to come back by only relying on their 2 feet? As for how to handle them afterward, let the local lords get a headache about that. He looked to Theo. This is indeed not a difficult task, but the reward. Theo raised 2 fingers, twice as much. My new employer has money, unlike the patrols. He just wants to see some results as quickly as possible. How much gold royals it will cost him doesn't matter to him. He smiled. Haven't I told you already that this is very a good business deal? Chapter 216 Demonic Plague. Chapter 216 Demonic Plague. During the following 2 days, Theo moved non-stop between Margaret's Chamber of Commerce and King City's suburbs. Margaret would provide the fleet for the transportation of the refugees, while the First Army, who would be disguised as mercenaries, would arrive at the canal's pier at the appointed time to arrange the screening and embarking. As for the dissemination of information, Theo wasn't worried that Black Hammer would handle such a task relaxedly after swallowing such attractive bait. Letting street rats do such work was much more convenient than giving it to outsiders. Although their range of activity was limited to the northern district, the refugees would certainly spread the news amongst themselves. Furthermore, he couldn't handle them all at once anyway. Prior to this, His Royal Highness had explicitly explained to him that this was a task which could be done over time by sending one ship after another. On the day of the fleet's arrival, nearly 1,000 destitute and homeless people had come to the pier, much more than Theo had expected. If he had relied on the First Army to promote the journey, Theo believed that if 100 people had come, it would already have been considered a good result. According to His Royal Highness's screening requirements, the children were allowed to embark on the ships first, followed by the children's families, and finally, the other adults. As for elderly citizens, Theo discovered that there were almost no people with grey hair in the crowd. Perhaps they didn't want to risk going to a remote and unknown place, or they might have been unable to escape from the eastern region to King's City since the beginning. After the first fleet of 10 single-mast ships left the pier with 500 people on board, the rest of the waiting refugees were driven back to the camp. But they all took the news with them that the fleet will return. Thinking that he could easily succeed in completing the first of His Highness' tasks, he did not expect that he would encounter a severe problem soon after the merchant fleet brought away the second batch of people. A strange illness had suddenly broken out in King's City. The first deceased to be discovered had laid at the roadside, his body covered with many black spots, and his teeth fallen off. His skin had also broken open in many places, and the blood flowing out of those places had changed color, turning black, like the blood of witches who were devoured by the terror of the demonic bite. But this time, the deceased was not a woman, but rather a male resident of the northern district. Not long after, several corpses with the same symptoms were discovered one after another. Furthermore, some of the people who came into contact with the corpses also began to grow dark spots. Whether it was herbal treatment or cold compresses, nothing was able to subdue the illness. Even when using bloodletting treatment, their blood, which was usually red, had now turned black, as if having been mixed with a large amount of ink. Soon, fear spread through the masses, which steadily increased the amount of people who went to the church to pray, but everything was useless. Every day, more and more people showing those black spots would appear, and even people with the same symptoms were discovered in the fugitives outside of the city. Finally, the high priest of the church appeared in front of the praying masses and declared that all this was a plot by the witches to spread the devil's power, infecting other innocent people this way. Furthermore, the priest said that at present, any treatment was unable to resist the power of the devil, and the people who fall to the corrosion will die under extreme pain. However, the church would never idly sit by. They had already developed the holy elixir, which was powerful enough to drive the devil back to hell. This statement let the infected people once more see a glimmer of hope. Every day, they would sit in front of the church's door, waiting for the release of the holy elixir. Although Theo had strong doubts regarding the church's claims, he temporarily stopped the shipping off of the refugees to provide for every contingency. "Why do you want to stop?" Black Hammer asked, extremely puzzled. "Why aren't we rushing to send those people away before they become eroded by the devil's spirit? Do you want them to stay in the city to become seeds for the witches? This is the wish of the people above," Theo answered impatiently. They are just ordinary fugitives. If the West is also infected by this evil force, how will the kingdom then look like? Blackhammer slightly stammered, but what happens to the Western region doesn't matter to us at all. Sir Theo, how about this? We just don't hear the opinion of the people above and simply drag them away. Think about it, this is such a demonic illness, one touch, and you will are infected. I simply can't stay here and wait for the devil to come, even if a wall is separating them from us. As if we haven't heard them, Theo asked coldly. Just like me, you also only have one head. After he left the pub, he went to the next shop marked with Margaret's caravan emblem and revealed his token. I must see your boss. The sooner, the better. It didn't take long until he could meet with the female merchant in a secret room of the shop. The disease definitely has nothing to do with the witches, Margaret began. If they could release such a demonic power, the god's stone of retaliation would be powerless, and they would have already turned Hermes into a dead zone. I also think the same, but this is still a pressing matter that has to be reported to His Royal Highness. Although there have been no symptoms of black spots on the two groups of people who embarked to border town, it seems that this disease does not manifest itself on the spot. In case some people on the ships were infected by this evil force, border town must prepare for it immediately. Theo pulled a folded letter out of a pocket. I need your help to send the message back to His Highness as quickly as possible. Naturally, she nodded. Information transmission between merchants has always been the fastest. After several days of sailing, Lucia wanted to vomit. During the past month, it seemed she had been always fleeing, first from the eastern region to King's City, then from King's City to the western region. The reason for the former was that she had been driven out of her home, while for the latter was because she had finally come to see a glimmer of hope again. Elder sister, water, I am thirsty. Belle gave a painful moan and reached out, grabbing Lucia's arm. All right, I'll go and fetch you some water. Lucia grabbed the bag on hand and staggered out of the cabin, lying flat at the lowest point of the ship and reaching out with her arm to soak the bag in the river waters. Her stomach acid bubbled up again, in the end making it impossible for her to contain it, and with a wow sound the vomit flew out. She also spit the last of the gravel left in her stomach out, not only through her mouth, but also through her nostrils. She forcefully suppressed the urge to burst into tears, clenched her teeth, and rubbed her face with the back of her hand, then continued to soak the bag in the river. When the bag was finally filled with water, she carefully held it in her arms and trotted back to the cabin. The water is here, open your mouth. However, Belle's face again appeared to be a bit worse than before. Her cheeks weren't covered with their normal flush, and her forehead was also terribly hot. She tightly clenched her lips, only intermittently releasing moaning noises. With no other option than forcing her mouth open, Lucia twisted the water bag so that the water droplets would directly fall into her sister's mouth. You are too close to her. The dark spots have already reached her neck. She cannot hold on for much longer. A weak, middle-aged man who was also in the cabin said, We will die here, you have to think of yourself. Shortly after they had left King's City on the ship, some people had begun to suffer from a terrifying disease. First, their whole body would become unusually hot, followed by the emergence of dark spots on their skin. Within 3 to 4 days, the illness would begin to worsen. Not only had the infected fallen into a coma, but the people who came in contact with them also caught the disease. Therefore, on the 5th day, the fleet had cleaned out a sailboat specifically for the transportation of the patients. Lucia guessed the reason why the other side had just thrown the sick refugees into the river was because there were also some infected people on their side. After the first dark spots were discovered on Belle's body, Lucia didn't listen to any discouraging words from others, and decided that she would follow her younger sister onto the ship of sickness. In order to take care of young Belle, she had almost not slept for an entire 2 days. However, Lucia had still not given up. She believed that as long as they were able to reach the western region, all would change for the better. If the rumors were right, the Witch Cooperation Association would be her final hope. Chapter 217, The Cause of the Disease. Chapter 217, The Cause of the Disease. Roland and the witches had finished. But just as he decided to return to his room and take an afternoon nap, Carter stormed into the dining hall. Your Royal Highness, the ships transporting the Eastern Region refugees from King City just arrived at the pier. So fast. It seems that Theo's work efficiency is quite high, Roland thought, pleased, as a man who has relations to the black and white side of the society. His time serving in the patrol wasn't wasted. However, when he looked at his sweating chief knight and saw his pressed brows, Roland immediately felt that there was something wrong. What happened? The people on board have caught a strange disease. Carter described the patient's characteristics quickly. At first, it was only a few individuals, but by now the disease has spread over 2 to 3 ships. Even the soldiers of the First Army have been infected. An illness which causes black spots all over the body, which also spreads on contact. This sounds very similar to a plague, similar to the famous Black Death. However, the bubonic plague bacillus didn't change the color of the infected's blood, not to mention making their skin break apart. Roland wrinkled his brow. His first thought was Lily, but they had not fully grasped the scope of her new ability yet, and making her handle an infectious diseases which had never been heard of before would be very dangerous. If she were unable to cure them, it would be quite probable that she would also get infected. So he had to make his decision very carefully, but according to Carter's description, it seemed that these people couldn't hold out for much longer. In any case, at least I have to first blockade the area. Thinking up to here, Roland ordered Carter, "Go and send out the First Army. They should set up a restricted area outside of the pier, forbidding anybody from entering or leaving it. Tell them, Miss Nana and I are also already on the way." "Yes, is it going to be very difficult?" Nightingale asked. "That's still unclear. Everything depends on Lily's ability," he said. "Call all of the members of the Witch Union. There will be no afternoon naps today." Through the whole journey to the pier, Roland thought about how to verify the effectiveness of Lily's ability while keeping her isolated from the patients. Fortunately, her ability to protect freshness belonged to the summoning category, with a range of 5 meters like that of many other witches. It allowed her to use and efficiently control her ability over a distance without the need of actually touching the target. Thus, he brought 2 carpenters along, and with the help of Anna, they quickly built a rectangle box. The room was split in the middle, and it was possible to see the opposite side through a window embedded within the barrier. Within the lower half of the wall, 2 symmetrical holes were cut, on top of which Soraya had painted a flexible curtain so that when Lily stretched her hands through the hole, the coating would tightly wrap around her hands. Furthermore, the soft sky-colored curtain would also cut off the air circulation between the 2 rooms. With this, as long as she later washed her hands with alcohol, all possibility of being infected should be eliminated. During all this, it were still the 100 soldiers of the First Army who maintained the order on top of the ships. That they were still able to uphold discipline wasn't due to their strong willpower, but because most of them believed that the angelic Miss Nana would certainly let them recover like she always had. As soon as the box was prepared, one of the soldiers who had shown the black spots but could still walk was selected. According to instructions, he entered the room and stood still. Lily then stretched out her hands through the barrier and made full use of her ability. At the same time, Roland stood beside her and observed the soldier's situation through the window. The magic power took effect silently, and when the little girl nodded, giving Roland the signal that she was done, he opened his mouth and asked, "How do you feel now?" "Your Highness." When the soldier heard Roland's voice, he excitedly raised his hand to salute, then froze on the spot. "Hey, I feel like my strength has been restored." "Oh my God, Your Highness, I already feel much better now." Roland also saw that the dark spots on the soldier's hand were rapidly fading. This definitely isn't a plague symptom. If I remember it correctly, the soldier's black spots should have come from a complicated sepsis and a high degree of cyanosis. Even after killing the bubonic plague bacillus, these spots should have taken a long time before they faded away. After all, Lily doesn't possess the ability to heal. However, her new ability had an effect on the unknown infection, which made Roland feel a little relieved. Once you have fully recovered, go and call for the other soldiers to come in. Let the next 10 people enter, whether they show symptoms or not, they all have to come here for treatment. "Yes, Your Highness," the soldier shouted, paused for a moment, then saluted again. "Thank you, Miss Nana." "It wasn't Miss Nana, this time the one who saved your life was Miss Lily," Roland corrected him laughingly. "Only in the case of the illness already advancing so far that the skin has broken open will you need Miss Nana to heal you." "Yes." "Well," he touched his head. "Thank you, Miss Lily." By the time when the soldier had left, Lily glanced at the prince. I didn't mind that he thought it had been Nana. I do not need to be thanked. Well, if that's case, why would you suddenly stand up so straight? When Roland looked at her and saw her swing her two ponytails, he couldn't stop himself from rubbing her head, to which the other side unexpectedly didn't show any sign of protest, but stifled a hum. Since this wasn't a plague in the end, what is the cause of this disease? The moment he left the box, Nightingale appeared at his side and leaned over. Your Royal Highness, I have just seen a strange phenomenon, the blood flowing out of their wounds. It contains signs of magic. What? Roland stopped shocked. Within the fog, it seems like I'm looking at the stars in the night, Nightingale explained. Until now, I've never seen such a tiny magic glow. This came unexpected, but as long as something involves magic, it has to be closely followed up, not because of the witches, but because it means that the church could likely be involved. Now I'm at least sure of one thing. This disease wasn't caused by a natural bacteria or virus. I got it. After thinking for a moment, the prince continued, since it is like this, I have to get some drops of blood to observe. No, you may get infected, Nightingale interrupted nervously. Rest assured, Roland smiled at her, Lily's new ability has completely restrained the disease. The blood samples had been taken from a coma patient, then he covered the glass slide with the blood and placed it on the stage, afterward adjusting the distance. When the scene through the lens gradually became apparent, he thought in case the symptoms were caused by something with only the size of a bacteria it may be, that he couldn't see anything. But when the object came into focus, Roland could hardly believe his eyes. Within the narrow line of sight, he saw a number of fat bugs with tentacles slowly moving through the blood. From time to time, they were spraying out some sort of mucus from their rear, which resembled thin hairs. Their size was nearly of the same dimension as single-celled algae, but just like Lily's mother's, their body wasn't transparent, making it difficult to distinguish between whether it belongs to a single-celled organism or not. Fortunately, the magical glow of the bugs didn't affect the ability of the little girl, letting her mothers playing their role. When a copy was mixed into a sample of blood, it would even give priority to attacking those strange insects and turn them into one of their own kind. When all the soldiers of the First Army had been healed, to avoid any accidents, Roland ordered that all the fugitives when stepping into the box should wear a hood and would be led by the soldiers to help them enter. At the same time, another box was also set up, which was mainly there for Nana to treat the seriously ill patients with the open wounds. The treatment continued from noon until evening, and when the more than 500 people from the 10 ships had fully recovered, the crowd burst into cheers. Many people kneeled on the ground, shouting one wave of "Long live His Highness" after the next, unable to quieten down for a long time. You don't seem to be happy, the Nightingale winked at him. The one who cured the disease wasn't me, but Lily and Nana, who are witches. Roland shook his head. They should be the ones to whom they cheer for. Having said that, he, of course, knew that it wouldn't be wise to tell it to those who haven't fully accepted the witches, so he just sighed softly and hoped that one day witches could also come up to stand on stage. It seemed that Nightingale could understand the thought within Roland's heart. She generously patted his shoulder and said, "It is unlikely that anyone cares about it. You have already done enough. Besides, the day will come sooner or later, won't it?" She paused for a moment. Well, there's a good news that I forgot to tell you. Which one? There might soon be another member added to the Witch Union, Nightingale revealed with a grin. Chapter 218, Lucia. Chapter 218, Lucia Bell's conditions stabilized. Like the time they had boarded the ship for the first time, they were once more arranged oddly. Those mercenaries armed with the wooden spears divided the people into smaller groups. Those whose life were in danger were the first to be carried into the strange room. Afterward, they took the young children, then they took families of the children, and finally, it was the adults' turn. Lucia was placed together with Belle in the front of the row. The whole treatment process was handled very quickly. They blindfolded her sister, and two mercenaries grasped her under the arms and carried her into the cabin. She didn't have to wait for a long time before someone placed a pill in her hand. The pill was very small and had a slightly sweet taste. At the same time, the mercenaries also took the initiative to tell her that they had also fed the medicine to her sister so that she didn't need to worry. When she was out of the room and could take off her hood, she was pleasantly surprised to see that Belle's colors was improving at a visible speed. Although she was still in a coma, her forehead was no longer burning hot, the flush on her face had also faded, and the dark spots disappeared without a trace. When all the people had been freed from their fear of their impending death, they felt like they had gained a new life and became so excited that they could no longer contain themselves after seeing the man with gray hair standing in the distance. They kneeled down and cheered, paying him the highest of respects. From the mercenary's mouth, they had heard that he was the lord of this land, the one that was in charge of the western region, His Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon. Afterward, following exactly what had been promised in the rumors, the lord not only lit bonfires at the edge of the pier, but also distributed meat porridge to everyone and told them that they would be paid, and also received food and shelter as long as they were willing to work for the town. While everyone was enjoying the fragrant meat porridge, they were also talking about how fortunate it was that they had boarded the ships and fled to this western region, and then once more praised His Highness for his kindness. Only Lucia felt a little anxious. How can I get in touch with the Witch Cooperation Association? The secret message only said that a group of witches lived in Border Town. It didn't mention how I can find them. Most probably this important part had gotten lost during the transmission process. She had only faintly heard that the news had been spread within the large cities of the kingdom's central region. The moment when the people had filled their stomachs and the mercenaries began guiding them to wooden sheds near the river, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind Lucia. "Were you looking for us?" She was so frightened that at the same time she turned her head, she also jumped 2 steps forward, ready to escape. But when the speaker's appearance came into her eyes, Lucia couldn't help but be rooted to the spot. Gosh, what a beautiful woman! Her long curly hair, illuminated by the gentle orange glow of the flickering flames, her eyes, twinkling bright as the stars, a sweet smile. But the most striking part was her aura, which wasn't inferior to that of any noble, as if she was an important person herself. "My name is Nightingale. I'm a witch. Welcome to the Border Town." Becoming aware of this feeling, Lucia was unable to stop herself from lowering her head. "My name is Lucia White. I want to join you." "In that case, come with me," Nightingale said with a smile. "I'll take you home." At this time, the sun had already fallen behind the mountains, only leaving a weak light behind. While carrying the sleeping Belle, Lucia slowly followed behind her. "When was your time of awakening?" Nightingale suddenly asked. "Awakening," Lucia got started. "That's the moment when you got turned into a witch," Nightingale explained. "From that moment on, your body will continue to gather magic, and because of that, we call this transformation awakening." "I think, maybe 2 years ago," Lucia recalled. "Is magic the power of demons?" "That's just the church's excuse, nothing more." She shook her head. "Magic is an ability given by God. It has nothing to do with good and evil. The so-called demonic bite is just the pain experienced when the magic within your body becomes too plentiful. This can easily be avoided with practice." "I do not need to bear that pain." Lucia's eyes grew wide. "Yes, as long as there is no oppression of the church, us witches don't have to bear the pain of the bite," Nightingale explained, "but here in our home, we can use our magic freely." Then she pointed behind her. "Is this lovable fellow your younger sister? What about your other families?" "They all died, only Belle and I could escape." For a moment Lucia kept silent. A group of people attacked Valencia, burning, looting, and killing everywhere. In order to resist them, his chest was pierced by several swords, and mother made us run away quickly in the end. She also. The grief which had been enclosed within her heart for so long made it impossible for her to continue the sentence. All of the suffering, hunger, thirst, fear, and grievances, in short, the whole injustice she had to endure along the way, suddenly burst free. For her sister, she had clenched her teeth and held on. But now, it seemed that the defense lines she had built around her heart was no longer able to block the emotional ups and downs from her thoughts, which quickly turned her sobbing into very loud cries. She knew that this wasn't a good time for it, that during the first meeting she should keep her courtesy, but the tears were like a storm, they couldn't get stopped. "She will hate me for this, right?" She could feel how her tears and snot mixed together, and her mouth began to taste salty. However, to Lucia's surprise, a pair of arms suddenly wrapped themselves around her, taking her into a warm hug, gently patting the back of her head, taking completely no offense because of the dirt and tears on her face. Instead, she softly said, Cry, cry now, it is fine to let it all out. When Lucia's outburst finally calmed, she raised her head, only to see that Nightingale's shoulders had been soaked through with her tears. I'm sorry, she blushed. It doesn't matter, is it better now? Then Nightingale took out a handkerchief and helped her to wipe her face clean, picked Belle up with one hand and held her in the other. Let's go, there are still many sisters waiting to welcome you. Lucia had thought that the witch's residence would be located somewhere in a small abandoned warehouse or basement. She never expected that Nightingale would bring her to the castle area. Wasn't that the Lord's private territory? Even more surprisingly, the guards not only did not stop her, instead they also greeted her. Could it be that the whole town is under the control of the Witch Cooperation Association? Reaching the third floor of the castle, she walked into a brightly lit room, only to shockingly discover that the man sitting on the opposite side was the Lord who had recently received the cheers of the masses. This is the leader of the Witch Union, His Highness Lord Roland Wimbledon. He took in the survivors of the Witch Cooperation Association and also let spread the message to other cities, hoping to attract more homeless sisters. Nightingale introduced the man. He made Border Town into the home of us witches. You do not need to doubt this point, after all. The people who treated your sister and all the other sick people on board of the ships were us witches. Lucia's head had turned blank. She totally hadn't anticipated that there would be noble willing to provide a home for witches, instead of seeing them as tools or slaves. When her soul finally came back to her body, she began to panic and bowed in a flustered manner. Her bizarre posture was so out of shape that Nightingale couldn't suppress her laugh. Don't mind it, His Royal Highness does not care about etiquette. You came from the Eastern Territory. The Lord's voice was calm and relaxed, not giving her the impression of an interrogation, but more of a friendly chat. Lucia stole a glance at him, seeing that he was sitting leisurely on his chair, and looked at her with an expression full of interest. Yes, as the conversation became deeper and Nightingale supplemented some explanation, her mood gradually relaxed, even though her counterpart was a noble, but he didn't show an aggressive attitude, but rather the care of an elder. So, when your awakening was 2 years ago, you shouldn't be an adult yet. He spoke full of interest. So, what is your ability? Turning goods back into their original form, Lucia said hesitatingly, but it isn't effective on all things. Their original form. His Royal Highness touched his chin in thought. He then pushed a beautiful cup to her over the table. Can you demonstrate it for me? This will destroy it. It won't hurt. Lucia nodded, went to the table and put her hand on top of the cup. After a short while, the cup began to shrink and deform, ultimately forming into 3 distinct substances. The one on the far left looked like a pool of oil, dark and viscous. The one in the middle seemed to be a small cluster of fine black powder. Lastly, the one on the far right appeared to be clear water, which was slowly dripping down from the edge of the table. Chapter 219, Older Sister, Younger Sister. Chapter 219, Older Sister, Younger Sister. Welcome to the Witch Union. In the hall, a group of witches of different ages and colors raised their glasses cheerfully. Thanks, thank you. Lucia felt her eyes become teary again. She sniffed and impulsively tried to restrain her tears. She raised her cup, then drank a mouthful of wine, which didn't taste as bitter as she remembered, but was slightly sweet instead. After have gone to see the Lord, and with Nightingale's assistance, Lucia was able to wash Belle and take a bath herself. Afterward, putting on a set of clean clothes. When her sister had been settled, Lucia once more followed Nightingale into the castle hall. Here, the witches had prepared a welcoming party for her. This was the first time Lucia ever saw so many of her kind, subsequently also dispersing the last trace of doubt in the bottom of her heart. In case the witches had been imprisoned here or forced to serve the Lord, they would never be able to reveal such a light-hearted and bright smiles. Recalling the sentence Nightingale had previously said, "This is the home of witches," she suddenly understood her feelings. In contrast to those witches whose identities were exposed and were thus hunted down and killed by the church, finding a safe place to live in wasn't easy. Since the bandits had attacked Valencia, a month of suffering and constant fleeing had followed. But now, with the warm welcome of the Witch Union, she could finally let her constantly alarmed mind relax a bit. At the same time, she also realized how magical a banquet with many witches participating could become. Using black flames, the raw goat's meat roasted perfectly within a flash, while the basin containing it was completely unharmed. A little girl with short blonde hair flew in the air, holding jug to fill everyone's cup, while a witch with an exotic look simulated a broad range of musical instruments, which all eventually converged into beautiful music. With Nightingale introducing them one after another, she was quickly able to remember each of their names, in this way becoming one of them and diluting the sadness in her heart even further. In the Witch Union there were mature and steady witches like Scroll and Wendy, and there was also Leaves and Echo, who kind of resembled older sisters, as well as Anna, Soraya, and others whose age was similar to her own. But no matter who they were, none of them treated her as a stranger. For this, Lucia's heart was filled with gratitude. After the banquet, she and the witches wished each other a good night, and then she returned to her new home. Although Belle was not a witch, the prince did not order her and her sister to separate. Instead, he gave them the last furnished guest room on the second floor of the castle, all to them. Elder sister, hearing her moving, Belle opened her eyes. "You awoke." Lucia felt immediately delighted in her heart, quickly rushing to the bedside. "How are you feeling?" Belle looked like she had only been asleep for a long time, not having any trace of the plague or the pain it brought left on her body. With her eyes still a little cloudy, she opened her mouth and muttered, "I feel so hungry." "Wait." Lucia hurriedly took out a bag from her pocket and opened it, releasing the scent of grilled fish. This bag of fish slices had previously been given to her by Nightingale. "There's some food for you." Sitting on the bed and seeing how Belle ate the fish, she was so gratified that she began to pat the little fellow's head. This year, her sister only just turned 10 years old, and now, without parents, she was the only one Belle could rely on. After eating 2 fishes, she became more sober. Curiously looking around, she asked, "Where are we?" It didn't look like the ship had such a big bed. "A Western region's border town. We reached our destination. I have already arrived." She touched her cheek. "But am I not sick? Will they agree to let the plague-stricken people enter the town?" "You are right, that would indeed be unlikely," replied Lucia. Seeing the blank expression on her sister's face, she began to laugh. "However, the Lord's witches have already cured you." Afterward, she gave her a summary of what happened at the docks, and from now on we should stay here in the castle. "Witches?" Belle asked, tilting her head. "Are they the same as you, sister?" "That's right. Furthermore, everyone is very kind to me, especially a witch called Nightingale." Lucia softly poked her head. "She also helped with giving you a bath." "Oh, but you have always said that the nobles would loathe witches. Why would the Lord be willing to shelter witches?" Taken aback by the question, Lucia coughed twice. Occasionally, there are also 1 or 2 good people within the nobility." While taking out the last piece of dried fish out of the bag, Belle asked, "Does that mean you need to work for him? Like those maids at home, sweeping the floor, cooking, and attending upon the Lord?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lucia said, grasping her younger sister's face. "I am a witch. It is only naturally that I have to help the Lord with my ability. As for maids having to do those things, who told you that?" "Mommy," she sadly whispered. She said that's also the reason why she never allowed Daddy to recruit a beautiful maid. Hearing her mention their family, Lucia's face suddenly darkened a lot. Instead of blaming Belle for bringing it up, she pulled her younger sister into a hug and softly sighed. She wasn't worried about her sister's theory. During the conversation with the Lord, she could see that besides of simple inquiries about her life experiences, the only other thing of interest to him was her ability, making it evident that he cared more about whether a witch's ability could serve useful to him or not. But when thinking about her ability, Lucia felt deeply worried and sick at heart. She had never been ignorant about the witches' world. She knew that 6 months ago many witches had come through Valencia, and afterward the others had one after another left the city. She had heard that they were leaving for the fjords, wanting to find a new home. But Lucia didn't want to leave her parents, and because of that she hadn't agreed to travel with them. However, with her repeated contact with them, Lucia at least became aware that witches are used to dividing themselves into combat and non-combat types. Her ability to restore an object to its original state could be said to be useless, not to mention using it during a fight. Even using it during peaceful times, it was already difficult for her to control. Her father had been a merchant, operating the family's paper-making workshop, so it was often that the living room was filled with the prepared straw paper. But on the day when she became a witch, she unwittingly chanced upon using her ability turning the paper back into a pile of grass and fine powder. After the event, although her parents severely rebuked her, they did not give her away to the church. Instead, they repeatedly warned her to hide herself carefully, and if necessary, even go so far as put on a god's stone of retaliation, disguising herself as devoted believer. At first, Lucia was full of curiosity about the ability, often secretly hiding in her bedroom to restore all kinds of test items. But she quickly discovered that this ability was extremely difficult to control. For example, restoring the straw paper again, she sometimes got the same grass bits as the first time, but other times there were only black granule left. In case she would continue to cast her magic on an object, it will only become less and less, and the final product was not a fine powder but rather a grit, which meant that her restoration ability couldn't be used to restore a heavily damaged object. She was only able to destroy what other had carefully produced. The other witches had also thought that her ability was useless. In case she wanted to use it in battle, she would have to get too close. Furthermore, her ability was also ineffective on a living body. So not to mention using it to fight against a trained knight, even the average farmer would already be terribly difficult. And so, considering to become a combat which was out of the question for her, but also as a non-combat, which she couldn't think of any uses, it was almost like her ability was on the lowest level. Coming to this conclusion, she had been depressed for a long time. But now, what Lucia was now more anxious about was, if His Royal Highness also believed her to be useless, will he cast her out of the castle? With an uneasy feeling, she blew out the candles, took her sister, who was perfectly satisfied gnawing on the finished fish bones, into her arms, slowly closed her eyes, then awaited the arrival of a new day. Chapter 220, Decomposition and Restoration. Chapter 220, Decomposition and Restoration. Early on the next morning, Roland had filled the office floor with a variety of test items. From solid to liquid, from minerals to ingots, from inorganic to organic matter, simply everything that should be here was here. It seems you are euphoric. Nightingale squat down, took a small steamed dumpling from a meal plate, and threw it into her mouth. Of course, there is a new witch in town, and even better, her ability is so incredible. Roland rose his eyebrows. Also, do not think that I didn't see that, you just slyly ate one of the test objects. There are still a few left, Nightingale said while wiping her mouth. Is Lucia's ability really that useful? It's of the greatest usefulness, not matter if it's decomposing or restoration, they both would bring significant improvement to the smelting and manufacturing industry. Roland said excitedly. In case she paired up with Anna, they could easily upgrade the machine's strength by several times. Even if they couldn't be mass-produced, as long as they made several machines by hand, the level of the town's production would definitely receive a qualitative improvement. Right now, the machines produced for Greycastle Industry by Anna are still working extremely accurately, but they were limited by the material's own flaws. During the production process, their abrasion and deformation problems would become increasingly evident. For example, seeing the cutting tool break into many pieces is a frequently observed phenomenon. If it wasn't for Anna supplementing maintenance parts, these machines could only be used for 1 or 2 years at most. But if Lucia's uses her ability to control the parts the materials turn into precisely enough, it might be possible to use high-strength iron, steel, and even alloy for manufacturing the machine tools. Not only would it increase the tool's lifetime, their processing efficiency and processing standard could take a step further. By then, items like the revolver rifle, which at the moment could only be produced by the Anna, would be able to enter the state of reaching mass production. Is it so? Nightingale skipped back to the table, but she does not seem to think so. Because she hasn't really recognized the value of her ability, it the same with Mystery Moon. Roland further explained unconcerned, when Lucia finished studying theoretical foundations of natural science, she certainly won't think this way any longer. Nightingale kept silent, not knowing how to reply. She instead put 2 dried fishes into her mouth. When Lucia finished her breakfast and came to the office, her ability test officially began. With his heart full of expectations, Roland followed closely how one test item after another changed, and if there were any differences between them. For example, substances like iron ingots and iron ore both changed into a silver-white granule, but when he took a closer look, he also discovered that at their edges there lay different kinds of powder. Grapes and meat didn't change at all, while the dumplings turned into water, flour, and meat residues. When she was halfway through the test objects, she suddenly stopped and said with some embarrassment, "I seem to have exhausted my magic." Roland looked to Nightingale only to see the latter nod. "The amount of magic her body stores is very small, it just looks like a cloud of drifting smoke, but it is for the first time that I see a color like hers." "What kind of color?" "Grey," Nightingale said. Roland returned to his desk and waved to Lucia, calling her over. "The witch's magical capacity grows with their age and training. You are still not an adult, so being able to do so much is already quite good." Waiting until the young woman had walked to the table, he pushed the already prepared parchment over to her. "Since you decide to stay in Border Town, please sign this contract." When Lucia came to the end of the contract, she couldn't help but grasp a mouthful of air. "A whole gold royal a month. Your Highness can, but my ability hasn't been thoroughly tested." "This has nothing to do with your ability," Roland smiled and shook his head. "As long as you are a member of the Witch Union, this contract will always be effective. Even in the case that the witch's ability is useless," she asked in disbelief. "You can also interpret it like that." The prince spread out his hands. "But I do believe that the power of any witch has its own unique use. It's only a matter of unleashing that power, so you really don't have to worry about being useless." He paused. "Also, you should already have heard of the real reason for the demonic bite from the other witches. So to ensure that you can smoothly pass through your day of awakening, you have to practice your skill every day. After dinner, Teacher Scroll will give lessons in the living room. You also have to attend the lecture. Although you have already mastered your reading and writing skill, you still have to study primary mathematics and natural foundation." "Yes, Your Highness," Lucia nodded vigorously. "You have a younger sister, right?" Roland asked with a smile. "When attending class, take her along with you. She should be at the right age for receiving an education." Lucia was slightly stunned then. After raising her head to confirm that His Highness wasn't making fun of her, she happily bowed, "As you say." After Lucia asked to be excused, Roland put the signed contract into the drawer, then thoughtfully looked at the broad range of test products on the ground. "What is the result?" Nightingale asked curiously. "Awe-inspiring," he said, picking up the plate with the steamed dumplings, which now contained meat pieces and flour. "For example this. When kneading the flour, the gluten will form a ramified structure, letting the flour dough become strong but flexible. Once cooked, due to the high temperature, the gluten protein will denature. Even when reground into powder, it is impossible to restore it to its previously smooth and exquisite appearance. This transformation is considered irreversible, but..." Roland pinched into the small cluster of powder in the palm of his hand and felt a silky feeling, just like from freshly ground flour. She was able to bring the meal back to its original appearance. "Well, I can't say that I understand you," Nightingale curled her lips, "but putting it that way, can her ability be seen as restoring a material back to its original state?" "It is not really like that," Roland pointed to the iron ingot. "In the case that it was merely restoration, the iron ingot should have been returned into iron ore. But in fact, it was broken down into iron powder and other impurities." "So in the end, what is her ability?" Nightingale asked confused. "For the time being, I still haven't fully understood it, but if I had to speculate, I would say that her ability has two effects. As for its appearance, it manifests according to her knowledge and experience." Knowledge and experience. Essentially, there is no significant difference between meat and iron ore. They are both composed out of a variety of particles, but Lucia can only break down iron ore with her ability, but not the meat. "I believe the reason for this is because she is unable to understand organic matter, or so to say, the constitution of life in generally," Roland explained. Even though he wasn't sure whether this was correct, he still had no doubt that right now what Lucia needed the most was learning new knowledge. 3 days later, when the second convoy carrying refugees from the eastern region arrived at Border Town, the same disease had broken out on the ship. But this time it was much more severe, with almost half of the people being infected. After questioning some of the patients, Roland learned that the black spots had appeared the first day after boarding, which meant that they had been infected by the parasite earlier, and because of this, the incubation period had been shortened a lot. At the same time, Roland also received a letter sent from King's City, which was sealed with the mark of Margaret's Chamber of Commerce. When reading the content of the letter, his brow wrinkled. When the demonic disease spread through King's City, the church declared that it was all a witch's conspiracy. They furthermore told the people that they had a holy elixir which could repel the evil spirits. Furthermore, even outside of King's City, many ill people had started to appear, and because of this, Theo had chosen to temporarily stop the delivery of fugitives. If he wasn't calculating it wrong, the first fleet would return to King's City in 4 days, bringing with them the news that Border Town was able to cure the demonic plague. However, with nearly 1 week spent traveling, it would still be too late for those people who were already infected by the disease. Moreover, the public proclamation of the church also had the smell of a conspiracy in the works. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to send a small team to escort Lily to King's City. Otherwise, more than half of King's City population and the eastern region's refugees would die, and those who survived in the end would become devoted believers of the church. Roland had to do his utmost to prevent the birth of that kind of situation. Chapter 221, Rescue Plan. Chapter 221, Rescue Plan. Since he had decided on his course of action, the first question he faced was, should he himself also travel to King's City? This would be Border Town's first military operation away from the western region, and it would also be different than the 2 defensive wars prior to it. Certainly, they would come across unfamiliar environmental circumstances which could cause complications. Whether they could display their combat ability without a prepared battlefield was still unknown. All this made it hard for him to feel relief in the event that he didn't go to King's City. On the one hand, he knew that his own military experience was extremely limited, but on the other, his understanding of war could still be regarded as the highest level for this era. But the moment he left Border Town, the western region would become unclaimed land. If the message of this were to reach Longsong's stronghold, it would be a foolish hope to believe that Petrov could prevent all the other noble families from moving, trying to take advantage. As long as people were willing to disclose this information to Timothy, perhaps he would not care if he had to suffer a calamity at the front lines or in his backyard caused by the witches. But if he knew that Roland was near King's City, it would be strange if he didn't assemble his army to encircle him. Even if it didn't come to that, even if Timothy let him off, as long as he commanded his soldiers to move from the northern region to the western region, Roland would be in an equally tight situation. Generally speaking, compared with suffering a defeat at the front line, a fire in one's own backyard was several times more severe. In the end, Roland decided to stay in Border Town. After all, the First Army's primary task would be to protect the witches, while their second task would be to split the fugitives into small groups and let them on board the ships. So rather than fearing an encounter with Timothy in King's City, it would be more likely that they would have to face the church's army of judges. But as long as the rescue measures were carried out correctly and nothing unexpected happened, they won't even need to let loose a single shot. Of course, this meant that he would have to make sure that the rescue plan was as perfect as possible. At noon that day, Roland called Carter, Iron Axe, Brian and the members of the Witch Union over. The fourth prince only had some fuzzy childhood impressions of the land surrounding King's City, but this was a problem which could be easily solved. He asked Soraya to draw a simple map on top of the dining table in the living room. He then began giving Iron Axe and Brian their commands. This central square represents King's City and the blue line depicts the canal. Roland said while in thought, "You have 2 tasks. The first is to protect the witches while they cure the fugitives, and afterward you are to bring them back to Border Town. Your second duty is to prevent the demonic plague from further spreading in King's City. For this, you should be aware that the epidemic is most likely being caused by the church." What? Brian was shocked, not daring to believe his ears. Carter raised his brows. While Iron Axe's expression didn't change at all, after all, he was a follower of the 3 gods, just like the other Sand people were. And because of that, he had no worship for the church or any belief in their claims, which left Roland with a very pleased feeling towards him. After the church's permanent annexation of the Kingdom of Endless Winter, they immediately started their attack on the Wolfshark Kingdom. After they've conquered the Wolfshark Kingdom, it is only a matter of time before the Kingdom of Dawn and Grey Castle become their next goal. In fact, the whole battle for the throne is already by itself worthy of skepticism. The prince went through the details how the church was helping Timothy in the north, Garcia in the southwest and himself by supplying them with the pills. In the light of this information, we can see that they aren't supporting who they think will be the next heir, but instead they are encouraging us to kill each other off. By swallowing their pills, it also becomes improbable that our soldiers will turn into veterans. On the contrary, after taking the pills, their whole body will become weak, and they will die a gruesome death. This time the same can be said about the disease. After the demonic disease has spread all over King's City, the church will finally declare that they have the antidote, which ironically won't be distributed for the benefit of the people. Only the light which shines in the darkest of places is the most dazzling. Iron Axe opened his mouth. That's right, if you want to be seen as a savior, you have to come to the people at their most painful moment. The stronger experience the contrast, the deeper will be their impression of the church. As for the innocent who died in the middle of the road, those are merely the sacrifices whose belief was not sincere enough, Roland stated. So we will have to save the refugees from the east, but at the same time, we also have to try to destroy the church's conspiracy. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Brian asked, "How should we do that?" "You have to hide as much as possible, trying to fulfill your duties in such a way that the other side doesn't perceive you." Roland points to a wide area on the outskirts of the canal, south of the pier. Here, the land should be covered with crops, making it very suitable to hide at. There you should also find a high point, which allows you to establish lookout to scout out the pier. The soldiers responsible for providing support will disguise themselves as caravan guards once more, and help the already treated people to get on board. I will write Merchant Margaret a letter, asking her to provide me with as many ships as possible, not only the 2 fleets which are already involved with the transportation. Whether it is Longsong's stronghold or Grey Castle's capital, there are only a few big cities' patrol forces who can cover the surrounding area. Most of the time their investigation and warning area depends on how far they can see when staying on the city wall. So the area south of the pier should be outside of their patrol area. When we then locate our troops at this point, it is unlikely for them to raise the city guards' attention. "How do you want to treat the sick?" Iron Axe asked. "This task will largely depend on Lily's replica." Roland roughly explained to them the young woman's unusual ability, making it unnecessary to walk into the fugitive camp to heal these people. In other words, since any microorganism can become a replica, you only have to collect the river water and let her purify it steadily. Afterward, you only have to give it to those who are sick to drink. Like that, he gawked at Roland, totally disbelieving. "There are 2 points you have to take note of." The prince raised 2 fingers. "First, you have to ensure that every person on board had drunken the purified water, and second, you are absolutely prohibited from boiling the drinking water to clean it. In fact, the dirtier the water, the better it would be. It would contain more microorganism, which means that the number of replicas in it will also be more. You might be unable to understand this, but as long as you do what I told you, everything will be okay." "What about the patients in King's City? Will we treat them the same way?" "Almost, but the medicine cannot be delivered by our people. That would be too obvious. This task will fall under Theo's responsibility," Roland decided. "As long as they get their money, the street rats' work efficiency will be very high." "Your Royal Highness, those street rats aren't reliable. As long as it's profitable, they may stab you in the back at any time." Carter objected. "Therefore, the second part is only to prevent it as much as possible and isn't necessary to be completed." The prince stood up. "The moment you sense something amiss, the First Army must immediately protect the witches and withdraw. As long as we are able to receive the refugees smoothly, it's already our victory, regardless of how many people we were able to save in King's City. Undermining the church's plan isn't possible to achieve by just relying on purified water. As long as we can disprove their claim that only the holy elixir can repel the evil spirits, their set game has already failed. Finally, I will now declare the people who will travel to King's City," he shouted, Iron Axe. "Yes, you will lead 240 soldiers who will be responsible for protecting the witches and controlling the canal. For this, eliminating every potential threat. Be sure to bring back the witches and the refugees." "I will do as you bid, Your Highness." Iron Axe stood straight and saluted. "Brian, yes," the young knight stick out his chest. "You will lead 60 soldiers disguised as mercenaries, and you will be in charge of the medicine delivery, and make sure that the refugees will maintain order when boarding the ships." "As you command, Your Highness." Next are the witches, this time leaving to King City by ship will be Nightingale, Echo, Lightning, and Wendy. Roland's voice slowed down. Your task will be somewhat unique so that I will explain it in a little while. Now it is only important to note that you always pay attention to your own security, ensuring your safe return. Rest assured, Your Highness, Nightingale patted her chest, I will be with them. Roland nodded. In that case, we come to the final point, which is also the most important aspect. After arriving in King's City, the army can stay there for 3 days at most. After these 3 days, no matter how the actual situation is, you must return to Border Town. He emphasized every word. In case the church plans to destroy the resistance of Grey Castle, they certainly won't spread the disease only to King's City. Most likely the western region will also be one of their goals. So you cannot stay in King's City for longer than these 3 days, do you understand? Yes, Your Highness. Iron Axe and Brian answered in unison. Very well, then let us carry out this plan. Hold on. Your Highness, what will I do? Carter raised his hand. You will lead the rest of the First Army and guard my border town. Roland patted his shoulder. Chapter 222, The Long-Awaited Victory. Chapter 222, The Long-Awaited Victory. Fjord Sea Dragon Bay. The church's follower had boarded the wall, shooting crossbow arrows towards the witches, but confronted with Shavi's invisible barrier and Mali's magical servant, their attempts at resistance showed little results. All their arrows would suddenly drop or be swallowed into the servant's belly. Only when the other side embedded their arrows with small pieces of God's punishment stones did they become a threat. But in the end, the amount of God's punishment stones were limited, and every witch who was unfortunately enough and got hit would immediately be carried back to get treated. As long as the blood loss was stopped in time, their lives wouldn't be in danger. After 2 or 3 rounds of shooting, more than 20 witches already advanced to the edge of the wall. Ashes directly jumped on top of the wall, disposing of those believers who dared to show their heads. After a few days of pre-war investigation, they knew the weaknesses of the wall like the back of their hand. From high up in the sky, a variety of pigeon cries could be heard. It was Maggie that was signaling that everyone had reached the correct position. Having gone through several fights, had bestowed Lotus with the experience to exhibit her ability without the slightest hesitation. The ground suddenly shook and began to rise. Seeing this, some of the church's follower rushed forward to try and stop her, but in the end, they were all beheaded by ashes one after another. It didn't take long for the wall, which wasn't embedded with God's stone of retaliation, to begin to collapse, followed by an attack of the witches who swarmed into the opened-up space and continuously made use of their ability to assault the believers. In a flash, they had killed more than half of those who did not have a God's stone of retaliation protecting them, and those who still stood were smoothly and cleaned harvested by ashes. This was the first time since the church was built that they suffered a direct assault. Moreover, the opposite side was the church's sworn enemy. The priest that was stationed there also knew that the end of the day was coming, so he called out to his followers to take the pills and sacrifice themselves for God. 10 of those believers who had turned mad rushed towards Ashes and used their flesh to try and stop her, while the rest of them threw themselves at Lotus. Seeing this, Lotus raised an already prepared earthen wall from the ground, temporarily blocking the enemy with it. With the God's stone of retaliation being unable to eliminate already completed magical results, they had to first go around the wall, but by that time, the place behind the wall was already as empty. Without any better option, the furious believer turned around, once more besieging Ashes. But at that moment, the witches again appeared behind their back and in this way caught them off guard. After half an hour of fighting and suffering repeated losses, the ground was covered with the bodies of the church's followers, ultimately leaving the priest left standing. While trembling, he threw the pills into his mouth, but before he even had the time to swallow, Ashes had come over and cut off his arm. Damn you, you evil creature! You devil-cursed monster! Holding his cut-off end of his arm with his other hand full of fear, the priest roared hysterically. Are you scared? Have you ever thought about their feelings when you tortured and killed those innocent? Ashes stated coldly, compared with us witches, scum like you resemble a devil's minion much more, you who does not shrink away from any crime. So feel at ease when I send you back to hell to report. Ending her speech, her sword fell, cutting his curse and his head off. Did we win? Molly arrived at her side, her voice and face full of disbelief. Yes, Ashes sighed in relief. This was the last church in the fjord. From here on, there is no longer any stronghold left on the islands. We won. Although the church's power in the fjord was feeble, With merely 100 believers within every church and no stationed army of judges, this was still the first time that the witches had confronted the church head-on and managed to win. From fleeing in all direction when they heard the grass rustled in the wind, until now, where they managed to conquer the church, knocking down the huge monster of the past, even if it was only a negligible part of the church. It was enough to excite all of the witches. Just as she had expected, after everyone confirmed the long-awaited victory, they could not help but cheer loudly. In the hearts of all the witches, the church was like an overbearing mountain. And now, when they had made the first step to climbing this mountain, permit them to see the first trace of the shining light of dawn. From now on, the fjord had become their real homeland. We won, long live Her Majesty Tilly, Gugu. After traveling back to the island by boat, Ashes couldn't wait to return to Tilly's residence and tell her the news that the witches had thoroughly won. But when she met up with her, the latter only stroked her silk-like grey hair behind her ear, revealed a bright smile and said, "Maggie has already informed me. I heard that you all are safe and sound. This is really great." Indeed, compared to sailing, it is a lot faster to turn into a seabird and fly back. Ashes looked around and took in the surrounding, but she was unable to see the familiar figure, Maggie. She left immediately after reporting on your victory. Tilly shook her head helplessly. Hearing this, Ashes couldn't help but feel shocked. She already returned to the western border. Well, Tilly said with a chuckle, maybe she found a very good friend over there. After just a few days, she already couldn't wait any longer and asked if she could return. If it weren't for the fact that we needed her help to beat the church, I'm afraid that after delivering the letter, she would have turned around and flown straight back on that same day. I'm getting more and more curious about the other side. For a while, Ashes hesitated, but then she asked, should I not have left her there? No, that was excellent, the fifth princess responded with a firm voice. It is only because you left Maggie in Border Town that we could easily get in touch with the other side. Furthermore, I also let her take my reply along and pass it on to Roland Wimbledon. She made a grimace. Care to guess what I replied to him? You refused him, of course. Crossing the sea to reach this island was already full of risk. How could we then send any witches to the western region? No, I agreed to his request. Tilly smiled. Furthermore, I also briefed him about the abilities of the non-combat witches and said in the letter that as long as he can guarantee the safety of the witches, I will consider sending some witches to Border Town. What was it that he said? Oh, that's right. Deepening our friendship by learning and observing together, both of us progressing hand in hand. She paused. If it becomes necessary, I can even go over to Border Town myself. Your Royal Highness. Ashes could not stop herself from shouting out her former honorific title in shock. I know what you are worried about, but right now the biggest enemy of us witches is the church. What this means is, only by having more allies can we have more power. That we have dealings with the various islands of the fjord is because of the beneficial relations it brings, while the Witch Cooperation Association in Border Town can be seen as a natural friend to us. So why don't you show them some goodwill? Tilly laughed. Moreover, according to Maggie, it is possible to evolve your ability, again by learning knowledge about it. If the witches we send there learn this technique, Sleeping Island would also benefit from it. But for you to go in person in case the other party. Tilly reached out with her hand to cut her off. Rest assured, I did not mean that I will leave immediately. As long as the situation isn't clear, I won't take the risk and go there. And also do not forget that Sylvie can see through all kinds of camouflage. No matter if it is fine makeup or a magical illusion, nothing can escape her eyes. As long as she belongs to the first batch of people we send over to Border Town, she will be able to help me find out the truth behind the fourth prince. Besides, even if there was any kind of danger, won't you still be at my side? Ashes looked for a long time into her eyes until she finally nodded. Of course, we can wait until Maggie returns next month before we speak about this any further. Tilly laughed. Right now we have more important things we need to do. What? Ashes asked, somewhat surprised. Now, after all the strongholds of the church in the fjords had been destroyed, it seemed that the rest of their objectives would just be to peacefully continue to develop Sleeping Island. But when she looked at the expression of the other, it didn't look like that was the case. The fifth princess pointed to the white silk gloves with the red gem on it. There aren't only ruins to be found in the kingdoms of the mainland. there are also ancient ruins on the fjord's shadow islands. Most likely the sea folk's magic stones are coming from there. Taking advantage of the destruction of the church, I want to go and take a look for myself. Is this about the legend of the ghost shadow Red River? After having to do with the fjords for some time, Ashes had also heard of this legend. The remains were hidden in the sea, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Moreover, within the surroundings are many dangerous undercurrents and sea monsters, which makes it impossible for ordinary people to reach it. Since they were discovered for the first time, many explorers, in order to look at this inconceivable marvel, were hit by misfortune and were now buried at the Shadow Islands. You also do not know the certain position of the ruins, so how do you want to enter them? Maybe I do not know where it is, but I know someone who can take us there. In fact, this great explorer is currently on Sleeping Island, and it was also he who first discovered these ruins. Tilly smiled. Chapter 223, Premeditation. Chapter 223, Premeditation. During these days, Theo stayed in an inn of King's City, anxiously waiting for the reply from Border Town. A towering inner wall divided King's City into two separate worlds, and the people would be strictly controlled when entering or leaving. No matter if they were aristocrats or wealthy merchants, everyone could only enter after going through a thorough inspection inside of a small room. Once they had any sign of disease, such as fever, flushes, or dark spots, they were not allowed inside. In case they left the inner city, they would have to return in the evening hours at the latest. Otherwise, when the sun went down, the gates would be closed and they would have to spend the night outside. But this still couldn't stop the spread of demonic plague. Yesterday, he had heard the rumors that there were also nobles living in the inner city who had become infected. In case the church had not finally released their first batch of holy elixir, Theo believed that the nobles would have soon started to evacuate from King's City. 6 days after sending out the letter, he was finally informed by Margaret's Chamber of Commerce that news had arrived. He hastily rushed to the agreed location, a tailor's shop, where on arrival he was led into the basement by the clerk. And there, he met the Chamber of Commerce's owner, who had been waiting for a long time now. On entering, he saw Margaret sitting at a low table. A pot of ice water was placed in front of her, which continuously emitted bursts of cold air. Theo, who was sweating from rushing over, sat himself cross-legged on the opposite side, only to suddenly feel a surge of cold breeze on his face, which immediately lifted his spirits. "His Highness asked me to give you this letter." With these words, Margaret handed him a sheepskin envelope. Taking a closer look, the envelope's sealing wax seemed to still be intact. Theo was impatient to open the message. The letter he had taken out gave him a brief account of the operation plan, the news that the army had set out, as well as the tasks he himself had to complete. After carefully reading through it again, he put the letter into his pocket, looked towards Margaret and asked, "Was there anything else His Highness requested you to do?" "No, he just asked me to send a messenger informing you about the letter's arrival. Of course, since it was an express delivery, there are some extra charges. I was free, so I already wrote it into the account." "Keek, all right." Theo cleared his throat. "His Royal Highness wants all the refugees to be transported to Border Town in the shortest amount of time, so he wants you to supply a lot of ships for an uninterrupted transportation, not only those 2 fleets." "Even if they are already infected?" Margaret asked with great interest. "I do not think he wanted to turn the whole Western Territory into a death zone, so has His Highness found a way to cure the demonic plague?" "He did indeed," he nodded. "In fact, there were already infected people present on the first transport. At the time we send them out, the disease had merely not broken out yet. Only when they came close to Border Town was it discovered. They are already on their way back to King's City, with all crew members on board, safe and sound." "His Royal Highness is indeed an incredible man. Even the church wasn't able to come up with an antidote so quickly," Margaret exclaimed. "Then, how many days does he intend to use for the boarding of the refugees?" "A week." Theo stretched out 3 fingers. "This is impossible." For a moment, the businesswoman was stunned, only to repeatedly shake her head soon after. "Even if half of those people died, there will still be more than 5,000 people. Being able to transport them within 3 days means that I will need to prepare nearly 100 ships. Even if the Chamber of Commerce stops all its other shipping transportation, I would just about to meet this number. However, this way the losses I would suffer will be in the thousands of gold royals or more, and the loss I would make by losing, because that is uncountable. Even if the steam engine was to become free of charge, it still wouldn't be enough. So, I am afraid I have to refuse. If all the people were sitting on the deck, rather than lying in beds in the cabins, the number of individuals a ship could carry would be doubled. Theo insisted. Furthermore, as long as we don't pay attention to their comfort, the two masters which are used for the transportation of ore can also be used to move the people. As long as the top of the hatch is opened, one ship can then load about 200 people at the same time. This kind of vessels, your old friend Hog should have a lot of it, right? He should definitely have several ships of this type in Silver City. Margaret still looked a little hesitant. Moreover, according to your arithmetic, it should probably be possible to reduce the number of ships needed to 50. But this really isn't a good deal. Theo also had the same thoughts, allowing dozens of ships to converge on top of the canal. Just the scheduling and coordinating would require an enormous amount of energy. Also, all the charter costs would be paid out of their own pocket. After expending such a large amount of effort and taking all that trouble, the harvest wouldn't account for all the work that was needed. This really couldn't be regarded as a good deal. At this point, he could only put forth the final resort. At the end of the letter, His Highness wrote a short line. If Margaret doesn't want to help, tell her that lightning is also coming. Reading the sentence had made him a little puzzled. Is there any particular relationship between the businesswoman and the cute, little blonde girl? Looking at their appearances, it doesn't seem like that. But His Royal Highness must have his own reasons when he speaks so certainly of it. Coming to this conclusion, Theo slowly opened his mouth. There is a reason why there is no alternative than concluding the transportation within 3 days. What His Highness is doing is the equivalent of going into a tiger's den to seize its food. If this is dragged out for too long, the church might be coming to their door, and lightning is also within their ranks. If they discover the existence of a witch, it might become dangerous for her. What did you just say? Her voice suddenly rose up. Lightning is coming. His Highness' letter did indeed say so. Theo put on his most honest face, probably in order to guide the troops and offer an early warning. After all, we are currently within the domain of the new king. I got it. Margaret stood up. When do you need a vessel? They ought to arrive in 4 days in case they aren't delayed on the way. I will go to my greatest extent to arrange it. She went to her desk to the side, took up her pen and began to write. But I have a condition. You have to tell me the position of His Highness' troops, so that in the case that they want to enter the city, I can arrange adequate rooms for them. All right, it seems that this trick is indeed useful. I think this point shouldn't be a problem. Theo was secretly delighted. In addition, I have one more thing I will need your help with. Speak, Margaret sighed. I need a procession of carts with wine barrels. The more barrels there are, the better. But they mustn't be filled with ale or wine, but with river or well water. According to His Highness' letter, the crucial person to solve the demonic plague is the witch Lily. She can transform ordinary water into a cure for the disease. But there is a dangerous flaw in His Highness' plan. If the street rats were allowed to come near the camp and get to know that there were people who could continuously produce the holy elixir, I bet that on the next day everyone in the city would come to know about it. River and well water. Margaret raised her eyebrows. Are you sure? Rest assured, His Royal Highness will pay for this, Theo declared laughingly. In considerations of confidentiality and security, transporting the water from the troops' camp to King's City could only be done by him personally. In case he would just carry a water bag to cure the fugitives from the eastern region of the demonic plague, it would not only be troublesome, but its efficiency would also be very low. Because of this, he had to come up with a method which allowed him to bring as much of the purified water through as possible in one round. Installing a large barrel on a cart was clearly a good choice. Chapter 224, Launching the Rescue Plan. Chapter 224, Launching the Rescue Plan. After learning that His Highness' side had a method to cure the demonic plague, Theo's irritable mood finally calmed down. Once there was something he could busy himself with, the following days seemed to go by a lot faster. In addition to his visits to the wine estates at the outskirts of King's City, he also planned the route for the convoy, while keeping the topography of the area around the canal's pier and the city gate in mind. Nowadays, wanting to enter the city had become quite a hassle. Using the refugees outside of King's City as the reason, all the major city gates had been sealed, in this way prohibiting any outsider from entering the city, especially after the church had begun to distribute the holy elixir. After the refugees became aware of this, they began to desperately attack the city gates every day, hoping to be allowed to go to the church for treatment. However, the guards stationed at the wall responded without hesitation and flocked them with crossbow bolts. The result was that by now many corpses were lying in front of the city gates and rotting under the scorching sun, spreading an unpleasant odor. The only open gate was a side gate limited to the use of the nobility and the merchants who brought the food. Fortunately, Theo had worked in the patrol for some time, and because of that he was known by most of the guards as a native of King's City, allowing him to go through the gate with just a simple greeting. It was precisely because of this quarantine that both the inner and outer city lost almost all contact. So even when they had transported the refugees away with great fanfare, the news of it had difficulties spread into the inner city. Not to mention that the upper nobility were anxiously waiting for someone to ship all the refugees from the eastern region away, and save them from later having to suppress a rebellion. Theo roughly understood why His Highness had set out on the same day he had received the letter. All these people outside of the city felt as if they had been abandoned by their king. So, in case the church sent out some priest to heal them, they would become their most faithful of believers. But if His Highness could arrive before the church could grab them, these people would instead be pulled to his side. There was no doubt that after healing them and offering them a new place to stay, they would become His Highness' most fanatical of supporters. On the morning of the fourth day, the returning First Fleet arrived at the canal's pier on time. Theo was surprised to discover that His Highness had sent as many as 300 soldiers of the First Army, who were furthermore all dressed in their standard uniform and armed with revolver rifles. With this powerful contingent as a safeguard, even if the church came to know about them, he estimated that they would still be unable to prevent the refugees from leaving. Lightning, Margaret, who also waited at the pier, immediately shouted when she saw the little girl's figure, unable to containing herself from going forward and hugging her. "This is," Iron Axe asked. "The owner of the Grand Chamber of Commerce, MS. Margaret," Theo explained, "all the ships we need for the transportation will be provided by her or a partner of hers. Without her, we would never be able to implement His Highness' plan." So, it was like this. After understanding the situation, Iron Axe nodded to her. "Thank you for your help. I'll deduct all my expense from His Highness' fee," Margaret merely shrugged. "But when you're thanking me, you should also thank Lightning." Lightning crooked head and asked confused, "Why me?" "Keek, it's nothing." Theo coughed twice. "What are you going to do next?" "Next we will set up a camp in the south of the dock to control the area, and then in the afternoon we will start the rescue mission." Iron Axe said, "If the ships could be here by then, that would be for the best." When Brian led his men into the refugee area, he could not help but frown. Everywhere he looked, he saw dying people. Their skin had split open at many places, with black blood continuously flowing out of them and attracting swarms of flies. However, those ill people didn't even have the strength left to drive the insects off, simply letting these flying insects crawl all over their body and drink of their blood. Seeing all this, he couldn't help but think of the months of demons, when the people of Border Town were trapped in the slums of Longsong Stronghold, having to face death by hunger and coldness, but being utterly helpless against it. If all this was really done by the church, it was a simply unforgivable crime. "Let's call the first group," Brian said. "We depend on you, Miss Echo." If they rashly went within the crowd and announced that they were in possession of medicine to cure the ill, it would most likely cause a ruckus. And when a large group of refugees went into the direction of the docks all at once, their small group of dozens of people would simply not be enough to suppress them. Because of this, they had to make sure that the information was always only spread to a select small groups at the same time. Considering this problem, His Highness had decided to specially send Miss Echo along. With her ability, Echo was able to control the area within which her voice would be heard, or she could also just put her voice next to a person's ear. Even though Brian saw how she opened her mouth to speak, he was unable to hear any sound, while the fugitives turned around and looked over. Soon a group of them came over, more stumbling than running. "Your Honor, is what you said really true? As long as you can cure the disease, I am willing to follow you to the western region." "Of course it's true. Our ships have stopped at the pier, so gather your family and come with me." Other soldiers also stepped forward to help the patients who laid on the ground and were unable to move. Their small group instantly expanded to several hundred people, who walked together in the direction of the pier. Many people who noticed this scene also began to follow, doing their best to catch up with them. Back to the pier, soldiers of the First Army had already filled with bags with purified water and placed them on a long table. At the gangway to board, the ship stood Iron Axe with a squadron, letting only 2 people through at the same time, and ensuring that all the people who wanted to embark had first drunken the curing water. Everybody listens, these water bags are filled with medicine that treats the illness, so as long as you drink from it, you will immediately recover. Next to the long table, they had set up a stage on which stood the one with the highest standing amongst the soldiers, constantly preaching His Highness manuscript, what the church has called the demonic plague caused by witches and could only be dispelled by their holy elixir is a groundless statement, nothing more. They just want to earn more money and also make you kneel to them, thanking them for their graciousness in saving your life. Instead, Lord Roland not only brought the medicine, he also doesn't charge you any fees for it. Yes, you don't even have to pay a copper royal for it. These words immediately heated up the crowd, but when the first person drank the purified water, he quickly felt how his body changed. Unable to believe it, he tore open his clothes only to see how the dark spots quickly faded away. This medicine is indeed effective. I'm healed. Me too, God above, the wounds no longer bleed. God, you say, where is it? I only see a group of liars. That's right. This medicine has nothing to do with the church. Long live His Highness Roland. As more and more people were healed, the witnessing crowd also became more and more excited. If the First Army hadn't been there to control the order, the water bags placed on the table would have immediately been washed away by the flood of fugitives. At the moment, His Highness is busy with developing the Western region. For this, he requires a lot of manpower to cultivate fields, build houses, build roads. He does not charge you anything for the medicine, and he also doesn't force you to go with us to the west. The soldier responsible for the propaganda continued to shout as loud as possible, but His Royal Highness promises that as long as you are willing to follow us to the Western region and work for him, you will get food, shelter, and payment. No matter what your specialty is, you will get a matching job. If you are willing to take the first step into a new life, just step forward and follow the mercenaries on board. They will take you to your new home. If you are unwilling, that is also okay. We will still be here and provide help for the next 3 days. After that, we will leave. During these 3 days, food will be given out free of charge by the caravan. Is there really a new home and work with salary waiting for us? Someone asked loudly. Of course, that is the condition offered by His Highness. The soldier nodded in response. Please let me on board. I am willing to serve His Royal Highness. Me too, and I'm a blacksmith. Brian was very pleased to see that within this group of hundreds of people, no one chose to stay in King's City, and instead they all decided to board the ship to the west. The moment a vessel was full, it would immediately depart and then be replaced by an empty ship. Under Margaret's command, there wasn't even the slightest pause between. Afterward, Brian continued to lead refugees from the camps to the dock, always relying on echo sound transmission technique to draw in a new batch of Eastern region refugees. The number of refugees under her control would be between 300 to 400 every time. As he returned with a new team of patients to the pier, he suddenly saw how the First Army stationed in the wheat fields in the south began to move. A team of them rushed out at flying speed into the direction of the northern bank of the canal, while carrying their guns in their hand. What happened? Brian asked into the direction of Iron Axe's men. Scout Miss Lightning said that someone had secretly jumped off the ship and run away, one of them offered while saluting. Maybe there's a rat which had hidden itself between the refugees. Chapter 225, The Avengers. Chapter 225, The Avengers. In fact, there was more than one of those rats, so once again, Iron Axe stood in front of a man they had captured and looked at him expressionlessly. You are the third person who's tried to escape by jumping off the ship. The refugees also told us that you haven't come from the Eastern region. So what will be your important last words? Will it be a confession? The 2 people who had previously been caught, after using a dagger to cut off a finger, of both of them immediately confessed their origins and purpose in coming. Of course, their corpses were still thrown into the canal afterwards, since Iron Axe had never been a person who had a soft heart. His experience of struggling for survival in Iron Sand City was that when dealing with an enemy that was hiding the head and showing the tail, the best response was to cut off one exposed limb after the other. However, what surprised him was that the prisoner with his, after being pushed down on his knees and getting his hands tied to his back, still looked very healthy, nothing like those other sick people. Is it possible that some other faction has sent him here to die? "I'm not your enemy," were his first words when he opened his mouth and directly stared into Iron Axe's eyes. "My name is Hill Fox. Theo should know my name." At this time, Theo still hadn't left the dock. After being called, he came over to Iron Axe, looked at Hill Fox and said, "This man is one of the people who belong to Black Hammer." "So, he isn't your man?" Iron Axe confirmed. "He has nothing to do with me. He is a street rat who only recently joined." "You deceived Black Hammer and also the Skeleton Fingers." Hill suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "You are not working for Timothy, but rather the Lord of the Western Territory, His Highness Roland Wimbledon." "He knows too much," Theo said as he made a slicing gesture across his neck to Iron Axe. "The best place for this man is the canal." Hill, to stop his death, proclaimed, "I have heard everything the mercenary announced. I believe we can cooperate. I am willing to work for His Royal Highness Roland." "His Highness does not need the allegiance of a street rat," Iron Axe said as he pulled out his sword. "I am not a street rat, I'm a citizen of King's City. I'm Timothy's enemy," Hill cried. "Wait," Theo called Iron Axe to stop and went over to Hill. The latter raised his head and looked fearlessly into the guard's eyes, with eyes which seemed to burn. "So, this was what I saw in his eyes at the first time, but wasn't able to understand at the time," Theo thought. His eyes were full of hatred, and the hatred was so intense that even as he was deliberately trying to conceal it, he could not completely cover his burning anger. "Tell me what it is you want to do for His Highness." "It is true that I lived in the northern district of the city and that I occasionally went to the covert trumpeter to get a drink, but I didn't lose all my possession because of gambling. Furthermore, my wife also didn't run away with someone else." Hill gnashed his teeth. "The truth is, it was Timothy who caused her death." The story really wasn't that complicated, which allowed Theo to quickly come to understand the sequence of the events. He and his wife originally were members of the Dove and Cylinder, an acrobatic troupe, who often performed in King's City's inner city. The acrobatic troupe wasn't that big. They only had 7 members, and the atmosphere between them has always been very harmonious. His wife was the only woman in the group, and had also been unanimous pursued by everyone. But in the end, Hill became the victor, finally winning her heart. Afterward, their married life was very sweet, and not much later the both of them had saved enough to buy a house in the inner city. But all this was destroyed by Timothy's witch-hunting operation. Under Langley's leadership, the patrol acted like a bunch of mad dogs, recklessly capturing those under suspicion, and his wife just happened to be one of those who had been unfortunate enough to be captured. Hill Fawkes had thought that as long as he paid the ransom money, he could get his wife released, or if that proved impossible, at least see her face to face. However, even though the prison warden accepted the ransom, not only did he not release her, he even refused his request to let him enter the jail and see her. He only tried appeasing him by saying that he only had to wait a while until they confirmed that his wife wasn't a witch, and she would naturally be set free afterwards. So when the warden informed him that he should come to the jail to get his wife, he never expected that the situation would take a sharp turn for the worse, leaving him to find the scarred corpse of his wife. When Hill angrily went to Langley to demand an explanation, the final result was, the prison head and his guards had merely been sentenced to 10 lashes, and received a fine of 25 silver royals, while he was given 3 gold royals in compensation. This kind of sentencing was totally unacceptable for Hill. He even went so far as finding the highest person in charge, Sir Weimer, also known as Knight Steelheart, but even this was to no avail. Sir Weimer could only tell him that Langley was Timothy's cronies, and that the new members of the patrol were also all his lackeys. Furthermore, the witch hunt was His Majesty's personal order, so even Sir Pale, the Minister of Justice, could not speak out against it. Thereupon Hill decided he would make the new king pay, never anticipating that his former partners in the acrobatic troupe would actually support him. However, as a group of acrobats without any form of combat expertise, wealth, or troops under their command, it was almost impossible for them to carry out their vendetta against the king. The only possible way to harm him that Hill could think of was collecting intelligence about Timothy and giving it to his enemies, like the Queen of Clearwater Garcia Wimbledon. For this, they had all joined different groups of street rats and decided to collect any clues they could find concerning the new king. This was also the reason why he secretly monitored all of Theo's movements. In case that Timothy wanted to get rid of the refugees, he had to try to stop them as much as possible. But he was too slow before he could take action. The demonic plague had broken out, and Theo suspended the transportation of the refugees. But today, Hill discovered that they had started the operation once again, and in order to investigate, he straightforwardly disguises himself as a refugee and succeeded in mixing in with the crowd, resulting in the discovery that in truth Theo was actually serving Roland Wimbledon, the fourth prince of the Kingdom of Greycastle, who, without a doubt, as a qualified competitor of the throne of Greycastle, was also an enemy of Timothy. Probably in the eyes of Hill, as long as it allows him to kill the new king, he wouldn't even shrink away from working for the devil. Okay, the last question. By mixing into the crowd to make discreet inquiries for news, did it never occur to you that you might infect yourself? Theo asked with interest. I never thought that a person with vengeance as his aim would throw his life away that easily. I have the antidote, Hill confessed. It is hidden in a pocket in my undergarments. All my troops' partners spend most of their family's possessions to buy it for me from the black market. Theo reached out and searched with his hand, fishing out a finger-thick transparent vial, which was filled with a blue liquid. He handed it over to Iron Axe, then said, "That should be the holy elixir of the church. I think His Royal Highness will be interested in something like this." This person, Iron Axe received the vial, then asked, "What do you plan with him?" Well, Theo touched his chin. If it were the normal times, without the possibility of verifying the authenticity of his words, we could only choose the safest method and directly sent him on his way. However, at this time, there was someone in the camp who could judge whether he was speaking the truth or was lying. I want to ask Miss Nightingale to verify his words. Later in the evening, Theo returned to the covert trumpeter. Blackhammer's spirit evidently wasn't very high. With the spread of the recent epidemic, his business had dropped so low it was at freezing point. And if that wasn't bad enough already, Silver Ring and Parts had also become infected, which intensified his restlessness by many times. Hill, as if nothing unusual had happened, sat slightly stiff on the opposite side of Theo. Theo put on a slight smile, then threw out a pouch of gold royals in front of Black Hammer. There really is no reason for you to be so depressed. I have some good news, and I also have a business offer for you. After counting the coins and putting them away, Black Hammer opened his mouth and said weakly, "Currently we won't take any business. Now that the demonic plague is running amok, who would be foolish enough to go outside? All this money isn't even sufficient to buy the holy elixir. Don't you know how much you have to pay to buy even one bottle of medicine from the black market? At least 25 gold royals. What a coincidence," Theo laughed. "As it happens, the business I am speaking of has also to do with buying medicine." He paused. "A special medicine to cope with the demonic plague." Chapter 226 Inner City Operation. Chapter 226 Inner City Operation. You managed to get hold of the holy elixir. Black Hammer was suddenly back in full spirit. Holy elixir? Theo retracted his smile and sneered instead. There is no need to take the church's drug. There are others medicines that can also cure patients of the demonic plague. Saying this, he removed 2 small bags from his waist and placed them on the table. Putting the blame on the witches is just the usually trick used to get some benefits. After all, a dead person cannot talk back. Puzzled Black Hammer picked up one of the bags and placed it near his ear and shook it. Only then did he untie the rope and smell what was inside. No odor. Just take them to Sylve. Our Ring and Parts. Afterward you will know that this is the real medicine, Theo said. They should be somewhere in the tavern. Since we discovered their infection, I made them hide in the basement, and I didn't allow them to come out. Nowadays, whenever people see someone with black spots, it's quite likely that they will go out of their way to attack the sick, and because of this, the Den of the Skeleton Fingers won't open its door to let them in. Black Hammer picked up the second bag and announced, "Sir, I'll go now and give it a try." When he got up and left, Hill was still staring at the table, not saying a word, which made Theo secretly shake his head. An ordinary person who lives under the constant threat of the demonic plague can never keep so calm when he hears that he can get the medicine to cure the disease. Even if you do not want to seem too excited, at least take a look at it and ask a few words. With his performance, Hill has proven that he doesn't hold the qualification to become a spy. Can this medicine really cure the demonic plague? Little Finger shouted suddenly. Sir, where did you get this from? Even the little girl is better at it than him, Theo thought while taking a sip of his wine. Without a doubt, after all, it was given to me by my lord in the royal palace. Other than him, who else would dare to go against the church? In no time, Black Hammer came back and brought silver ring and pots along. Oh my God, this medicine is incredible. Just moments after they drank it, the black spot on their bodies had already begun to disappear. Seeing Theo, both men immediately went to their knees even though their wounds were still bleeding, and in unison they said, Sir, thanks a lot for your medicine, you've saved our lives. First go and bandage your wounds. Theo waved at their injuries. Although the purified water was able to heal the disease, it still could not heal their wounds. Such serious injuries would have to recover like any other injury and needed at least a week. Rather than thanking me, you should thank my employer. If you can fulfill this current mission, it is even possible that you can get rid of your identity as street rats. Madge. No, I mean, does your employer really want us to sell this medicine? Black Hammer asked excitedly. Apparently, he had already realized how much revenue they could make by selling these potions. That's right, the church is currently using the medicine to deceive the people, which has made my employer furious with them. If he allows this group of so-called fortune tellers, who lack any scruple keep going, I'm afraid the whole King's City will have changed into a cathedral soon, rather than Wimbledon's home territory. Theo lowered his voice. Also, he is unwilling to see such a huge city only be left with only a few citizens, therefore. This medicine absolutely cannot be sold at a price so expensive that it would lead to it becoming unaffordable for most people. He took another 2 leather bags from his waist and threw them on the table. These kind of bags will be sold for at most for 10 silver row. Yals, T10 silver royals. Black Hammer exclaimed, his eyes shot wide open. Yes, 6 belong to my employer, the rest will belong to you. He extended his palm, and this medicine should be enough to use 5,000-6,000 people. Therefore, you can obtain at least several hundred royals, even after splitting it up. It is still not a small amount. It should be sufficient for you to spend it for the rest of your life in comfort. The other side seemed as if they wanted to speak, but were unable to find the words. The whole time they stared at the water backs on the table, seemingly thinking about how to obtain even greater benefits. Within his heart, Theo clearly knew what was going through these street rats' minds. The potion itself had no processing cost. Even if they gave it away for free, it wouldn't have been a problem. However, without a profit to be shared, he could only rely on himself, which would substantially lower the efficiency and would also be much more eye-catching. So, by letting the rats sell the medicine, he could reduce the risk. And 10 silver royals was also a price that the majority of the urban citizens would be able to pay. Of course, to be honest, he couldn't trust that they would sell it so cheaply. Whether they stole a part of it to sell in the inner city or transferred it to the black market, they would always make huge profits. Ultimately, the amount of potions sold to the citizen for a low price would perhaps be less than half of it, but this wasn't the focus of Theo's concern. His task was to undermine the conspiracy of the church as much as possible, so that everyone could understand that the holy elixir was not the only antidote able to dispel the evil spirits, nor was it such a rare or expensive thing. The result would be that the propaganda of the church would become publicity questioned, especially by those believers who had gone to great extents to buy such costly medicine, beginning to question themselves about whether God's spokesperson had cheated them or not. I know exactly what you're thinking. Theo opened his mouth and began to speak. You want to hide some of the medicine and secretly sell it for a higher prices by selling it to the upper ranks. I can act as if I haven't seen it, but I won't forget. His tone became cold. My employer really isn't a good-natured person. If you do not want to drown into the moat, it would be the best to show a bit of restraint. After all, only alive can you feel the pleasures of living. But what should we do if someone else resells the medicine? Silver Ring asked. That's very easy to be solved. Everyone can only buy only 1 bag and they have to drink it on the spot. After he finished giving his advice, he looked at Black Hammer and asked, How is it, are you interested in this business? But the covert trumpeter may not be able to handle so much medicine, I think. Theo interrupted him immediately. It's your business to arrange for the people who will sell the medicine, and it is also your decision where you will sell it. I'm just the substitute my employer has sent to keep an eye on you. Blackhammer gnashed his teeth, looked at his 4 subordinates, and when he saw that none of them were raising any objection, he smashed his fist on the table and proclaimed, "This business, I will take it." Well, Theo nodded. On sunset, the day after tomorrow, a carriage carrying the medicine will come to the pub's entryway. So you have time until then to arrange your workforce and also spread the news about the drug release. Do a good job of it. My employer doesn't want to see any failure. The day after tomorrow is the last day of the First Army's stay. After they leave the city, no matter what the city turns into, it won't cause a threat for His Royal Highness, Theo thought. After leaving the tavern, it didn't take long until Hill had caught up to him. "Won't you meet up with my companions? They are all eager to take revenge against Timothy." "For the time being, I'm trusting you because you passed the test." Theo shook his head and continued. "If you had not been caught today, what would have been your next steps?" "I would have gone back and told everyone the news and listened to their opinions about it. I'm not sure if I should continue to keep watch for a while or if I should immediately go to His Highness Roland," Fawkes replied. Oh, Theo's interest was piqued, so he asked, "What's your opinion about it?" For a moment Hill hesitated, then stated what was on his mind. "I do not think that His Royal Highness is the same as most of the other nobles. Very few of them wouldn't spare any effort to save the fugitives, and he also treats the witches equally favorable as everyone else. Supposing the case that Timothy would be the same, it would be unlikely that my wife would have." He became silent for a while, "So I would prefer to serve His Highness directly. If that is the case, you should go back and say nothing, act as if you have never been to the pier." "Why?" Hill lifted his head in astonishment. An outstanding spy should make a habit of concealing their secrets inside of their heart, rather than sharing everything with others, especially at such a critical moment as this. Theo stated one reason after another. "If you want to work for His Highness, there are still many things you will need to learn." Chapter 227, The Whistleblower. Chapter 227, The Whistleblower in the Grand Hall of the church. The presiding priest was overlooking the farmer kneeling before his feet. The farmer's originally tall and sturdy stature had now turned into a completely crooked lump, with his hands slightly trembling and his skin showing an abnormal purple color. Not much longer, and those patches will condense into dark spots and eventually spread all over his body. By only getting infected today, he can be considered as strong enough. "I remember you. You are Rocky Hill living in the Eastern District. You frequently come to the church to bring us fresh wheat grain," the priest said. "You recognize me? That's great, Your Reverence," he kowtowed again and again. "The demonic plague infected my family. I need the holy elixir, I beseech you." "However, what is it that you brought with you to the church today?" "The holy elixir isn't something that I can arbitrarily give away," Ferry stated, not stalling or taking his time. "The exchange it requires has to be given by your heart." In order to buy medicine, I have been cheated by those rats and lost all my money," Rock Hill said with a trembling voice. "Please forgive me, for my heart wasn't sincere. I should have never sought shortcuts by going through the black market. At present, I only have one last egg left. Please accept it." With these words, he took one plump egg out of his chest and offered it with his hands extended above his head. Pinning your hope on the deceiving and mean people of the black market will naturally be punished, but God will always extend His hand to help a lost lamb back on the right track. Only those who recognize their own faults will be able to go further and further on their pilgrimage. Ferry took the egg and smiled. "Get up, God forgives you." Really? Rocky Hill didn't dare believe his ears. God's envoys will never deceive someone. Ferry Beacon waved, and another follower holding a box with potions immediately came over. Ferry picked 4 bottles and handed them to Rocky Mountain. "If I remember correctly, your family has a total of 4 people, right?" "Yes, Your Reverence." He swallowed his tears, took the holy elixir in his hands, and then leaned over to kiss the priest's shoes. Thank you. From now on I will dedicate my whole life to the church and to God." This scene also touched all the believers standing at the side. They immediately began to cheering, happily welcoming a new member to their family of believers. Waiting until the cheers ebbed down a little, Ferry held his hand up indicating that they should become quiet, then said with a clear voice, "Next." This kind of holy elixir distribution continued until dusk. With the sounding of the king's city's bell, Priest Ferry declared the end of the day's distribution ceremony, which would be continued tomorrow morning, leaving the begging crowd behind in the main hall. Although his body had become somewhat tired, his spirit was still fully burning. Since standing in the grand hall listening to the pleas and prayers of the people, and watching as they couldn't wait to do everything they could to please him, made it impossible to not feel like a god in his mind. No, what is commonly known as God is really just the church itself, Ferry thought. After developing the demonic disease and the corresponding antidote, we can easily decide about other people's life and death. With this kind of power in our hands, what is the difference between us and God? Sighing with emotion, he was once more assured that giving up the inheritance of his family business and joining the church had been the right choice. In the face of such power, no one will be able to stop up. Wealthy businessmen, high-ranking nobles, when facing death, they will all be equally willing to abandon everything in exchange for the opportunity to live. Returning to the rest area in the back hall, a clergyman hurriedly came up to him and whispered in his ear, "Your Reverence, a street rat came in and reported that he had discovered an important matter." Regarding what? Something about the refugees of the eastern region, the concrete news he only wants to say when meeting you face to face. The clergyman immediately answered. According to the church's instructions given beforehand, Ferry should make full use of the demonic plague and its antidote, and gather as many new followers for Hermes as possible. Therefore, winning over the refugees was also a part of his plan, but compared to the citizens of King's City, their importance wasn't as high. He had intended to wait another 2 or 3 days, and let half of the homeless refugees die before coming out to treat and cure the rest, which would make them feel as if their king had abandoned them. As a result, within the whole of King's City, 90% of its population would become the church's followers. With this kind of merit and the previous order for the battle for the throne, would perhaps be sufficient to take another step down the road to the rank of bishop. At least in regards to rewarding the people for their merits, the church has always been very fair, never considering someone's blood relationship or former identity. As long as someone showed outstanding performance, they would be promoted. What kind of severe problem could have arisen within the refugees? Suppressing his doubts to the bottom of his heart, he quietly said, "All right, just take him to the secret room. I will join him soon." "Yes, Your Reverence." Taking off the ceremony priest robe, Ferry grasped a flexible plate armor out of the closet and put it on, and then covered it over with a loose coat. Afterward, he stepped in front of a silver mirror for a little reorganization before he left for the secret room. Stepping into the chamber and analyzing the situation, the priest saw that the informant's hair was disorderly, and his complexion was sallow and skinny, allowing him to see his bones in his arms. However, what was strange was that on his whole body there was not a trace of the black spots or any other symptoms. The moment the opposite party saw the priest enter, he immediately went on his knees and announced, "Your Reverence, my name is Needle and I have important information to tell you." "You may speak." But he looked up, drifted with his eyes to the other 2 people accompanying them in the secret room, indicating that he was hesitant to speak in front of outsiders. "They don't matter, they are Priest Shatrath, my right hand," Ferry said, "and the other one is Grandma Hera, who is responsible for safeguarding and taking care of this secret room, almost never leaving this place." "Then I will speak, but regarding the promised." The holy elixir is here," Ferry said, impatiently pulling out the blue vial. "As long as your information is valuable, I will of course heal you from the evil spirits." "Your Reverence, I assure you that this information is absolutely astonishing," Needle proclaimed and raised his head. "Some people are continuously transporting the fugitives away, and they have empty ships everywhere on the canal. All this I have personally seen with my own eyes. I fear that within a few days they will be able to bring away all the refugees. They are taking away those patients infected with the black spots." Ferry frowned. "Are you sure you haven't misread the situation?" Previously, he had already received the message that a fleet was transporting the refugees of the eastern region away, but something like this was quite normal. Those nobles always love it when the territory of another noble is stricken by natural disaster. This time it will allow them to plunder some workers for a very low price. Anyway, now that the demonic disease is running amok, those idiots will naturally be punished by God. However, now, after they know that the plague has infected the people, how can they still shelter the refugees? No, they are in possession of a cure for the demonic disease. After those mercenaries gave the patients a bag with some strange water to drink, the dark spots on their body quickly disappeared. Furthermore, they also claimed that they are coming from the western region, and as long as the refugees are willing to come along with the fleet, they would receive food, shelter, and remuneration for the work they have done. Needle's eyes paused on fairies, but the most astonishingly is that these people are working together with a witch. What did you just say? What I said is absolutely correct, Your Reverence, Needle shouted. I mixed in with the ranks of the fugitives and embarked on a ship. In the beginning, I hadn't seen anything, but then somebody jumped from the ship, and the mercenaries on shore began to pursue him. Before long, I noticed that there was a shadow circling in the sky, but it wasn't a bird. It was a witch flying in the air. I was so scared that I did not dare to move. I waited until the ship had sailed several kilometers and I couldn't detect a trace of the witch before I took the next opportunity and dived into the water to escape. I almost needed a day to come back. Needle rubbed his hands. Your Reverence, do you believe now that this information is worth a bottle of holy elixir in exchange? Wait a minute, you said that they have a way to cure the demonic plague, and that you also have drunk it. In other words, does that mean you were previously sick? Fairy asked. That's right, but didn't you say, as long as I have valuable information to offer, I can? Needle grinned awkwardly, revealing a mouth of uneven yellow teeth. So that's the reason. He doesn't want to use it, but instead wants to take this bottle of holy elixir to the black market to sell it. After pondering for a moment, Fairy asked again, how many people does the other side have? Are you sure they were mercenaries from a caravan? They assuredly were. They have no armor, no horses, and their weapons were a kind of wooden spear. As for their numbers, Needle went with his hand through his hair, not more than 100 people at most. To whom did belong the ships? This. I cannot tell, most of the ships haven't hung any flag, and even in case they had hung one up, I wouldn't be able to recognize them. But the mercenaries personally said that the fleet was leaving for the western region. Yes, he also mentioned that the recruitment was for the Lord of Border Town. Needle racked his brain to recall his words. He was currently in the process of reclaiming the land, and thus the Lord needs a large workforce. That's all I can remember. Well, this was indeed a crucial news you had to offer. The priest took a deep breath and pulled a bottle of blue liquid from his pocket and threw it towards Needle. Take it with you, it is yours. Thank you, Your Reverence. Flustered, the latter caught the bottle, but suddenly his whole body began to tremble and his eyes became huge. Only seeing a slender dagger sticking out of his neck, sending out a faint coldness, with the old and senile room manager suddenly standing behind him. Chapter 228, Faceless Person. Chapter 228, Faceless Person. The granny retrieved her dagger and let him fall to the ground. She then picked up the medicine bottle, rubbed it on her body to clean it, and handed it back to the priest. Well done, Fairy nodded. Now drag him out and dispose his corpse. Yes, she answered with a husky voice, dragging the corpse without any effort, much unlike an old woman. Your Reverence, do you believe that he was telling the truth? After the manager had left, Priest Shatrath asked, that the caravan and the witches are working together, and if I remember correctly, wasn't it the fourth prince, Roland Wimbledon, who got assigned to Border Town? Whether it is true or not, we will only know after we send someone to examine it, a fairy said with a serious expression. But I think the possibility that he lied to us isn't likely. As long as we send some eyes on top of the city walls to take a look, we should be able to notice the situation of the refugees. So if he wanted to fabricate a lie in exchange for the holy elixir, at least he would have taken one which would have been harder to verify. I'll send someone to review the situation right away. The priest bowed. Go ahead and investigate the information, promptly come back afterwards and report to me. Fairy slowly walked to the table, sat down, and started playing with the elixir in his hands. These refugees had already been in the bag. After all, to control their movements and prevent them from fleeing from the demonic plague by themselves, he had dispatched the street rats from the Dreamland organization and made them mix in with the refugees. There they should spread the news that the church would soon come to save them. As long as they could endure for a few more days, not only would they receive God's redemption, there was also the possibility that they would be accepted by the church and become a citizen of King's City. As for those rats, they were mostly already infected themselves, and because of this, they wouldn't spare any effort to exchange for the holy elixir. In case the information given by the rat was correct, it meant that this group of people had at least started transport the refugees away since yesterday. Moreover, according to their posture, it doesn't like they would abandon the transportation, which was equivalent to severely hindering his own plans. Even more grave, it appeared that they were working together with a witch, since Ferry was convinced that only a witch would be capable of curing the demonic plague. Your Reverence, the body has been taken care of. The old woman walked back into the secret room and cautiously closed the door without making any noise. Also, have some fallen really shown themselves? Most likely, Ferry lowered his voice, and there are maybe more than one. For a moment he paused. Furthermore, since no stranger is here, there is no need for you to pretend to be ugly. There is no stranger here. Seeing you like this is detestable. Yes. She bent down into a crab stance, followed by her whole body began to issue a crackling and rattling sound as all the bones in her body began to rub in general, followed by a rapid growth of her stature. In the blink of an eye, her grey hair turned black, and her skin that was full of wrinkles and loose gradually began to tightening again, becoming stretched taut but flexible once again, as if her body's time had flowed backward. When she finally straightened her body, she had turned into a beautiful and enchanting woman. That's much better, Ferry smiled with satisfaction. If I remember correctly, this fellow had been hanged at the gate, right? Yes, my lord, she nodded. Of the four, she is the one you spent the most time with. You really know how to please me, the priest smacked his lips, but I expect that Shatrath will be back soon. There isn't enough time. He suppressed his desire. Furthermore, you still have to deal with the fallen ones. Give them to me, my lord, she vowed while bowing. I won't let any of the fallen go. A quarter of an hour later, Shatrath returned to the secret room. He first looked at the witch and then turned to the ferry to report. Your Reverence, outside of the western city, many shadow are indeed missing. But within the dark, I was unable to see it clearly, so I sent some subordinates carrying torches out to circle the area, only to discover that many tents were absolutely empty. However, there was no trace of flames to see from the dark area, so I cannot tell if the caravan is still stationed there. As for the witch, no need to investigate, Ferry interrupted him. Since the other side dares to transport the fugitives away, the intelligence provided by the rat shouldn't be wrong. This way, we know that their group has at least 2 witches with them, one that can fly and one who can eliminate the epidemic. Especially the latter is a great threat to my plan, so we certainly must stop them. For now, they are still only treating the people outside the city, but if that witch were to come into the city and openly treat those who are infected, our own propaganda, claiming the holy elixir as their only solution, will have become a joke. What should we do? The other priest asked. Should we send out the army of judges to arrest the witch? Ferry shook his head. This is King's City and not the holy city at Hermes. The church has only around 20 judges stationed here, but if we sent them out, who will keep the order tomorrow during the medicine distribution ceremony? Furthermore, their number is just too small. Besides punishing them as a warning to others, what would we really achieve? Even if they were able to defeat those mercenaries, the witches would most likely have already escaped. Since we are in King's City, the army of judges which is responsible for maintaining order is merely at the size of dozens of people. Otherwise, if it was at the scale of several hundreds of people, I am afraid the king couldn't sleep at night unless he subjugated us. Then, should we inform the holy city and ask the bishop to send reinforcements? By the time the judges will have arrived, I am afraid the fugitives will already be long gone. Ferry sneered. Furthermore, for a group of mercenaries, we won't need the elite army of the church to deal with them. We will just give this matter to Dreamland to deal with. To the rats, Shatrath got started. At least they are numerous, allowing them to surround the dock in advance and then attack in a swarm all at once. What do you think? Without wearing an armor and only being armed with wooden spears, how many rats can they handle? He asked. About 2 or 3 people. Therefore, they will only be able to deal with around 200 people at maximum, while Dreamland can easily gather a mob of around 1,000 people or more. Of course, these brave and aggressive dregs will never be able to attack in formation like the army of judges, but for just killing the group of mercenaries, they should be more than sufficient. Ferry stood up. Inform fierce teeth tannies that he has one day to gather his forces. The more, the better. Tomorrow night we will attack. Don't tell him that there are other ways to cure the disease, and also do not say that they will have to deal with witches. Just tell him to make sure that no one escapes. His payment will be a box of the holy elixir if he wants to shirk away or he senses a lie. Tell him, in case he doesn't help. He won't any longer get the poppy or sleep fern from me. But the witches, what should we do against them? Especially the one who can fly in the sky. She won't be flying all the time, and the rats won't be able to end the fight in a short time. With other words, their only role is to attract the attention of the other side. Fairy said, while walking to the witch, stretching out his hand to gently caress her face. As long as Faceless sees an opportunity, she will sneak into their camp, completely beyond their notice. She only has to touch them once, and she will be able to completely disguise herself or someone else as the previously contacted person. But it is not only their appearance, but it is also even their stature and voice that she can perfectly imitate. And since the God's Stone of Retaliation cannot remove her ability, she will become an excellent assassin. It was for this reason that she became one of the few remaining and specially trained witches of the church. When the other party realizes that there is no way left for them to win, the camp is bound to turn into chaos, and at that time, Faceless will make sure that no witch will be able to survive. The priest began to laugh. Chapter 229, On the Eve of the Day of Return. Chapter 229, On the Eve of the Day of Return on the third day. Outside of King's City's eastern city gate, Nightingale was hiding in her world of fog, calmly watching the group of shabbily clothed refugees. Under Echo's sound manipulating ability, one wave of refugees after another gathered together and slowly moved with Sir Brian towards the pier. Nowadays, they no longer acted like they had 2 days ago, where they had to push their way through the refugees to reach the edge of the camp, always only breaking away small chunks at a time. After a significant number of refugees had been brought over, the rest of them had also noticed the movement, so as long as a wave of people was pulled away from the edge, the rest would continue to come over. By now, even the guards on King's City's city wall had noticed what happened at their foot, but from their point of view, they only wished that these stinking refugees would hurry and finally go away from here. The whole project was currently progressing very smoothly. The number of refugees in the Eastern District was already running low, while the people at the North Gate had taken the initiative to move closer to their side. Perhaps by sundown, they could already smoothly sail away with everyone. At this time, everyone seemed to be busy, only Nightingale seemed to be leisurely. Compared to Echo, surrounded by a layer of mercenaries, who was responsible for drawing in the refugees, and Lily, who was under the heavy protection of the First Army and constantly producing new purifying water, her own guards' work seemed to be redundant. Only when the mercenaries had to carry patients who were too ill to move by themselves was there a need for her to be vigilant. Just then, Nightingale noticed Echo raising her head to look at the magnificent East Gate and softly sigh. "What happened?" Nightingale asked after going over. "It's nothing, I'm just somewhat down." Echo expression turned rather sad. "Before I had been sold to King's City, I had to suffer the whole way along the road. Until now, I had always thought the reason that they were so cold to me was because of my identity as a sandperson, which was something foreign to the people of Grey Castle. But now it appears that they are equally ruthless to their own people, which shows me that there is not much difference between them and the people of Iron Sand City." Recalling that Echo had been bought and sold as a slave, Nightingale didn't know how to answer her. In the end, she patted her on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "But not everyone is like them. There are also many people with good intentions, such as your sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association, and also His Highness, do you want to say that His Highness can actually end the disputes?" Echo whispered. "Regardless if they live in the huge kingdoms, the Sun Nation, the Fjord, or are just ordinary people and the witches, do you believe that they can all live together freely and in peace without needing to fight each other? In case it is done by His Highness, I think it will be possible," Nightingale replied in a cheerful tone. "And it isn't those strange machines or the amazing guns that give me the feeling, no, he himself is. I always feel as if His Royal Highness and we are not the same type of person. Of course he is not like us. He is the Prince of the Kingdom of Grey Castle. No, this feeling has nothing to do with his identity or his status." She shook her head, I'm unable to say from where exactly this kind of feeling is coming from. It is merely my intuition, nothing more. Maybe people like His Royal Highness, who can come up with so many strange and eccentric theories, even wanting to repeatedly study all of us witches' abilities until he understands them thoroughly, just have a different train of thoughts than the other people. Anyway, if he was to achieve such an amazing thing, I don't feel that it would be that strange. You really have confidence in him, Echo laughed out, immediately reducing the sad expression on her face. I hope that one day I will be able to go back to the south and meet with my people. Confidence. Regarding some aspects, yes, but regarding some others, she wasn't so sure. Nightingale could not help but look towards the west and ask herself what he was doing now that she wasn't at his side. Was he busy drawing those strange machines, or was he together with Anna? She forcefully shook her head, trying to disperse such thoughts. Anyway, at the end of this day, we will depart back to Border Town, Nightingale thought, and when we get back, I can ask him anything I want, and he won't be able to lie to me. At noon, when they returned to the camp to rest, Lightning also slowly came down to land. During these days, Lightning had the hardest task of all of them. She had to constantly fly patrol under the scorching sun high up in the sky. Especially for concealing her body, Lightning had to wear a special coat with sky camouflage, which tightly wrapped itself around her body and even covered her head. These clothes, with their strange name, were apparently not designed as beautiful clothes by His Highness. Its surface was coated with a mixed pattern of gray and blue, allowing her to almost integrate with the background as she flew. As long as someone didn't directly look at her, it would be hard to detect her. After landing, the first thing the little girl did was to take off the coat, then grab a water pouch to quell her thirst. Nightingale discovered that her clothes were wet from the sweat inside, and that her forehead and nose were also covered with sweat, while her windproof glasses had left marks on her white cheeks. "It had been hard on you," Nightingale said and crouched down in front of her, beginning to wipe the sweat away. "Fortunately, these people aren't endlessly rushing over from the east," Lightning stick out her tongue, "or else I would really have passed out from this sun. Will you be able to go home tomorrow?" Lily went dispirited and downcast to Lightning's side. "I haven't taken a shower for several days. By now, I feel uncomfortable from head to foot." Nightingale could not help but laugh aloud. Obviously, during their time in the Witch Cooperation Association, there had been times where they hadn't bathed for half a month, and no one had complained about it back then, but now they did it already after a little more than a week. She suddenly had the thought that the development of the bathroom and soap was in truth His Royal Highness' conspiracy. And after they had all become attached to those strange and useful things of his, it had become difficult for the witches to make a firm resolution to ever leave Border Town. However, the calm did not last until the end of the shipment project. After lunch, His Highness man who was responsible for gathering news in King's City, Theo, brought back some bad news. "You mean that Dreamland is gathering their forces with the intention of surrounding the pier?" Iron Axe asked with a frown. "Yes, they might be preparing to encircle the pier." Theo corrected him. The first part was determined to be true, while the latter part instead seems a bit bizarre, so my informants are not sure about it. At present, all other Black Street organizations have already begun to act. They are preparing themselves in case Dreamland unexpectedly attacks them. However, compared to encircling the pier, this news can just be seen as deliberately sending out some smoke. I believe that this news was leaked by themselves midway, which could be seen as quite common thing for the rats to do. After all, most members of the Black Street organization are nothing more than bullies or dregs, making it fundamentally impossible for them to be a tightly knit group. If my intelligence is correct, then Dreamland must be subjected to another force's command. Otherwise, wanting to depart from their own territory would be a very challenging affair for them. They are just a gang of scoundrels. It seemed Iron Axe wasn't the least concerned. "If these people scatter in all direction, will it affect your plan of selling the medicine?" "It shouldn't," Theo said. "They are unable to get their hands on the patrol, so it is unlikely that they can hinder me from entering and leaving through the side door. As for after we entered the city, the skeleton fingers will provide a force to protect the transport of the medicine. The only thing I'm worried about is you, because tonight I will have to stay in the city and supervising the sale of the purified water, so I'm afraid that it is impossible for me to see you off tomorrow morning." "It won't matter." Iron Axe patted his arm reassuringly. "In the future, His Highness will come in person to King's City. We will see you again then." Just like Nightingale had predicted with the arrival of dusk, the last ship carrying refugees set sail into the direction of Silver City, and the rest of the more than 300 who weren't willing to leave King's City were ordered to disperse by iron axe. Then they all evacuated to the other side of the canal, waiting for the curtain of night to descend. Chapter 230 Assassination, Part 1. Chapter 230 Assassination, Part 1. Before the sun had completely gone down, Faceless quietly swam through the canal, circling the mercenary camp and nearing it from behind. Her real name was not really Faceless, but rather a Fra name she liked very much, because it meant dust and had been given to her in the new holy city by Archbishop Hida. She loved this name because dust was plain and not flowery. As long as it fell on the ground, one piece wasn't distinguishable from another, just like she wasn't generally. Only in front of Heather would a Fra restore her real appearance. As a member of the arbitration tribunal, she assisted the Archbishop with handling a lot of those fallen, which includes their own witches who had attempted to revolt against the church, as well as those corrupted secular believers. The reason she had been sent to King's City was to accomplish an essential mission: transform a devout presiding judge into the King of Grey Castle. As for capturing those fallen witches, it was just a part-time exercise. Furthermore, she also liked to imitate those witches who were sentenced to get tortured, then experience it herself from start to finish, sharing the pain of the fallen and experience even more deeply what she had accomplished. In this way she could atone for her own devil's power. The camp of the other side was erected very cleverly. It was directly by the shore, at an elevation surrounded by open land, making it difficult to observe their whereabouts from a lower level, and the witch in the sky prevented her from coming any closer. Afra had to lurk in a farm warehouse and wait until nightfall before she could take action. When the night enveloped the earth, she surprisingly discovered that the situation has changed. All of the mercenaries had withdrawn from the pier area and completely fallen back inside the camp. Those foolish dreamland rats had went so far as to hold some torches up while gathering together in one place. It looked as if they wanted to tell the other side, someone is coming to attack the camp. Even if there wasn't a flying witch, as long as the mercenary group wasn't blind, they could make out with one glance when the other side would be coming. What bad luck! Her heart became gloomy. If the enemy judged that the number of rats were too many, there wouldn't be any chance of winning, so they would certainly just retreat to the east. Although it was a taboo to march during the night, if it meant that they could save their life by escaping and splitting up, this taboo wouldn't matter so much anymore. While the men that belonged to Dreamland, who should have already encircled the camp, were still at the other side of the pier, and were relying on a few wooden rafts to slowly cross the river. When they had finally set foot on the other side, Afra was afraid that the other party would have already run away long ago. Making the rats to chase the enemy during the night would be impossible, but how was she now supposed to find those damned witches? Afra hurriedly rushed toward the camp, hoping to merge in with their ranks before they began their retreat. But after rushing over, she saw an entirely unexpected scene. She discovered that the mercenaries had all assembled themselves nearby. There were still people patrolling around the camp, and the bonfire burned high, which allowed her to see their silhouettes come and go, showing an orderly picture and not the scene of chaos she had expected. Did they not choose to retreat? After a while of careful observation, Afra confirmed her judgment. At the same time, a delighted feeling began to spread through her body. Although she didn't know for what reason the other side to decide to stay rather than escape as quickly as they could, but with this decision, their ending had become predestined. She drew a dagger from her waist, observed the sentries' actions, and aimed for their weakest position. Apart from giving her the essential skills to survive in the outside world, Archbishop Hida had also taught her how to fight and kill. While her opponents were not battle-hardened elite mercenaries, which she could see from the arrangements of the sentinels. Taking advantage of the moment the mercenary turned to survey another area, she came in from a low and blind angle and quickly threw herself at him, one hand covering his mouth from behind and the other masterfully stabbing a knife into his neck. After quietly killing the mercenary, keeping one hand on top of her enemy, she placed the other hand on her own chest, casting her deformation ability. This could be a long or it could be a short process. When she had replaced the king through a substitute, to ensure a long-term effect she had exhausted almost all of the magic in her body, and the conversion time had lasted nearly half an hour. But this time, there was no need to try so hard. Within the blink of an eye, she had turned into the mercenary. Even though the effect would only last for half a day, it would be more than enough time for the assassination. Before the other patrol had returned, with lightning speed, she pulled down the other's clothes and put them on herself. Afterward, she dragged his body into the wheat fields. However, when faced with the mercenary's weapon, she became a little confused. The weapon in her hands looked like an iron barrel with a wooden handle that did not have a lance at its tip, but rather a swarthy hole. What is this weapon? Even after thinking about it for a long time, she was still unable to find the answer. But seeing that the other patrol member was returning, without a better choice, Afra recalled the mercenary's previous appearance and carried it on her shoulder, assuming the appearance as if she was earnestly doing her sentry duty. Like on so many previous assassinations, when the other guard passed her, he didn't discover anything strange about her. Afra wasn't in a hurry to enter the camp to search for the witch's whereabouts. After all, her replacing technique could only imitate the external form, but didn't allow her to read their memories. So, in case she met one of his acquaintances, she would easily be exposed. Thus, she decided to wait until these troops were in a state of disorder, which would provide her with the liberty of choosing between countless opportunities. When the moon was hanging high up in the night sky, the Dreamland fools had finally crossed the canal and were moving closer to the camp. The moment she heard the call of another sentry and saw the patrols and mercenaries withdrawing to the camp, she knew that her chance had come. Following the crowd into the camp, Afra was surprised to find out that the other side had far more than only 100 people. Forming a big circle, they were surrounded by the entire top of the small slope and were either crouching or standing, holding the strange pole in their hands and always pointing the hole towards the enemy. But she had not the time to take a further look. Taking advantage of the group's attention being focused elsewhere, she bent over and entered the nearest tent. Soon, battle cries drifted over from the outside, cut off by a burst of the fierce explosion, frightening Afra into a little jump with its intense and almost unceasingly noise. What the hell was going on? On impulse, she wanted to take a look, but then she regained her control back and calmly waited. After some time, the camp became busy again, and she heard a lot of footsteps and shouted commands, which probably their attempts to adjust their defense in accordance to the enemy's attack. But slowly Afra became anxious. What took them so long? Why hadn't they attacked the top of the slope yet? A while later again, the sounds of explosion gradually thinned out, and when Afra was no longer able to hear the rats fighting, her heart sunk. Is it possible that the Dreamland wastrels were defeated? Even if the number of mercenaries has been doubled, they were still only 200-300 people, surrounded by more than 1,000 rats. With this numbers and by attacking from all sides, were they still unable to set foot at the top of the hill? It seems as if the opportunity was slipping out of her hands. Making a quick decision, Afra left the tent, trying to reach the center of the camp. There she would wait for the end of the battle. After all, during the roll call, it would be nearly impossible for her to hide from all of their eyes. This really wasn't how she had planned the infiltration. She was neither familiar with the mercenary staff nor did she know their password, so she had to act quickly. Bypassing two tents, Afra slowly poked around the edge, looking at the center of the camp. There she saw 4 women sitting around a bonfire. They were most probably the witches their intelligence had spoken off. Although the number wasn't right again, from the beginning of this operation, the damned report hadn't been accurate. Furthermore, for her it didn't make a difference if she had to kill 2 or 4 witches. Anyone who was suspected to be corrupted needed to be tortured. And in case the time was too short for torturing, they at least all had to be killed, even if they weren't really corrupted. Sacrifices were always necessary. After she carefully observed her surrounding and decided upon a safe escape route, Afra stood up from behind the tent, pretending as if nothing had happened, as if she was just moving closer to the fire. Just when she had reached the middle of the open space, Afra felt a cold, hard object press against her back. "Don't move," a woman voice sounded. "Who are you?" Chapter 231, Assassination, Part 2. Chapter 231, Assassination, Part 2. A chill spread over faceless body. How was this possible? She swallowed the saliva, then lowered her voice. "What kind of joke is this? I'm Vort. It shouldn't be possible that they are lucky enough to know each other. There are so many mercenaries within the camp." Don't tell me that she can remember every one of their names. How can that be? She never expected to receive the sarcastic answer she got in response. Is that so? I never knew men could also gather magic in their bodies. So either you are a witch that had planned to infiltrate the camp, or you are an extremely unlikely wizard. No matter what the truth is, it is impossible that your name is Vort as you have claimed. Within the soldiers of the First Army, there is definitely no one with such a different body type. Can this person see the devil's power? Afra's heart finally sank to the depths. She now knew how she had been found out. There were more than 4 witches in the camp, and the woman behind her must be a witch as well. Moreover, she had an ability that was similar to the Eye of Truth. The church's scriptures about magic had records of such an ability which had several hundred of derivations, and all of them were not in conflict with the witch's ability. Since I haven't seen someone within my surroundings or getting close, does it mean that the other side's prime ability is hide her body? Now kneel down and put your hands behind your back. Maybe I can spare your life then. The woman shouted with a clear voice, do as I say. The mercenaries in the surrounding were still occupied with fighting, so they didn't notice the scene playing out at the central area. But that wasn't the case for the 4 witches near the fire though. They became aware of the abnormal situation as they cast their eyes over and asked, "What's the matter, Nightingale? Did something happen?" This was her last chance. Afra knew that her own strength was assassination and not related to an open battle, especially in the case where she wasn't wearing a god's punishment stones, which would have suppressed most witches' fantastic abilities. In case the witch who can fly is able to run away, it won't do any harm. However, the witch who can cure the demonic plague definitely has to die here. Otherwise, she will pose a serious threat to the church's future plans. Of course, there was also the possibility that after killing the other side, she herself wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking of this possibility, she couldn't help herself from getting a tight feeling in her chest, but she soon calmed down again, recalling that in order for the church's goal to unify the 4 kingdoms, no effort should be spared to resist the devils from hell. And there were already many good soldiers who had sacrificed themselves for the greater good, and it would be a proud moment for her to join them. Furthermore, she believed that Heather would not forget her. Heather would make sure that her name would also be recorded in the sacred scriptures. "You mustn't come over," shouted the witch called Nightingale. "There is." At this split second, she suddenly raised her elbow to beat against her enemy's arm, simultaneously bowing her head to avoid being stabbed with her weapon. When you are talking, it is impossible to always pay attention. Thus there is the saying of holding one's breath in concentration. It was what her drill master repeatedly taught her. Instead, regardless whether you are attacking or are trying to escape, the optimum moment to act is when the other side starts talking. Within her sleeve, she had concealed a mechanism that activated at the first moment of contact, spraying a white alchemic powder to the rear, which on contact with water would release a lot of heat. In case the enemy got any of it inside their mouth or eyes, they would immediately lose their fighting strength. Even if they were lucky enough not to breathe any of the fine powder in, they would at least be flustered for a while. Afterward, Afra immediately pounced towards the 4 witches at the fire. The witch with golden hair quickly flew up, while the one witch who seemed to be the oldest disregarded her own safety and stepped in front of the other 2. Drawing out her sharp dagger, Afra immediately stabbed directly toward the first witch. Since they couldn't escape anyway, and all 3 of them would die under her hand, it wasn't necessary to differentiate them according to priority. Just at the moment when her dagger pierced the other side's body, Afra saw an incredible scene. A white shadow appeared in front of her at a place which was definitely still empty a second ago, with 2 blazing eyes glaring at her from under its hood. "It is this Nightingale who stood behind me." At the eruption of the fine powder, she was at close range, so why doesn't she seem to have been affected? Almost disbelieving her eyes, Faceless saw the other side lift her arm and a flame burst out from the silver weapon. And then her body was firmly pushed backward, resulting in her losing her balance, sending her backward to the ground, looking upwards. "That's not good, there are still 2 important people I need to dispose of." Afra wanted to stand up, wanted to draw her dagger and stab at the next witch, but right now, even raising her hand had already become tough, and her consciousness had already began to blur. "What a pity," was the last thought flashing through her mind. After letting off the shot, Nightingale remained at the same place, watching the soldier who had been hit in the chest fall down. Then the body began to twist and shrink, slowly turning back into the appearance of an unknown woman. This had been her first time killing another witch. It was not until Lily anxiously called out to her that Nightingale came back to herself. Suppressing the surging emotion within her heart, she put away the gun, ran back to Wendy's side. "Where is the injury?" "It's nothing, I just feel a little pain." Wendy waved his hand, indicating that they should not panic. She shouldn't have been able to pierce through. "Does that mean the protective suit worked?" "I suppose it has." Undoing the bottoms on her chest, she saw the slender dagger hanging on the side of her clothes. The moment the jacket was opened, the knife fell out of the hole and landed on the ground with no blood held on its tip. Of the protective clothing, only the outer layer had a small hole in it, while the soft inner layer still remained intact. "Why, you really scared me," Lily said, releasing a long breath, and then fell with buttocks on the ground. "Next time don't rush to me to help me resist the sword. I don't need you to do this for me." "Well," Wendy gently stroked her head, "am I not all right?" Lily pulled her head free and buried it in Wendy's bosom, releasing a muffled cry. "I was also scared, merely attending to obstruct her by stepping ahead, totally forgetting to use my power." Wendy shook her head. "If I had sent a strong gust of wind against her, she wouldn't have been able to thrust towards me." "It's because you are rarely fighting with others, so a reaction like that is quite normal," Nightingale comforted. "Fortunately you were wearing the protective clothing," Echo said, still showing a scared look. "Otherwise, this time would have been much more dangerous than it was." Before their departure, His Royal Highness had given each of them a special vest. Furthermore, he had demanded that they must never take this piece of clothing off at any time. Even though it seemed a little thick, it was still very light to wear. Seemingly made out of many layers, His Highness had explained that each layer had been coated by Soraya, giving it a high degree of flexibility, but also making it hard to pierce through with sharp objects. It offered excellent protection against swords, bows, and crossbows. If it hadn't helped her to resist the thrust, Wendy would most probably never have survived long enough to reach Nana. Lightning slowly landed next to the dead witch and asked, "Why did she attack us? Aren't we the same?" Nightingale stared at the lifeless woman, unable to speak for a long time. With the witch's eyes closed, the long blue hair scattered on the ground and her peaceful expression, the other doesn't seem to have experienced much pain. But she still couldn't forget that when she had stabbed at Wendy, she hadn't shown any trace of hesitation in her eyes, only the determination that what she was doing was inevitable and righteous, as if she was not killing a person, but rather fulfilling her life's philosophy. Perhaps in her heart, this had been the right behavior. "No," Nightingale softly sighed. "She wasn't one of us. She was just a lamentable person." Chapter 232, Shadow Islands. Chapter 232, Shadow Islands. The fjord possessed countless islands. Until now, no one had ever passed the beyond the border of all these islands. A man with a tall stature and a rough and vigorous appearance told them, "The further east you sail, the more unpredictable the climate will become, and the same also applies to the islands. I really do not know what degree of strangeness they eventually reach. Even you have never reached the end of the islands?" Tilly asked curiously. "They say you are the most outstanding explorer of the fjord. Apart from you, there are only a few who dare cross the searing Flame Island and continue sailing eastwards." "Ha ha ha," the man began to laugh heartily. "Your praise is too much. In fact, every year there are brave people of the fjord who sail eastwards in search for new land, but it's hard for them to find anything new. With the raging hurricanes and the suddenly appearing fog, it eventually becomes impossible for the ships to move even a single step further. He is Thunder," Ashes remembered, "the first explorer to discover the Shadow Islands. But 2 years ago, within the perils of the sea, his whereabouts suddenly became unknown, and by now many people think that he has already died." She had never thought that he would be on Sleeping Island, and even less that the fifth princess would come to him with an agreement that he would help to open up new sea routes for Sleeping Island, draw a sea map, and search for new ruins, while Tilly would send witches to support his explorations. As for the reason for his disappearance during the last 2 years, she had never heard him mentioning it, and Tilly had also never spoken about it. But she had the feeling that Her Majesty knew the inside story. Otherwise, they would never have reached such a mutual understanding. This point caused Ashes to feel slightly unhappy within her heart. Just like yesterday's hurricane, oh that's right, they appear within the blink of an eye and disappear just as quickly. Thunder shook his pipe. and threw the ashes into the sea, then refilled it with some grass leaves before igniting his pipe once more. If it weren't for the magical ability of your witch. Her name is Molly. Ashes remind him stiffly. Ah, that's right, look at my memory. Thunder didn't seem to mind her, he just scratched the back of his head and began to laugh. If it hadn't been for Molly, I am afraid the ship would have been overturned. Her ability is simply fantastic. I had already often thought that perhaps the witches were most suitable to be explorers. Isn't that already the case? Tilly smiled. A witch who had already inherited the name of the most outstanding explorer. Well, Thunder took a deep breath through the pipe and afterward sent out a long string of smoke. I wish for it to be so. There it was again. Ashes frowned. They once more said something I cannot understand. She bluntly left the bow, instead going to the stern trying to calm her emotions. Her Majesty seemed to be very urgent to explore the ruins. After cleaning the fjord of the church, she had immediately made all arrangements to go out to sea. And to her surprise, Her Majesty unexpectedly also said that she wanted to go in person, regardless of how Ashes tried to discourage her. It was all useless. Arriving in the stern, she saw Molly sitting there controlling her magic servant, who in turn was holding a fishing rod, learning how to fish from the sailors. Even though the sailors seemed to oppose it when the witches first got on board, but since yesterday's hurricane, everyone's attitude had turned completely upside down. Molly had summoned her servant and ordered it to rapidly expand, swallowing the middle part of the ship, making it impossible for anything to reach them, whether it was the rain or the wind. Although the ship was hit by one surging wave after another, making it move up and down, the hull still remained as stable as always. Nowadays, each of the sailors treated the witches as their good luck charm, even going so far as saying that in the future they would be too afraid to go to sea if a witch didn't accompany them. Elder Sister Ashes, look at the big fish I caught. Molly pointed to the barrel behind her. Inside there laid a scaleless sea fish with long, sharp, and pointed mouth, looking completely different than the river fishes she had seen in Grey Castle. What is this? Swordfish. They like to follow and travel together with the ships, but sometimes they will attack the hull with their mouth and break it apart. A sailor replied, but they are also very delicious to eat, especially the belly meat. After you put it in your mouth, it melts like ice on your tongue. He smacked his lips. This evening everyone can enjoy the freshly cooked swordfish for themselves. It seems as if I've got another fish, Molly shouted. Ashes merely saw a dark shadow moving under the dark blue water surfaces, but along with the magical servant's movement of the rod, the shadow became bigger and bigger, breaking through the water surface soon. This is, the sailor stared blankly. No, quickly throw away the fishing rod. His voice hadn't fallen yet, as already a monstrous creature jumped out of the water, its broad mouth wide open, directly flowing to Molly, wanting to swallow her. In a moment it would have consumed the whole target, but Ashes was even faster than this monster. She picked Molly up with her left hand while drawing her huge sword with her other hand, directly striking it on the head. The monster issued a pained scream as it was sent from the air onto the planks, then quickly began to move its 6-foot-long body. Trying to flee back into the water, however, Ashes never let it have the opportunity. She put Molly down, grabbed her sword with the reverse grip, and nailed the monster directly onto the deck. For a moment it continued to twitch, then it spat out a string of white bubble from its mouth, soon stopping all movement. What is this? At this moment, Ashes finally had the opportunity to take a careful look at the monster before her eyes. It somewhat resembled a fish, yet it also had short crab-like legs. The wide-open mouth was almost as big as she herself was, and was filled with dense rows of sharp teeth. But the most disgusting thing was the pair of hairy arms growing from the side of its mouths, which was even split up into 5 fingers, just looking like a human hand in general. A variation of the sea ghosts, the still shocked sailor answered, patting his chest. They often disguise themselves as fish and take the angler's bite and drag them back into the water. Furthermore, I have also heard that only after eating a human will they be able to grow their hands. Your last part is just an unfounded rumor, someone said from behind. Turning around, Ashes discovered that Thunder and Tilly had both come over. Captain, the sailor shouted, abashedly stuck out his tongue and quickly stepped aside. The more sensational a rumor is, the more inaccurate it is. Thunder came over and kicked against one of the monster's legs. In fact, it also has another name with which you are perhaps more familiar with. Which one? Ashes asked. Demonic beast, he stated slowly. Sir Thunder, fog ahead, the lookout suddenly shouted. Everyone cheer up. Then Thunder loudly ordered, "Put the sail down, we are now entering the Shadow Sea." Ashes noted that just moments ago the sunny and cloudless sky had suddenly become all gloomy, turning the blue sea into a dark shade, as if a mass of ink was spreading under the water surface. The entire ship was soon enclosed by a dense fog. Standing at the stern of the ship, she couldn't even see the figurehead that was at the bow. "What's going on?" Tilly could not help but grab Ash's arm. "It's the proof that we aren't sailing in the wrong direction," Thunder jokingly stated. "When the Shadow Islands emerge from the sea will create a thick mist." Of course, the correct way to say it would be that the seawater is just at low tide, around 10 feet 3 m lower than it is normally. The massive decline will produce a large amount of mist and reefs that will appear everywhere. So if we are even a little careless, we will sink ourselves. "Now, I will need your help to ensure that the ship doesn't smash against something." After his words, all the people came to the bow, and just like they had done during the hurricane, Molly's servant expanded as far as it could, swallowing the bow and even reached into the water, so even if the bow hit against a reef, her magic servant would be the first to feel it. "In case you didn't have us witches, what did you do then?" Ashes asked. "Then we would only be able to rely on our patience and luck," Thunder sighed. "The fleet would send out a small boat in front of it as a pathfinder, and after receiving confirmation that the path is safe, we would follow after it. But this area of the sea is not peaceful. As you have seen before, the closer you come to the Shadow Islands, the greater the danger becomes. There is the fog, the reefs, and the sea monsters. That is also why, even so though many explorers had already reached this place, only a few of them were able to find the entrance to the ruins. After sailing like this for about 2 hours, the fog gradually vanished, allowing Ashes to see more and more from the surrounding islands. But only a scarce bits of vegetation was to be seen. Besides some green moss or algae, there were only many crustaceans that were climbing over the rocks. Will all these islands sink into the water? That's right, just like on Sleeping Island, but here the tide and low tide interval are much faster, changing around every half-moon cycle. Thunder replied, "Moreover, its rise and fall speed is incredibly quickly, as if there is a huge hole at the bottom of the sea which swallows all of the surrounding water. I even think that the reason why the sea level in the fjord change is related to this place. If you are lucky, we can even see how the main island will raises out of the sea." Chapter 233, Ancient Ruins. Chapter 233, Ancient Ruins. The further east they sailed, the thinner the fog became. But the sky still remained gloomy, as if the sun was unable to reach this part of the sea. The surrounding reefs also got higher and higher, gradually turning into sturdy stone pillars. Ashes didn't know why the ship was still stable, even though the water level was steadily falling. Even the rolling sea waves have lost their power, including the spray, which was now as tranquil as a lake without wind. "Why don't you just wait for the seawater to reach the lowest level before you enter the Shadow Sea?" Tilly asked, puzzled. "Then you do not have to be afraid of hitting the rocks. After all, by then all the reefs will be exposed." "Because if we wait until the seawater ebbed away, we won't be able to see the ghost Red River, which shows us explorers the only channel leading to the ruins," Thunder explained. "These pillar-like islands you see everywhere aren't fixed. With each ebb and flow their position will change. And it must be said that the seawater will swallow the majority of these pillars, so they cannot be used to locate the direction." "Ghost? Red River?" Tilly asked, confused. "That's right. Look, there it is." Thunder whistled and pointed to the bow. Looking in the direction he pointed, the witches saw the dark blue sea, with a few red figures within flashing through their view like a phantom. But soon another 2 or 3 red shadows came drifting along, and this time Ashes could clearly make out their bodies. They were fish that had completely red scales. "Are they fish?" "They are the unique red scales fish from Shadow Island." Thunder stroked his chin and laughed. "Later on you will see the actual color of the ghost Red River." Gradually, more and more fish were gathered together, no longer just the small groups of just 2 or 3. Instead, they had gathered together in massive swarms, collectively swimming in the direction the stern was pointing, looking far ahead. Ashes was stunned by the scene she saw. More and more fish had come together to form a powerful current, making it appear as if there was a thick dark red carpet within the sea. The sailing ship visibly sailed forward along this red line, and when the bulge passed through the shoal of fish, from time to time, sounds of collisions could be heard. "So that's the reason." Ashes suddenly recognized that this was the ghost Red River, a strange, non-existent river. As the ship continued to move forward, the dense shoal of fish expanded to such an extent that the channel could accommodate several ships side by side. Slowly, the dark blue water seemed to completely disappear, as if the sailing ship was traveling on top of the fish. If they hadn't been moving in opposite directions, Ashes would even believe that the ship was being carried by these fish. "Why are they doing this?" Tilly asked in surprise. Ashes also very much wanted to ask this question. She had absolutely never seen such a scene before, in Grey Castle or any other kingdom, covered in dense fog, under a gloomy sky, the bizarre huge rocks and the red-scaled fish forming a river. For the first time, she was awed by the wonder of the sea. "It is because of the main island," Thunder said. "It's just like a triangular spire, with a massive cave running through the middle of it, where these red-scaled fish like to lay their eggs and give birth to the next generation. Then during the ebb, the cave will emerge out of the water, and the shoal of fish that are staying in that habitat will always be the first to experience the change of water level will begin rushing out. So as long as we just follow the Red River, we will be able to arrive at the main island of the Shadow Islands." "Captain Thunder, there is a huge obstacle ahead. It looks like a mountain," the lookout suddenly shouted. "It seems that we are reaching our goal," Thunder said, shaking his pipe. "Ladies, welcome to the Shadow Islands." Not long after, Ashes finally saw the main island appear. Just like Thunder had said, it looked as if several pieces of it had come together, forming a triangle which was wide at the base and narrow at the top, with a surface which at first glance looked very smooth, not at all resembling a natural creation. But believing that the whole spire had been sculpted by people was a bit too hard to believe. Just the exposed part of the tower already reached the size of half of King's City, while the hole in its middle was large enough to entirely enclose the Tower of Babel the church has built at Hermes. The sea was still retreating, and water rushed out of the cave just like a waterfall, while the shoal of fish completely covered the parts of the island that were still emerging. As far as Ashes could see, the whole sea had been dyed red, letting her wonder if perhaps millions of scarlet-red fish had been living in the cave. Waiting until the sky had turned dark, the seawater finally retreated, revealing the bottom of the cave. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Thunder ordered his sailor to stop the ship and connect it with a long, thick hemp rope to a copper stake. Standing at the edge of the gigantic cave, you could see right through it to the mouth at the other side, yet light coming in from both sides could still only illuminate a minuscule area, with the center of the cave being almost pitch black, causing people feel an ineffable oppression. "Did you left these stakes behind the last time you were here?" Ashes asked. "No," Thunder shook his head. "When I came here for the first time, they had already been here. It should be the former inhabitants of the ruins who built them." "The ruins? Where are they?" He smiled and pointed upwards. "Just above us, we're at the entrance to the ruins." The following part of the journey could only be described with one word: inconceivable. The witches followed Thunder and his sailors and entered the gigantic hole through a stone gate, following the stone steps, along which the water was still flowing down, taking one step at a time, slowly spiraling towards the top. Even though everyone was holding a torch, their flickering flames only allowed an extremely limited view, hiding the end of the staircase in darkness, and making them feel both weak and small. When they proceeded through the darkness of the abyss, Tilly tightly grabbed Ash's arm, no any longer showing her usual calm and composed expression. "This is the princess I know all too well," Ashes thought. Even in the palace, she had always followed her own ideas. The fifth princess, who confronted any challenge with confidence, had only one weakness: her fear of darkness. Even in the middle of the night, her room had to always be lit with candles. And after their escape from the palace, whenever it was impossible to do so, she would ask Ashes to accompany her in her sleep. While walking inside of the damp and dark spire, Ash's mood instead became a lot more cheerful. All along the way, they didn't come across any demonic beast or any mechanism to block intruder, even if they had. After being immersed in the seawater for so long, it would have most likely lost its effectiveness by now. The only problem was the endless climbing, which physically exhausted a large part of their group, slowing everyone's movement more and more. So when the stone steps finally came to an end, the whole team could not help but burst into cheers. The last barrier was not a stone door, but a door made out of metal, which brightly reflected the torchlight. Stepping forward, Thunder placed his hands on it and pushed. slowly opening the massive door panels with an ear-piercing screeching sound. Grabbing her sword with one hand, Ashes was the first to enter the room. Only after confirming that there was no danger were Tilly and the other witches allowed to step into the hall. After hanging the torches along the walls, a large hall appeared in front of everyone, although wide. The room seemed empty. One glance was enough to have seen the whole room and come to the conclusion that there was nothing worth finding here. This is the ruins. She removed the dirt from a green stone table with the palm of her hand. Apart from some stone tables and stools, there is nothing else here. Indeed, there is not much left, nodded Thunder. The ruins have slept at the bottom of the sea for too long. Apart from stone, everything else it hard to conserve. I already told it to Her Highness Tilly beforehand, but she still insisted on seeing it for herself. The red stone, where did you find it? Tilly opened her mouth and asked. Where exactly did you find it? Right away on the ground. At that time, they were scattered all over the place. There were probably dozens of them. However, there was now nothing left. When Ashes looked at the ground, she saw nothing besides the ground covered in seaweed that also made it slippery. After the ruins were discovered by Thunder, many other explorers had arrived here. One after another had come to plunder this place. So if they were able to find a magic stone, it would be a curious occurrence. But Tilly was still in high spirits. Holding her torch up high, she carefully searched through every corner of the hall, especially in the darker places, which was where she would ask the sailors to come over with some more torches. Meanwhile, Molly summoned her magical servant, letting it spread over the ground, turning it into a cushion for everyone to rest on. Ashes instead kept herself constantly at Tilly's side, and overlooked her feeling the wall to examine it. Hey, the fifth princess suddenly shouted and stopped. What is this? When Ashes looked down at Tilly's hand, she merely saw a piece of a wall covered with green algae, but then she discovered a faint reflection of their flames. Tilly immediately reached out with her hands to tear the algae off, exposing a gem half buried into the wall to their eyes. It had a prism-like shape, and was almost arm-thick, and sparkled as brightly in its scarlet color. But it seemed to be inlaid in a golden frame, like a card slot to be fixed inside. Even soaked in seawater for so long, and the gold, just like the stone, was as bright and clean as if it was new. Tilly tried to pulling out the stone, but the precious gem didn't move a single bit. Let me try it, Ashes offered. The fifth princess shook her head, seemingly thinking about something. She then put her hand on the prism and closed her eyes. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed through the center of the prism when nothing further happened. Ashes already thought that her eyes had played her a trick on her. But then, a rumbling sound could be heard coming from behind the wall, as if a mechanism had suddenly began to move. In no time, the sound spread through the entire hall. It seemed as if the rumbling noise was coming from everywhere, followed by the sudden appearance of a soft light on top of the wall. Even the ceiling above their head began to light up. Not knowing what was going on, the sailors stood up in panic and pulled out their weapons. But as they did not know from which side they should defend themselves, they ultimately decided to gather together, standing back to back. Molly's servant once more enclosed them in its magical embrace. However, no monster appeared or rushed at them. When the sound finally calmed down, the hall started shining in bright light. Chapter 234, Gate. Chapter 234, Gate. This is. How did you do it? Thunder, not believing his eyes, stared at the walls with his mouth hanging wide open. On top of the walls, tens of small holes opened up, and each of them contained a stone which emitted a pure white light. But not only on the wall, even at the edge of the ceiling, these fantastic stones were embedded, surrounding the whole room. In the soft light of the stones, every detail within the hall became visible at a glance. It was the first time that Ashes saw the explorer show such an expression, and seeing it immediately filled her heart with joy. Don't you know? By willing magical power into these stones, witches can arouse additional abilities. Then what is with these stones? Are they also magic stones? Thunder, cautious and solemn, took one piece of the light stones and held it within his hands, but even after taking it out of the hole, the light the stone released didn't weaken to the slightest amount. I don't know, Tilly shook her head. These stones may have been here for hundreds of years, in case the ruins have such a long history. Previously, they were all hidden behind a slate, therefore not visible to our eyes. And if you want to start the unique mechanism, you can only accomplish it with a witch's ability. Wasn't it you who lit them light up? No, the ability to light up comes from the stones themselves. Tilly grabbed another piece of the magic stones and held it in front of her eyes. The pure white light then caressed her beautiful face. in case they were a device which required magic in the same way that the flame cannot easily leave the candle. From my perspective, besides containing these stones, there is nothing special about the holes in the wall. If it really is like you said and they can light on their own, and they continue to light for hundreds of years, then their value is practically unable to be estimated. Thunder clicked his tongue in wonder. You must know that the Kingdom of Eternal Winter produces crystals, which have the size of a fist already sell for several hundred of gold royals, but their brightness is even less than half of this. The moment the sailor heard such an astonishing price, their kind of gaze with which they looked at the stones immediately changed. According to our agreement, you can take away half, Tilly non-committally stated as if this was none of her concern. Now that she had sufficient light, she began exploring the hole even more carefully. Unable bear seeing Tilly tear at the seaweed with her own hands, Ashes bluntly lifted her huge sword and swung it, sweeping away the seaweed on the wall as if she was simply mowing grass. A second stone embedded within the wall was quickly uncovered. In accordance with the previous method, Tilly once more poured her magic into it. Along with a sharp and clear sound of metal clashing, everyone was amazed to see how a huge stone slab tilted down above Tilly's head. It was connected with taut copper ropes on both sides, and in between them, there were unexpectedly a neatly chiseled-out flight of steps. One side of the stone slab finally stopped on the ground, while the other end led to the ceiling. Looking upwards, Ashes saw a horizontal metal door blocking the end of the passage. Tilly, seeing that the fifth princess didn't hesitate to climb the stone steps, Ashes couldn't help and shout out loud, "Let me go first." It does not matter, this time it isn't the treasure chamber. She quickly climbed to the top of the stone staircase, placed her hand on a magic stone beside the door, and as if was answering her, the metal door quickly opened. Seeing Tilly climbing through the door, disappearing in the ceiling, Ashes had no alternative other than to follow closely while keeping her sword at hand. The moment Ashes went through a hole in the roof, her eyes went wide. Above the ceiling was another room, which was much smaller than the hall below, while the walls were also embedded with illumination stones, but what surprised her the most was that there were nearly no traces of water here. Wooden tables, chairs, shelves, cabinets, all the furnishings were still intact. They were only covered with a thick layer of dust, and she could even see some broken spider webs. The shelves were all filled with rows of books that were dyed gray from the dust. In addition to the spread-out book on the table, a cup was also placed together with a carrel and a pen holder. From the quill, only a lone pole was remaining, and the ink had long since dried up. But even then, this room filled with shelves, and the hall below was covered with algae seemed to be two completely different worlds. Thunder, who was the third one to climb the stairs, sucked in a mouth of cold air when he looked around in wonder. "This is an abandoned dwelling place," Tilly answered and took up the unfolded book on the table. She gently removed the dust from it and afterward began to look through the pages. It seems that somebody had lived here for a very long time. "What is written in the book? I'm unable to read it." She shook her head and showed the book to the other two. "The text is written in symbols I have never seen before." "It seems that the books on the shelves are the same," Ashes said, while removing the dust on the spines, revealing a text written in strange wavy lines, leaving her unable for her to grasp its meaning. "We can take them back with us and study them slowly," Tilly laughed. "By agreement, all the books and magic stones we discovered belong to us." "Of course," Thunder touched his beard, "but when you have grasped their meaning, I hope you will share their ancient story with me." "No problem." The three people slowly circled the room, carefully searching and touching everything with their hands. This way they quickly came to understand the general situation of this place. They were unable to find any other stones, but on one side of the room they found a strange device at first glance. It looked like a thick metal pipe, one end of which was embedded into the stone wall, while the other side constantly became narrower until it was only had the thickness of a wrist, and in its tip was a glass lens embedded. "What is this?" Ashes knocked against its body, creating a series of clear echoes inside, indicating that the middle of the tube was hollow. It resembled a bit the observation mirrors we are using for sailing. Maybe the people who previously lived here have used it to observe the outside world. Then Thunder placed his eye in front of the lens, trying to look through it, but after a moment he said, "Everything is black. I can't see anything. It seems to be broken." "Not necessarily." Tilly pointed at the wall behind the metal tube. "Look here." Following the direction of her finger, Ashes merely saw a copper plate with a handle on top of it embedded into the wall, and at the bottom of the handle was a small hole, which seemed to be the place to insert a key. The fifth princes walked over and tried to pull the handle, but the copper plate didn't move a single jot. It seems to be locked. I will try it. Ashes grasped the handle, gathered her power and pulled. The entire copper plate immediately came off the wall. Apparently you have guessed correctly. Thunder applauded loudly. It is once more a magic stone mechanism. Hidden behind the copper plate was a groove that was stuck within a huge magic stone. The difference between the two previous magic stones and this one was its size. It looked much larger, and its color also looked more purple than scarlet. Do you want to activate it? Ashes asked. Yes, Tilly nodded without the slightest hesitation, placing her hand on top of the stone. But this time, even after a long moment, nothing seems to happen. What's the problem? It's too big, Tilly slowly said. Small beads of sweat already began to appear on her forehead. It feels like it is unceasingly absorbing my magic power. Apparently, the mechanism it has to fuel is utterly enormous. Then forget about it, Ashes said with a frown. She knew the moment a witch had thoroughly exhausted her magic power, she will most likely immediately fall into a coma. And right now, in this dangerous place, it would definitely not be a good idea to deplete all of one's magic power here. No, it will be fine. I can feel it. Tilly's voice had not even fallen before a loud rumbling sound came from inside the wall that was like unceasingly rolls of thunder, and eventually the whole room began to shake. This is an earthquake. Thunder grasped the metal pipe to keep himself from falling. Ashes instead immediately seized Lily and pulled her into her embrace. The dust began to fall from the books, and the three people began to cough. This kind of earthquake continued for nearly a quarter of an hour until finally calming down. When the vibration stopped, Molly came up, stuck her head through the door and asked, "What happened?" "We activated a new mechanism," Ashes replied. "Is everything okay below?" Everyone was frightened. Furthermore, many roof plates began to fall, and I had to cover everyone with my servant. The little girl answered while curiously coming over. "Tilly, what are you looking at?" Surprisingly, Tilly didn't give her an answer. Instead, she had closed one eye and pressed the other in front of the lens, staying quiet for a long time until she exclaimed in amazement, "This simply incredible." Ashes, becoming curious, also stepped in front of the lens, and the scene in front of her eye became clear. She was left speechless. At the other end of the observation mirror, a vast piece of land appeared. The edge of the land looked like an overhanging cliff, of which the end couldn't be seen. But erected within the center of the cliff was a gigantic and incomparable arched stone door, which internal seemed deep and dark, as if it was an enormous mouth which was choosing the next person it would be devouring. Chapter 235, A Letter Beyond Expectation. Chapter 235, A Letter Beyond Expectation. Roland opened the letter while simultaneously handing a piece of jerky over to Maggie. Goo-goo, the latter opened her beak and grasped the meat with it, and delivered it with 2 to 3 swallows into her belly, then obediently placed her belly on the edge of the table and embedding her head into her feathers. "I hope this letter finds you well, my dear older brother, or should I say your Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon. I have received your letter. I agree with your opinion and wholeheartedly approve of it, even though I do not understand why you have suddenly changed your temper and corrected your previous dandy lifestyle, even going so far as to be willing to help the witches. But now that you've done it, the church has become our common enemy. Maybe you already know this. I have become a witch. This is also the reason why everyone is willing to believe me. However, you in fact are a prince, a noble to the core, and yet you were also able to obtain the trust of numerous witches. It is indeed inconceivable. Ever since I received your message, I often wonder how you managed to do that. If you were simply like the other nobles, who regarded witches as tools and nothing more, then it would have been impossible for you to obtain Ash's approval. And she also never would have chosen to let Maggie stay in Border Town. Apart from this, Maggie also mentioned a steam engine, as well as the theory that knowledge could boost a witch's possibility to evolve her magic, which also sounds fascinating to me, especially the latter, which I would like to have the opportunity to discuss with you in detail. As for your invitation, after pondering it over and over again, at present, I have no reason to refuse it. The establishment of an alliance needs trust and gives trust in turn. and in the event that we act both indecisively and cowardly, we would only be helping the church in the end. So I will attach a list to this letter, which contains most of the abilities of the witches living on Sleeping Island. Like this, you can pick those abilities you need the most for yourself and inform me through Maggie about your decision. If everything goes well, they will be able to leave for your territory by next month. But for safety reasons, it is better to only send 5 at the first time. Furthermore, please specify a reliable transfer procedure and send some people out in advance who will act to protect them. Each witch lost, regardless of whether she lives in Border Town or on Sleeping Island, would be great loss and also cast a shadow over our cooperation. I hope you will take care of them as well as you take care of your own witches. And if you will, please also allow them to participate in the evening basic knowledge lessons. I believe that every witch that is able to evolve her ability will be good news for us. As you have said, the church has already shown their plan to backstab us, and it is only a matter of time until the 4 kingdoms will be annexed. I hope when that day comes, you will be ready to deal with them. But in case you will be unable to resist, Sleeping Island will always act as a safe harbor for you. Of course, I will give you as much help as possible in your fight to repel the church's invasion. Finally, may we end the church's oppression and build a new order, a kingdom in which not merely witches, but rather no one has to suffer under groundless persecution. Your sister, Tilly Wimbledon. Putting the letter down, he felt an unspeakable pleasure coming from his heart. After he smilingly put the letter away, he took another piece of jerky and held it in front of Maggie, who immediately stretched out her head to peck away the food. Goo cuckoo. As he gently stroked the smooth feathers at her neck, she narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. It must have been tough on you, but currently lightning has followed the fleet to King's City, and it will still be a few more days before she comes back, Roland said with a smile. However, you can go look for Nana or leaves to play with, or go to the bathroom to take a bath, or just lie down and sleep. Goo. Goo. Maggie spread out her wings, jumped off the table, and then flew out of the window, soon disappearing. The cries she had just issued should mean something like "I'm not tired, I want to find them and play." Roland suddenly discovered that now, even when she was speaking in her pigeon form, he could still understand her general meaning. Is this the power of habit? Beside that, he also never imagined that Tilly would actually agree to his invitation, furthermore even attach a list of their witches' abilities. This was simply a big treasure house, although the letter never specified how long they would stay for, in case they wanted to attend the complete primary education curriculum, they would at least need to spend half a year in Border Town. Furthermore, if he added additional content to the course, expanding the length to a full year, how much change could the witches bring to Border Town in that time? Moreover, in case they were able to evolve, his benefits would be much greater than his losses if they stayed in Border Town. They could help him improve this place further, but even if the witches went back to Sleeping Island, they would still be a living symbol of propaganda for him. With word-of-mouth-to-mouth publicity, the number of witches who would want to go to Border Town would only become more, and Tilly wouldn't be able to prevent this development from occurring. Roland believes that compared with coercing them with promises or intimidation, waiting and showing sincerity was the right long-term strategy to use. Generally speaking, this reply brought him a nice surprise far greater than anything he had expected. Her open and positive attitude made him feel like she was a perfect teammate sent by destiny. This way, he no longer needed to fight the church by himself. As for a safe shuttle route, Roland had been thinking about this for a long time to avoid the port of Clearwater and the Seawind region. He had thought of directly crossing through the uninhabited land south of Border Town. After arriving at the mountains, he thought about taking a hot air balloon tour to cross the mountains, gaining direct access to the town's hinterland. That way, he would from the beginning to the end not have to pay any attention to the church, Timothy, or Garcia's forces. The more Roland thought about it, the more excited he became. He suppressed his urge to immediately skim over the appendix and chose the witches, and instead turned his attention to the present urgent matters that needed to be solved after all. Which kind of witches Sleeping Island sent was an issue for next month, but Border Town's currently most significant problem was the housing construction. Since the First Army had sailed to King's City, an endless stream of refugees had arrived in Border Town. In order to prevent the disease from spreading, Roland had arranged an area west of the city wall all for them there. He had organized for long rows of wooden sheds to be built, providing a temporary place for the refugees to live in. Together with the serfs living on the other side of the Redwater River, their number already surpassed 8,000 people. In case the number of refugees will stay at the level of the last days, this number of people will most likely break through 10,000 in total. Guaranteeing a supply of food for these people was not a problem. After all, since the end of the months of demons, Border Town had continuously imported food without interruption, but the accommodation issue was clearly a big problem. During the summer, it was no problem to live in a wooden shed, and besides shielding them from the sun and rain, it also offered an excellent ventilation, even though their number of mosquito bites might be higher. But once winter arrived, there would nearly be no difference between living in the sheds and under open air. The temperature outside would be the temperature inside of the wooden shed. If he was unable to let them stay in brick houses, Roland was afraid that most of the people wouldn't survive past the long winter. In other words, Border Town had to build houses and dormitories for 10,000 people within the next 6 months. Roland spread out a new piece of paper and picked up the pen. He intended to take a part of the workers currently construction the Kingdom Avenue and put them to work building the houses. After all, it wasn't a big problem if the road construction got delayed by 10 days or half a month. But if the people froze to death within his territory, it would leave a stain on his achievements. Even when he had only recently crossed over and had no money, and none of the nobles wanted to help him, he was still able to ensure that not one person died during the months of demons, because from hunger or cold. So now, with the witch union and the steam engine, as well as substantial income and workforce, he naturally couldn't allow such a situation to occur. But at this moment, Carter suddenly walked into the office. "Your Royal Highness, I have bad news," Carter said with a serious face. "The chemical laboratory just exploded." Chapter 236, Chemical Accident. Chapter 236, Chemical Accident. Roland immediately rushed towards the laboratory next to the Redwater River. Arriving at the scene, Roland discovered that the damage wasn't as severe as he had imagined. At least the main building for refining acid completely lacked any damage, while the windows at the side building had shattered into pieces. "My lord, please save our teacher. He is so badly hurt, almost on the point of death." Seeing that Roland had appeared, the group of disciplines immediately gathered around him, but were soon stopped by his personal guards. Roland waved his hand, indicating that they don't need to be so anxious. "Where are the others? Let me have a look at them first." Then he turned Carter and whispered, "Where's Nana? I've already sent someone, so I estimate that she will be here soon." "All right." Roland nodded and then entered the laboratory under protection of his guards. Kyle Sitchai was lying on the ground, leaving a bloodstain on the ground, which extended from him to the side room, giving the general idea that the accident must have happened in the side room and that he had been dragged to the main room after. His face was only an indistinct mass, with blood and other liquids mixed together, which should have been caused by the strong acid which had splashed on him during the explosion. He was also missing several fingers on his hands, and within the flesh he could see the white finger phalanges. The apprentices had already provided him with emergency treatment, letting Roland see that they had also met similar situations in Redwater City. Dragging the people away from the danger, binding the wound to stop the bleeding, then seek help. These measures were all done quite well. However, receiving this kind of injury, and only having herbal medicine and the body's own healing ability as treatment, would lead to 10 out of 10 people dying. Roland ordered his guards to wait at the door, not letting anyone enter. Waiting for Nana's arrival, Carter and he went into the side room, trying to find the alchemist's fingers. Otherwise, even if the little girl healed his injuries, he would no longer be able to carry out his chemical experiments, which definitely would be a great loss for Border Town. "It looks like a violent wind had swept through here," Carter said, and then pointed at his nose. "Furthermore, there is an unpleasant odor here. That is the smell of nitrogen dioxide." Roland carefully swept his eyes all over the room. Seeing that all the windows were open, he concluded that the possibility of poisoning wasn't large. At most, there were merely some leftover fumes which hadn't yet vanished. On the test stage, one bottle laid broken on the table, its acid had flown over the table's surface, gathered on the floor and left behind a damp patch. Remember, as you search through the tools, never to touch them directly with your hands, the prince reminded Carter. There are gloves in the closet. Since Soraya's ability had evolved, he had also sent a dozen pairs of thin and anti-corrosive gloves to the laboratory, but looking at the alchemist's horrible injuries, it was evident that he had been working on the test object without wearing them. In case he had worn the gloves, even if the explosion had blown his fingers away, at least his fingers would still be within the gloves. When Roland looked through the closet above the test stand, something unusual attracted his attention. After he had taken the unusually formed bottle down and taken a closer look, he was convinced that it was actually the liquor he sold at the convenience market, and the amount left inside showed that a lot of it had already been drunk, leaving only half a bottle behind. Kyle actually brought white liquor into the laboratory. It is hard to imagine that an experienced alchemist would be drinking during an experiment. Your Royal Highness, Miss Nana has arrived, a guard reported. Good, continue to guard the door, don't let any of the apprentices enter. Leaving Carter behind, who continued to rummage through the chaos to find the fingers, Roland immediately went back to the main room. Is it him? For Nana, treating this sort of level of injury was already nothing out of the ordinary. The little girl who had previously been so scared of seeing blood and fainted whenever she encountered terrible wounds had already grown up a lot, whether it was in regards to ability or courage. First start with curing the corrosion wounds on his face. Roland nodded. Carter is currently looking for his missing fingers. When he finds them, you can connect them again later. That won't be necessary, Nana responded proudly. By now I'm already able to heal such small wounds. The startled Roland could only look on as she laid her hands on top of the alchemist's chest, closed her eyes, and Kyle's injuries immediately began healing. His face was soon completely restored, and his disabled fingers unexpectedly began extending, healing at a slower rate. First the bones regrew, followed by the flesh, and finally nails and hairs. About a quarter of an hour later, his fingers had been completely restored. At this point, Carter also came back out of the side room. Your Royal Highness, I was only able to find 3 of them. The last one might have already been destroyed during the explosion. Since when have you been able to do this? Roland asked Nan in surprise when she opened her eyes again. Roughly a week ago, when the current chicken for my training lost a limb, I discovered that as long as I pour enough magic into it, I can slowly let it regrow. She stuck out her tongue, probably because I recalled what you had said, that every part of the body is composed out of the same cells, which meant that the cut-off area was also only a loss of cells. Since my magic can make up for the damaged parts, why shouldn't it also be able to make up for the lost parts? And then I tried to do it. Are you able to regrow every part? The regrow takes a lot of effort, Nana said, shaking her head. Even though this method is very easy, and as long as it is only fingers, it is okay. But if it's an arm or a leg, I cannot help it. After all, the amount of magic I can hold is far less than that of Sister Anna. That's because you're still a minor, Roland thought. Moreover, was this new capacity because of the evolution of her magic, or is it just the result of her training, leading to an increase of her magic capacity, allowing her to achieve an effect which had previously been impossible? Currently, Nightingale is not here to determine whether Nana's magic source had given birth to changes or not. If this change is only because of an increase of her magic, the little girl's performance after she reaches adulthood is something he looked forward to. Your Royal Highness, he woke up, Carter interrupted. What's wrong? Kyle frowned, first looked at his intact hands, then touched his face. Shouldn't I? Should you have been killed during a chemical accident? Usually yes, but this witch saved your life. This person besides me had undertaken the task of rescuing and giving medical treatment to your people, Miss Nana Pine. Roland decided to directly reveal Nana's identity to the chief alchemist. A man who had rushed to border town because of an equation for a chemical reaction shouldn't be an incorrigibly or stubborn person. Even if he thought of witches as disgusting in his heart, it would be unlikely that he would abandon his work and run over to the church to report. And now, since they had Lucia in town, it was only a matter of time until the alchemists and witches had to work together. For goodness sake, do you mean that this witch can cure alchemy? No, the trauma caused by chemical experiments. Roland hasn't foreseen that Kyle's reaction was totally contrary to what he had expected. This is excellent, Your Royal Highness. This means that I can go through with experiments without worrying about the dangers. In the end, what happened? Roland sighed in relief. Why did you bring the liquor into the laboratory? No, Your Royal Highness, it is merely a test item. The alchemist became entirely excited. The thing I needed to produce for you, I did it. Are you speaking of mercuric acid? That's right, Your Highness. It turned out that the missing reactant was alcohol. He said in one breath. Previously, I had already tested dozens of raw materials, but I was unable to make any progress. Annoyed, I went to the market and bought some liquor. But then I suddenly remembered that the elementary chemistry mentioned that alcohol is an organic solvent, which is necessary for some raw materials to react. I then distilled and purified the liquor and used it for a new reagent test. And finally, on the 6th try was a success. Within several tubes, the gray crystals' precipitation occurred, so I recorded all of their heating time and temperatures. Afterward, I extracted some of the crystal and tested them. The features they showed were the same as what you spoke of. The ash-gray needle-shaped crystal powder is extremely sensitive and irritable. Just when I wanted to filter out the rest of crystals in the tubes, the test tubes suddenly exploded. So, it is done like this. At this moment, Roland also suddenly remembered it. To get mercury fulminate, it was necessary to add ethanol to the mercury to access the nitric acid, or perhaps it can be produced from the direct reaction of mercury nitrate and ethanol. Well done, Roland said and patted Kyle Sitchai's shoulder. This feat is enough for you to receive Border Town's highest honor and rewards. Thus, with the cartridge problem fixed, his centerfire ammunition finally took shape. Chapter 237, Invitation. Chapter 237, Invitation. After returning to his office, Roland immediately began to draw the blueprints for the new machines. During the days, the First Army and witches had all gone to King's City. Instead of doing nothing, Roland felt that he was busier than ever. Even without Nightingale around, Anna's and his time spent alone with one another was also very rare. Besides finding a place for the refugees to live that were coming with each ship, he also asked Anna and Lucia to test the composition of smelting products together, as well as constructing a new smelting furnace. Before, no matter if it was smelting iron or making steel, it had purely been done by experience and feeling, never knowing what the result would be after the refining. But now, with Lucia's help, Roland finally had a precise method for determining the composition of the ingots. With the aid from the material decomposition ability, he could finally obtain the necessary detailed data for smelting metal after repeated comparisons between results. For example, the post-melting stirring time, the exact amount of charcoal added, and whether to add limestone or other additives to remove sulfur and phosphorus, or which other metals and raw materials had to be added to get alloy, and so forth. Based on these data, Roland could summarize a standard process for the smelting industry, which would guarantee the continuous production of iron ingots and steel that had the same quality each time. This would also disperse the dense fog hovering over the material science and engineering field. The new smelting furnace had also been built for this reason. It was a square furnace with a length and width of 4 meters and a height of 2 meters, with the bottom tilted towards one end. Its thick outer shell was made of pig iron, while the internal layer consisted of clay bricks as well as Sorea's earth coating, which all guaranteed excellent heat resistance. The lower end was provided with a movable gate, which was driven by a steam engine. Considering that those high-end heating methods, such as oxygen, electric arc, and so on haven't reached the implementation stage yet, the furnace simply didn't have any combustion systems installed and depended entirely on Anna's black fire for smelting molten steel. After adding the right amount of raw materials and to smelt the metal in accordance with the finish test, the molten steel was directly discharged from the tailgate. The furnace could produce 50 tons of steel at once, and with it, Anna would only need a short half-hour to complete the smelting. Together with the feeding and tapping time, it would take around 1 hour to complete. Its output could then meet the current need for firearms and artillery production. Nowadays, the town's smelting plan was that the group of blast furnaces and shaft furnace were responsible for producing a great amount of pig iron, which was not only be used in the manufacturing of the daily use ironware and steam engines, but could also be used as the raw material for further smelting, for example, wrought iron or steel. The blueprints Roland was currently drawing was the set of production equipment used for bullet stamping with a stable and reliable source of steel, processing, and assembling, a stamping machine would no longer be hindered by material problems. So, when the trial production of the mercury fulminate succeeded, they could immediately start with mass production of the new bullets. Even though cutting with Anna's black fire was efficient and accurate, but even in the case where a person could complete the whole process, they would still need to spend a long time doing so. However, in the event that a line of stamping machines was put into production, after learning how to operate them, more than 30 ordinary people could at least produce 10,000 bullets per day. Furthermore, the soldiers would also no longer need to manually reload their ammunition. Even after dinner, he was still busy drawing. Only when the sound of the midnight bell came through the window could his set of sketches be considered complete. Of course, this was merely the most initial plan of his concept. He still didn't know if some of the details was feasible, and because of this, it needed to be tested before he could finalize his plan. If it were like usual, Roland would have already yawned again and again, but today he was in high spirits, not feeling even a little sleepy at all. After putting the more than 10 recently drawn draft papers away, Roland took the attached parchment to the 5th princess letter out of the drawer, spread it over the table, and finally came to the long-awaited task, the selection of the visiting witches. The list held more than 60 auxiliary witches and their abilities, but from Maggie's mouth, Roland had heard that Sleeping Island sheltered between 200 to 300 people, which made it obviously that Tilly had not put all of the auxiliary witches on the list at his table. This was also in line with the way a leader should behave, taking the initiative to reach out her hand in friendship, rather than holding on to family bonds. In this way, the opposite party had already expressed enough of their sincerity in wishing to form an alliance. Then Roland put up a new candle and concentrate on going over the witch abilities on the appendix. He soon had to acknowledge that this was a tough decision to make, but after going through the list many times and comparing them from all sides, he finally chose the name of his 5 visitors. Roland then spread out a new piece of parchment and began to write his reply. "My dear sister, I am very glad to have received your letter. I am excited and pleased with your decision. With your assistance, I now have a bigger chance of blocking the church's assault. The reason I could obtain the witches' trust and support is because of this. Within the entire kingdom of Grey Castle, only Border Town has completely erased the influence of the church. Not only do the natives accept the witches, they even fight together, side by side. Beginning from the battle against the demonic beasts up to the confrontation with the church, my people and witches have come to form an inseparable whole. Nowadays, the figures of witches can be seen everywhere within the town, participating in the construction. The steam engine that makes you wonder was also only possible to achieve due to the help of a witch. All this is already a good start, and all I have to do is to extend this situation to the whole of the Western Territory, until it spreads through the entire kingdom. Therefore, I have to destroy the entire church and turn their statement that the witches are the devil's messenger into dust. However, rescuing all the people from their ignorance and stupidity will be a long and slow process, for which I will need even more help from you. Concerning what would lead to this decision, what caused me to no longer so indifferent to everything as I was in the past, are trivialities that can slowly be elaborated on when we have the time, but the ability to express oneself in a letter is limited, so I won't say more than is necessary. Concerning the witch's visit next month, I'm very much looking forward to it. There is no reason to be anxious about their safety. I have already planned a direct route to Border Town for them, which will also allow you to avoid the eyes and ears of the church completely, and which doesn't need the support of a harbor. The only risk will be the navigation, however. If you let Maggie fly in front of you to show you the way, there will only be a tiny possibility losing your way. I will attach a map with the specific route to Maggie when I send her to Sleeping Island. When these witches arrive at Border Town, they will naturally be able to participate in the lessons of basic knowledge, the so-called knowledge, which boosts the evolution of the witch's ability. However, I am more inclined to the idea that it actually a deeper understanding of the world itself that leads to their transformation, whether it was regarding nature, magic, not excluding the understanding of their own person. I have not the least doubt that our odds of winning in a fight against the church increases with every witch able to evolve her ability. On this point, Your opinion and mine are completely in line. Finally, I will now list the 5 selected witches, and I hope to see them as soon as possible. Land Shaper Lotus, State Preserver Candle, Winemaker Evelyn's, Beast Tamer Honey, as well as Eye of Truth Sylvie. I wish you all the best. Your brother, Roland Wimbledon. Chapter 238 How Could I Possibly Regret This? Chapter 238 How Could I Possibly Regret This? A week later, the expedition of the First Army and Witches finally returned to Border Town. From the date of their departure until their return, the mission had almost lasted half a month, 5 days longer than expected. The main reason for the delay was that on the day the fleet had set out on the way home, Longsong Stronghold acting Duke Petrov's messenger arrived in Border Town, reporting the outbreak of an unknown plague in the stronghold. Due to Roland's previous warning, the moment when Petrov became aware of the disease, he took measures to isolate the patients as well as possible and completely close down the city, then immediately send a messenger over to Border Town. After receiving the report of an outbreak, Roland sent Maggie out and had her fly with great speed eastwards along the Redwater River, looking for the fleet carrying the First Army, to give them the order to change their route and take the fork to Longsong Stronghold. Later, after the eradication of the demonic plague, once more set out to return home. On the day of their return, Roland led all the other members of the First Army and the families of the expedition members to the docks to celebrate their smooth return. Accompanied by the sound of the familiar army march, the soldiers excitedly saluted the prince, while many other people imitated the knighting ceremony and went down on one knee to loudly shout out "Long live His Highness." After they had walked down the pier, they fell into the arms of their loved ones and tightly hugged them, accentuated by Echo's timely gun salute. The atmosphere of the scene became so lively that it attracted the refugees and the serfs to soon come join them. Back in the castle, Iron Axe gave a full report on the mission. You mean to say that the enemy attacking the First Army had a witch within their ranks? After thinking about it for a moment, Roland continued. It's unlikely that she was part of the street rats. Theo thinks the same thing. He even believes that the rats belong to another force. Otherwise, those scum would almost never leave their nest and try to operate outside of it. The only forces in King's City that can control the rats and could also possess a witch are the Church and King Timothy. Iron Axe said, even those other powerful nobles would be unable to force the largest street rats organization to move at full strength and leave their nest vulnerable. But Timothy is actually in the eastern region, and I don't believe that he is daring enough to send a witch out to fight alone. I think that the Church is more suspect. Thinking of Wendy and Ash's encounters with the Church, it wasn't surprisingly to Roland that the Church had trained a group of witches in secret. Are you sure she's dead? Nightingale's shot hit her in the chest, breaking her thoracic cavity into pieces. Iron Axe said while nodding, we buried her in the wheat field at the place where we found the remains of our sentry. At the end of their last day, their team of 300 people had met an attack of a vast number of rats with the final result of 1 dead and 4 injured. The only victim was the soldier who died by the hands of the witch. The other 4 injured had been hit by lucky crossbow shots from the approaching rats. With their revolver rifles' greater firepower, the fight was already over before it even came to the melee combat phase. The wounded soldiers had immediately been properly bandaged and sent back to Border Town to be treated by Nana. It was due to the presence of Lily that their injuries showed almost no sign of infection. As long as the crossbow arrows did not hit vital organs and they were able to stop the bleeding soon enough, the chance for the injured to survive was very good. In general, seeing the First Army acquiring this kind of result during their second expedition made Roland feel very satisfied. As for how to hinder the enemy from successful attacking the sentries, Roland knew very little about that. The only thing he did know was that they needed to set up the posts so that they could always monitor one another. But how to do it exactly was a task better left to Iron Axe to handle. You have worked hard. I will hold a ceremony at the central square of the town tomorrow. You should go and notify all members of the First Army about it. When Iron Axe finally retired, Roland let out a long breath. Well done. With these words, Roland took a bag of grilled fish from the drawer and put it on the table. If it hasn't been for you, I'm afraid they would have been in great danger. At his words, Nightingale's figure appeared at his side and with a smile accepted the dried fish. Like I said before, I had everything under my control. How was the strength of the other side? She was very agile and acted very determined. I think she should have been in training for several years. If it wasn't for her trying to resist at the same time as I entered my fog, I can't say for sure if I would have been able to avoid being hit by her fine powder. Nightingale just shrugged it off and tried to seem casual during her report of the following events, but he still became aware of her discomfort when she told about the shooting. But when I saw the look in her eyes when she stabbed at Wendy, I came to an understanding that with the exception of death, there was nothing that would stop her. For a moment, Roland was silent. Do you still remember what you said to me on the way back after the defeat of Timothy's militia? Nightingale thought back, this is not your fault. That's it, he nodded. If she were a witch who was raised by the church from early on, she would always treat you as a traitor, a fallen. Even after a few years of coexistence, it would still be tough to cure her of that way of thinking. At least with her death, you were able to save Wendy's life. Nightingale began to laugh. Are you trying to comfort me? Roland coughed twice. Those were my real thoughts. Feel relieved. I won't feel sad for the enemy. Although she was a witch, the path she chose was entirely different from the one I desire to see in the future. This is the same, I already said aboard during the journey back. Nightingale picked up a piece of dried fish and put it into her mouth. I just knocked the enemy down while protecting my sisters. I only fulfilled my duty, nothing more. It is good if you can think like that, Roland said happily. It seems that he had still underestimated her, with his thought that she would feel lost and confused after personally killing another witch, never expecting that she would be able to adjust to it in just a short time. It appears that in both mind and belief, Nightingale was coming close to reaching maturity. She swallowed the fish, hesitated for a moment, and then opened her mouth to say, "But there is one little thing I want to ask you." What were you and Anna doing during these days? Even though Nightingale's voice became lower and lower, her eyes kept their focus on the prince. You know what I'm talking about. Roland almost knocked the cup over in his hands, asking this so suddenly, what do you? During these days, I have been occupied with finding a place to settle the refugees. There wasn't much chance to be alone with her. Immediately, her eyes began to lit up. That wasn't a lie. Of course not, I was. Before another word could escape Roland's lips, Nightingale suddenly vanished into thin air, immediately following which he felt a pair of soft lips on his mouth, after a fleeting touch only leaving behind the light flavor of salty fish. It took him a long while until he realized what had just happened. Once more he couldn't finish what he wanted to say. This time, two slender fingers sealed his mouth, even though he couldn't see her, but he knew that Nightingale was still standing at his side. I know what you want to say, she whispered next to his ear. I do not want to change anything. I don't intend to put myself between you and Anna. I merely hope to be always stay by your side, that's all. Forgive me for not daring to show my figure to you, because right now, I also don't know what kind of expression I should show when facing you. Your Highness, you don't dislike me. Roland opened his mouth, but it seemed that saying he disliked Nightingale was impossible. The barrier that kept him from accepting her was not something about like and dislike, but rather ethical, shaped by 20 years of social experience before coming to this world. By now, he could no longer deceive himself. That being the case, she whispered, do not say anything. It's not your fault. I only did what I wanted to after all. Chapter 239, Midnight Snack. Chapter 239, Midnight Snack. After eating dinner, Anna carried a large batch of bird beak mushrooms into the kitchen. At her request, Maggie had collected these spotlessly white mushrooms in the concealing forest. They were different from common mushrooms. The bird beak mushrooms commonly grows on top of huge trees. It survives by absorbing the nutrients from the trees, but it was also the favorite food of some bird species. Although it had a very delicious taste, and its fleshy umbrella shaft was as delicate as exquisite meat, with its relatively high growing place, which made it hard to discover just by standing on the ground, there weren't many people willing to climb the trees to pick these mushrooms. Her mother would always gather some for her birthday, sometimes picking more and sometimes less, but always enough to make 2 mushroom dishes to celebrate her birthday. Compared to the usual moldy and coarse bread and bland porridge, its unique flavor was hard to forget. Although nowadays, she has no longer had to worry about not getting enough food to fill her belly, these days the food was always varied and plentiful. She still wanted to personally make this delicious food, which could only be tasted in this small town in the western region, and share it with Roland Wimbledon, who was recently always so busy. The flames in kitchen stove had already been extinguished, but to Anna, this didn't pose any problem. She took some firewood from the side and threw it into the oven, and called her black flame. Just a few moments later, a vigorous fire already burned within its chamber. At this time, Nightingale suddenly appeared from the wall. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I want to make something to eat for His Highness. These days he is always staying up late to work." "What about you?" "Sahaha." Nightingale began laughing in embarrassing and touched the back of her head with her hand. "I just came to look for a snack to eat. I'm a little hungry." After pausing for a moment, she curiously probed, "What are you planning to cook?" "I want to make something to eat for His Highness. These last few days he is always staying up late to work." "What about you?" "Well, honey-baked mushrooms and mushroom soup." Anna opened the bundle, revealing the bird beak mushrooms inside. "They are Border Town's regional specialty. Do you want to try some?" Nightingale nodded and then quickly asked, "Can you teach me how to make them? I also wish to learn to cook them." "Yes," Anna laughed, "it's quite easy." After slicing the mushrooms, she took a lot of the mushrooms and divided them between Nightingale and herself. First spread a layer of butter on both sides of the mushrooms, then carefully roast them on the fire until they are golden on all sides. Be careful not to roast them for too long, or else they will burn black. "It's okay," Nightingale said, took a piece of the bird beak mushrooms and imitated Anna's style of smearing oil on both sides of the mushroom. "Has His Highness recently always worked until late into the night?" "That's right. In order to find a place for the refugees, as well as drawing blueprints for new machines, he spends almost every day after midnight before he goes to bed. There were several times when I've passed by his office that I could still see the light of the burning candles from under the door." Anna nodded once and then asked, "You were gone for more than half a month, so you began to miss His Highness, right?" Hearing the unexpected question, Nightingale's hand slightly trembled, dropping the mushroom into the oil. Actually it was not too bad. It wasn't limited to only you, it was also the same for Lightning, Lily, Echo, and Wendy. They all were missing His Royal Highness. They said since there was not even a bathing place, they had all wanted to return at an earlier time. Anna suddenly felt that the other's expression had become somewhat strange. "Hey, what happened?" "Nothing," Nightingale said flustered, shook her head, took another mushroom and then said with an embarrassed smile, "Actually it was like that indeed. I also longed to come back." "Is that so?" Anna used her hands to directly pinch the oil-coated mushrooms and threw them into the fire of the stove. "If it was me who have to leave His Highness for half a month, no, maybe even just a few days would already be enough that I couldn't wait to see him again." At the moment when she had met Roland Wimbledon within the dungeon was the most incredible moment in her entire life. Until today, whenever she recalled this moment, her heart would still fill with warmth and gratitude. If not for His Highness, even if she could have somehow lived on, it would only be a life in ignorance and confusion, just like those apathetic townsfolk. It was His Highness who had taught her how beautiful the world truly was, no matter if it was because of the soy paste-covered pepper steaks or the theoretical foundations of natural science. The moment he had stepped into her life, it had filled with all kinds of new stuff, allowing her to finally feel that she no longer was the same as those other people, but rather a unique and unmatched witch. She was confident that the other sisters also felt the same as long as they were in contact with His Highness for a long enough. It was impossible for them not to become caught up in his strange but clever ideas and his unique charm. This was what Anna believed without a shred of doubt. "Oh, did I bake this for too long?" Nightingale raised her iron fork and showed that one side of the mushroom had already become burned. "A little bit." Anna couldn't suppress her laugh. "Bird beak mushrooms is very tender, so it isn't necessary to roast them for a long time. Just test it some more and you will grasp it. For now, I will prepare the material for the stew." Nightingale instead sprinkled the lightly burned mushroom with honey and salt and threw it into her mouth. Well, it was still delicious. Seeing how Anna skillfully mixed all kinds of herbs and other ingredients together, she asked curiously, "Have you done this often before?" Marinating food, grinding flour, going to the nobles and ask for seasonal work, helping to wash and shave the neighbor's sheep," Anna said. "Most of the time I was doing those kinds of odd jobs. The only exception was when I went to teacher Carl's college." After pausing for a moment, she continued, "But when my mother had died, my father no longer let me go to the college or even allowed me to leave the house in general. Sorry. All of that doesn't matter any longer. It's in the past now. Anna's eyes shined brightly like a sky blue lake in the moonlight. Compared with the majority of the other witches, I can already be considered as being very lucky, can't I? Over the flame, the thin pieces of in-butter-coated mushrooms slightly curled up, issuing a crackling sound. After sprinkling some salt grains on top of the mushrooms and roasting them until golden on both sides, a fresh and fragrant smell soon began entering their nostrils. The mix out of the milky flavor of the heated butter and the unique flavor of the bird beak mushrooms caused them to salivating. And with their final honey coating, the roasted mushrooms were finally ready. Whether it was the bird beak mushrooms or the honey, both could be collected in the concealing forest. But even for the locals, if it turned out that there was a beehive on a cut-down tree or bird beak mushrooms at its top, it was considered a very lucky day. When the pot with the stew released white steam, the two also completed their mushroom roasting and seasoning. That was a success, or at least it looks good, Nightingale said, stuffing another piece into her mouth. As it turns out, I also have quite a gift for cooking. PFF, it seems this piece was a bit salty. The time is also just right, Anna stated after glancing at the night outside of the window. I presume we should deliver it to His Highness now. Would you please hand mine over to him? Nightingale asked, clapping her hands together. Please, don't you want to come with me? I can't, she laughed, because I do not know what kind of expression I should show when I see him now. Anna was startled by the unexpected answer, but before she even could open her mouth to further ask about meaning of this sentence, the other had already disappeared into thin air. Is it important what kind of expression I show? Regardless if I show a smile, am dispirited, or wear an expressionless face, they are all good. Even when I had just come out of prison, had lost faith in everything, and had all my hope turned to dust, His Highness never became fed up with so why does she want to avoid him? Even after thinking about it for a time, it still felt incomprehensible to her. So in the end, she only shook her head, picked up the tray with the mushroom dishes and the soup by herself, and went to the office. Chapter 240 Award and Honor Ceremony. Chapter 240 Award and Honor Ceremony. Roland was currently designing the pattern of the medal for tomorrow's ceremony. It was reasonable to say that he should already have completed this not especially complicated work long ago. But since the beginning of the afternoon, he had felt somewhat ill at ease. That's right, it was because of Nightingale's kiss. Although there had been some indistinct signs before, since she had never acted on it, he had also never taken the initiative to speak about it either. But now, there was no longer any room for doubt. What would be the right way to respond to her feelings? This question also let him understand that he didn't dislike Nightingale at all. Instead, he even somewhat liked her, a beautiful and touching woman with a calm nature, and with whom he was together from morning to night. How could he ever hate her? The reason for Roland's inability to respond positively towards her laid in the 20 years of ideology he had inherited, as well as the actual question he would have to face in the future. Anna's opinions, especially the later point, he couldn't ignore Anna and only act according to his own preferences. Perhaps only time could bring him the answer he was looking for. Suddenly, a knocking sound came over from the other side of the door. Come in, it isn't locked, Roland shouted while being surprised at the same time who would still come to his office at this hour, only to see that it was actually Anna who pushed the door open and entered the room, holding a tray with 2 dishes and an earthenware jar. Before she could even open her mouth to speak, Roland already smelled the alluring aroma. Food? Yes. Anna let out a small laugh and placed the tray on the table, then removed the top of the jar and uncovered a milky white soup. This dish is called honey-roasted mushrooms. This plate here was made by me, and Nightingale made the other one. And in the jar is mushroom soup. It is seasoned with some commonly seen herbs. It looks very delicious. Roland licked his lips. Come sit down so that we can eat together. Anna nodded and sat at the opposite side of the table. Why didn't Nightingale come along? She said. She didn't know what kind of expression she should show when she sees you. Anna replied. I do not quite understand why she cares. So that's the reason. Roland softly sighed within his heart, although she had bold and confidently said that she didn't felt the least bit of regret, even shamelessly boasted, "This is not your fault, I just did what I wanted to." However, in truth, her ability to summon her courage and leave the cave to explore the outside world wasn't any better than that of a squirrel. Really, in the end, was she daring or timid? In that case, let's eat first. When he picked up a piece of mushroom and put it into his mouth, the honey melted and within a flash spread its sweetness within his mouth, soon followed by the mushroom's own juice. In the absence of monosodium glutamate, it was still so rich and tasty that it made him completely speechless. A little salt further enhanced its freshness, and also the mushroom's own chewy texture of exquisite tenderness. The taste became simply impeccable. These aren't ordinary mushrooms, right? After swallowing, Roland immediately asked about the aspect of the meal that let it stand out from the masses of other foods. In general, it was already good when the mushrooms could keep their fresh taste when barbecued, but how could they be this juicy? As if they were filled with soup. Well, they are a specialty of the concealing forest. The townspeople call them bird beak mushrooms. Anna smiled and recounted the mushroom's history. That's why I wanted you to taste them. Afterward, Roland also tasted the slowly cooked mushroom soup, which was equivalently matchless. The flavor of the juices was even more rich. It was just like eating tangbao in general. Furthermore, with every chew a crisp feeling was invoked. Tasting this for a long time, he couldn't help but think of the in later generation extremely commonly used seasoning, which was added in vast amounts to all kind of dishes, MSG. In the time before MSG had appeared, chefs could only enhance the flavor of food indirectly. For example, by using whole chicken bones, mushrooms, and soybeans to create a clear soup stock. Although the preceding generations of cooks preferred once more the authentic flavor to show off their own exquisite culinary talent. However, it was still right to say that even if it was a bad or novice chef, as long as they added MSG, they could increase the dull flavor of their food by more than a level. Supposing that the bird beak mushrooms was naturally so rich and juicy in flavor, they would be the perfect material for extract MSG. They were just growing on top of the trees, making them hard to pick and thus weren't widespread. For Roland, something like this wasn't a problem at all. This type of mushrooms, do you know how many of them are there? I am not sure, but I presume there should be a lot of them, Anna said, taking another small bite. Maggie said that she only circled along the edge of the forest, but she was still able to help me pick a huge bag full of them. That is great to hear. Roland already cleanly finished all the mushrooms Anna had roasted. Thus he stretched out his chopsticks to the second plate. I was worried that there was nothing besides meat dipped in honey or pepper here. I was almost getting tired of eating PFF. What's wrong? No, nothing. His heart burst into tears. For goodness sake, this piece is salted too much. Did Nightingale accidentally drop it into the salt jar? Even though this were his thoughts, he still swallowed the mushroom. Afterward, Roland discovered that other mushroom pieces weren't completely pasted or cooked. There were also other which were scorched on one side, while the other side was left uncooked. Fortunately, the bird beak mushroom were delicious in itself. In this way it covered up her bad cooking to a large degree. I ate my fill, Roland said, putting his chopsticks down. With great difficulty he had finished eating the second plate, and then he even had drunk the complete soup, until his belly already began to bulge up. Thanks, but there was also Nightingale, Anna said with a laugh, letting her look so incredibly adorable that Roland couldn't help but reach out and pinch her nose. The latter whimpered a small cry and then kissed the prince's cheek. Then I'll now go and wash the dishes. Don't forget to go to bed early. After the witch had left, Roland lightly sighed. Although I don't want to ignore Anna's thoughts, but there are some matters which aren't easy to speak about. He helplessly thought, probably this has also something to do with my former identity as a mechanical dog. After all, during my entire academic period, I rarely had any dealings with the opposite sex. And even after graduating and successfully entering a large-scale planning institute and having a considerable salary, my situation still hadn't changed much. Luckily, there is still a long way to go before the church is completely destroyed, so I have enough time to slowly consider what I need to do next. As for now, it is better to concentrate on completing the work in front of me. On the next morning, Roland stepped onto a temporary erected wooden platform in the town's square, which was surrounded by a sea of people. Comparing the current border town with the former impoverished and desolated town, it seemed as heaven and earth had been turned upside down. saying that it looked completely new wouldn't be an exaggeration. The town's sparse old houses had been completely torn down. Instead, they had been replaced by construction sites and the already finished brick houses scattered all over the place. Furthermore, the latter were constructed in accordance with the development plan of the whole district, giving it a neat and tidy appearance. Although they only occupied 1/3 of the former town's land, they still offered enough space to accommodate the original 2,000 indigenous citizens. By the time they began building 3 or 4 layered houses, as well as opening the follow-up district, the number of people living on the same piece of land would only become more and more. By now, still calling it Border Town was no longer consistent with the actual situation. No town had a population of nearly 20,000 people, and a professional army of about 600 people. However, Roland intended to wait until spring next year before officially promoting Border Town to a real city. With the support of Echo's ability, Roland's voice quickly quieted the crowd down. Today is the day of Border Town's award and honor ceremony. We will use this time to reward and encourage those people who had made a major contribution to all of us. More than half a year has passed since I have arrived here. Since then, we have defeated the demonic beasts, beat the Duke, and given this town its current appearance. To achieve all this, many people had to sacrifice a lot. Among these, there are several outstanding people. They are not nobles, nor are they wealthy merchants. Before they served me, they were merely ordinary folk, just like you are. He let his view wander over the people, and then loudly exclaimed, "But now they will be rewarded handsomely, including a medal personally crafted by me, 100 gold royals and 5 acres of land." This news immediately stirred up the masses, sending waves of cheers through the crowd. Not to mention the medal and the land, just the 100 gold royals was a sum to cause envy in the others. This isn't a one-time ceremony. From now on, we will hold this kind of ceremony each year, regardless of your birth, irrespective of your wealth. As long as you have achieved extraordinary merits, you can all obtain this highest of honors. The moment Roland's voice fell, Echo's imitation of a gun salute suddenly resounded through the whole audience, and within the unceasing explosion, Iron Axe, Kyle Sitchai, and Nana Pine arrived, escorted by the First Army, and entered the wooden stage. TN, monosodium glutamate. Tangbao Chapter 241, Liberation Chapter 241, Liberation. At the moment, there were undoubtedly 2,000 or more people gathered in the public square. Yet their excitement didn't differ much to that of a large gatherings of more than 10,000 people of the later eras. Roland inwardly sighed. Echo's ability was indeed extremely handy. The reason why he had chosen these 3 people was mainly in order to set an example for the masses of the 3 of them. Not one was a noble. Iron Axe belonged to the Sand People and had came from the other side of the southern border. Even though Kyle was an alchemist, he had been born in a common family and reached his rank after starting as an apprentice and climbing up the ladder step by step. While Nana was a witch. They were an alien, a civilian, and a witch. Putting it in a way that modern civilization would have, this choice had been inspired by an impeccable sense of political correctness. Roland hoped that through this ceremony, he would be able to impart his concept to all of his people. Border Town only focuses on your merits. It doesn't pay any attention to where you might have come from. The first person to come forward and receive his medal was Iron Axe. Roland had personally engraved the gold medal with an insignia of Grey Castle's tower, surrounded by wheat ears, and with an edge of pinions. The moment Iron Axe took the medal, the members of the First Army in the audience raised their hands in applause, and many other people began to whistling. His name should already be known to all of you, commander of the First Army's firearm team, Iron Axe. Roland turned to face everyone. Before the arrival of the months of demons, he was just one of the many hunters in the town. But whenever there was a fight endangering Border Town, Iron Axe would never be absent. And in the previous month, he has also led the First Army soldiers to King's City, saving those refugees besieged by the demonic plague from the eastern region. The recent 6,000 people temporarily living outside of the city wall had all been brought back by him. Most people on the square were either Border Town's natives or member of the First Army, while the number of serfs and refugees only accounted for a few hundred people. But under Echo's sound transmission, the mood of the Korwa didn't become awkwardly silent. The moment Roland paused his speech, the fugitives at the scene all immediately began to cheering out loudly, and their intensity wasn't the least bit weaker compared to the first armies. Iron Axe also appeared to be very excited, most probably, with his identity as a member of the Majin clan living in another kingdom. He would never have thought that he would ever obtain the prince's favor. He first presented Roland with the First Army's military salute, and then went down on one knee in Grey Castle's night ceremony. In case Roland hadn't stopped him with his hand, he would most likely also have gone through with the ceremony of the Sand People. Get up, as a soldier, just using a military salute is already enough, Roland laughingly stated. Thank you, Your Highness, he answered with a slightly trembling voice, as if was making supreme effort to suppress his emotions. The prince patted Iron Axe's shoulder in a consoling manner, placed a bag with 100 gold royals into his hand, then signaled Kyle Sitchai to come over. This one you may be seeing for the first time. He came to Border Town from the kingdom's central region. The former chief alchemist of Redwater City's alchemic workshop, Mr. Kyle Sitchai, hearing his words, let the people exclaim in wonder. A chief alchemist? Aren't they people who even the king has to treat with respect and courtesy? You mean just like royal astrologers? No, the position of an alchemist is even higher than that of an astrologer. After all, no one can guarantee that the latter's prophecy will become true, while the alchemist at least does something that is tangible. Furthermore, he even came from Redwater City's alchemic workshop. I heard that only the alchemic workshop in King's City is comparable to it. In the Four Kingdoms, alchemists and astrologer all had a lofty status, and within the ranks of the civilian population they were also called sages, and were the only people worthy of lecturing the powerful nobles and lords. When he saw the reaction of the crowd, Roland was very satisfied. He stretched his hand out to calm the crowd, then said, even though Mr. Sitchai didn't personally participate in the battles, but with the continuous improvement of the firearms, from single shot to salvo, it would never have been possible without his chemical laboratory, which was also an important factor in guaranteeing the First Army's victories. Without these alchemical and chemical products, Border Town would not be able to win and obtain true peace. After taking a short pause, the prince then continued, incidentally, the chemical laboratory is currently enrolling trainee alchemist. They will accept people who have completed the primary education course and also went through Border Town's citizen inspection. After being accepted, you won't only receive a generous salary, but you will also receive the chance to become an outstanding, just like Master Alchemist as Mr. Sitchai. The moment his voice fell, the masses once more began to loudly clamor, yet Sitchai himself wore a face covered in impatience. When he took the medal, he ill-humored said, You called me over because for such a matter. This was indeed a waste of time. I might just as well have done a few more experiments instead. This is a great opportunity for publicity. Didn't you complain that you were short-handed? Roland shrugged his shoulders. By the time when the number of apprentices are doubled, I intend on writing the book on advanced chemistry and teaching it to you. Advanced chemistry? Hearing this, Sitchai immediately bowed. Thank you a lot, Your Highness. Although it was quite important to focus on one matter, fostering a successor was equally important and also demanded immediate action. And the wider the foundation, the easier it would be to achieve results, the same as was true for scientific research. Roland never planned to put all of his eggs in one basket, so whenever there was a perfect advertising opportunity like this, he certainly wouldn't just let it go. The final one was Nana. The girl seemed a bit nervous as she came to his side. Roland couldn't help but sigh in sorrow. Compared with the time during the months of demons, when he didn't wish others to see them, today, he finally intended to announce the witch's presence to everyone after nearly 6 months of preparation. Border Town has now reached the perfect moment to welcome them. Furthermore, choosing Nana as their representative was also the result of careful deliberations. All the soldiers of the First Army called her an angel, and within their ranks she even held an higher rank than Iron Axe, second only to his own reputation. While there were also many town residents who had already received her treatment, no matter if it were mine accidents or injuries caused by machines, the injured had already developed the habit of looking for their angel for treatment. After watching the drama Witch Story several times, the attitude of the serfs had already changed, and they were no longer against them. Seeing the tragic fate of the witches, but also that they were always brave enough to make a stand and fight in the dramas, created an image of witches which was capable of winning a lot of people's sympathy and goodwill. The same could also be said about the refugees who could only survive because of Lily's ability. Even if there were people who loathed the witches in their heart, after being rescued by them, they couldn't any longer slander them with malicious talk. Even more now, after they hadn't received help from the church in their most vulnerable state, at least in Border Town, these women with their extraordinary abilities would be protected by the Lord. However, the most crucial point was, even if there were a church follower who wanted to expose them, it would be difficult for them to set off any wind and waves here in the western region. Border Town was completely under his rule, and the church in Longsong Stronghold had been completely destroyed. In that way, they lost the possibility of monitoring the western region. Only if they went to the cities further away, like Fallen, Dragon Ridge or Redwater City, would they be able to find any of the church's priests. Roland did not even have the time to finish his introduction before the square burst into thunderous cheers. Miss Nana, the young lady has come. Young angel, thank you for curing my husband. Little girl, when you have time, come to my house and eat. I specifically raised 2 chickens, whether steamed egg soup or stewed chicken soup, they are all possible. Nana looked at me. No, she looked at me. Nana could not help to cover her mouth and her eyes became moist. Roland believed that the other witches went through the same feelings as she did. They had finally broken away from the evil identity the church had forced upon them, and were now finally able to walk under the sun like any other person. Roland smiled brightly and patted her head. You don't need to be afraid, just speak some thankful words in response to everyone's enthusiasm. Don't forget that from now on you are the representative of the Witch Union. She sniffed and wiped the tears flowing over her face, bowed to everyone, then said, Thank you. Chapter 242, New Construction Area. Chapter 242, New Construction Area. The award and honor ceremony lasted until noon. As he had to fill 2 positions at the same time, commentator and host, Roland couldn't help but feel utterly exhausted by the end. Luckily, the ceremony finally came to its perfect conclusion, with the bell sounding at midday simultaneously with Echo's gun salute. But when he came back bathed in sweat back to the castle and stepped on the 3rd floor, he was surprised to see Anna smilingly leaning against his office door. What happened? You'll know when you step inside, she blinked with her pair of lake blue eyes. It's improbable that this would be a trap, Roland confusedly thought as he pushed open the door, only to then freeze in surprise at the sight of the 12 witches neatly standing in 2 rows in front of him. Wendy and Scroll were standing at the front. The moment they saw the prince appear, they held the sides of their dresses, bent their knees in a curtsy, and offered him a salute. Cake, what are you? Scroll was the first to speak. Your Highness, with the action you have performed today, you have proven that everything you have told us was true. We sisters are all deeply grateful for this. No words can ever describe our gratitude. Please allow us continue serving you. So, it was like that. Roland sighed in relief. I almost thought that all of you wanted to collectively say goodbye. PFFT. Wendy couldn't stop herself from laughing. How could that be, Your Highness? This place is the holy mountain us witches have dreamed of. As long as you don't desire for us to leave, we hope that we can live here forever. And that is exactly what I want to see. In fact, there is no need for you to be so grateful. My helping you wasn't a selfless act. It was also in order to help myself. There is no need for you to be so formal. I prefer your relaxed and unrestrained appearances much more than this. Humph. I already said that it wasn't necessary for us to be so formal, Lily snorted. And as you can see, now he thinks we're being too serious. How can you say that? You also readily agreed to come over, Mystery Moon whispered, traitor. All right, everyone, let's go to the dining hall. His Royal Highness still needs to change his clothes, Scroll ordered while helplessly tapping her forehead. That's right, I have heard from Miss Anna that recently you have gone to bed late every evening. Please take care of yourself, you must not fall before that one goal is achieved. Feel relieved, Roland smiled, for I am in good health. Afterward, the witches left one after another, only Anna stayed behind. Why did you stay behind? Do you also want to express your gratitude to me? Roland asked mischievously. I wish to say the same as them. Anna raised the corner of her mouth. No words can ever describe my gratitude. And also, Do you want to always live in Border Town? No, not always. These unexpected words startled Roland, and his heart began to jumping fiercely. Why is that? Because it is unlikely that you will stay in Border Town forever, Anna said, tilting her head. No matter where you go, I will always follow you. His heart suddenly filled with warmth. From the first day since he had known her, she had never changed her promise. No matter if she received the invitation from the Witch Cooperation Association, or during the critical moment in the battle against the demonic beasts, she had always chosen to stand by his side. At this moment, Anna suddenly took 2 steps forward, then gently hugged him. Wait, I'm covered in sweat, Roland tried to warn her. But rather than giving him a reply, the young woman placed her head on his chest and took a deep breath, as if she wanted to imprint his scent into her memory. He finally gave up any thought of pushing her away, instead opened his arms and enclosed her in his embrace, not releasing her for a very long time. After lunch, Roland rushed to the bathroom to take a cold shower and afterward threw himself back into work. He had called Carl van Beethoven, spread a detailed map of Border Town out on the table, then pointed to a position along the Redwater River. I want you to construct a bridge here. Not a pontoon bridge. After pondering about it for a while, Carl opened his mouth and said, Your Highness, please excuse me for being outspoken, but at this place the Redwater River is already close to 100 m wide. If you want to build there, a stone bridge will be almost impossible to achieve. Even if we consider building an arch bridge, at most it would only cross 1/3 of the needed distance. Furthermore, the Redwater River's water flow rate is so enormous that it is impossible to anchor a bridge pier for a very long time. Even if we used stakes the size of a person, it would still be washed away after a time. With the exception of wooden rafts used as a pontoon bridge, it is impossible to build a bridge across the entire river. This won't be a stone bridge. You will be building a steel bridge, Roland answered. Altogether, it will have 3 spans to cross the river. However, the middle of the bridged piers will be handled by the witches. You only need to get the position of the bridgeheads ready in advance. Construct a slope on both ends of the bridge so that the whole bridge is raised to such an extent that a riverboat can pass it without having its mast touching the bottom of the bridge. Won't that be a bridge which reaches into the sky? Carl asked, surprised. It will be enough if those parts of the bridge are 6 to 7 meters above the ground, Roland said as he quickly sketched the schematic drawing from the 3-span iron bridge. In order to quickly open up the south bank, as well as construct the docks, there must be a bridge there which doesn't affect the passing ships on the river. Even though a pontoon bridge is very simple to build, it is the equivalence to blocking the river channel, making it unfavorable for future development. The expedition of the First Army to King's City by river brought Roland a lot of information. Currently, within the borders of Grey Castle, the river would open the roads in all directions, and the other major cities were also mainly built next to a big river. In the case that he carried out any further military operations within the kingdom's borders, he would then have to possess several heavy river gunboats. With them, he would have a powerful weapon which had enough firepower to use when besieging cities or conquering territory. After all, the caliber used for the famous warship cannon was far greater than what was used by the field artillery. And if he wanted to build more vessels, he would first need to build a dock, and due to this, the steel bridge plan had come into being. But I don't possess any similar experience for building bridges. Carl seemed to somewhat hesitate. Me neither, Roland merely shrugged. For the first time, it is all right to go through the project slowly. It won't be a problem if you first erect a test bridge at the shore, and afterward moves it over to the Redwater River. With this, Roland incidentally also introduced the other side to the concept of using prefabricated components which could later be transported to the construction site, just like during the construction of the water towers, as Hummingbird reduced its weight, and your student Anna helped with assembling and welding the pieces together. If we will do it again like that, the project shouldn't be too difficult. I'll obey. Your orders, Your Royal Highness, he nodded. Apart from this, there is also another tremendously important project I will give you. The prince moved his finger to the castle area. I intend to expand the size of the backyard. I want it to contain all of the surrounding high grounds, and at the same time you should construct a 3-story house here. If everything went well, next month Tilly's 5 witches would arrive in Border Town. However, the castle no longer possessed any extra rooms. Although the rooms could temporarily be turned into 3-person rooms, the number of witches would only continue to increase with time. and it would be impossible for things to remain like this. Offering a superior living environment with all kinds of novelty and cozy experiences was also a part of his strategy for convincing them to stay. No matter if they were people from ancient times, it would be hard for them to live in a frugal environment after becoming accustomed to luxury, or to use the sugar-coated bullet method of modern people. A good and easy life will always make people addicted. A 3-story brick house, not an entirely brick house, Roland smiled. The correct name to call it with should be brick concrete structure. The pillars and beams of the house are all made out of reinforced concrete, similar to bones within a human body. A structure like this will allow us to build houses which are even higher. Increasing it to a 4- or 5-story building wouldn't be a problem either. Reinforced concrete, Carl replied, confused. It is a mixture consisting of cement, sand, and stone, and reinforced with steel bars implanted into it, Roland explained. Of course, the precise amount of each ingredient will need to be strictly tested, but in case the project is successful, it will even be stronger than natural limestone. However, this was only theoretical. Such a product would have a very broad range of quality that was similar to concrete. The self-mixed cement bought in rural areas and the cement purchased at configured mixing stations were entirely different things. And the same was also true for the quality of steel reinforcing bars. Some people living in the rural areas, when they built their houses themselves, they wouldn't even use pebbles or use thin bamboo or wire in place of steel reinforcing bars. When Roland had gone to the countryside, he had witnessed the whole building process of several of these county estates, and now he also intended on doing it himself. After all, it would just be a 3-story house. No matter how much they skimped on the job and stinted the materials, it would still be difficult for it to collapse. In addition, he hoped that the witch's residential building project would let Carl grasp the concept of it and let him change its form, to turn it into a perfect building material like engineered stone. As for its achievement within the construction industry, buildings made out of reinforced concrete occupied nearly half of the country. However, Roland wasn't proficient in architecture. Everything he knew was only superficial knowledge he learned during his time in the countryside. He therefore thought that broadening the mason's horizons and leading him to path of developing it himself was the right approach. Will you also let me slowly explore it by myself? Carl finally asked. No, Roland smiled. This is something I can teach you. Chapter 243, Establishment of the Intelligence Organization. Chapter 243, Establishment of the Intelligence Organization. After the moon appeared in the sky, the hot air gradually cooled down. From Theo's place in his garden, he could see the light that was coming through the windows of the distant pubs, brothels, and casinos. Within the curtain of the night, they looked the same as all the many stars in the night sky, showing a city's bustling. It was only possible to see such a scene in King's City inner city, even though the demonic disease came to its end. Nearly 1/3 of the population of the outer city had already died. However, all of that couldn't affect the mood of the nobles' drinking parties. If he listened carefully, he could hear their subtle cries being carried over by the evening breeze. He had spent 150 gold royals to buy this house with its garden and pond. Its location was on top of a hillside that was near the outer edge of the inner city. And even during the day, there weren't many people that were strolling through the neighborhood. Besides, when Theo met with his informants to exchange the newest gathered intelligence, he usually didn't live here. He would instead choose to stay in an inn for the night, or go to the covert trumpeter and stayed there for a few days. My lord, by now everyone should be present. A man carrying an oil lamp came out of the house. It was Hill Fawkes, one of the members of the Skeleton Fingers. Take the candle, I will follow after you. Theo nodded and soon entered the house. In the dim candlelight, he saw Hill and 5 other men sitting around a round table. When they saw the personal guard appear, they got all up and bowed in salute. Theo expressionlessly sized all of them up, hoping to catch even the smallest movement in their expressions to see whether they were reliable or not. Unfortunately, Miss Nightingale had followed the fleet back to Border Town. If she were still here, he would have been able to make accurate judgments almost instantly. They were Hill's partners, the former members of the acrobatic troupe Pigeon and Cylinder, who were full of hate against the new king and had sworn to exact vengeance. 1 week ago, prior to the attack on the pier, by lucky coincidence, One man had concealed himself as a member of Dreamland Water, and had him informed him about the rats' plan to attack in advance. Nowadays, where the incident of the demonic disease had gradually settled down, he decided to meet with his men in King's City face to face. If it was really like Hill had said, contrary to what one might expect, they might indeed be pretty good seedlings to use as a spy. With the exception of Mr. Fawkes, all the others should give a simple introduction of themselves. Theo began. Taking the lead, the man with the most muscular body said, "My name is Rocky Hill, sir." He was nearly 6 feet tall, and with his bulging muscles in his arms, he appeared to be incredibly strong. Within the acrobatic troupe, I played the role of the strong man. Currently, I'm a member of the Bloody Sails. "I'm a clown," the little man sitting next to Rocky Hill said, while pointing to his nose. He seemed to be the youngest of their group, around 18 to 19 years old. Within the troupe, it was only natural that I became the clown. However, contrary to the others, I haven't sneaked into the ranks of the rats. Instead, I go from one tavern to another and show off some tricks. Joe and Neil, the following two men, were a pair of brothers. Regardless of whether it was their appearance or their style of clothing, there was no difference between them and the commoners living in the outer city. They had offered all of their possession to Priest Ferry and were now so-called devoted believers of the church. Theo couldn't stop but ask himself, can it be that these two men had both felt affection for Hill's wife at the same time? Forcing down his doubts, he turned to the last person. "I'm called a magician by them all, sir," the last one said, saluting once again. "I originally pretended to be a frustrated person and entered Dreamland Water. But unfortunately most of them are already dead or fled by now. Even Fierce Teeth Tannies was killed by the church's army of judges. Currently, everyone else is occupied with seeking a new organization. He was killed by the army of judges." Theo raised his brow. "Weren't they secretly supported by the church?" "I only heard the news from others." He spread out his hands. After their attack on the docks was repelled, Tannies and his men then suffered an ambush from the Skeleton Fingers during their retreat to the Eastern District. In the end, he had only a few dozen people left by his side. On that same night, he left the nest once more and went to the church in anger, but by the next day, only 2 to 3 of his cronies made it back. According to their explanation, Priest Ferry and he had began to quarrel, which was cut short after a judge shot into his chest. All in all, Dreamland Water is dead. So, that's how it was, Theo thought. Presumably, because he had nearly lost nearly all accumulated strength he had gathered after great difficulty. Fierce Teeth felt that his position as the gang leader was in immediate danger. In his desire to save it, he tried to seek the assistance of the church, but was refused, which then led to the dispute. But all these minor details are unimportant. The only important news for me is that only the name Dreamland remains. Yet in reality, they are already as good as gone. This is definitely good news. Maybe I can take advantage of this opportunity to draw in some of the homeless rats and use them to expand my intelligence source. Surely you all have already heard my name from Hill. Theo knocked on the table and waited until the sound fell. "I am a personal guard of His Highness Roland Wimbledon. I am responsible for collecting intelligence from all parts of the kingdom. Since you all have willingly arrived here from a certain attitude, it can be said that you have already made your intentions clear. However, to be certain that this dangerous mission will be successful, I still have to ask at least once, are you willing to work for His Royal Highness?" "We are willing," the 5 said in unison. "As long as Timothy Wimbledon will receive his punishment, I'm willing to do anything," Hill stated, slowly pressing out each word. "Excellent, then by next week at the same time, we will meet here again. In case there is any critical information, you can also report it to me in advance. Just put a pot of purple flowers at the entrance of my house." Theo explained, "After I noticed it, I will be waiting in this room for you to come in the night. However, remember to knock on the door and use our secret signal of 3 longs and 2 shorts, understood?" Seeing them nod in unison, Theo said in satisfaction, "A qualified spy will never lightly expose themselves, so the first thing you need to do is to conceal your identity. No matter if you're gathering information by yourself or are developing a network to collect suspicious information, you have to always bear this in mind. In case you need further money, you can come with the request to me. Remember, in every action, one must never act blindly, without thinking it over first. It is improbable that Timothy will sit on the throne forever. This is a promise given by His Highness Roland Wimbledon himself." He paused. With all this said, are there any questions left over? Sir, today Timothy had returned from the eastern region back to King's City, Hill said. You must have already heard of this news. This afternoon, a procession of the new king's knights holding up his banner had entered the city through the East Gate, which was a scene witnessed by many citizens. But he wasn't sure if Theo had already heard about what happened afterward. But in the evening, I heard from Black Hammer that Timothy intended to recruit some rats for his army, and in exchange for their pledge of loyalty, they would receive the opportunity to become free people. Several leaders of the Skeleton Fingers already went to the royal palace, so it doesn't sound like a fabrication. Drafting the rats. On the surface, Theo was able to keep a calm expression, but his heart suddenly sank. It was evident that those rats would never be able to serve as regular soldiers, so the most likely possibility was that they would be made to consume strengthening pills and would afterward be sent to start surprise attacks, the same as last time when they attacked Longsong Stronghold. The only question, though, was who their target was going to be this time. That's actually an interesting piece of news, he said. Remember to always pay attention to those rats' whereabouts. In case you hear any other news, immediately come to me to report it. Hopefully, Timothy isn't thinking of dashing against the Western Territory, Theo thought. Chapter 244 Identity Registration. Chapter 244 Identity Registration. Outside of the Western city walls, under the guidance of the First Army, the refugees were undergoing an unprecedented identification inspection. By now, Barov had naturally come to understand that the resource which His Highness regarded as the most important was people. In order to bring all of these people back to Border Town, His Highness had spent a lot of gold royals, and had even sent the First Army on an expedition to King's City. When Barov had seen the final bill from Margaret's Chamber of Commerce, he had almost climbed up the wall. Adding up the caravan's charter fees, the transportation fees, and the fees for the food supply after half a month, the prince had spent more than 2,000 gold royals, which was equivalent to the price of 4 steam engines. If they hadn't received the deposit for the transformation of 2 ships by last month, Barov was afraid that the financial report statistics this time would have shown a deficit. After the evacuation of the people, the task of creating this cumbersome and huge statistics had all been placed on his shoulders. Almost all of the city hall officials and apprentices had been dispatched to set up the wooden sheds and the related lines for the crowd, so that they could start with writing the classification statistics. Seeing the more than a dozen lines of fugitives all slowly going through the inspection, it was as if Barov was seeing a group of moving coins. Compared to the lines for the ordinary civilian's registration, the line for the professionals that he himself was personally responsible for was far more deserted. Until now, there had only been 50 to 60 people come in. I am a carpenter, a middle-aged man said after slowly walking over. I heard that any craftsman can get their own place to live. That's right, Senny Darley then further asked. What's your name? Are you able to read? The former knight of the Wolf family had come over from the Ministry of Agriculture, but he had managed not to make any mistake, which left Barov very satisfied that he chose him for this task. Although this had to do with demographic statistics, the city hall unfortunately only had a small number of people who had learned how to read and write, so without any better option, they had no other choice but to pull all of the literate people from the other departments together here. To answer, sir, my name is Meza. The other party paused. I must admit, I have never learned how to read. You can't read or write? Yes, the middle-aged men nodded. Well, as a carpenter then. Sirius turned his attention to the pile of questions on the table, looking for the one marked with carpenter. Ah, found it. Let me ask you a few questions. The preliminary trial method was an idea His Highness came up with. He had gathered craftsmen from all kinds of industries, inquired them about specialized knowledge together with some problems and their corresponding method to deal with them. He then recorded all of their answers and formulated a set of questions. As a result, as long as they compared the given answers with the answers on the form during the audit, they would immediately know if the other party was lying or not. It was the first time that he had ever seen such a method used to detect lies. Barov couldn't help but want to applaud the devil's mind. If the other side wasn't engaged in the industry, most civilians would never be able to understand these concepts. In case someone wanted to feign his occupation, as long as they asked 2 to 3 questions, the liar would be choked speechless. What kind of tool is used to flatten a wooden surface? It's a carpenter's plane, sir. What are the commonly used saws? Frame saws and two-man saws, occasionally hand saws when cutting small items. Several questions later, Mazer could almost answer all of them, and with every further right answer, his voice became more smooth and easy. Ah, it seems you are indeed a carpenter. But the moment Sirius wanted to write down his identity into the register, Barov interrupted him. Sir, don't be so quick with your judgment. First you have to examine his hands. Then he said to Mazer, stretch out your hands. The moment Mazer heard this command, he felt startled, but he then spread out his hands with a look full of confusion on his face. The skin on his palms was very rough, fissured, and had many traces of earth particles. Furthermore, below every finger were thick calluses. All in all, they looked very weather-beaten. If he was a carpenter, then his palms should not be so rough, especially those two pads beneath the palm. Due to constantly rubbing over the wood, they should be smooth and hard. Furthermore, carpenters often need to use black paint to draw contour lines, therefore their palms will often be stained with a black ink that is hard to wash off, turning their palms black instead of yellow. Barov calmly explained. Another point, before he gave you an answer, he would always break eye contact. Many people who were trying to recall something that they didn't usually do in the past would show a similar kind of expression to this. However, if was a real carpenter, he would have given his answers in a very natural manner. Understood. Then Sirius' eyes became large. Barov looked at the astonished Mazer, then said with a heavy voice, you should have heard the warnings of the First Army when they called you over. Any act of impersonation, deception, or refusal of register will be severely punished, either by being sentenced to work in the mines or being expelled from the Western Territory. So if you understand this, do you still think you are a carpenter? No, sir, I was wrong, Mazer said, falling to his knees. My neighbor was a carpenter. I would just often watch him work, then go over there and line up. Seeing the other flee, Sirius asked, full of wonder, Sir, how do you know all these things? During the months of demons, I have done a census for His Highness. I had to deal with every carpenter in the town, and at that time I conveniently recorded such information. Barov answered while pretending to be unconcerned. But when he saw the admiration and shock in the knight's face, a feeling of pride arose within his heart. Although the devil's methods appeared to be clever, in the end, some people will eventually deceive it, and only people like himself have the talent needed to make up for His Highness' deficiency. But under the influence of His Highness, their recent approach to deal with such problems was no longer the same as it was in the past. Barov couldn't help but secretly sigh. For example, commoners of the previous kind, in the past it had been important to punish them with in a thunderous manner, in order to intimidate those who would otherwise begin to stir. But nowadays he had to let all of them go. This was most likely because the prince wanted to save gold royals after all. Every fugitive here was worth a lot of money. In case they didn't live and work in border town for several years, they would simply not have been worth the expenses of transporting them over such a long distance by ship. When the next fugitive passed the specialized inquiry, instead of immediately writing him into the register, Sirius first looked to Barov for his approval, who in return seized the man up and then nodded, Write his details into the register. I will take him to see His Highness. After going through a passage in the city wall, they came to a stop in front of a shed set up for His Highness, which was also the last checkpoint. Here, they would receive His Highness's personal inquiry. If it is confirmed that there is no problems, they would be given a resident identity card, ID, and from then would become a formal resident of border town. With the current lack of houses in the inner town, they had no other choice than to give priority and provide the first living places to the artisans, while the fugitives with no particular skill had no other option than to wait outside of the wall for 2 to 3 months. Barov also possessed an ID card. It was a sheet of hard paper painted with color. It was almost palm-sized, and on the left upper corner was a painting of his head, which looked the same as a real person, while his name, address, and number was written in the middle. The back of the card in turn was covered with the Grey Castle's crest and His Highness' personal seal. No matter if it was the paper itself or the film it was wrapped into, they were both very strange. Whether it was by soaking it in water or trying to burn it in a fire, nothing could damage the ID card. There was no doubt that this thing was certainly made by the witch named Soraya. It seemed that His Highness intended to spread the ID card to the whole town, so that in the future, whether it was to buy food or pay, they would have to show their certificate. Since His Royal Highness had awarded the medal to the young lady of the Pine family during the award and honor ceremony, it had become evident that the prince no longer intended to hide the existence of the witch, which in turn meant Barav had finally to come to a conclusion of who was right and who was wrong, the devil or the church. Unexpectedly discovering that there was a faint hope within his heart that His Highness can defeat the church and ultimately unify the kingdom of Grey Castle. There was no doubt, the higher position His Highness could achieve, the greater the reward he could reap would become. Of course, there was still a long way to go before they reached that moment, so it could still be put aside and considered later on. By now, the population of Border Town had surpassed Longsong strongholds. Furthermore, His Royal Highness had also revealed his next year's construction plan once the town was connected with the stronghold. More than half of the Western Territory would be turned into one city, with a size that was undoubtedly larger than King's City, becoming the most magnificent city of Grey Castle. And at that time, as the City Hall Premier Minister, what kind of promotion would he receive? Barav's heart was full of expectation for the future. Chapter 245 Means of Transportation. Chapter 245 Means of Transportation. Roland sat on his office chair, carefully looking over Barav's report statistics. It took the City Hall 3 full days to sort out all 6,000 refugees, coming out with the low number of 186 artisans who had managed to pass the audit in the end. Of course, this small number was also related to the effort they had put into the verification. After all, this involved the distribution of houses as well as ID. It was Roland's vision that from now on, only people in possession of such an ID would be considered official citizens of Border Town. Thus, he needed to install proper safety measures, while the numbers were still small, which would also help him to better control his core supporters inside the town. Using this, when the population started growing further, he could use the strength of his people to help assimilate the newcomers among them. After all, humans were social animals. As long as the environment continued with this way of living, more and more people would eventually come to approve of his ideas. Furthermore, he would indeed lead his people into a better life. The final room arrangement for the artisans will be done by you. No matter if they are unmarried or have a family to feed, they will at least have their own apartment assigned to them, Roland commanded. Yes, Barav agreed. May I ask your Royal Highness, are these houses to be given as a present? They will be rented. He shook his head. The reason why the native citizens received houses as a gift was because most of them had already owned a house before this. It can be considered as exchanging their former house for a new home. But if we now also gift a house to the new inhabitants, they won't be motivated to leave their houses and throw themselves into their work. Of course, we can still calculate a relatively cheap rent for them, and we can also tell them that as long as they work hard and save enough gold royals, they could always buy their own house in the future. I understand. For a moment, Roland was silent, but then he suddenly asked, after the award and honor ceremony, how many people have fled the town? Up to today, there have been none among the ranks of native civilians, and there were 7 within the ranks of the serfs. Barav paused. However, there were more within the refugees from the eastern region. Of them, a total of 115 has already chosen to leave. Is that so? Roland softly sighed. The moment he had decided to push the witches to the front of the stage, he knew that something like this would happen. Therefore, in order to assess the public response and to avoid any accidents from happening, Roland had especially stationed a firearm teams several miles away from the town. There they could temporarily stop these people from running away, and at the same time could also count the number of fleeing people. This way they could hold a survey on the general level of the acceptance of witches. Even though the result wasn't perfect, it was excellent that at least the Border Town's natives had ultimately come to accept the existence of the witches, something which was along his prediction. The number of serfs who have fled was less than that he had expected, showing that the effect of the theater performance was quite good. Yet within the ranks of refugees from the eastern regions who had openly accepted the treatment from the witches, and were moreover also in a desperate situation with their houses destroyed, and no homeland for them to return to, had more than 100 people who had chosen to leave, which came as a bit of a surprise to Roland. Your Royal Highness, I suggest that we sentence all of these people who have tried to flee to death, Barav said calmly. Since they still decided to leave, even considering their situation, they must be people who have been deeply affected by the church. So for the foreseeable future, they will never choose to side with your highness. In all likelihood, they will become firm believers of the church. For people like them, there is no need to show any kindness. This is not necessarily the case. The truly devoted believers of the church should be those 300 people who decided to not leave King's City and instead face the demonic disease. The prince closed his eyes. Perhaps these people are just unable to change their minds, still thinking that the witches are evil and this made them want to flee. Even if that's the case, they are still your potential enemies, Barov insisted. In fact, if he met that group of people on the battlefield, Roland would defeat them without any hesitation. But that didn't mean that he was following this era's backward way of thinking, wantonly swinging the butcher's knife to kill a group of civilians. Something like that would be against his ethical belief. So after a short hesitation, he finally rejected the suggestion. I will let Nightingale go and interrogate the runaways. In case there is a hidden spy or scout in their ranks, they will be seized and hanged. All the others will be expelled from the Western Territory. Hearing his words, Barov gave him a meaningful glance and then lowered his head. Only then did he slowly agree, as you bid, your Royal Highness. Do you have anything else to report? For the time being, no, Your Highness, he coughed twice. I'll now go and deal immediately with the allocation of the houses. It isn't urgent, you can take your time with that issue. Roland opened his eyes, then stood up. First come with me to take a few pictures and we can relax the mood. Taking pictures? Barov asked, shocked. You'll recognize it immediately, the prince answered with a smile. Entering the castle's front yard, they saw that Carter, Iron Axe, and Soraya, who he had previously called, had already arrived. Placed in the corner of the garden were several pieces of 4 to 5 meter long planks, while an item on the ground that was covered with canvas. For now, Border Town is still considered small, but when the land in the south is developed, and the road between Longsong Stronghold and Border Town is finished, its scale will be dozens of times larger than it is now. By that point, you will have to spend 1 or 2 days on the road if you want to walk from the eastern side to the western one. Therefore, we need something that allows us to travel faster from one place to another. However, breeding horses is not only very expensive, but it is also impossible for every citizen to invest a lot of time for learning how to ride them. Roland said as he opened the canvas. Because of this, I plan to promote this new type of transportation method in Border Town. It is easy to use, and its price is also much lower than a horse. What is this? Carter was instantly attracted to the novelty. It has 2 wheels and an iron shelf. Is it a cart? The 2 wheels are placed in front of each other instead of side by side. It will be tough to maintain balance. B. Arov shook his head. I do not see how it will be able to replace horses. Only Iron Axe kept silent, calmly waiting for the prince to explain further. Roland smiled. This thing is called a bike. I will demonstrate how you should use it. He placed both feet on top of the pedals, assumed a standard starting posture, 1 foot on a pedal, then he began to ride the bike along the path of the flower garden. With Anna's welding technique and Soraya's coding skill, producing a bike manually wasn't challenging at all. Its principle and structure didn't hold any difficulty. For example, the rubber required for the inner tubes had been replaced by coating, which was directly drawn over a paper roll. With regards to this, Roland even customized a simple and easy-to-use bicycle pump, while the outside and the brakes of it were made with a hardened leather coating. The frame was made out of hollowed pipes, and for the brake wire, they had used a copper wire and an anti-corrosion coating. The only issue was with the chain for it. He needed to completely rely on Anna, cutting and shaping one chain link after another and afterward connecting them all to a string. As for the kind of pedal, which were directly installed on top of the wheel as had been used for the first bicycles, he didn't even consider them. Coming to the end of the lap, Roland pressed the brakes, easily jumped off the bike and turned around only to be faced with a row of stunned men, which caused his heart to fill with pride. This was the reaction a change to a superior mount deserved. Compared with horses that needed to be tamed and fed, bicycles seemed to be more frugal. I'm going to open a new bicycle factory in the industrial district for the production of this transportation tool. But for this, we not only need to recruit workers, but we also have to make them known the publicity, promoting them to the whole territory as soon as possible. Roland briefly explained. "This is also the purpose why I called you over today. You will first learn how to ride this bike, and then let Miss Soraya paint a picture of you riding them on top of the planks. I want all my subjects to know that as long as they spent 1 or 2 gold royals, they can have the same mounts as the Lord, First Army Commander, Chief Knight, and City Hall Premier Minister all have." Chapter 246 New Gunpowder Program. Chapter 246 New Gunpowder Program. What was the symbol of the industrial age? Roland first thought was of a speeding train continuously running down a railroad track, emitting rolling clouds of steam. The cast iron cylinder covered with oil, the thick and robust crankshaft together with those huge iron wheels, its rumble and vibration full of vibrant rhythm, as well as the sound of the steam whistle piercing through the vast sky, was what was associated with the machinery of the first steam trains. Compared with the mechanical designs of the later generations, which hid its structure under an outer shell, used high-precision machining to reduce the tremoring, and a mechanical system which emphasized sound insulation and sound absorption, the first engines undoubtedly showed more directly the power and beauty of industrialization. He also wished to cover the territory with railroad tracks, so that trains towing railway carriages with goods and people could go to and from all part of the Western Territory. Yet even though this was a good dream, it was still just a dream. Actually, it was not unthinkable to manufacture a steam train, only that the large amount of steel needed for the tracks would be far above the production capacity of the North Slope Mine Kilns Group. Therefore, he could only settle for second best, which left the human-powered bicycles as Roland's best option. The flatter the roads within his territory were built, the greater the benefits of cycling would be. Furthermore, compared with the relatively complex structure of the steam trains, a bike almost didn't require any maintenance at all, besides occasionally putting some oil on the chain. If Roland wanted to start mass production of bicycles, he naturally couldn't let Anna produce all of them by herself, so he had to first open a factory and train a group of workers that would specialize in the production and assembly of bicycles. Considering that the earliest date for the completion of the Kingdom Avenue would be in next spring, it wasn't necessary that the factory would immediately be able to produce large batches. Due to this, it was possible that the workers could slowly become familiar with the needed production lines made by Anna and would only needed to produce a dozen bicycles for the first month. One of the most technical demanding parts was the chain. Every chain link had to be made with a stamping press and would afterward be connected with a pin by hand. However, to manufacture the parts made out of rubber, like the tires and brakes, Roland would still need to rely on Soraya's ability. But as long as all the other parts were ready, Soraya could always draw her magic pen and quickly draw a lot of them. The same was true for the bearings. Since he couldn't produce reliable ball bearings, he could only take a cut-off part of an iron part and use it as a sliding bearing. For that, the inner ring became coated with a smooth mirror coating, which produced an effect which wasn't much worse than the former method. When the first bikes would be sold, only the nobility would be able to afford such an expensive vehicle. But in order to spread this to the masses and create a hype, Roland also intended to implement an payment by installment system to minimize the burden caused by purchasing as much as possible. Of course, only people that were in possession of an ID could go to the city hall and apply for such a payment. The three had trained for a whole afternoon. Carter Lannies, worthy of the title of the Chief Knight, was the first to master the skill of cycling, followed by Iron Axe, who was the second to successfully cycle around the garden. Only Barav, who after trying it more than a dozen times was still unable to succeed, and was only able to advance in a crooked line, almost falling to the ground. In the end, Roland had Soraya draw a static scene of him standing beside the bicycle and holding the handlebar. "Are they all right?" the witch asked after completing the fourth propaganda poster. "Almost, you only have to add a few advertising words." After thinking for a moment, Roland added, "Above you should write, 'A new era of mounts, I own one and you can also own one.' While beneath you should write, 'Bicycle Factory is recruiting workers. Generous payment, as well as the opportunity to receive a free bicycle which will belong to you. Those who have completed the primary education can apply at the city hall." After dealing with the bicycle advertisement, the prince returned to his office to take advantage of the time that was left until dinner and let his guards call Kyle over. Now, after having finally made a breakthrough for the development of mercuric acid, developing a new generation of weapons was to be put onto the agenda. In the age of firearms, those who had the bigger caliber would become the justice. Those with a faster rate of fire would achieve freedom, power brought honor, turrets brought equality. However, an awkward problem was, according to the current kind of development they had, by relying on only the laboratory, the production of the two acids would not be able to keep up with the consumption. For example, if he wanted to increase the rate of fire, he would need to reduce the remnants of black powder and change to using pyroxylin, the smokeless propellant, or some kind of mixture of pyroxylin and nitroglycerine. The same was true for high-powered explosives. It didn't matter if he couldn't produce trinitrotoluene, TNT. He could use nitrostark instead, which except for its poor stability, would be much more powerful than TNT was. No matter what kind of the previously mentioned methods he used, he would need a lot of high concentrations of fuming nitric acid. Yet nitric acid purification required amounts of concentrated sulfuric acid the laboratory just couldn't meet. In other words, there was no way to produce the two acids at industrial levels. Even if he developed even more efficient weapons, he would once more fall into the plight of having no bullets to use them with. After the head alchemist entered the office, Roland began, "I have a new assignment to hand you." "Don't hesitate to tell me," Sichai answered while shrugging, "as long as I don't have to attend another honor and award ceremony. I need much more acid, but at the moment the chemical laboratory alone is unable to meet my needs. Thus your new task will be to design a chemical production system that can produce both acids efficiently and easily." Chemical production system. Hearing the unknown words, Sichai looked a little puzzled. Yes, you have to create an apparatus which can mix several liquids and let them react, so that as long as you put in the raw materials, it is possible for it to produce a steady flow of the finished product. Roland briefly explained the nature of industrial production. "I don't know much about it, so you will have to rely on yourself to slowly work it out." That being said, the prince knew that this was a very difficult task, and it was quite possible that even after years of study, it wouldn't necessarily produce results. After all, the other could only rely on the basic reaction principles and chemical equations of elementary chemistry. "I understand," Sichai nodded. "Those ideas you come up with always let me feel refreshed. No matter if you can do it or not, I'm in desperate need of the two acids." Roland paused. "Thus, for the next month, I plan to extend the laboratory at the Redwater River by 3 more rooms and also to recruit some qualified candidates for the position of a laboratory technician from the citizen. In case you don't have the time to personally teach them, just choose some of your apprentices to administer them. After all, the industrial acid production system will be a very long research project." Presumably because of the temptation of intermediate chemistry, Sichai readily responded, "Yes, Your Highness." After Kyle Sichai had left, Roland sighed softly. In case there wasn't any hope for the industrial acid production system, he could only have Lucia learn the purification of acid. And when all was said and done, and the next war was coming, he would need to come up with some even more powerful weapons to gain victory for Border Town. Roland opened the drawer, intending to eat some dried fish to dispel the boredom, only to discover that the snacks stored within the drawer were all gone now. After gawking in disbelief, he looked up only to see that a dried fish had been handed to his mouth. "Were you looking for this?" the blonde woman standing opposite asked with a smile. Biting into the dried fish, Roland couldn't help but start to smile. "I thought you'd be staying in the fog for the rest of your lifetime." "That kind of life would also be nice. At least you couldn't see me, but I could still see you." Nightingale curled her lips. Unknowingly to him, his originally dull mood had already been lifted by a lot. Now where he could once more see the other's familiar appearance, he couldn't help but breath out in relief. "Previous you had said that you didn't know what kind of expression you should show." "Yeah, in fact, I think this one is quite good." Chapter 247 Graduation Ceremony. Chapter 247 Graduation Ceremony. "Look, it's Lady Scroll." Piper used his elbow to secretly poke Jilly. "I heard that she is the head of the Ministry of Education." Ministry of Education. The minister, the latter wondered, "What is that?" "That's the person who manages the teachers. Teachers like your most liked teacher Ferlin and your most hated loudmouth teacher, Teacher Harbin." Piper explained, "No matter if it is Ferlin or Harbin, all of them are supervised by Lady Scroll." "Where did you hear that?" Jilly blinked amazed. "Does it come from that important person you had mentioned?" 8 Schrumpf, of course, he smiled proudly, and that isn't even everything, I know more. Today, it won't be only the City Hall's officials who will come to the graduation, even the Lord, His Royal Highness himself is going to come to the college. Really? The little girl's eyes light up. His Royal Highness is coming to talk to us. This, I don't know, Piper touched the back of his head, probably. After all, he had heard all of this from his big brother Vanner, who could now be considered as an important person. Originally, he had only been a common gravel worker in the neighborhood, but after joining the militia, he had immediately become a platoon leader and started leading several soldiers. Nowadays, he was even the artillery officer of the First Army, with a monthly salary of 25 silver royals and the possibility to shake the prince's hand and talk to him, even though he spent the majority of his time in the barracks. But whenever he came back to visit, he would always bring back interesting news stories and information. And like always, Piper had once more come to his door to pester him for it, asking from the east to the west of everything. As Big Brother Vanner's former neighbor and admirer, Piper had often heard news in advance of time from Vanner's mouth. For example, Vanner had already told him the news that His Highness himself would personally attend the graduation ceremony 1 week ago. Because of this, the First Army had received a protection and alert order and had also held an exercise near the college. And really, after waiting for a short moment, a team of soldiers that were brimming with energy, wearing military uniforms, all came over, escorting His Highness and the chief knight in between them. As they saw them arrive, the crowd immediately began stirring. After the soldiers surrounded the entrance of the college, Roland walked into the hall and waved to the rows of students. "My people, how are you? I am the Lord of Border Town, the man in charge of the Western Territory, Roland Wimbledon. Congratulations on being Border Town's first batch of graduates to complete the whole content of primary education." The crowd had suddenly turned silent, not because of indifference, but simply because most people were so excited that they didn't know how to respond. Jilly continuously grabbed Piper's arm and exclaimed, "His Highness is talking to us." Piper felt equally inspired. This way, he and Big Brother Vanner both had close contact with His Highness. "The reason why you were able to rapidly go through the assessment and reached graduation is because most of you were former students of Karl van Bate. From the beginning, you had a lead when compared to the other students. Therefore, you shouldn't become arrogant and complacent. There is still a lot of knowledge in the world only waiting for you to be explored." After a short moment, Roland continued, "Of course, this day is still worth celebrating, and from today on you will have embarked on a path that is very different from others. No matter what kind of work you involve yourself in, you will always be able to receive rich rewards. Today, I am here to express my congratulations to you, His Highness." Long live, Piper didn't know who had shouted first, but afterward everyone began to shout, "Long live His Highness. I am willing to serve His Highness." After waiting for the cheers to abate, Roland said cheerfully, "Next, I will release the diploma to you as honorary proof for the completion of studies." He opened a booklet. Piper only felt how his whole body began to tremble. He looked towards the prince, opened his mouth, but he didn't know what the proper words were to say. Seeing him freeze, teacher Ferlin Eltek turned towards him and waved, "Do not be afraid, come to His Highness." Rigidly moving his limbs, Piper slowly walked out of the ranks, his heart already jumping so loud that he could hear it himself. He then suddenly remembered Vanner frequently mentioning a military salute that was simpler than the night ritual of the nobility, but still could express one's loyalty and devotion, and had been made by His Highness himself. Although he wasn't clear about the specific posture, but he still mustered all his courage, and according to his memory, placed his hand flat in front of his forehead. Seeing his movement, the prince began to laugh, nodded and handed the booklet to Piper. "In the future, if you want to show it once more, move the hand a little so that it is in line with your ear. This way it will be more to the standard. Congratulations on your graduation." Thank you. Piper took the booklet and circled stiff as a log bag to the ranks. Only when His Highness began to give out the diploma to the other people was he finally able to recover. "Show me what's written on it." Jilly curiously turned her head. "You will get your own. Why are you so anxious?" Piper muttered in a low voice and opened the booklet cover with trembling hands, only to see a parchment with fine stitches on it. In the upper left corner was a painting of his head. In the middle was the royal emblem with the tower and pike, but there were also a few written lines of text on it. If it was but 6 months ago, he could only have gone to teacher Carl and asked him for the meaning of the characters. However, today Piper had already accomplished the basics of reading and writing, so he quietly read it in his mind. College of Border Town, first course of study graduate, Piper Dean, Scroll Issuer, Lord of Border Town, Roland Wimbledon. After Roland had handed out all diplomas, he clapped his hands and once more attracted the attention of the crowd. From now on, you can undertake some qualified works ordinary people can't, and all of these jobs offer you a generous pay, with at least 10 silver royals a month. In the following, Miss Scroll will inform you about the details of the work you can get from City Hall. He raised his hand to stop everyone's discussion. You do not have to make a choice immediately. You can go back home and discuss it with your families. After making your decision, take your ID and graduation certificate and come to the City Hall for your application. Taking advantage of the time during which Lady Scroll introduced the several tasks, Jilly stepped close to Piper and asked, "Do you already have any idea what you want to do?" "I want to go to the bike factory. Its payment is higher than that of my father, and I will also get the chance to get a new bike free of charge." "It is indeed great," Piper replied casually. Recently on the town square, 4 wide pieces of wood had been erected, on whose tops were paintings of the portraits of His Highness and several ministers, everyone holding or sitting on a strange iron mounts, which had become the hot topic of many enthusiastic conversations. And with a salary of 15 silver royals a month, in case it wasn't necessary to have completed the general education, Piper was afraid that the factory would already have been crowded to the point of bursting. But he had thought that there was another better place to go to. Since his visit of the honor and award ceremony, Piper couldn't suppress the image of himself standing in the same spot as his former classmate Nana, one day receiving the glory to get a reward out of His Highness' hand, on top of a stage on the town square in front of thousands of people. According to His Royal Highness, he must become an outstanding contributor to the town in order to be honored. In case he took a job to work in the bike factory, he feared that he would never get this opportunity even during his entire lifetime. But neither could he be like Iron Axe and lead the charge during in a war, nor did he have any similarly incredible ability as a witch did, so the only example he could follow was that of head alchemist Sitchai. Previously he had heard more than once, if he could grab the principle of refining an alchemical product, he would immediately bring immense wealth and prestige to the territory, and would also have achieved something that was worthy of the title of a sage. For that he needed to be neither brave nor have any powerful background. The only thing he needed was a bit of luck, making it to the most suitable way for him. Thinking until here, Piper had made up his mind. "I want to go and sign up for a job in the chemical laboratory," he said, putting emphasis on every single word. Chapter 248, Sudden Change. Chapter 248, Sudden Change. Even during the hot summer, the ice at the top of Hermes Plateau never melted. Standing on the top of the Heaven Tower and looking at the far distance, Maine merely saw a mixture of 2 colors of the green grass and the white snow from the wilderness behind the walls, resembling a scar left behind by war during the months of demons. Within this climate, it was impossible to grow any sort of crops, so all the food they consumed in the new holy city came from old holy city that was at the foot of the plateau and brought up by some animal-drawn carts. After staying in the city for more than a decade, Maine had already become accustomed to the omnipresent cold of Hermes. "This time it will only be the 2 of us." Taefun pushed the door open and stepped in. "Furthermore, shouldn't we hold the meeting in the secret room? Don't tell me that you are fond of being shut into that narrow place." "No, of course not." The old bishop touched his white beard. "If it wasn't for Heather being in charge of all the rules and proclaiming the commandments over and over, I would be only too eager to exchange information at this spot each time. Even if she became lost in the gossip of the city talk again, I would at least be able to enjoy the scenery of the holy city below." And he smiled and said, "I never expected someone like her who is always punctually to not return on time." Perhaps she had met with some difficulty," Maine said, going back to the table to take a place. "Or perhaps she is already on her way back." "Maybe." Taefun curled his lips. You really should not help her look for an excuse. Everyone should be able to send word even during their travels. These are words she had often said herself. Even if you are in trouble, you should always report to us first. Furthermore, she isn't alone in the capital of the Kingdom of Endless Winter, so sending a messenger wouldn't take any more effort than raising a finger would've. Let's leave that matter for later, Main said, then pushed 3 letters over to Taefun. We seem to have a problem. There's trouble? The latter became startled but then sat down across of the round table, spreading out the letters. Are this all bad news? Yes, he took a deep breath. It's so bad that it can't get any worse. Taefun lost his smile and began to carefully read the first letter. The spread of the demonic plague has been stopped, and the whereabouts of Faceless is unknown. Wait a moment, what is the demonic plague? It is the result of the Pivotal Secret Area's latest research. You do not need to know all of the details. You must only know that it can be regarded as a rapidly infectious disease. Main simplified. In fact, according to what Grandmaster Crow-Eye had said, it was a kind of micro-demonic beast that after special cultivation would mutate to directly attack the human body, and the holy elixir able to restrain the disease were also demonic beasts, merely with an even more smaller body. The cause of the disease cannot be directly observed with the eyes, and thus cannot be healed through conventional methods, and there should only be one kind of person that can stop the demonic plague. Is that a witch? Taefun quickly thought of the answer. Moreover, it should be more than one. After reading the letter, the old bishop hit with his fist on the table. This idiot, what was he thinking? Not even mention that he wanted to let the rats encircle and annihilate the mercenaries. He had even sent out Faceless. In the end, isn't he even aware of the fact how important a pure witch is for us? His plan wasn't wrong, Mayan frowned. If the numbers in the letter aren't a lie, then 1,000 rats should have been enough to annihilate those 100 mercenaries. However, the other side seems to have powerful long-range crossbows, which can be continuously fired. Regarding this matter, I remember that Priest Taylor, who was stationed in Longsong Stronghold, had also mentioned that those weapons were the reason why Duke Ryan had lost his battle against a group of miners. The other side's crossbow was simply too powerful. A shield could significantly reduce the power of a crossbow bolt, but rats don't have any such equipment. Granted that it was right to send out those dregs, he should still have never easily sent out Faceless. Taefun answered enraged. I'm afraid that after Heather comes back she will fly into a terrible rage, being able to grow a pure witch furthermore, one with such a rare ability. The training alone is already very energy-consuming. From a certain attitude, they are even more valuable than the God's Punishment Army. But whether it is a witch or the God's Punishment Army, in the end, their final goal is to annihilate the enemy. And gaining victory, Main slowly said. Losing some of them during this process is inevitable. Don't tell me you are thinking of keeping Priest Ferry. Do not forget the law of the church, Main's voice sank. Just viewing the outcome is the way the aristocracy loves to handle such matter. Although this was clearly a failure of Priest Ferry, but his motive and plan didn't have many issues. It was just that the enemy was so much stronger than expected. Of course, he will be punished, but the specific punishment we will have to be considered further. But Heather won't see it like this, Taefun said, then shook his head and opened the second letter. Don't forget that she is responsible for arbitration of the church. I'll inform her of it personally. Not long after, the old bishop turned over the letter in his hands, not daring to believe its words. Timothy's militia troops have committed a sneak attack on the church in Longsong Stronghold and even cleanly killed off all of our priests. He must have gone insane. Actually, the content of the second letter came from 2 sources. One was the report of the Stronghold's acting Duke Petrov, and one was information that was sent by one of the local believers. All in all, it was certain that a military force from outside the western region had sneak attacked the Stronghold, and also looted the church. Not only had they used the berserk pills themselves, their main target was also the drugs that had been stored within the church. Therefore, it was a bit unclear from where the troops had come. They could not only be sent by the new King Timothy, they could also have been sent from the Queen of Clearwater Garcia. But after comparing both sides, it was clear that the former possibility was much more likely. As for the latter's message, Main had felt that it was a bit odd. According to the report sent by Petrov, after burning down the church and withdrawing from the stronghold, the other side had immediately gone missing without a trace. But shouldn't they have been intercepted by the group of envoys? At this time, the delegation should already have arrived in Border Town. making it impossible that the two groups haven't met yet. Seeing that Main wasn't saying a word, Taefun soon also became aware of this point and immediately took up the first letter to read it again. Soon the wrinkles on his forehead began to form deep ditches. Is it possible that after getting rid of the envoys Roland Wimbledon pushed all the blame onto his elder brother Timothy? We might as well speculate, the Archbishop said, after a moment of silence. Roland intended to obtain the group of low-cost population. Thereupon, he had assigned witches to treat the demonic plague, and sent all of the refugees back to the Western Territory. Thus, in order to avert the envoys from becoming aware of him keeping witches, he sent his knights out to raid the envoys' camp, not even giving them the opportunity to send out a pigeon, and placed all of the blame on the stronghold attackers. After all, the acting duke depends on the support of Roland Wimbledon, so providing him with assistance to pass off a fake as genuine is also something which should be right. Of course, all this is merely our own speculation, but the disappearance of the messenger group is indeed too suspicious, and currently we have no energy to send out another group of messengers. If it was like this, we should send out troops to punish his arrogance immediately, Taefun said coldly. Even if the event of the disappearance of the envoys has nothing to do with him, being able to clean up the witches within the Western Territory is already worth it. Main didn't offer a response. Instead, he merely pointed to the third letter. We should put off our discussion until Ave read the third letter. Throwing a questioning gaze towards Main, Taefun opened the letter. Soon, his hands began to tremble, until he finally was almost unable to hold the thin paper. How can there be so many witches within the fjord, and what's more, they have destroyed all of the churches there. Then this letter is from the Sea Dragon Bay, which was the last bastion of our church to fall. Main closed his eyes and sank into the chair, his tone suddenly full of fatigue. There is only one possibility. If a large group of witches have emerged without any forewarning in the fjord, they must have immigrated from the mainland in the past. Moreover, the letter even mentioned the appearance of an extraordinary, yet within the law and decrees of the church, it is clearly regulated that once any traces of activity of an extraordinary witch is found, it has the precedence dispatch the gods' punishment army to seize her. Yet the islands of the fjord were simply too far away, and furthermore, the current battle with the Wolfshark Kingdom is at an anxious moment, which makes it impossible for us to take into account the affair of the other side of the shore. Must we or mustn't we ask the Supreme Pontiff for instructions? Taefun asked. Main slightly shook his head, forcing down the over and over rolling feeling of powerlessly within his heart. Maybe this was the church's test given by God. Only after cutting their way through the thistles and thorns would they be able to see God's true intentions. Opening his eyes, he had finally recovered his former serene state. The matters of the Holy Church of Hermes shall be handed by you and Heather. Don't tell me that you want to go to the fjord. The old bishop stared at him with wide-open eyes. I will lead 100 soldiers of the gods' punishment army together with some of the pure witches to thoroughly clean out the western territory of the kingdom of Greycastle. Afterward, I will take the opportunity to deal with the witches in the fjord. But the law says... Main immediately interrupted him. That's only the case when an extraordinary was found within the borders of the four kingdoms. But now she is separated from us by the sea, and furthermore also had nothing to do with our plans. Do not forget that in the end, we are only doing this to obtain more land and a larger population, so that we can continue to expand the size of the gods' punishment army. And by now, it became clear that the fourth prince is a hindrance on the path to archive the goals. But the moment Taefun intended to interrupt, loud footsteps could be heard from outside of the hall, startling both men, who both coincidentally turned towards the door, only to see the door fly open with a loud bump, and a magistrate rushing into the room in a helter-skelter manner. Bad news, Your Excellencies, bad news. Speak a little calmer, Main shouted. Report slowly what you have to say. Her Excellency Heather has sent an emergency letter. A large fleet has landed on the coast of the Kingdom of Endless Winter, and by now a large force of the enemy is besieging King's City. The situation is imminently dangerous. The other seafaring vessels are all uniformly sailing under black sails, and a blue flag of a sailboat and a crown that is flying at the mast. The magistrate seemed to be extremely anxious. The delivered news states that 2 city gates have already fallen into the enemy's hands, and Her Excellency Heather is doing everything she can to resist with the help of the followers. However, besides the enemy's large number, they are also using the berserker pills. What? For a long moment, Maine couldn't believe his own ears. Black sails, a sailboat with a crown. The enemy was actually the Black Sail Fleet of the Queendom of Clearwater. Chapter 249, New Clearwater. Chapter 249, New Clearwater. The granite steps of the Kingdom of Endless Winter Capital's temple were dyed red with blood, and the sweet and strong smell of fish within the air assaulted the nostrils. The ground was covered with corpses. There were former members of the God's Punishment Army, followers of the church, people from their own side, and also sandpeople of the Majin clan. They had died in all kind of ways, but most of them had traces of burns. Their limbs had been shattered into small pieces, and their viscera spread everywhere. Ryan knew that they had died under the fire and impact let out by the fierce snow powder. Whenever he took another step through the city, he felt as if he was placing his feet on a mountain of sticky guts. This battle had demonstrated that the battle will of the church's army of judges and believers could only be described as madness. Even in the face of so many drug-strengthened slaves, they still had not shrunk back at all. Rather, they used their own bodies as meat shields and firmly wrapped themselves around the enemy, trying to create a chance for their comrades to cause a fatal injury to their enemy. Although the pills allowed people to become all-powerful and unafraid of pain, their heart, neck, and head were still crucial areas like before. Her Majesty Queen Garcia simply did not have any extra armor to equip those cheap slaves with. If they'd not had the snow powder, it would have been really hard to say how this battle might have unfolded. But we won. Ryan's heart felt like it was blazing. In the end, we still won. The flag of the Queendom of Clearwater was already flying on top of the city walls, and even the church's most unyielding stronghold had broken under the waves of their attacks. In this way, the Black Sail Fleet had broken apart the siege they were under, and freed itself from the deadlock situation it had been in at the corner of Grey Castle, which allowed them to no longer fear that they would burn themselves out in an endless war of attrition. Even entering the temple hall, he was still able to see the picture of pure chaos. Everywhere on the ground were fragments of shattered glass and streams of blood, but all of this was unimportant to him. He went directly to the woman standing at the other end of the hall and fell onto one knee before her. "Your Majesty, all 4 gates of the city have fallen and are now in the hands of your Black Sail Fleet. The capital of the Kingdom of Endless Winter is now yours. Thank you for your trouble. You can get up." Garcia raised her arm, holding her hand in front of him. Ryan gently took the Queen's hand, placed a symbolic kiss on the back of her hand, and then got up to stand on her side. Strange ceremony. Kabbalah opened his mouth and said, "You haven't even touched the back of her hand at all, so why then put on such a display?" The question came so sudden. He couldn't refrain himself from frowning, but the other side was the patriarch of the Sandstone clan, so it wasn't good to rudely reprimand in public. Without any better option, he said coldly, "This is a commonly used courtesy between aristocrats and stands for politeness and respect. To touch would show somebody's lack of manners. But as sandpeople, you're unable to understand this, so it's only normal. Is that so?" She raised her eyebrow, then pointed to her own neck. "We are obviously jointly allies of war, who just finished the battle a moment ago, yet you still put this kind of thing on me. The politeness and respect of your mainland people are really beyond comprehension for me." Kabbalah's neck was enclosed by an iron ring, with a bulge in its middle, seemingly resembling an ornament, but Ryan knew that within it was a god's stone of retaliation embedded, which with the exception of a unique key was tough to undo, but this key was always in Garcia's hands. Since the other was a witch, it was only naturally to be careful when dealing with her, but she indeed exerted herself extremely during the fight. In case they hadn't had her method of command, Ryan was afraid that their slaves that had been carrying the fierce snow powder would have never dared to charge into their believers' strong defensive line. In the end, even after already opening his mouth, he didn't know how to refute her. "Well, don't argue about such trivial matter," Garcia interrupted. "You mustn't forget the purpose of our coming. Compared with this vast land, is it impossible for you to tolerate the stone?" "I simply spoke without thinking the matter through," Kabbalah shrugged. "I hope you will honor your promise." "Of course, this is the foundation of our cooperation," the Queen smiled. What is your next task for the Black Sail Fleet? Ryan asked. Let's leave the discussion about the plans concerning the next step until later. For now, we should all take a look at a good show which is about to play out. Garcia clapped her hands, instructing her personal guard, bring her in. Not long after, 2 armored guards led a woman with her hands tied at her back into the temple. She was about 30 years old, had average looks, with messy brown hair scattered over her cheeks, and wore the golden robe of the church. It was of exquisite workmanship, and was made out of materials which could generally only be worn by the Hermes archbishops. However, right now, this gorgeous robe had been ripped in several places and was stained with blood. This woman is Anne. Archbishop, yes, the Queen of Clearwater raised the corner of her lips. I have gone to several of the local nobility and made them confirm whether she was indeed one of the church's 3 archbishops, Excellency Heather. She looked at the other woman and asked, how about it, am I telling the truth? Heather did not answer, but Ryan could see a strong ridicule and disdain within her eyes. Apparently, Garcia had also seen the expression within her eyes and thus chuckled twice. I already knew that you wouldn't surrender so easily. That's also the reason why I was so kind and took you to the church. It was so that I could bring you back to your kingdom of God. Here you may beg for God's redemption as you beg me for forgiveness. First, I will slowly cut off your fingers. Then I will go on to your 4 limbs, and then I will destroy all 5 of your senses. This way you will fully experience the suffering and helplessness of the citizens of the Port of Clearwaters for yourself. And afterward, the female archbishop suddenly asked, what will you do when you are crushed by the church's army? Are you intending to drift across the sea for the rest of your life, never to come close to shore ever again? It is needless for you to worry about this. Garcia waved towards the guards. In comparison, the church's army is nowadays also attacking the walls of the Wolfshark Kingdom, and in this way turning Hermes into an undefended city. This should be much more important for you to think about this than about my personal destiny. I might be unable to set foot on the land of the new holy city. However, I should at least be able to reach the ruins of the old holy city at the foot of the plateau. You should already have heard that the water of the Styx's river in Greycastle's extreme south, it's easy to light, but hard to extinguish. This time I've taken a whole shipload with me. One of the personal guards pulled out his dagger, approached the bishop laying on the ground, and cut off 2 of her fingers. Heather, however, merely bit her teeth, not releasing any shout. Seeing this, the Queen of Clearwater climbed up the flight of steps, sat on the large throne, used her right hand to support her chin, and showed an expression that was full of interest. Soon 3 other fingers were cut off. In this way, her left hand had now been turned into a bare meat palm, which made beads of sweat appear over Heather's forehead. Must you do this? Kabbalah shook her head. If you don't want to intimidate the enemy or receive intelligence via torture, this kind of pure torment is unnecessary. Unnecessary? Garcia laughed coldly. You should ask her what they do with all the witches who fall into the church's hands. But I guess you wouldn't be interested in knowing this. Ha ha ha. At that time, Heather, having already lost all her fingers, suddenly began to laugh. You're simply unable to understand the greatness of the church. And clearly, you will never understand how important the holy city actually is. Ignorance is your lifelong companion. Even on the eve of your destructing, you will still be unaware of it. Hermes will let you see what it means to wield true power besides destruction. There is no other end for people who go against the church. Is that so? Garcia raised her legs and smiled. Then I will have to wait and see, won't I? Until the archbishop had died, she never cried out any plea for mercy. However, what surprised Ryan even more was that she had never cried for God either, or begged for his salvation. At the end, when Heather was already losing her consciousness due to the excessive loss of blood, her expression turned from cold and detached to dreadful, as if she wasn't suffering any punishment, but was rather standing at the sideline and looking at a farce which had nothing to do with her within her 2 eyes. Ryan, though he could already see his own doomed future. Feeling this kind of indescribable oppressing feeling almost made him feel breathless. Chop off her head and hang it over the church's door. After confirming the bishop's death, Garcia gave an order. She then looked to Ryan. Now we can begin to talk about the next step. Yes, His Majesty. He forcefully suppressed the discomfort within his chest. Do you intend to attack Hermes? Yes, but we won't dispatch our whole army. She spread out a portable leather map, Taking with it the least required amount of sailors and the eastern region's slaves, the Black Sail Fleet will follow the river westwards and go to the old holy city. However, we will instead directly go south, crossing Eternal Winter's border, with Wolfshark Kingdom's capital as our destination. Wolf's heart Ryan got started. King Wolf and I have already reached an agreement, Garcia explained. In case I help him ward off the church, he will give me a hand in taking over the whole kingdom of Eternal Winter. So if the church does not recall their troops, the ships loaded with fierce snow powder and Styx river water will turn the old holy city into a sea of flames, unlike the new holy city, which is surrounding by high city walls. The old city does not have any walls. Thus, without enough manpower, they won't be able to stop the slaves' attack from all directions. However, if they retreat, the western border of the Wolfshark Kingdom will be able to receive breathing room, and with the joined border of the two countries, we will also be able to work together against the church in the future. Indeed, the Queen of Clearwater nodded. We will also be able to obtain a firm grip over endless winter for ourselves. Chapter 250 End of Midsummer. Chapter 250 End of Midsummer. Seeing that the second month of summer was coming to an end, Border Town was on the verge of greeting summer's final month, which was also the hardest of all the months, all the more leaving Roland in a mood where he didn't wish to leave the castle. Aside from using it to make gunpowder, the rest of the saltpeter brought in by Margaret had been used to lower the room's temperature. Nowadays a bucket of saltpeter, with a kettle soaking in it, had been arranged within almost all of the castle's rooms. This way, not only were they able to show the effects of endothermic cooling, but it also allowed them some ice water which they could drink to quench their thirst. Only in this way was he able to keep from sweating as he sat in the office each day. With the exception of Anna, he had called all of the other witches to stop their work. Outside of their daily practice and learning, they were mainly gathered in the hall of the first floor, either chatting or comparing their skills in Gwent against one another, displaying an appearance that was of both harmony and happiness. However, it wasn't that Roland didn't want her to rest, it was rather that she didn't hate the heat at all. Compared to holding ingots which were still red from the fire directly in her hands, the hot temperature of summer was nothing to her. Even when standing next to the fireside and producing steel for the whole afternoon, she did not even shed one drop of sweat. In order to reward Anna for her hard work, Roland had recently specially created some ice cream desserts. For example, the later generation classical types of ice cream made from stirring a mixture of egg yolk, butter, milk, and syrup, which were then cooled off once more by using saltpeter. Anna was exceptionally fond of this soft and fragrant ice-cold snack. Every time he saw her take a small bite of ice cream, her lake blue eyes would turn into stitches, making him feel very pleased. Moreover, looking over the monthly reports sent by the city hall was also a joyous pleasure of his. By now, Border Town's population had once more doubled, almost reaching a total of 18,000 people. On top of that, with the addition of Longsong Stronghold's monthly, transferred batch of serfs, breaking through the 20,000 mark next year would not be a problem for him. Leaving out the size of the territory of Border Town or the number of villages and towns belonging to it, this scale could almost be compared with the size of Redwater City, the city of Valencia, and King's City. However, something which was somewhat regrettable was that even though the population might have grown a lot, the quality of it hadn't improved by much. At present, there were still more than 1,000 of Border Town's native inhabitants who had yet to receive an education. Furthermore, it would still require 1 year before they could obtain the capacity needed to graduate without a hitch. Although Carl's previously opened college had fostered a batch of talented students in advance, their number was still less than 100, which when compared with the general population, seemed insignificant. Perhaps I should first carry out an education program for the Eastern refugees, and not start with the steps of building enough living quarters. Roland thought, after all, receiving the education earlier would only bring benefits and not cause any harm. The current development of the town's factories was also excellent. After more than half a year of construction, the industrial park now had 3 operating factories. There were 2 steam engine production plants and a bullet processing plant. The number of workers in the first plant had also expanded from the 10 blacksmiths at its opening to the 100 people it now had. The follow-up worker were mainly natives, which was also something he wanted to see. a group of apprentices would gradually grow into craftsmen, who would then provide the foundation needed to raise the next group of apprentices. The worker of the second plant were the artisans belonging to the Crescent Moon Bay caravan. Just during this 1 month, they had already grasped a roughly understanding of the machine tool's usage, even though their yield was still quite bad. But compared with the blacksmith of the first plant, the first-month performance of these craftsmen was obviously better. According to the previously signed contract, all of their produced steam engines were owned by Roland. With those 2 factories, Border Town could now manufacture almost 8 to 10 steam engines per month, which was also the town's primary means of income. As for the bullets factory, after its establishment, it had been directly handed over to the First Army, who not only placed a lookout post at its entrance, but also arranged for patrols all around the factory, and even the production was the responsibility of the soldiers. After a week of trial operation, nowadays, they had already begun the mass production of a new generation of bullets. Roland planned for the assembly line couldn't achieve full mechanical production. No matter if it were the primer, gunpowder, or warheads, they all needed manpower for the filling compaction. The main processing tools were the 2 mechanical stamping machines. The one could press the thin copper pieces previously cut by Anna into the shape of the cartridge case, while the second was used to push the primer towards the bottom. The soldiers only needed to place the mercury fulminate evenly between 2 thin pieces of paper, glue the edges of the 2 papers together, press the primer towards the lower part of the cartridge, then finally place the cartridge with the primer's end at the bottom into the ring-shaped ammunition case, before the entire process was complete. As for the process of loading and compacting the black powder and putting on the projectile, it was still done in exactly the same way as the previous practice. There were only a small number of people working in the factory, around 40 people, which could still almost produce more than 500 bullets every day. For the future, Roland intended on turning these 40 people into his full-time processing personnel to maintain the standard operation of the bullet production factory. The next step on Roland's to-do list was to open a soap factory and a perfume factory. The former would play a very important part in the military industry, while the latter might be able to open up a new income channel for the town. As for the bicycle factory, its opening could still be delayed. It would be opened early enough as long as it went into full production by the time the Kingdom Avenue was finished. "Your Highness," Nightingale said, pushing open the doorway, "Maggie and Lightning are here." Both girls run over from Nightingale's side, and after stopping in front of the desk, they pointedly asked, "Were you looking for us?" "Tomorrow is the start of the final month of summer." Roland pulled his formerly written reply to Tilly out of the drawer and placed it in front of Maggie. "When you return to the fjord, remember to help me hand this over to Tilly." "Ah." For a moment Maggie froze, only able to look at the message with blinking eyes, before she took the envelope and carefully placed it into her personal bag. "No problem, Goo." Seeing an expression of sudden understanding from the other side, Roland feared that she had already forgotten the important matter of monthly reports. Restraining the smile within his heart, he thought of the town's charm, which seemed to be really powerful. "I have entirely forgotten that tomorrow is the beginning of a new month." Lightning tapped against her forehead. "Does it mean that we will be unable to see each other for a long time?" Tilly's plan to sweep the fjords clean of the church had delayed my plan to come back last time. This time I will be back as soon as possible. Maggie shook her white hair that was about to reach the ground. "Wait for me to come back to explore the eagle nest together." "Goo, I got it," the other little girl said, curling her lips. "It's a promise." "You have your own mission." Roland spread out a map of the region south of the town. "This is the map you had previously drawn. Do you still remember the location of the shoal near the mountains?" "I remember." Lightning pointed at a place on the map, probably around this area. "Well, you will fly back to it again, and this time you will take Maggie along. Then you will place flags on both sides of the shallow beach and the junction of the mountains, and also mark them on the map," Roland ordered, then looked towards Maggie. "If Tilly agrees to send the witches, you will lead the sailboat to this shoal, and I will welcome you at the top of the mountain." "Send witches?" Lightning asked curiously. "Could it be that there will be new sisters coming to Border Town?" "I do not know yet," Roland said, a smile on his face. "It all depends on Tilly's answer, but I have a feeling that she will agree to it." Chapter 251, Flying Again. Chapter 251, Flying Again. On the second day after Maggie's departure, Roland, with the witch's assistance, began assembling and installing a new generation of hot air balloons out in the courtyard. As a result of the expansion of the back garden and the witch dormitory, Leaves had already moved her plants to the front courtyard. With all of the vines covering the walls and the wooden frames along the corridors, it gave quite a prehistoric forest type of feeling. And because of this, it naturally also offered an excellent shield against the sun, allowing the sunshine to only fall through the small gaps in the dense leaf canopy above, only leaving scattered light spots behind on the ground. Roland gave the witches a stack of white paper and let them spread it out into a large painting paper, which he then asked Soraya to draw the lightest of sky blue coating on top of. Compared to the first hot air balloon, which used a combination of bovine intestinal membrane and canvas, the new generation, which purely relied on the coating method, was much lighter. Furthermore, it also offered excellent toughness and had no suture lines, so that they didn't need to fear that it would break apart in the midair. I've heard from Lightning that there will maybe some witches coming over from the fjords, Wendy asked in curiosity. That might be so if everything goes well. Roland once more explained about the content of his reply to the fifth princess, but to know the actual situation we still have to wait for Tilly Wimbledon's answer. It seems that Ashes has succeeded, Wendy mused. They were actually able to gather so many witches on Sleeping Island. Yeah, I'm afraid that Tilly had already started to plan the migration more than 1 or 2 years ago. Roland said and spread out his hands. She had already sent people to secretly contact the witches long ago, and not just within Grey Castle, but also from all of the other 3 kingdoms. Your Witch Cooperation Association should also have received an invitation. I guess that's also the reason why, even after we spread the rumor of a safe haven for such a long time, no witches have come knocking at our door. We were just a step slower than Tilly. Kara has never mentioned this to us. Wendy rubbed her shoulders. If she had told you about Tilly's invitation, you might have never wanted to keep on looking for the Holy Mountain, isn't that right? That is indeed possible, but only by doing it this way were we able to meet in Border Town. She shook her head while smiling, therefore that she didn't mention it. Wasn't bad. I also think that it was pretty good. Lightning raised her hand. Tusk, we can't say for sure that going to the fjords wouldn't have been better. Lily curled her lips. After all, there are only witches there, so they don't need to pay special attention when step out of the house like here in Border Town. It has already become much better than before, Anna said earnestly. In the past, I didn't even dare to go out at all. Yes, some people are simply like this. Last time, Ashes clearly wanted to flatly reject our invitation, but she still put on an act. Mystery Moon then mumbled to herself, also saying that she wasn't a traitor. You. Lily opened her eyes wide. Fool. Traitor. The other witches couldn't help themselves from laughing. I also think the same. Roland's heart was suddenly filled with a sense of accomplishment, even though the fifth prince's was smarter and more quick-witted than he was, and he might also not be as powerful or resolute as Timothy and Garcia were. He could at least provide these witches with a free-spirited and comfortable living environment, and at the same time give his people a better life. This hot air balloon, I fear it might become several times larger than the previous one, Nightingale interrupted while looking at the size Soraya had already managed to coat. Are you intending to use it to transport the witches? Roland nodded. The only way to avoid the usage of any harbor city is by directly traveling across to the sea to the south of Border Town. Moreover, apart from greeting and sending off our new visitors, it can also be considered as a new attempt at flight. After the coating had been applied on both sides, it became a double-layered material, with a width and length of nearly 6 meters. If it had been made out of plain canvas or linen, it would be difficult to single-handedly drag it over. But since it was only made out of the light coating, its weight managed to only equal the weight of a stack of papers. By combining more than a dozen of pieces like these together, and by protecting the seams with an additional protective layer, it became a staggeringly giant airbag. Roland also wanted to test the soldering capability of Soraya's coating. The thick tree bark painting she had drawn on the table when she had used her new ability for the first time still remained fresh within his mind. They had both been so firmly bonded together that when they tried to grab the tree bark and pull it upwards, the whole square table had also been lifted up. So in the end, what he really wanted to find out was whether it was possible for the coating to glue the pieces of paper together into an inseparable whole. And if it could do that, if it would then be able to hold up the massive airbag, maintaining its shape, and also maintain its airtight properties. At present, instead of imitating a hydrogen balloon which could be controlled by anyone, he still needed to rely on Anna to inflate the hot air balloon. But since he already had a DC motor and could also produce hydrogen by electrolyzing water, the time until the arrival of the historically famous airship, Zeppelin, wouldn't be too far into the future, as long as he found a suitable light material to make the skeleton with. Creating this kind of huge monster, which could fly at a height of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, and had almost no natural enemies, would have a lot less technical difficulties than other aircrafts did. Although the hit rate at which bombs were thrown from a high altitude was very low, they still weren't something that the enemy would be able to withstand, leaving them with no other choice than to take a beating, with not even the slightest possibility of hitting back. So, as long as they circled over the enemy's territory each day, Roland thought that there would not be any opponent who would not collapse under the Zeppelin's might. Imagining the picture of their future battle against the holy city of the church, he saw 4 or 5 of these aircrafts hovering side by side in the air, dropping bombs on them like rain, heavy gunship bombardments coming from the river channels towards the enemy city's gate and stronghold. And added to this were all of the infantry, armed with firearms, fighting from the rear. Having the 3 armed services, the Army, Navy, and Air Force fight together as one, even just imagining this already made him become somewhat excited. "Your Highness, what are you laughing so foolishly for?" Anna sighed and reached out with her hand to cover the corner of her mouth, which she was unable to keep from jerking into a smile. "I presume he is being delusional, thinking about the new witches." Lily rolled her eyes. "Men." After the lower part of the airbag was connected using hemp ropes towards a large vine gondola, the founding of the new generation of hot air balloon was successfully completed. Compared with the first generation, its volume was close to 4 times as large, and the number of people it could accommodate had also expanded to more than 10. Furthermore, the basket also came with an awning which would shield the passengers from the sunlight. Of course, to provide Anna with a place to add heat to the balloon, they had also left a hole within the awning. Roland named the balloon as Cloud Gazer, and after completing the heavy load test at an open space in the courtyard, it was finally time for the first navigation test on the following day. Beside Anna, the other members of the test flight's crew were Wendy and 5 other witches, as well as the prince himself. The whole process of navigating within the air went smoothly. The witches floating in the air could constantly chatter and sighing as they looked out at the spectacular scenery from a bird's eye point of view compared with last time's observation from a fixed point. This time they were always moving, becoming a sightseeing tour which evoked even more interest in them. With the help of Wendy's constantly provided wind, Cloud Gazer advanced toward the south, arrived at the mountain ridge at noon, and after crossing over the flag inserted at the hilltop, it ultimately came to hover above the shoreline. After flying in a circle along the coastline, the entire group of people on board of Cloud Gazer returned to the castle. During the flight, Roland noticed that Wendy, who was responsible for controlling the direction of the flight, would occasionally beat her shoulders, and also appeared to be very exhausted. He had heard that women with big chests easily suffered under shoulder pains, and that it could be solved with the use of a certain close-fitting type of underwear. Although he didn't know if this was true or not, giving it a try couldn't be wrong. Moreover, along with becoming older, Anna's body was also gradually developing, so Roland decided to make a small gift for the adult witches. Chapter 252, New Round of Purchases. Chapter 252, New Round of Purchases. As the Lord of the Western region, Roland naturally didn't need to do the job by himself. He merely had to draw a rough outline on a piece of paper, and could then recruit a tailor and make clear what he wanted to create. Although he had never come in contact with a bra with his own hands, with all the different advertisements, television programs, and movies, he had actually already seen plenty of them before, so he could still design some of them in accordance with their different styles. In the end, he chose to create the most frequently seen shoulder strap type, which fastened at the back. To make it, he decided to use 3 copper hooks, which allowed for the wearer to choose a level of relaxation that was within a fixed range. Since this kind of close-fitting clothing needed to satisfactorily bind the chest, Roland decided to call for the maids in the castle to be measured by the tailor. Because of the tailor's wealth of experience, From so many years of cutting out and tailoring clothes, she was immediately able to understand the function of a bra after hearing the prince's explanation. In the end, together with the actual measurement results, the bra's sizes had been divided into several grades, and each grade could be adjusted to a certain extent. In fact, within this era, the prototype for the bra had long since made its appearance. It was the skin-tight corset. However, the corset wasn't developed in order to let women feel more comfortable. Rather, it was used to tighten up their waistline as much as possible, while at the same time also pushing up the bosom so that the body would form into an hourglass-like figure. Those gorgeous aristocratic dresses had all been tailored in accordance with the form of a small waist. So without the aid of a skin-tight corset, Roland was afraid that those dresses with their extremely thin waist would be very difficult for the average woman to wear. Furthermore, when the waist was constricted too much, it would also make for a very uncomfortable experience, and in serious cases could even affect the blood circulation, which in turn could lead to fainting. While the bra, in addition to supporting the chest, also fixed the bosom and lessen its shaking, making it even more comfortable for the woman to wear it daily. Just 2 days later, the old tailor had already cut out 20 bras. For the material, Roland had provided her with silk and first-rate cotton. Both were pleasing to the eye and breathable, and the workmanship was also exceptionally intricate. But before Roland was even able to send the gift over to the witches, the caravan from King's City had once again arrived in Border Town. Compared to the previous month, not only was the fleet too late, but its size was also far smaller than last time, even so much as to give a deserted feeling when they came to dock in Border Town's expanded pier. "Your Highness, and so we meet again," Margaret said with a smile. "Welcome, previous by helping me to transport the refugees. I'd put you through a lot of trouble," Roland said, and looking at the fleet on the river bank. "This times, it seems there are a lot fewer sailboats." "That's because of some unexpected accidents." She wiped the sweat from her forehead. "If you do not mind, could we go to the reception hall to talk about this? It is much too hot out here." "I also feel the same," Hogg mumbled to himself. "I'm a man from Grey Castle through and through. This awful weather is killing me. If it weren't for the purpose of receiving the first steamer, I would not want to even leave the house right now." Roland nodded, and the entire group of people all returned to the castle. Walking into the hall, the cold air from inside was the first thing to fill their lungs, and after he had taken a deep breath, Hogg said in relief, "Thank God for the existence of such a wonderful thing. If I hadn't seen its course of production with my own eyes, I wouldn't have been able to believe that it had been made from manure. Oh, there is even ice water. Your Highness, may I?" Of course, Roland signaled that he should go ahead and then went to sit at the Lord's seat to start his talk with the merchant woman. With this done, what was the accident which led to this month's sharp decline of saltpeter? In accordance with the contract, she had to provide Border Town with 3 ships of saltpeter each month, but this time, only 1 ship had been loaded with saltpeter. It is because of King's City Alchemy Association. They have recently purchased all the available saltpeter. Furthermore, they only offer to buy at a low price. But since they have the support of Prime Minister Marquis Wyke, no one has the possibility of resisting. Therefore, this isn't really a simple business transaction. Instead, the merchants think that it would be bad if they did not sell. Margaret said, "I guess that the order was given by Timothy himself. After all, he is practically blowing steam from his nose out of anger." "Timothy?" Roland asked, puzzled. "Isn't he still marching to the south?" "That's right," she nodded. "It seems that Theo has already told you this news. I had heard when he had left King's City, he also brought many men and horses, as well as fully loaded military supply wagons with him. Their goal must probably be to go and find some trouble for Garcia in the south." Shortly after they had left King's City, the Alchemy Association had also began to buy all of the saltpeter. On hearing of this matter, Roland was even more assured that sending Theo to King's City was indeed a very fruitful. At the beginning, he had only received the message that Timothy was gathering the rats, so in order to guard against the other side's sudden invasion, he had specifically asked Petrov to strengthen the defenses of Longsong Stronghold. But when Roland received the next secret letter sent by his personal guard, he could finally feel relieved. This time Timothy had headed straight to the south apparently. This recruiting hadn't been meant to go against him. Regarding the use of the rats, Roland and Theo had basically the same opinion, which was, since their discipline was even worse than that of the commoners and serfs, they wouldn't be suitable for use in direct combat. So the only way to use this group of people would be the same as the last time. First, make them become addicted to drugs, and then force them to attack and kill the enemy. It seems that his counterpart was depending on the tactic of repeatedly using armies of cannon fodder, which, with taking into regard that he was ruling over 2/3 of Greycastle, was contrary to what one might expect to be a safe strategy. But why did the Alchemy Association suddenly begin to acquiring a lot of saltpeter? Snow powder was originally one of their products, but with its huge error rate, it could only be used for salutes during rituals. Could it be that nowadays, after the appearance of the correct formula for gunpowder, they intended on immediately starting mass production? Or were they trying to determine the optimal mix ratio through a large lot of experiments? Roland shook his head, trying to get rid of the doubt within his mind. He guessed that it wouldn't have too great of an impact. After all, the industrial production of 3 acids and 2 sodas would soon begin, which would allowing him to step onto the path of producing an even more advanced form of gunpowder. Then does it mean that you can also not guarantee next month's saltpeter supply of 3 ships? I don't know. Also, Margaret looked a bit embarrassed, but she still bluntly said, I already spent a lot of time and effort to bring this one ship into the Western Territory. I had to purchase it from Silver City. And now that we have to face the heat of summer, the demand for saltpeter is enormous, so I'm not sure of how much I can buy. However, if it is any other season, I can guarantee the supply of the 3 ships. I understand. Roland took a sip of ice water, then tried to get as much as possible next month. There is no need for you to try to force it. I also still have some goods that I want to purchase from you. Oh, Margaret sighed in relief. What is it? Or washing stones used for washing laundry, he replied. They are muddy white and look like a wafer or pillar, but when soaked in water they will give off a soapy feeling. Those things aren't uncommon in the capital's inns. Sure enough, it's ore, said the merchant, smiling helplessly. You have a big mine in your territory, yet all the goods you acquire are still minerals. That's really something that's hard for people to understand. Well, it's a really common thing, so the price shouldn't be too high. What are you planning to do with it? Naturally, it will be used to make it easier to wash clothes. Roland smiled. Washing stones was something he had discovered in the memories of the former 4th prince. Its innate character was a naturally alkali, and its main component was sodium bicarbonate. It had a strong decontaminating effect, and when used together with plant ash and pancreas, it was one of 3 outstanding cleaning tools used in the ancient times. In the absence of an ion exchange membrane, the efficiency of using the electrolysis of salt water to collect sodium hydroxide was extremely low. Furthermore, it wasn't possible to purchase edible salt at the price of a cabbage either. Because of this, he planned to buy natural soda and make caustic soda, and by the time he had a sufficient amount of caustic soda, he could start the large-scale manufacturing of soap, as well as one of soap's byproducts, glycerin. Chapter 253, Hot Air Balloon Trade. Chapter 253, Hot Air Balloon Trade. Your Royal Highness, I would like to ask you, when we stepped through the door. After drinking all the iced water in the bucket, Hog's appearance had finally recovered, the painting drawn in the hall. I am afraid that is something that is impossible for the average person to draw, isn't it? No matter whether it is the degree of lifelike or the view from high up in the air. He lowered his voice and asked, Is this the work of a witch? Roland looked over at Margaret, only to see the latter nodding. Your Highness, please rest assured, Hog is my old friend from many years. He is also not someone who is malicious towards witches. You guessed it, it really is a witch who made the painting. After the hot air balloon tour to the beach from 2 days ago, Roland had wanted to preserve the view of the beautiful scene he had seen, plus the former hall's decoration was actually simple and crude, without any paintings, so he had asked Soraya to turn the wall behind the Lord's seat into a grand mural. With the scenic wall at the back, the hall's style had instantly been upgraded by several grades. I knew it, Hog sighed. Although they are propagated as the devil's minions, those strange abilities they possess are indeed enviable. It is impossible for ordinary people to fly into the air and draw such an exquisite mural beyond compare afterward. Only the second half of your sentence is correct. Roland shook his head. Ordinary people, even if they don't rely on magic, can also fly. They can even fly higher than an eagle and fly faster than the swift. You have a good sense of humor, Hog laughed out loud. Only if we have a pair of wings, and also become lighter than the birds. Margaret, however, sounded startled as she asked, "Really?" "Of course," the prince said confidently, "and I can prove it to you." Letting the merchants receive the knowledge and experience about his various types of inventions wouldn't only promote their relationship, it would also open up a new effective way for them to trade. It was the same for everything else. The mugs to the liquor, whether he was able to sell it or not was another matter. Anyway, the caravan would be staying in town for several days, and after their regular trading, the negotiation would also be finalized. The rest of their time was typically filled with drinking and being merrymaking. Furthermore, Anna was also very interested in taking a trip in the hot air balloon, so by giving her a possibility to rest for a moment from her busy work, it could be seen as an action which fulfilled multiple purposes. Soon, Cloud Gazer was once more inflated, and all the witches who couldn't ride with the balloon last time had gathered. Lucia even shyly asked if her younger sister could also go up and take a look, which Roland had immediately agreed to. As the balloon that was carrying everyone began to slowly rising, Margaret covered her mouth in astonishment, while Hogg grabbed hold of the edge of the basket, not knowing whether he should be excited or scared. Since Belle's size was too small, it was impossible for her to see the scenery outside of the basket. Without any better option, Lucia had to hold her up and permitted for her to ride on her shoulders, while gingerly stepping close to the edge of the basket and repeatedly warning her to not fiddle around too much. As the navigator and the rescuer, Lightning continually circled around the hot air balloon, only stopping from time to time to pull a face at Belle. After the hot air balloon circled along the southern coastline one more time, their airborne sightseeing trip had come to its end. Back at the castle, Hogg's legs were still trembling. Stammering, he said, "I would have never thought that looking down from up in the sky would be this frightening. I felt like I was always falling down." "After flying for a few times it will be okay," Roland laughed. "Leaving with your feet from the ground for the first time will always create such an illusion. It is the same for a person who had never gone out to sea. They will also start to vomit due to the sea's up and down motion." "You spoke the truth," Margaret exclaimed in admiration. "Today, the scenery I saw was indeed inconceivable. Looking from the sky to the edge of the sea, it actually resembled a blue arc." "But your Royal Highness, I do not seem to be wrong." Hogg drank some iced liquor. "Even though we ordinary people were able to fly in the sky, but this was still a witch's ability. If it weren't for them, this big guy would never be able to fly." "No, old friend." Even before Roland had the chance to answer, Margaret had already begun to speak. "Don't tell me you haven't realized it. Miss Anna had been merely releasing her flame, nothing more. I also specifically asked Lightning. She said that as long as enough heat is poured into the airbag, Cloud Gazer will rise up into the sky. The flame is not a witch's privilege, Your Royal Highness, am I right?" She once more proved why she was able to establish herself as a fjord ocean merchant in King's City. No matter if it was her perception or her intelligence, they were both exceptional. Roland smiled and nodded. "Hot air will rises, while cold air will sink. That's also the reason why it is called a hot air balloon." "Really? Would using a brazier be hot enough?" Hogg asked disbelievingly. "That won't do, because if you want to let the balloon float in the sky, you have to supply it with heat the entire time. Furthermore, wood itself is already very heavy, so you can't take it with you without end. Because of this, the problem needs to be solved in a special way." "Can you achieve it?" Margaret asked impatiently. "Well, I should be able to." After thinking for a while, Roland continued, "But there are still some troubles." "That would be truly wonderful," Margaret answered immediately. "I hope that I will be able to purchase 4 to 5 hot air balloons. They don't need to be so big, it would already be enough if they can carry one person." "Do you want to put it on your ships?" Hogg asked. "Well, the mast cannot reach an unlimited height, but a hot air balloon can. It can go as high as the rope connected to the basket is long. Moreover, if it connects to the mast, it also won't drift away with the wind. So, by using a hot air balloon as a lookout, they should be able to detect nearing pirate ship much earlier. Regarding the sea trade, besides the unpredictable storms and tsunamis, the biggest harm to our merchant fleets comes from pirates. But I fear that it is unlikely that the construction cost will be low." Roland calculated it within his mind. "I estimate that it will require more than 1,000 gold royals. In case they didn't use a witch to heat the air, the hot air balloon would need to use gas as fuel, and the most easily obtainable fuel would be coal gas. Unfortunately, Grey Castle's coal mines were located at the Cold Wind Mountain range, which was just too far away from border town. According to the transportation conditions, it would be impossible to transport it over. Turning the hot air balloon into a hydrogen balloon would be much easier to achieve, but he had still to solve the problem of the gas tank. If it couldn't be used unobstructed, then it wouldn't be of any practical value. 1,000 gold royals apiece, was it? Margaret said, then made a counteroffer. If you really are able to make this, I can guarantee that all the caravans from the fjords will buy at least one or two of them. This time Crescent Moon Bay caravan hadn't come along. Otherwise I'm certain you would have received your next huge order. Hogg grasped the liquor cup and drained it in one gulp. I, however, won't need such a balloon. Even though they seem very magical, they don't have any use for my mines in Silver City. I just want to get my steam engines as soon as possible. Hearing Margaret accepting his price made Roland pleased beyond his expectations. The 1,000 gold royals were the price he got after increasing the estimated production costs by 5 times. He had never expected that the other party was able to accept a price twice the price of a steam engine. But when he thought about it again, a seafaring ship carrying all kinds of goods would probably be worth much more than this price, not to mention saving the entire merchant fleet and the lives of the ship's crew, so long as they could avoid being looted by pirates. The deal would still be cost-effective for ocean traders. Also, the 1,000 gold royals wouldn't be the end of the deal. Whether it was hydrogen or coal gas, they were both consumables. If they were used up, they would eventually need to come back to border town for a refill, which would then yield an additional revenue. Of course, in case they acquired the gas canisters in large quantity, giving them a discount or present them with several inflations for free could be considered. In this regards, he could use the Fours car shops and CPC and CNPC as an example and imitate them. Roland pretended to hesitate for a moment before he finally nodding. In that case, I think we have reached a deal. TN. In China, authorized car dealership are called Fours car shops. The Fours represent sale, spare part, service, and survey. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, sale, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, spare part, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Service, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, survey. In most cases, brand name new cars can be purchased only from Fours shops. For new cars in high demand, a high premium is added for instant delivery or just placing an order. The profit of car dealers in China is quite high comparing to the rest of the world, in most cases 10%. This is supposedly due to the non-transparent invoice price as announced by manufacturers, and to the premiums they charge for quick delivery. Due to the lack of knowledge for most customers, dealers can sell add-ons at much higher prices than the aftermarket. There is no regulation by either the government or associations. Source: CNPC, China National Petroleum Corporation CPC. CPC Corporation Chapter 254, Alliance Chapter 254, Alliance. The fjord's weather was very strange. Yesterday had been a sunny, cloudless day with an endlessly blue sky. But the sky was gloomy today. The wind was blowing and the thunder rolling, looking like a massive rainstorm was imminent. Ashes held down her hair to prevent it from fluttering about wildly in the wind, then stepped into Tilly's home, only to discover that there was a fat pigeon sitting on Tilly's shoulder. Maggie, goo! The pigeon raised its head, its eyes turned bright, it opened its wings and immediately threw itself at the doorway, only to gently be blocked by Ash's hand. Turn into your human form so that we can talk. Woo! Goo! With fluttering wings, Maggie landed on the floor, shedding her feathers to reveal her original appearance. She opened her mouth and unhappily asked, "Do you have a hatred for pigeons?" "I've always felt that a bird that can speak is way too strange," Ashes said laughingly and pulled up the girl that was sitting up from the ground. "At what time have you come back?" "Just a moment ago. I was afraid that I would get caught up by the storm. My wing almost ended up broken." She patted her chest. "Fortunately, I was able to reach Sleeping Island before the rain began falling." "Did you fly back?" "Like this," Ashes tapped her on the forehead. "Why didn't you just turn into a swallow? Wouldn't that have been much faster?" "Oh." Maggie's eyes became wide as if she had suddenly only just realized something. "I forgot, goo." Tilly couldn't help but laugh. She then put down the letter in her hand and said, "I'm putting you through a lot of trouble. I already know about the news from that area, so for now you should go and look for Lotus or Molly and play with them. I will think about a good reply and notify you later." "Good, goo." Maggie saluted and then hopped as she left the room. What did Roland Wimbledon have to say? Waiting until the both of them were the only one left in the room, Ashes went over to Tilly and sat beside her on the woven mat. There, on the ground in front of them, a map was spread out. Looking closely, she discovered that it depicted the terrains surrounding Border Town. "This is his letter." Tilly handed her a piece of paper. "I have to say, the witches he picked are indeed quite special." Ashes quickly finished reading the letter given to her. Unable to keep the frown on her forehead, she asked, "He actually chose Sylvie. Does he simply do not care about exposing his identity?" "I don't know," Tilly said, not expressing her opinion. "Perhaps my summary about their abilities was too vague, so he was unable to do an in-depth investigation. Or it could be that he simply does not care if his identity is exposed to us, and might be trying to show his sincerity in cooperating. Of course, there is still another possibility. He really could be your older brother." Ashes finished her sentence, "and because of this he doesn't care at all about Sylvie's ability." "But this possibility is next to nothing," she laughed at herself. "Who would know better than I the kind of person my older brother is? If he was indeed Roland Wimbledon, he would never chose to go against the church in order to protect the witches. From young to old, the thing he has always been best at was with escaping, no matter what challenges or difficulties he was facing. Even when the king sent him to Border Town, he never went over to meet with father or tried raising any form of protest, even if it would only be a symbolic one." Ashes raised one eyebrow. "In short, him taking the initiative to pick Sylvie is a good thing for us. In that way, we don't need to think of an excuse to send him an additional witch. But those other witches, don't tell me that you really want to agree to send them to him. Why not? Lotus is one of Sleeping Island's most talented witches. If she is gone, who will build new mud houses or restore our old ones? If you want to create something, or transformation the island's terrain, not having her ability to remodel the terrain would prove extremely inconvenient. After all, we are currently using less than 30% of Sleeping Island's terrain. There are still many places which can be transformed." As she said this, she raised one finger. "There is also honey. She can order the osprey to catch fish for everyone. The reason we can enjoy a variety of delicious fish soups every day is to her credit. As for Candle and Evelyn, sending them away wouldn't be such a big problem. In case you cannot refuse his request, can't we just exchange those two witches for others who aren't as useful?" "What is useful, what is useless? By sending them to Border Town, I hope to obtain a new ally rather than abandon our sisters." Tilly's expression turned grave. "No matter what kind of ability they have, by choosing to come to Sleeping Island, all of the witches have become our sisters. If we want to turn Sleeping Island into the home for witches, how could we afford to filter the already small number of witches according to whether their abilities are useful or not?" Ashes had already seen her exposing this kind of expression during their time in the palace. It was the expression the fifth princess would show whenever she was outraged. Seeing this, Ashes couldn't help but change her manner of address. "I'm sorry. Your Majesty, I just..." Tilly sighed and then started unhurriedly. "Moreover, it's hard to measure the ability of everyone according to some kind of standard. From among the more than 100 witches, Roland has selected those 5 witches, even including Candle and Evelyn, 2 that you have regarded as useless. Can you really be certain that they are useless? Perhaps through this exchange, we will be able to figure out whether he chose the 2 by accident, or if he had seen something within them that we were just unable to recognize." She paused. "No matter what, we are already such a small number of witches. Every witch deserves to be fought for. They aren't tools we use to build a new home. Instead, we are all comrades holding the same goal in our sights, so you must never speak such words." "Yes, Your Majesty," Ashes responded in a meek voice. At this moment, lightning broke through the clouds, straight over the sea. As if it were a decree given by the gods, it was immediately followed with an ear-splitting rolling of thunder. And together with the echo of the explosions, the rain also began to fall over Sleeping Island. At first, it fell sparse, but it then quickly turned into a hubbub, and the dense rain soon covered the outside scenery with a layer of fog and rain, even sometimes overshadowing the conversation between the two. Ashes got up and closed the window in order to keep the rain from drifting into the room. When she turning around, she saw Tilly sway twice, showing a somewhat wan and sallow expression on her face. "Were you staying up all night?" "Well," Tilly called yawn. All the books we brought back from the ruins were written in the same language. Moreover, I already found some common points. As long as I have enough time, I am sure that I can translate all of them. Yeah, with enough time. Now, after getting rid of the nagging church, there will certainly be sufficient time for you. You don't need to study it all through the night. Ashes knit her brow. It could have a tremendous impact on your body. Rest assured, I am a witch. My body won't collapse so quickly. The fifth princess took a deep breath. Moreover, I have a vague premonition seeing the scene within the ruins gave me an uneasy feeling, so we have to decipher the content of these books as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, this time when the witches leave for Border Town, they will also bring one of the books along with them. If even you cannot read it, the possibility that the witches from the Witch Cooperation Association will know it is even worse. Well, we will just have to take a chance, Tilly said. I heard that there have been ancient ruins found in the eastern forest. Furthermore, the origin of the Witch Cooperation Association is located in the Sea Wind region, which is almost right next to the forest. We can't say for sure whether some of them haven't already seen this language. And if we can prove that they use the same language, it should mean that all those remains are from the same group of people. Yes, I got it, Ashes agreed. Also, it's not the case that I blame you for your previous words. Some of the words you said are reasonable, but that isn't related to the part about the significance of their abilities. Tilly reached out with her hand to stop Ashes from speaking. I have reached an agreement with the Chamber of Commerce of the Crescent Moon Bay Caravan. They will start to migrate some ordinary people over to Sleeping Island by next spring. So if Lotus leaves for too long, it would affect the follow-up construction of the island. So before the winter comes, I will have them all return to the fjord. Hearing Tilly's words, Ashes said in relief, then everything should be fine. But in order to avoid any kind of misunderstanding, I will lead several combat witches over to Border Town and help them to resist the attacks of the demonic beasts during the months of demons. Tilly exposed a sly smile. When that time comes, are you willing to go together with me? Ashes froze for a moment, but in the end had no oaths. Our option then helplessly replied, of course, Your Majesty. Chapter 255, Ways to Welcome. Chapter 255, Ways to Welcome. The rainstorm left as quickly as it had come. 2 days after the rainstorm ended, the entire group of people who were leaving departed. The ship responsible for sending them back to Grey Castle was the Charming Beauty. Sylvie leaned against the edge of the ship's railing, took out a slice of dried beef from a pouch, and held it above her head before shaking it. Goo, goo. A huge seagull which was flying alongside them chirped and dropped from the sky. The air current from its flapping wings caused her to squint her eyes. The meat she'd held in her hand was swallowed in one gulp, and by the time she looked up again, the seagull had already flown to the front of the sailboat, continuing with eagerly leading them across this boundless ocean. This was something Maggie had asked her to do, because when she turned into a bird, there was no way for her to take out the meat on her own. Even though her current body had looked no difference with an ordinary seagull, except for her body size, Sylvie could still see the magic surging within her and could also see her reel from. And if she even took an even closer look, she could even also see the process of how the magic came from all directions to finally gather at a single point, turning into little spots before it disappeared completely. I heard that she cannot only transform into different kind of birds, but that she also receives their corresponding abilities. Someone behind her clicked his tongue in wonder. As far as I know, seagulls will never be lost at sea and are also aware of any incoming storms ahead of time. It is indeed like that, Mr. Captain. Even without looking back, Sylvie knew clearly the man who had come over. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to choose a new route and bypass the endless cape, landing in the southwest of Grey Castle. Not only did her ability allow her to observe the flow of magic and detect all magical changes, but it also gave her a vast field of view which didn't have any gap in its coverage. It gave her the ability to observe everything that was around her at all times, even ignoring the obstacles that were able to block her normal line of sight. Her ability was so powerful that she could even see the lazy sailors who were sleeping under the deck, as well as the shoal of fish that were swimming beneath the bilge. Does that place have any ports? Captain Jack blew out the smoke. I remember that there were once explorers who have traveled to the western side of the Endless Cape, but all they found were cliffs and shoals. There was nothing else. It is even better if there isn't anything there, Sylvie said indifferently. That way everyone can return on the previous route right away. Isn't that the same as going on a wild goose chase? The captain shook his pipe. I anticipate that I might see something out of the ordinary on this new route. This time, the long journey had been arranged by Lady Tilly so that they could come into contact with a gathering of witches that were staying at another place, and in that way to help each other out. In addition to the 5 chosen witches, Ashes and Molly were also on the ship, but they wouldn't stay ashore. They had only come along to ensure that this sailing trip would be absolutely safe. Molly's magical servant could help the ship to withstand any possible storm they might face, while Ashes would make sure that every pirate who dared to fix their attention on their ship and decided to come over would be unable to make their way back. But Sylvie herself was also carrying another duty on her shoulders, that was, to identify Roland Wimbledon's true identity for Lady Tilly. Before the trip, Lady Tilly had given her a detailed account of the story, and also who she should respond to every kind of outcome. In simple terms, she should do her utmost to reach an agreement with the leader of the Witch Union in exchange for Roland's real body. But to be honest, Sylvie had always felt that this mission won't be so easy for her to complete. In case the Witch Union did not agree and decided to put her and the other 4 in jail to prevent them from leaking any news, what should she do then? Sylvie sighed as she looked through the cabin walls at Lotus, Evelyn, and the rest of the group happily playing with the magic servant. I hope that the witches from the Witch Union are as friendly as Maggie had said. After nearly a week of sailing on the sea, Sylvie finally saw Grey Castle's coastline. We will be arriving soon, Honey shouted as she leaned over the ship's railing, and the rows of swallows, ospreys, and seagulls standing beside her all followed her shout in a loud chorus. At last, Candle said with a meek voice and carrying a haggard expression, I feel like I'm almost unable to keep going. Child, that is only a temporary phenomenon. As long as you go ashore, you will soon be able to recover your previous strength, Jack said while laughing. He then looked with one eye through the observation mirror. I've been sailing for so many years, but I've never seen anyone dying because of the ship's shaking. Where is Maggie? Honey asked. She has already traveled to Border Town in advance so that she could contact the witches of the Witch Union, Ashes replied. I'm sure that they will send someone to pick you up soon. Sister Ashes, won't you come with us? Back at Sleeping Island, Tilly is in even more need of my assistance. Ashes laughed. There is no need for you to worry. The witches of the Witch Union will see and treat you as sisters. In case you come across any trouble, it is the best to immediately look for Wendy. She will definitely try her best to resolve the problem for you. Wendy, Sylvie quietly engraved the name in her mind. Oh, that's right, there is one other thing. Ashes patted her forehead. You must remember to always keep a far distance from Roland Wimbledon, and by no means should you be on your own with him. Why, isn't he the older brother of Lady Tilly? Evelyn asked, puzzled. He certainly is, Ashes stated earnestly, but that does not prevent him from groping a witch's buttocks. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air in fright. In the end, the ship docked half a mile away from the shoal. After all, there did not exist any detailed charts of the area, and no one knew how deep the water really was at the edge of the shoal. Yet going ashore was still quite simple. They didn't even have to use the beach boat. Instead, Molly let her magic servant wrap up the 5 witches and herself, and in that way they floated above the sea surface all the way towards the shore. The shoal was apparently a part of the mountain, and under the continuous erosion by the seawater, it had slowly become a soft and sandy beach. Not far from them, there stood a towering mountain range, which completely separated the coast from Grey Castle and the rest of the mainland. It seemed that the mountain ridge was going on endlessly, and the further west they looked, the higher it reached into the sky. At the end of their vision, it almost became similar to the giant mountain peaks of the impassable mountain range. After almost waiting for a whole double hour, Sylvie noted a strange shadow was coming towards them. Its volume was colossal. It was almost as huge as the charming beauty, and with its nearly round shape, it was obviously not a natural creature. It was reasonable to assume that such a massive object would also have to be incomparably heavy, but its path of flight was quite smooth, as if it was only floating in the air. Separated by mountains and woods, she couldn't see it very clearly, but it seemed that this thing was always climbing and would be soon above the mountains. After a while, it finally revealed itself to all of the people in the shelter. God, what is that? Lotus asked in disbelief while looking at the sky with an astonished expression. Sister Ashes, have you ever seen something like this? Evelyn pulled her arm. No, Ashes appeared to be equally surprised. It is also my first time seeing something like this. It seems that this is the way of style the Witch Union intends to welcome us, Sylvie sighed. She had finally discovered a basket, hanging beneath the astonishing huge spherical object that was floating in the sky. Furthermore, Maggie and another witch were flying to the left and right of the basket. Then her attention was drawn towards a long yellow canvas that was hanging beneath the basket, on which with gigantic letters were written, "Welcome to Border Town. TN, please help us by answering what's your favorite quote." Chapter 256, The Prologue to a New Life. Chapter 256, The Prologue to a New Life. After the basket landed on the ground, a woman who seemed to be around 30 years of age, who had red hair that came to her waist, climbed out of the basket and greeted them. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to Border Towns. My name is Wendy." She then looked to Ashes and showed a charming smile. "You also came. Is she the witch Ashes mentioned before?" Taking a closer look at the two, Sylvie came to the conclusion that they were already familiar with each other. "Welcome, you can call me Anna." A witch with bright eyes appeared in front of Sylvie. Her two blue eyes were as pure as water and also very eye-catching. However, what was even more mind-blowing was her magical power. It was tremendous, gave off a profound and resounding feeling, and seemed to hardly contain any flaws. It looked like slowly turning cube that was composed of 3 colors, black, white, and gray, which gathered all of the surrounding magic and twisted it into its orbit. How astonishing is her power! It was the first time Sylvie saw magical power that could release such a sense of oppression. "Hey, my name is Lightning," the little girl who had been flying beside the basket said. Maggie was sitting on her shoulder. Goo-goo. When all the witches of Sleeping Island had been introduced by Ashes, Wendy smilingly invited everyone to climb aboard the basket. "This huge air sac above our head is called a hot air balloon. As long as it is provided with hot air, it will be able to take us across the mountains and towards our destination." She paused, turned towards Ashes before she asked, "Do you really not want to come along and take a look at Border Town? I think His Highness would also want to see you again. He would not welcome a person who intended to lure away his witches." She laughed. "I will trouble you to take care of these children." "All right." Wendy pursed her lips, looking as if she felt regretful. "Rest assured, I will treat them with care." "In that case, everyone pay attention," Anna reminded. "Cloudgazer is about to rise into the sky." Sylvie only felt a slight tremble at her feet before the basket had already left the ground. Sticking her head over the edge, she saw Ashes and Molly waving at them. As the hot air balloon rose, the scene on the ground became smaller and smaller, soon turning the two into fingernail-sized spots. No matter what, their new life would soon begin. It seemed that Wendy had the ability to control the wind, and thus the hot air balloon, which was under her control, flew towards Grey Castle and the mainland. It was Sylvie's first time overlooking the Earth from up in the sky. Even though the earth and rocks couldn't stop her exploration, having such a large field of view available to her was nevertheless a new and odd experience. So when she tried to evoking her magic eye, she never expected the chaotic flood of scenes which came pouring into her mind: the cliffs and mountains hidden in the ocean depths, the underground rivers connected to the sea, the animals' bones buried in the earth, as well as the ever-changing subterranean rock strata. Trying to arrange this flood of images, Sylvie felt the onset of a splitting headache just as her magical power rapidly dropped. Hurriedly interrupting her magic eye, Sylvie sat on the ground and leaned against the basket wall, slowly trying to catch her breath. "Are you all right?" someone asked. Opening her eyes, she discovered that it was Wendy who was asking. "Well, I'm merely a little dizzy. After taking a few deep breaths, it will soon feel a little better," Wendy smiled. "Many people feel uncomfortable when they leave the ground for the first time." "Thank you, I'm already better," Sylvie nodded. Along the way, the atmosphere was much more harmonious than she had initially expected, and it was exactly like Ashes had said. Wendy was full of concern for everyone, and she didn't treat them any differently because of them being newcomers. Anna, although she didn't speak much on her own accord, would still answer in all seriousness whenever someone asked her a question. Lightning, who was seemingly a very good friend of Maggie's, had a vivacious personality, and together with the fat pigeon would come into the basket from time to chat with everyone, not treating them as if they were strangers at all. With Maggie being the confidant of both sides, the other 4 witches were gradually able to relax, one after another asking Lightning about the situation in Border Town. Later, the little girl simply hovered beside the basket and told them stories about the fights against the demonic beasts and invaders, as well as about all of His Highness, the prince's inconceivable invention, giving them one surprise after another. After a little while, the hot air balloon arrived in the sky over the castle. Just by looking at its size from high up, the town was really worthy of its name. It was both a small and remote place, with a size that was less than 1/3 of Sleeping Islands. However, contrary to what one might expect, it had a large number of townsfolk within. No matter if it was the center square, or the walls, or on the river shore, everywhere she looked, she could see people gathering together in crowds and groups. Traveling to and fro, they turned into a surging stream. The hot air balloon directly landed in the castle courtyard, and the moment they jumped out of the basket, an unexpected round of explosions spread through the air. Feeling caught off guard, Sylvie became shocked and froze on the spot. The other four didn't fare any better. Honey even jumped back into the basket and asked, while only revealing her head halfway, "What happened?" Wendy couldn't keep herself from laughing. "Do not worry, this is His Highness's gun salute. It is his way to welcome you all to Border Town." Passing through the shadowy corridor, they stepped into the castle hall. And that was when Sylvie finally met with Tilly's brother. He was sitting at the end of the hall at the Lord's seat. He had an external appearance that was somewhat similar to Her Highness, the fifth princess. They had the same grey hair, weren't wearing any superfluous pendants on their body, and showed a relaxed and natural expression. His facial features still fell short when compared to Tilly's, whose appearance was something that warmed the heart and delighted the eyes. But they shared the same kind of calm temperament, which would attract everyone's eye, even when they were merely sitting there. "Welcome to Border Towns. I am the Lord of the Western Territory, Roland Wimbledon. I presume that everyone already knows my name." He stood up and smiled. "Tilly Wimbledon is my younger sister, so you don't need to feel awkward when living in Border Town. Consider it your home the same as you would with Sleeping Island." Unable to suppress her curiosity, Sylvie opened her magic eye, only to stare blankly at what she saw. The expected darkness did not appear, which indicated that the other side wasn't wearing a god stone of retaliation. Moreover, there also wasn't any trace of magic on his body. How he looked now was the same he looked to her in her normal vision. Neither was there any kind of camouflage on him, nor was he being controlled. This could only mean that the man in front of her was indeed Roland himself. Tilly's countermeasure for the no-clue detectable situation was merely one sentence, sending the news back to Sleeping Island. The words Roland said afterward, Sylvie didn't listen to at all. Her head had become a complete mess. In order to accomplish the task given by Lady Tilly, she had thought about the words and expressions she should use when negotiating. She had even come up with plans in the case of their imprisonment, never expecting that it would become completely useless. With no better option, let's wait until the end of the month so that Maggie can bring this information back to Sleeping Island and complete the task. But how is this possible? There is a true aristocrat determined to shelter witches, even going so far as to become the leader of the Witch Union. The psychological shock caused Sylvie to fall in a kind of trance. Only when His Highness started arranging their rooms for the night did her soul finally return. The current situation is roughly like this. By now the witch house is still not completed, so you will have to temporarily live within the castle and share a room with the other witches. Of course, this should also help you to quickly blend into life here in Border Town. Then Roland announced, "Tonight, there will be a lavish dinner waiting for you. It will be the official welcoming ceremony to celebrate your arrival in Border Town. I hope everyone will enjoy it." Seeing the result of their room arrangements, Sylvie breathed out in relief. In the end, it was arranged that she would live together with Wendy. Looking back at their short contact, Wendy was indeed a good senior who would be easy for her to get along with. However, in addition to Wendy, there seemed to be another witch that was living in the room who was called Nightingale. Sylvie couldn't help but think, I hope that the other person is also easy to get along with. Chapter 257, Mystery. Chapter 257, Mystery. Ever since the 5 witches from Sleeping Island arrived in Border Town, Roland was in a constant state of excitement, which meant that even after the end of the banquet, he found it impossible to fall asleep as he lay in his bed. Without any better option available to him, He got up to drink half a cup of white spirit and tried forcing his body to fall asleep. On the next morrow, when the cicadas in the courtyard all began emitting zia sounds, he had already recovered a clear head. He was full of energy by the time he climbed out of bed, and after a simple washing, he immediately headed to the office. At this time, the marble white color of dawn appeared in the sky and sent out the first rays of the morning sun through the window, sprinkling it evenly throughout the room. Even after looking around for a long time, Roland was still unable to detect the familiar figure of the past. He was used to Nightingale being there, lazily laying on top of the chair whenever he pushed open the door and entered. With a helpless smile, Roland sat down at the table and removed a notebook from the drawer, then began to plan out the next generation of witch training programs. First, he would let Wendy and Scroll to help the newcomers become familiar with their new environment, that they could start blending in with the community. Furthermore, he also planned to launch a sugar-coated bullet barrage. He would have the visiting witches fully enjoy Border Town's unique and comfortable lifestyle, meaning that it wouldn't even be necessary for them to stay in town for his plan to succeed, even if they went back afterward. As long as they spread the news about the fabulous lifestyle in Border Town, it would still be for the better. By the time the sun was completely hanging over the sky, Nightingale finally came into the office. "Oh, you were actually able to rise so early today. Don't tell me that it's really as Lily-like said. Were you really so impatient for the new witches to arrive that you couldn't wait? What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Roland smiled as he asked, then put a bag of dried fish on the table. "How did you get along with your new sister last night?" "Sister," Nightingale curled her lips. "You can't trust them too much." "What happened?" Nightingale reached out with her hand to grab the bag and then turned around to sit on the couch. The witch named Sylvie, out of the 10 sentences she'd spoken, half had been lies. Although they haven't been so grave as to mean that she has some evil intentions towards us, there are certainly still a lot of thoughts she is trying to hide. Well, that's somewhat understandable. Roland seemed to not care about it. She probably wanted to see if I was the real Roland Wimbledon or not. What? Nightingale blanked slightly. In case one of your close relatives were to suddenly change by a great deal, you would certainly also come to think that they had either been replaced or are become controlled. He smiled. "I guess Tilly thinks that one of those possibilities might have happened to me. In King's City, I was well known for always idling away my days and being without any learning or skills. I was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. How could such a person so suddenly change as to straighten his back and start sheltering witches? In fact, any bad comments that were used to describe the fourth prince weren't exaggerations. One of his still existent childhood memories went like this. One time, the fourth prince was playing in the palace, and he ended up accidentally breaking a few crystal glass jars. However, to avoid punishment, not only did he push all of the blame on Tilly Wimbledon. No, to complete the forgery of the scene, he even pushed the around 6 or 7 years old girl onto the broken shards of crystal glass. Having this kind of dark history, wouldn't it be a wonder instead if the other party's impression of him was good? It was reasonable that there would be doubt when the older brother's nature showed such a dramatic change that he no longer appeared to be himself. In fact, everyone would have liked to go and investigate these changes. "Hearing you speak like this, I also want to know," Nightingale asked curiously, "are you really Roland Wimbledon after all or not?" "I'm both, so yes and no," Roland answered and spread out his arms. Nightingale was shocked. "Why does my ability tell me that your sentence is true?" "Because that's how it is." Nightingale's ability could only detect deliberately told lies, and he didn't think he was telling her a lie. Holding her forehead and frowning for a long time, Nightingale finally decided to give up thinking about it. "Well, I will just ask Anna about it later. No matter what, as long as I am familiar with the Roland in front of me, everything is good. Of course, from the moment you knew me, I've always been myself." Roland smiled. After breakfast, Wendy brought the 5 witches from Sleeping Island over to his office. "Good morning, Your Highness." The 5 bowed in salute. "Relax, I am not a person that is very particular about etiquette. You can address me the same way as you talk with Tilly." Roland said as he waved his hand. "During the first week, I won't arrange any work for you. Instead, you should use this time to become familiar with the town's environment and lifestyle. You can freely visit Border Town. Nobody will discriminate against you because for being witches. They also won't attempt to arrest you in exchange for money. I have completely eradicated the church's force across the whole Western Territory. So this place and Sleeping Island are the same. They are both places of freedom. I think that all of you already know of the cause for magic devouring your bodies, so by necessity, your practice cannot be abandoned. During the day there are no restrictions. Everything will be all right as long as you do not forget to come back and eat lunch. After dinner, you have primary education classes, which including learning how to read and write. There will be simple math and natural knowledge. Tilly may have already told you this, but apart from crossing the day of adulthood, the ability of a witch can be strengthened even further. To do so, it is necessary that you master this knowledge. Every one of you that are interested can come and attend the classes together with the rest of Border Town's witches. Furthermore, each month you will receive 1 gold royal as remunerations, as well as have the weekends off, and you will also be given paid leave. If you don't understand what this means, you can go and ask Wendy. In short, everyone's daily life will be the same as that of the witch unions. Sleeping Island is a home for witches, and the same is true for Border Town. Roland paused. Our next task will be to test your abilities. Tilly's description in her letter wasn't very clear, but displaying you abilities here will be too much of an inconvenience, so let's first change to a more spacious location. Please wait a moment, Your Royal Highness. There is something I have to give you first, as Sylvie spoke. What is it? She untied the package in her hands and placed several yellow parchments together with a letter onto the table. Lady Tilly discovered these documents within ruins in the fjord. She wants to ask if you're able to understand the letters that the text is written in. Puzzled, Roland opened the envelope. It didn't contain a long letter, so he quickly reached its end. Yet the content inside set off monstrous, sky-shaking waves within his heart. A man-made island, set at the bottom of the ocean, after hundreds of years of unpredictable changes due to the rising and falling tides, had an observation mirror that was operable inside, as well as a stone gate, constructed within a cliff. All this was simply unfathomable. Why would there exist such an unimaginable remnant in the fjord? Moreover, the inquiries Tilly made at the end of the letter sent a tingling feeling all over his body. Glancing at the parchment, he was indeed a bit familiar with these words. Quickly go and bring Scroll over, Roland instructed Nightingale. Not much later, Scroll arrived at the castle after rushing over from City Hall. After summoning her magic book, the prince read it couldn't help but frown. When looking at the holy book Kara had brought back from the ruins in the eastern forest, and the documents found in ruins in the fjord, he found out that the characters used were exactly the same, this way confirming Tilly's guess to the letter. These ancient ruins had been built by the hands of the very same group of people. If it was the church that built all these, why did they abandon them? Moreover, it wasn't only those magnificent buildings. Even the records from 450 years ago have been left behind but weren't erased. What was it they'd wanted to hide? Even the burning hot sun of the final month of summer was powerful enough to let Roland feel even the smallest bit of warmth, but he now only felt an indistinct cold, both gloomy and chilly, come rising from the soles of the feet. Is the stone tower discovered by lighting in the concealing forest also related to those ruins? And the demonic beasts, the devils, and the holy city of Taquilia? In the end, just what kind of accident happened 450 years ago? At the bottom of Roland's heart, an unease was welling up. Chapter 258, The Witches from Sleeping Island, Part 1. Chapter 258, The Witches from Sleeping Island, Part 1. The letter also mentioned that Tilly was trying to translate the words and would like to know whether the Witch Union could provide her with any clue. Roland decided that he would include the news about the devils and the holy city of Taquilla in his next reply to her. Furthermore, he also wanted to add Soria's picture of the previous events. Maybe that information might somehow help her with her translation. This information wasn't suitable to be hidden away, as long as he could understand what kind of unforeseen event had happened more than 400 years ago. It would help him prepare a response ahead of time. They might be even able to discover the weak point of the church if there hadn't been something they needed to worry over. then there was no reason to go so far to bury the past in the soil. It was evident that there were some things that they wanted to keep from being discovered at any cost. In addition, it would be beneficial for them to send someone to explore the stone tower in the concealing forest. The access to the ruins in the eastern region's sea wind region was blocked by the church, while the ruins in the fjords had been buried beneath the ocean's surface for longer period of the year. And beside the pile of books in the secret chamber, almost nothing else was left there. But seeing men's footprints within the depths of the concealing forest were rare. Even the church was unable to reach it so easily. So it was perhaps the place where they could go in order to find some useful clues. But the report about the devil that Lightning had encountered also caused fear to arise in Roland. Such an exploration couldn't be done without the witches, but if he was to dispatch the witches and they suffered some losses, he would be unable to bear the guilt. After considering it over and over, Roland ultimately decided to wait until the first army had been completely equipped with the newest generation of firearms. He would then let them embark together with the witches into the forest, and he was sure they could then deal with every possible devil they might encounter. Suppressing the seething unrest within his heart, Roland revealed a forced smile. "I understand what Tilly's is trying to do, so I will write a reply to her with a good descriptions of the situation, but nevertheless it is still better if we first proceed with your capability tests. After all, developing one's strength as far as possible during peacetime was the right choice of action. That way, when war inevitably arrived, they would at least have the ability to keep on fighting." A test site was selected that was once more outside of the city walls. In order to prevent any people from entering the testing ground, Roland had also mobilized to First Army to enclose the surroundings and also hinder anyone who tried to enter or leave. The first one who went through the testing was Lotus. Her age was similar to Nightingale's. She possessed short, voluminous black hair, and facial features were the pretty daughter coming from a humble family type. Her overall appearance was quite lovely. With a small size of around 1.50 meters and a skinny body, when compared to the tall Nightingale, she looked like a little girl who has yet to completely grow up, giving off a sense of weakness. But if there was one thing that couldn't be called weak, it would be her abilities. Within a 5-meter area, she could easily change the topography of the land beneath her feet. The description of the letter was far from the shock he felt when seeing it. During the test, Lotus let the earth beside her rise up vertically, like an earth pillar which was growing into the sky. It was only when the earth pillar reached a height of 7 to 8 meters that it finally collapsed because of the structural destabilization. According to Lotus, the more loose the ground was, the less magic it took to transform, but at the same time, the quality would also become inferior. Houses and walls built this way would also be of lower standard. If the main component of the ground was gravel, it also became difficult to create something decent apparently. She could only change the terrain, not modify the material of the earth itself. Of course, this problem could be solved by simply expanding the scope and thickness of the growth. Roland let her demonstrate her power once more by asking her to build a house. But the soil of the Western Territory was clearly not as packed as the soil found on Sleeping Island. The earthen house, which directly rose out of the ground, pressed together several times before it finally formed a building with spaces for a window and an archway. But to make this possible, the final wall's thickness needed to reach 0.5 meter. After the completion of the house, it looked like a simple and crude cave and could only fulfill the most fundamental demands for a living place. Compared with the arrangement according to the compact architecture of a brick house, it fell short by a lot. But then again, living in a house cave was much better than living in a wooden sheet with air leaking in all over the place. At least in winter, with a brazier and a kang, this house cave would become warm. So, in case he wasn't able to build enough brick houses before the arrival of the months of demons, he could still temporarily use those cave houses. The last part of the test was the summary of the examination. Lotus' ability belonged to the summoning type. She possessed no branching ability, and her ability to shape the terrain was effective within a 5-meter range. During her casting, it was easily affected by the power of a god stone of relation, but the moment the land had been transformed, it wouldn't shrink back after. "How is her magic level?" Roland asked. "It looks like a brown cyclone with a very dense center compared to the other witches. Her magic level is superb," Nightingale said. "It is relatively close to Leaves' consumption. when raising the ground level it isn't bad, she said while looking towards the bulging stone wall at the foot of the North Slope mountain. However, when using her magic to transform the earth it rapidly declines. I'm afraid she will only be able to maintain it for 1 or 2 double hours. Roland nodded. Leave's amount of magic power was the third most within the Witch Union, second only to Anna and Soraya. After all, having enough magical power was the premise to continually putting one's ability to use, of course. There was also cases like Nightingale and Lightning, who had abilities with a low power consumption, and thus, even with a small magical source, they could still activate their ability during the whole day without facing any difficulty. After recording the information within a book, Roland began the test of the second witch. Who wants to be next? I. Honey raised her hand. Seeing her enthusiasm, Roland smiled. All right, then let me see your ability first. The girl named Honey was of a similar size, even somewhat shorter than Lotus. She had passed her day of adulthood just in the previous winter, and seemed to have a very lively temperament. She had a head full of short, fluffy, curling brown hair, which resembled some fried dough twists. Her skin was slightly darker, and around her neck, wrists, and ankles she wore chains of animal teeth. Her primary ability was called Beast Tongue, which allowed her to tame all animals inside her range. With it, she could tame animals from all species that would carry out her orders afterwards. However, the extent of the command wasn't allowed to go over the ability of the animal, and after the task was fulfilled, the taming effect would automatically be lifted, or it could be lifted beforehand out of her own initiative. Furthermore, Honey also had a fascinating branch ability, Animal Messenger. With it, she was able to pass the taming command from one animal to another until it reached the target animal. For example, if there was only a bird around her, she could let it seek for a more powerful animal to serve her. Perhaps a grown cat, maybe a ferocious eagle. This process couldn't be controlled by her, making the final result somewhat uncertain. However, no matter if it were her primary or her branching ability, both were directly influenced by the God Stone of Retaliation, especially Animal Messengers. A God Stone of Retaliation would immediately erase the instruction so that the animal would be set free. And also, the bigger the animal she tried to tame was, the more magic she would have to spend. According to her own words, could she control a dozen birds at the same time, while in the event that her target was a cow, she would only be able to manage 2 or 3 at a time. The third witch to be tested was Evelyn. She was about 25 to 26 years old, with an accent that typical came from the people of King's City, which gave her immediately a somewhat familiar feeling. According to Tilly's list, Evelyn was able to change low-quality wine's flavor and style entirely according to her preferences, as long as she had tasted it previously before. From the beginning, the reason that Roland had chosen this witch was evident. That was to get pure alcohol. Since she can change diluted ale into a delicious wine or fruit wine, liquor shouldn't be a problem for her, right? For this regards, Roland had carefully prepared a few bottles of good wine, with a concentration from 50% until 95%, even though they were a bit spicy and burned. But as long as you only drank 1 or 2 mouthfuls of it, there shouldn't be a big issue. The crucial point was to let her agree that the transparent liquid that burned the throat was indeed a type of wine. But here in the countryside, and under the scorching sun, wasn't really a good place to taste wine. They had no access to delicious side dishes, not any ice, nor any crystal glass cups. Furthermore, if he was to directly take out the white spirit with its strong burning scent, it was possible that the other side would misunderstand and think it was poison. Because of this, he thought that it would be subtler to act during the dinner. So just after asking Evelyn a few simple questions, Roland immediately moved over to the next witch. TN. The Kang is a traditional long 2 meters or more platform for general living, working, entertaining and sleeping used in northern part of China, where there is cold climate in winter times. It is made of bricks or other forms of fired clay, and more recently of concrete in some locations. Fried Dough Twist Chapter 259, The Witches from Sleeping Island Part 2, Chapter 259, The Witches from Sleeping Island Part 2. The fourth to be tested was Sylvie. Whenever he faced the witch, Roland always felt a bit uncomfortable. It really wasn't because Nightingale had told him she lied too much in modern society, with the exception of speaking to relatives and good friends. Not even a dozen people could speak bluntly. Since long ago, he was already accustomed to hearing all kinds of flattering and rumors. He just felt that he had no possibility to hide anything from her. Even worse, he knew that it wasn't an illusion, but the other's ability. Being able to ignore all visual barriers, as long as she wanted, wearing clothes in front of her was completely useless. But within a dark corner of his mind, Roland lamented not having this kind of ability himself, while also involuntarily changing his sitting position by tilting his legs. Speaking of appearances, she could be considered as the most unique of the 5 witches. With aquamarine hair that dropped straight to her shoulders, slender eyebrows, and the fringes of her hair seemed to have the appearance of someone that had just stepped out of a picture. Especially her amber-colored pupils, which were so transparent that they had almost no depth, as if they were mirrors that reflected all incoming light. Looking at them for a while, Roland felt as if a red beam could come shooting out at any moment now. Sylvie's ability was very easy to understand. Using her inner sight, she was able to see everything, even the area behind her back was not an exception. Furthermore, her vision could penetrate all barriers. The specific depths of the penetration depended on her own desire. She also possessed a similar branch ability as Nightingale did. She could see the gathering and dissipation of magic, which itself was somewhat surprisingly to Roland. For the branch abilities to be so similar, then what about the primary ability? When he asked Sylvie this question, the latter first hesitated, but then said that from the hundreds of witches on Sleeping Island, there were no witches who had the same ability. He then felt a soft pinch on his left side coming from Nightingale. He knew that this sentence was the truth. The reason for this is probably because the sample is just too small, Roland thought. The last witch to be tested was Candle. She and Anna had both experienced their day of adulthood when this year's Months of Demons was happening. When she was still a minor, her ability could only be used for lighting candles, oil lamps, torches, and the like. But after her day of adulthood, when her magic had also become more stable, this effect had also been significantly enhanced. Furthermore, after that day, she had gained the ability to preserve an object's characteristics for a brief moment. For example, after casting her magic on an ice cube, it wouldn't melt even after placing it in the hot sun. Instead, it would still send out bursts of cold. At first glance, this ability seemed to be simply incredible. With it, Roland would be able to do many things he couldn't achieve using conventional means. But after several rounds of testing, Roland had to acknowledge that in the end, her ability wasn't as perfect as he had imagined it to be. First, it belonged to the category of enchanting abilities, which meant that she needed to have direct contact with the target. This limitation made it difficult for Candle to preserve high-temperature objects. Thereupon, his attempt to obtain a liquid drop of steel, which would forever keep its incandescent state in that way, providing the blast furnace with an everlasting heat source, broke apart. With the exception of Anna, no one else would ever dare touch something that was as hot as 1,000 degrees with their bare hands. And in case, the metal was turned into a long and thin iron wire, allowing Candle to keep hold of one end while enchanting the other also led to another problem, which was that the more the object's state surpassed what was considered as its normal state, the greater the magical consumption would be, and the duration of the effect would also become shorter. Roland used ice to verify this point. After solidification, he cut a block of ice into 2 equally large sizes. One he put onto the scalding hot ground, while he threw the other into a basin filled with water. The former only persisted for an hour before it quickly began to melt, while for the other, besides cooling, the water's temperature still maintained its original form. This meant that when the effect was placed on red-hot iron or steel, it would only become more inefficient. Finally, the volume of the object was also a factor which restricted Candle's ability. Like Hummingbird and Mystery Moon, the greater the size of the object was, the more magic Candle needed to spend. According to Nightingale's observation, Candle's amount of magic was placed within the lower to middle ranks. It looked like a golden mist, which had yet to form a dense cyclone. But even with all these restrictions, the somewhat introvert-looking girl was still Roland's biggest harvest of this group of witches. In the field of industrial construction, being able to solidify an object's state could be considered as an utterly priceless treasure. The key lied in the word normal state. The constant heating and cooling, friction, or any other kind of force which influenced the material would cause the metal to fatigue, which would lead to the deformation of the overall structure. But now he no longer had to worry about drills becoming too hot due to friction, and would no longer need to be concerned with a tool's daily abrasion. If the key parts of the machines could be kept in a normal state all of the time, it would mean that the machines could always maintain their state of maximum efficiency and could work at the best possible accuracy. In other words, Candle could effectively improve the mechanical strength of inferior materials. Back to the castle's office, Roland took out the ability record and skimmed over them once again, and then started planning their future work. How were they? Nightingale stuck her head out of the fog. Are you fond of any of those 5 in particular? They are all pretty good, Roland casually agreed. What? You like all of them? He threw her a glare, while the latter stuck out her tongue and then further nibbled at the fish in her mouth. Obviously, at present, the ones that were the most useful to him were Lotus and Candle. With her ability to transform the landscape, he could easily build a new earthen wall outside of the current city wall instead of having to build another fieldstone cement wall, in this way conserving materials and accelerating the construction process. As for the location she would work in, he had selected the smallest sector between the foot of the North Slope Mountain and the Redwater River. It should be small enough that it could be completed before the arrival of the months of demons, while at the same time also limiting border towns' westwards expansion. In the wake of the unceasing increase of population, it was only a matter of time before those pieces of wilderness and the concealing forest would be developed. The new earthen wall would be extended to the outer parts of the concealing forest, while it would already include some part of the forest. This expansion would double the current area of the town. As for lengthening the defensive line, this problem could be resolved through the expansion of the troops, and by leading the demonic beasts to attack predetermined areas. However, compared with the previous year's wooden pikes and flintlocks, today's First Army's firepower and rate of attack had undergone earth-shaking changes. Furthermore, building batteries, bastions, or similar defense measures was still possible after completing the new city walls. He also intended to let Lotus open up a path through the southern mountain, and in that way connect Border Town to the shoal. And as a result, the town could get its own natural harbor, which would also make trading with the fjords much more convenient. Taking into account the huge amount of magical power she would have to spend to transform the rock, Roland estimated that this project could take up to several months' time. As for Candle, Roland planned that she would work together with Anna and Lucy to create a new generation of machine tools for the production of firearms and other mechanical equipment. Another good point coming from this would be that Anna could also be freed from the tedious production process. Sylvie's task was very clear. Her mission would be to explore the North Slope mine and the concealing forest. According to the stories from the miners, the North Slope mine was a natural cave with 100 or more channels, from which no one knew where they would end up. By now, only 20 of them had been exploited and cleaned up, even though many kinds of ore had already been discovered. In the end, Roland still felt very curious about the credibility of the rumors that the mine was an ancient monster lair. Now that he had gotten hold of a witch who had the ability to see through walls, he desired the completion of exploration of the North Slope mine together with drawing a detailed map. As they explored, Lotus could also adjust the terrain, and in doing so increase the mining's efficiency. As for Honey, Roland didn't have a lot of ideas, except for maybe asking her to help him to strengthen his information transmitting system in this era without any radios. For this, he needed a lot of well-trained birds which could serve as carrier pigeons. It wasn't necessary for them to be as smart as Maggie. It would already be good enough if they could forward the messages as quickly as possible. Chapter 260, Perfumed Soap and Wine. Chapter 260, Perfumed Soap and Wine. The sun slowly descended behind the western mountains, and the surging heat wave gradually began to vanish. Even the chirping of the cicadas during the summer gradually subsided. However, compared to Sleeping Island, which was enclosed by the ocean on all sides, the castle still seems a bit too hot. Evelyn, covered with sweat, reached the second floor, and the moment she pushed open the door to her bedroom, she was enveloped in a burst of coolness. Today's test must have been hard on you, a woman with black hair, a mature and capable appearance said while showing her a warm smile. How was it? Did it go smoothly? Her name was Scroll. Not only was she the oldest witch of the Witch Union, but she was also a very kind senior. Although they knew each other only for a day, Evelyn had already experienced the other's care and concern. I do not know, Evelyn replied with some frustration. The other people were all able to show off their own ability. However, when it came to my turn, His Highness only asked me a few questions before he let me off. Is it because he thinks I'm useless? Coming over and offering her a cup of iced water, Scroll answered, "There doesn't exist an ability which completely lacks a function. It only means that the right way to use it hasn't been discovered yet. This is something His Highness has often told us, so you do not need to worry about that. But..." She took the cup, started to speak, but then stopped. "Are you worried that he might decide that you are useless, and because of this you'd be left out?" Scroll could not help but laugh. If we were still the Witch Cooperation Association from before, that might be possible, but since we have arrived in Border Town, His Royal Highness has never shown any difference in how he treated us witches. That is something Hummingbird can attest to. The girl who was currently immersed in searching for clothes in the cabinet answered in agreement, "That's right. For example, me, Mystery Moon, Lily Tilda R, and also Miss Nana recently had nothing suitable to do, so His Highness even encouraged us to play Gwent to relieve our boredom." Relieve boredom? Evelyn's eyes became wide. Yeah, it sounds incredible, right? When there is something to be done, you have to work hard, but if there is nothing to do, you can play freely, at least that's what he said to me. Hummingbird paused. "It's only that I feel that His Highness is a little bit biased. He and Anna are clearly very close friends." Of course, she is the first witch he ever got acquainted with, so their feelings to each other are much deeper. Scroll interrupted and knocked against her head. "Quickly go and get your clean clothes. If not, there won't be much running water left tonight." She then looked at Evelyn and said, "You should, Al. So come with us." "Where are we going?" Evelyn asked in confusion. "To take a shower," Scroll answered with a smile. "During the summer, there is nothing more pleasantly than standing in the shower to wash yourself." When Evelyn followed the two into the bathroom, she couldn't keep herself from shouting out in surprise. It seemed she had stepped into an extensive grassland, a sea of clouds and mountains in front of her, and the setting sun falling through a window was reflected by the walls and dyed the clouds in a touch of gold. "This is Soraya's masterpiece," Scroll laughed. "This is not a traditional decorative painting. You will understand it when you take off your shoes." Following her words, Evelyn took off her wooden sandals and put them onto a shoe cupboard beside the door. She then stepped barefoot on the grassland and immediately understood the meaning of Scroll's words. The tactile sensation she felt coming from the soles of her feet was similar to that of walking over dense grassland. Moreover, it felt as if the lawn was sprinkled with water droplets, a reminiscent of the feeling after a heavy rainfall. In the meantime, Scroll was already taking off her clothes, loosened the braids to free her tails, and let her long black hairs fall down. Evelyn then saw her go toward the wall, screw a wrench, and several water threads suddenly spray out from the pole extending overhead, covering her completely. "How about it? Don't you think it's convenient?" Hummingbird came over and placed something round into her hand. "This is a bath article developed by His Highness himself. When used during a shower, the feeling cannot be more wonderful. Come on, I'll show you how to use it." When Evelyn returned to the bedroom, she felt as if her whole body had become lighter. Evelyn had never experienced such a comfortable bath. Using the scented soap covered her entire body in bubbles, and after she washed them away with water, the sticky feeling she had felt from head to toe was immediately swept away, replaced by a fresh and smooth feeling. After putting on the clean clothes, the hot air seemed to have become cool, and when lifting her arm, she could smell the fragrance of roses left behind on her skin. Is this the daily life of the witches of the Witch Union? Evelyn was still somewhat struck in disbelief. She was born in the outer city of King's City, to a family who ran a pub. Even though most of their customers had been farmers and peasants, yet one of their always recurring topics of conversation had always been about the nobles' lives in the inner city. So while serving the wine, she had heard many stories about things such as gilded bathtubs filled with wine, as well as milk-filled bathtubs sprinkles with rose petals. But even the most unbelievable rumor could never match her experience today. At least Evelyn thought that a bath in milk or wine could never feel as comfortable as this did. Remembering that the owner of this castle was a real prince, it was only normal for him to pay extra attention to his comfort and enjoyment. But that the witches could actually enjoy the same lifestyle as the royal family was naturally hard for her to imagine. Before leaving for Sleeping Island, she had already experienced that even being able to maintain an ordinary life was already considered an extravagant hope. Hungry, Scroll wiped her hair dry and retied her braids. It will soon be time for dinner, so we should go to the hall now. The living room was located on the first floor. The long wooden eating table was filled with all kinds of dishes. Roughly counting, Evelyn saw 6 parts of meat, as well as egg soup, vegetable soup and roasted mushrooms, which was not much worse than yesterday's welcome feast. Waiting until all the other witches had taken their place, they all started together. She soon noticed that apart from the knife and fork, some people were also using a pair of wooden sticks to eat their food. The same was also true for His Royal Highness. The times he picked up the knife and fork was even less than the others, and the way in which he moved his hand while using the wooden stick looked very flexible. The food served at the table also had no big steaks, whole chicken or ducks different from the commonly seen food in the taverns. The steak was already cut into many small pieces, while the wild boar legs had already been freed from the bones, allowing it to be eaten by simply picking it up. When the dinner came to its conclusion, the prince suddenly clapped his hands and announced, "I recently developed 2 new things, and I plan to spread them around as merchandise, but I'm still not sure about its result. So I want you to try it in advance and afterward give me your opinion. What is it? Something to eat? All right, I'll try it." "Me too, Goo." The witches of the Witch Union immediately cried out in approval. Seeing their reaction, Evelyn turned with a shocked look on her face to Scroll, only to see the latter smile and then explain, "His Highness creates some novel things, such as the perfumed soap you previously used or perfume, chopsticks, ice cream. Before he puts them into production, he will always let us test them first." Cough, cough, the prince cleared his throat. "The first thing is a wine, which compared with the typical ale and wine's taste is much more mellow and rich, but also more intoxicating. Therefore, the minor witches aren't allowed to participate." "Your Highness, this is prejudice," Lightning shouted. "I can drink a lot more than the adult sailors, even though it is still out of the question." "Oh," the little girl pursued her lips, but Roland was still unmoved and instead told the attendants to serve the good liquor to the adult witches. In front of Evelyn were placed 3 cups. Looking at the sparkling crystal glass cups, she saw that they had all been filled with different drinks. 1 cup was filled with a colorless liquid which looked similar to water, 1 cup was milky white, while the last cup was a shiny orange. Within the vibrant candlelight, she could see some small objects floating in the last cup, which conversely seemed to be an unfiltered fruit wine. "They are white wine mixed with apple juice, white wine mixed with milk, and finally pure white wine," Roland introduced. "Ice can be added according to your tastes, but the more you put in, the more the wine's flavor will be diluted." He then smiled to Evelyn. "You have been staying in the capital's pub for a long time, and you also have the ability to make different kinds of drinks. I hope to hear your evaluation of this new type of wine." Evelyn could not stop her heart from dancing for a little while. She picked up the cup with the orange drink, pursed her lips and swallowed a mouthful. And sure enough, just as His Royal Highness had said, the flavor of the white wine was far more intense than that of ale. It even burned her throat somewhat. It tasted bitter at the tip of her tongue, but the apple's taste also diluted its impact. Lastly, there was the wine's own rich and mellow aroma. The succession of several flavors resonated inside her mouth, forming an excellent wine like she had never tasted before. The white wine mixed with cow milk was a little milder, almost completely covering over the bitterness. Besides the cow milk, she could also taste something which must have been honey or perhaps sugar. This sweetness formed an entirely new flavor together with the aromatic wine. Turning to the last cup, Evelyn's heart was already filled with expectation. She readily took a small sip. Then a burning hot sensation immediately rolled all over her tongue and down her throat, just like she had already anticipated it. It had no other flavor, only the pure flavor of wine. First burning hot and then followed by a bitter sweetness. All the tastes of these glasses of wine are unforgettable. She put down the cup and took a deep breath. "Your Royal Highness, some people may be unable to accept its strong and irritating flavor, but I think that people who truly love to drink wine will be unable to resist possessing wine with such a mellow and rich flavor." "Is that so?" Roland laughed. "That's good to hear, but it wasn't the case that the cup contained the strongest of white wine. I'm sure that I can improve its rich and mellow flavor even further, so when that time comes, I want you to sample it for me again." Did he pick me to test the new wine for him? Although Evelyn was somewhat confused, she still opened her mouth to reply, "Yes, Your Highness." When the cups and plates were removed, the prince ordered his attendants to bring over a pile of boxes and place them on the long table. "These are my second creations, and also a little present I'm going to give you," he paused. "It is a special piece of clothing." Chapter 261, Gifts. Chapter 261, Gifts. After dinner, Nightingale returned to the bedroom while holding the unopened box in her hands. She was followed by Lightning, Maggie, Lily, and Mystery Moon, who also entered after her, keeping their attention focused on the box the entire time. "How is it?" Wendy couldn't stop herself from teasing them. "Would you like to take a look at what's inside?" Except for Lily, the three others nodded again and again. "His Highness is totally biased," Lightning muttered. "First he doesn't let us taste the wine, and now we don't even get a gift. He said that it was only for the adult witches." Lily sighed. "Just wait until you are old enough. If you asked him then, you would also get one. Furthermore, I'm not interested at all about what kind of cloth is inside, so why did you drag me over here?" "Hey," Mystery Moon looked amazed. "I merely called you, no one pulled you along." Stop, that isn't the important point," Lightning shouted. "Mystery Moon is already of age and Maggie is also an adult, but they both didn't get it." "That's right." "Goo," Maggie pushed the white hair which covered her face to the back and raised her chin in protest. "I also didn't get it, Goo." His Royal Highness surely has his own reasons for doing that." Nightingale also felt that it was a bit strange. Previously, Roland had never treated anyone differently, so why did he do so this time? For now, let us just look at what is inside. When she opened the box, all she saw was a strange piece of clothing. It looked like something made out of a few bands and 2 pockets. When she touched it, it felt very soft and had evidently been made out of the highest quality silk fabric. But no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't understand what kind of cloth this should be. It was simply too small. "There is a piece of paper under it," Lightning suddenly shouted. After spreading out the sheet of paper, Nightingale discovered that it not only contained a description and usage for the gift, but also a diagram describing how it should be used. Wendy, who had opened her own box, asked in confusion. "This thing is called a broth. It can bring relief to the chest area by reducing its weight. It promotes blood circulation, stabilize the posture, while simultaneously lessening the discomfort caused by friction to the skin." Reading the letter, Nightingale's voice became smaller and smaller, while her cheeks suddenly became hot and red. "This thing is actually used to hold the chest." She couldn't stop her eyes from wandering over to Wendy, only to discover that the other witch's vision had simultaneously moved over to her. They all suddenly showed an understanding expression. PFFT, Lily couldn't suppress her laugh any longer. "Now you finally understand why you didn't receive a present, right?" "Tusk, now I have to correct my words from before. Even if Lightning was fully grown up, it might be possible that she still won't receive a gift." "The same seems to be true for you," Mystery Moon said while she goggled at her. "I don't want it anyway." The latter turned away and showed a supercilious expression. "This should be similar to a skin-tight corset, right?" Only Lightning seemed to be completely unmoved. Rather, she was looking at it with eyes full of curiosity and envy. "Can you wear it so that I can take a look?" "Of course not." Wendy suddenly exposed a rarely seen embarrassed appearance, then started driving the 4 of them out. Only then was she able to feel relief. "How can it be that His Highness suddenly present us with this?" Thinking about it, Nightingale also felt a bit embarrassed. If he had given simple personal clothes, it would have still been proper. After all, we usually fetched ours from the castle anyway, so no one would feel too embarrassed about it. But these clothes are made with different sizes, which means that before Roland gave us our gift, he had carefully observed each person's size. The idea of this caused her to blush, and she couldn't help but want to hide in her fog to escape. "By the way, what would Anna do?" "I'm leaving, but I will return quickly," Nightingale said, then stepped into the fog, passed through the walls, hesitating for only a moment when she came over to Anna's bedroom, but she still decided to knock on the door. Soon the door opened, showing Anna, dressed in a nightgown, looking the same as usual. "Is there anything I want to ask?" Nightingale stepped into the room and closed the door. "His Royal Highness also sent a gift to you, right? What do you think about it?" "I'm already wearing mine, it's very convenient." The other side's answer caught her somewhat off guard. "You already put it on." Anna nodded. "Do you want to see?" No, that's not necessary." She hurriedly waved her hand to stop Anna. "I just want to ask, do you not think it's strange?" Why, Anna became clearly puzzled. His Royal Highness already said that he wanted to promote it and sell it as a commodity to even more people. So we need to help him by wearing them in advance. And also, they are pretty good. She patted her chest. It's both soft and flexible. Also, with the hook at the back, it isn't so easy for others to take it off, so it's much better than wearing many layers of undergarments. So, that's how it is. Nightingale couldn't refrain from sighing in sorrow. She doesn't care about these minutiae things. Instead, she only focuses on achieving His Highness' goal. Perhaps this is what makes her so unique. She was pure and straightforward. Since it was a gift from Roland, Nightingale knew that she would try it in the end. So what reason was there to be so self-conscious about? Previously, it has also been the same thing. It was completely unnecessary to wish that he didn't see me. Instead, I should have confidently told him my thoughts right away. If it had been Anna, that's definitely what she would have done, right? Thinking of this, Nightingale returned to her room, picked up the bra and studied it for a while, then hid in the fog as she put it on, before covering herself with her usual outer clothing, and finally reappearing before Wendy afterward. It's a little too big, she tried jumping, but it is indeed very comfortable to wear. At least it isn't as rough as those boring old clothes. They would always painfully rub my chest. Moreover, they do not affect one's movement, which makes it unnecessary to bind a cloth band around your chest, which is quite convenient. You should also to try it. No, I still do not need. Wendy shook her head. How can that be? Nightingale chuckled while pulling the other into the fog. I always feel it was because of you that His Highness designed this. Sylvie felt that today she had seen more marvelous things than in the past few years put together. The pipe which released water at the mere pull of a lever, the soap which cleared away dirt and left behind a fragrant odor, and the drink which set the throat aflame. But could it be that Evelyn had already finished her task by accompanying His Highness to drink the 3 cups of wine? Naturally, the most incredible part was the gifts which had been given out after dinner. She knew that the nobility had the practice of sending over corsets when they approached someone. However, others would usually pair it with a cinched waist dress. Who would just gift this outright by itself? And even if they send it as a gift, it would only be sent to people they are very close to. For example, lovers. But listening to His Highness' explanation, he didn't plan on only giving this close-fitting garment to just the witches, but to also spread it even further. Does he want to spread it through the whole Western territory? Sylvie could feel goosebumps all over her body. What kind of noble would choose to do this business? Or could it be? Does he have some kind of unusual interest in the chest and buttocks? After Nightingale pulled Wendy into the fog, she could only vaguely see 2 blurs of light and shadow floating near the bedside, since they didn't come out after a long time. It was obviously that under the former's coaxing, Wendy had finally decided on accepting the gift. Then what about the other witches? Do none of them understand the meaning of sending over personal clothes? Recalling Ash's warning, Sylvie couldn't help but swallow. She was right, His Highness is indeed a dangerous person. If I can, it's better to stay even further away from him. Chapter 262, The Bridge Across the Redwater River. Chapter 262, The Bridge Across the Redwater River. A week later, Roland officially started the Great Steel Bridge construction project. You mean I should raise 2 lands in the middle of the river which will act as the foothold of the bridge pier? Lotus looked at the surging river and asked in amazement, Don't tell me you plan to construct an actual bridge, rather than a pontoon bridge to connect both sides of the river. Yes, Roland spread out the scroll he held in his hand. Taking into account the impact of the river current, it is necessary for the 2 pieces of land to have a certain volume. They also need to be constructed in this way to reduce the force of the impact. This looks like a ship. Lotus let her view wander across the blueprint. That's right, speaking accurately, it's called the spindle type. He nodded. As long as they are built parallel to the direction of the flow, the impact it receives from the front will be reduced to the smallest amount possible. The problem is that the Redwater River is nearly 10 meters deep. Will you still be able to make the earth rise? This shouldn't be hard to do, Your Highness, Lotus simply replied. Just give it to me. To be safe, the ship responsible for carrying the witch was Little Town. Standing on the massive hull of the cement ship floating in the river was like standing on land. It was still Lightning who took over the position of the helmsman, while Wendy was again responsible for providing the wind. But during the last week, it seemed that the latter had avoided the prince's line of sight, seemingly feeling a bit uncomfortable. Until this day, when Roland saw her walking around with her head held up, looking as if she was back to her usual self again. And finally, when she went past him to board the ship, he even heard her whispering a soft "thank you." "This is something you can come thank me for," Nightingale whispered into his ear from within her fog. The little town soon left the pier, driving to the center of the wide river. Carter had already pulled a hemp rope across the river. There were 2 red cloth belts tied to it, which marked the location for the piers. After the cement boat arrived at the site of the first pier, Lotus went to the ship's railing and began to put her ability to use. Looking at the river, its surface suddenly resembled boiling water, sending up one bubble after the other, while slowly forming a hill. Not long after, gravel together with algae and silt began to rise from within the surging river water, gradually turning all of the water muddy. So that's how it works, Roland thought. Her ability could not only transform a solid surface, but also water. Furthermore, it was even easier to lift than loose gravel was, even though the surging river was immediately washing it away. But by now, the riverbed had already been lifted up a little. Not long after, a gray mass of mud appeared on the water surface. It seemed to be very soft, but it also gave off a very unpleasant odor, making it impossible for all those present to not cover their noses. However, in Roland's eyes, this gray mass was the best kind of fertilizer. The soil contained hundreds of years of fish and other aquatic bones, aquatic plants, as well as the inhabitants of the depths' excrement. If the transport wasn't too inconvenient, Roland would like to gather all of this soil and use it as fertilizer. Unfortunately, at present, it could only be collected by hand through directly entering the river water. So, after clearing up the fertilizer layers and improving the section, he finally saw the yellow-brown solid earth he had waiting for. The following steps were to repeat the process again and again until the 2 pieces of land had been fully formed. Roland expected that this course of event would at least continue for around 1 week, but even after the soil was lifted up and broke through the water surface, it didn't mean that the land could be used. The flow of the river would unceasingly carry away the silt, and without further protection, even if the piers were formed according to the spindle design, they wouldn't be able to persevere for longer than 10 years. Trying to come to a conclusion, Roland called Carl van Bate to his side, took out a piece of charcoal, and began to paint the steps needed to solidify the ground. "Is your idea to dig holes into the soil and fill them up with cement?" this newly promoted Minister of Construction asked after analyzing the drawing. He once more proved why he had once been one of the most exceptional members of King's City's stonemason guild. Roland thought in satisfaction. "With only a few words of what I was able to remember, and he immediately managed to understand my intentions." "That's right, but every segment mustn't exceed 5 meters in length, while it should be around 1 meter in depth. When you're filling it up with cement, call for Lotus to let her bury it 1 meter into the earth. By repeating this, we will be able to form a cement wall which goes straight from the surface of the river and into the riverbed." Roland had come up with this plan after seeing Lotus' ability in action. Since she could control the surface and make it drop, she could presumably also bury a structure that was above the earth into the ground. "Your idea is indeed extremely ingenious," Carl said with sparkling eyes. "This way, even if the river washed away the outer soil, there will still be the cement wall left to block the water." Roland nodded. The crucial point is to control the overall height of the cement blocks. If it is too small, it will lead to the problem where the bottom part will become unstable, while if it's more than needed, besides the waste of cement, it will also delay the construction. "So I am laying responsibility for this take on your shoulders." "Yes, Your Royal Highness," Carl agreed. "Looking at the silt and soft soil coming up, I am guessing that the final height of the cement wall should be around 12 meters. Also, after you surround all sides with the cement wall, don't cover the land in the middle with cement. I want to grow several kinds of flowers and grass on top of it afterwards," the prince warned repeatedly. "Several kind of flowers?" Carl looked confused. After all, these walls were unable to be made watertight, and when the segments had to be repaired, there would always be gaps left behind. If you wish to consolidate the soil, the simplest method was to plant different kinds of grass and flowers. The vegetation would reduce the water within the ground, while also reducing the soil erosion. That would be especially true after leaves came and used her magic to lengthen the weed's root system, in that way ensuring that the earth would be firmly knit together. After a simple explanation on how plants could strengthen the soil, Roland turned to look at the workers who were busy on the river banks. "What is the current state of the bridge's approach construction?" We are right in the middle of laying the cement gravel for the road's surface, Carl reported without thinking. They should be completed by this week. According to the plan, the approaches on either side of the river would be made by piled-up fieldstone and cement, just like they had done with the city walls. As long as the positioning and measurement was correct, the construction itself wouldn't be that complicated. The highest point of the ramp was 7 meters above ground, and it connected with the city streets through a long, gentle, and curving slope. There was also some further height difference between the river's dike compared to the water surface. After finishing the construction of the bridge, the difference between the water surface and the bridge should be around 12 meters, which ought to be high enough for sailing ships to pass through. So far only the first step of the bridge itself was completed, and it was currently undergoing a strength test on the shore due to its small span. The load placed on it would be very small. This way the bridge would still be reliable, even though Roland was ignorant about bridge engineering. In the absence of the 8-wheel trucks from appearing in later centuries, a 30-centimeter strong I-beam should guarantee the bridge's stability. Even if the bridge was completely filled with people, it would still be impossible to break the steel beam. Even more so since the process of its construction, from assembling to welding it, had been completely taken care of by Anna, so the probability of a jerry-built construction project was extremely low. Equally, the installation of the bridge would also be very simple. When the 3-span bridge was completed, Hummingbird would use her ability to reduce its weight and would then give it to Lightning so that she could take it to its intended location. From that point on, 2 wagons in parallel could use the steel bridge to cross the Redwater River at the same, something which truly connected the northern and southern side. Even if they were the greatest of Mason, it would still be hard for them to imagine such a magnificent bridge. Carl lamented as he looked at the wide river's sparkling surface. "Your Royal Highness, does this steel bridge have a name?" After thinking about it, Roland announced, "I presume it should be called Redwater Bridge." Chapter 263, Ripened Wheat. Chapter 263, Ripened Wheat. Under the hot, scorching sun, Sirius Darley, wearing a straw hat, was walking along the river's shore, examining the growth of the wheat. Now 4 months after the planting, this day was the day in which the wheat had finally ripened. As far as the eye could see, there was an unending cornfield surrounding him like a golden ocean. The wheat's ears were thick and full, the amount of fruit had more than doubled, and was even bigger than that of any spring wheat he had seen before. There was no need to wait until the weighing of the harvest. Sirius already knew that this year was bound to be a bumper harvest. Without a doubt, this was surely because of the witch's contribution. He had accompanied his father in planting for 10 years now, so he naturally knew what common wheat looked like. One wheat plant would have between 1 to 3 ears, and each ear could produce 20 to 30 fruits. That the fertility of the soil could actually influence the wheat grain's size was still believable, but could it so straightforwardly double the size of the caryopsis? Besides it being the work of a witch, he could think of no other explanation for this. It seems that there had been many changes like this one. For instances, the new water towers looming over Border Town, he had once observed those huge monstrosities from close up, and come to the conclusion that it would be impossible to install those steel tubes that were even larger than a residential building by depending on human strength alone. Yet they had been built almost overnight. Nowadays, the people living in the new district only seldom needed to carry a bucket and go draw water. As long as they unscrewed the faucet, cool well water would come flowing out from the pipe. The same was true for the islands at the center of the Redwater River, since His Highness had held the honor and reward ceremony, and Miss Nana had been put on the stage. The usage of the witches became more and more known. Raising those islands in the middle of the river was obviously something that only witches could do. He had already asked City Hall's Premier Minister Barov about this matter, but the answer he got in return was that he didn't need to understand it. His Highness Roland naturally had his way. I presume it should be okay. After all, the royal family always loved to meet head-on with the church. Even if the latter sends troops to suppress His Highness, they would have first to beat the First Army. Only then would they be qualified to speak. Otherwise, the Western Territory can only ever belong to Roland Wimbledon. Duke Ryan is only the latest example. "Sir, you have come." 2 serfs in the field who noted Sirius Darley immediately came forward and greeted him. "You see, this piece of wheat field can be harvested now, therefore. May I ask you?" "We wish to ask, sir, if the Lord's previous statements are still valid." That's right, The other serf agreed while at the same time nervously rubbing his hands. Can we really be promoted to free people? As the head of the Ministry of Agriculture, besides recording the best way to plant and creating a statistic about the harvest, Sirius also had another important responsibility. That was to communicate with the serfs so that they would listen to His Highness as well as the City Hall's policy. Although he didn't like coming in contact with these country bumpkins who all day long spent their life in mud, but his knight's self-discipline still let him fulfill his task. Do you see those slogans? Sirius reached out with his hand and pointed towards the banner at the side of the farmland. Sir, I cannot read, the serf confessed with an embarrassed smile. Labor creates wealth and work changes destiny, he stated. In other words, as long as you try to cultivate, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to become a free person. This is His Highness' promise and it will come true. Is that so? That's great. After becoming a free man, you can live in the town center area, get your own brick house, as well as the right to a primary education. After that, you will no longer need to ask me for the meaning of that slogan. Sirius once more repeated the corresponding propaganda. Yes, sir, the serf nodded excitedly. The weather is so hot. Do you want to go to my shed and have a cup of cold water? I couldn't. Right now you must be very busy, he said and waved in the direction of the fields. Understanding his meaning, the two quickly said their thanks and bowed for a long time before finally returning to their areas and busying themselves with their work. This was the most frequently asked question he'd heard in the last month. No matter how often he preached so, they would always take the trouble of coming to ask him again, fearing that His Highness would decide to cancel this policy in the blink of an eye. Not much further down the road, he was once again encircled by a group of people. Hello, Sir Sirius, after drying the wheat harvest, do we really only have to pay 7/10? Hearing the question, Sirius cried within his heart. This question's frequency was second only to that of the free person promotion. During the first year, this is indeed the case, and from then on it will only become less and less. If you're promoted to become a freed person, you will only have to turn over 2/10. We have already repeatedly stressed this point. As if I will ever be promoted, a tall man said while touching the back of his head, that remaining 3/10 of wheat can only be sold to His Highness or used for your food or be kept as seeds. Sirius clapped his hands, bluntly calling all the surrounding serfs to come over. Everyone listen well. Border town prohibit anyone from privately selling food. It doesn't matter whether it is sold to local townspeople or to foreign businessmen. It is a violation of Border Town's law. If you do it, not only will your income be confiscated, you can also be imprisoned. What should we do if the Lord only offers a very low price? The tall man muttered. It's only natural that there will be that kind of circumstance. The acquisition of food by His Highness is to stabilize the market price. So no matter if you have a poor harvest or a bumper harvest, it is unlikely to cause a substantial change in the price. Therefore, you don't have to hold wheat back in fear that you don't have enough to eat after selling it. You also don't have to worry about harvesting too much and being unable to sell, or of only being able to sell at a low price. Sirius emphasized again, there is only one place in the whole border town where you can sell food, that is the convenience market, and that market falls under the management of our city hall. In the end, the price will be, rest assured, His Royal Highness himself will announce it before he starts the acquisition. Looking at the serfs dispersing in groups of 2s and 3s, Sirius licked his dry lips and continued to check on the crops. He did not know how many of them would keep his words in mind, but Sir Barov had made it clear that His Highness would drive a hard line in case he discovered any people smuggling food, punishing them severely. At that time, a young serf broke away from the crowd and turned back. Sir, he gasped, I would like to ask you a question. Yes, do you know where Miss May and Miss Irene have gone? He hesitated. Recently, there haven't been any plays performed in the central square, so I wanted to ask you about their situation, whether or not they fell ill. This was a new and exciting question. Sirius couldn't refrain himself from raising the corner of his mouth. If he hadn't seen them in the city hall going through the formalities, he would have been unable to answer it. They went to Longsong's stronghold. The other side showed a disappointed expression. Don't tell me that they no longer intend to stay in Border Town. They merely went to the Stronghold Theater to perform. He shrugged. Furthermore, the weather is so hot nowadays, no one would have the heart to see them standing under the sun and drenched in sweat, right? Wait until fall, they will come back and perform a new show in the square. It is actually like this. Thank you, sir. Looking at the back of the perfectly contented young man who was leaving, Sirius couldn't help but think of himself from a knight to a captive, then from being a prisoner to a city hall officer. The experience of the past few months could be described as a series of ups and downs. He no longer wanted to return to his home in the wolf territory. There he had nothing besides his shabby house and a flaky piece of wheat field. The reason why he had become a knight was to break away from his father's lifestyle as a farmer. Not every knight was as well regarded as Morning Light, who, as the Duke's personal knight, had the best territory and also his own entourage. His yearly salary now was more than he had ever gotten while being a knight, and there was still vast room left for growth. Perhaps it was finally time to bring his parents to Border Town, then marry a girl and start enjoying life. TN, ripened wheat, please help us by answering what's your favorite quote. Chapter 264, Bumper Harvest. Chapter 264, Bumper Harvest. Border Towns finally welcomed its first day of harvest. Braving the hot sun, the serfs cut the straw stalks with their sickles and tied the batches of wheat into bundles so that they could move them to the other side of the river at a later time. Roland knew that freeing the wheat grain from the wheat kernel was a very cumbersome process, and the mechanical farm tools and harvesters also aren't invented yet, so for now they will still have to use their hands to separate, clean, dry, and screen the wheat. After the stalks of grain had been moved back to the camp, the serfs spread them out on the ground to dry in the sun and gathered several kinds of tools, which more exactly was anything that they could lay their hands on. Wooden sticks, stones, or rakes. They used these tools to repeatedly strike the wheat stalks and ears, trying to free the caryopsis from their hull, a process which often lasted for 3 to 4 days. In Roland's memory, the rural areas would often use cows and donkeys to pull a stone roller which pressed the grains out of their shell. Not only did it save a lot of labor, but it also removed the husks more evenly than when striking it. Roland had no other choice but to accept Border Town's backward standard of agriculture. After the striking, the serfs again used anything they could to turn over the wheat, even using wooden sticks if they didn't have any forks. Those who had nothing else even used their hands to directly grab the wheat stalks and throw them into the sky, the same as when turning stir-fry over in a pot. After going through the first striking, most of the outer shells of the grains should already be broken. This process should allow the fruits to separate from the ear of wheat. In fact, after threshing, the remaining wheat straw still had plenty of uses. After being crushed, it could be returned to the fields or could be used as bedding for livestock. It could also be made into fodder or used for paper making. However, Roland didn't have enough time to promote a green industry at the moment. All he could do was look on as the serfs brought those wheat straws to the riverside and burned them. In the days that followed, Border Town's sky was covered with a dusky smoke, which was comparable to the time of the former cement powder pollution. During this time, Redwater Bridge's 2 spindly-type islands had also been finished, with the construction of the concrete walls having also gone according to plan. For the base of the bridge pier, they had used the same prefabricated method as for the main bridge, first placing the steel and concrete into trenches to form the columns of reinforced steel, then reduce the weight and lift the walls in place. Finally, it was Loda's turn. She was in charge of sinking the walls into the earth until only a section of the steel plate was still exposed, to which they would later connect the bridge to. While handling these 2 projects, Roland spent this whole week traveling between the Redwater Bridge and the fields, which ended up giving him quite the tan. By the time the straw was cleared away with forks, only layers of grain and their husk was still left in the grainyard. The serfs then swept it all together and piled it into small hills. They then stepped on top of those hills and used their shovels to throw the grains and husks into the air. Because the husks were so much lighter than the fruit, they were blown away further by the wind. As a result, the grain was still left at the foot of the hills, while the empty shells and debris laid at a distant location. By using this kind of method, the serfs were slowly able to gather all of the grains. Of course, wanting to completely clean up the husks was impossible. Furthermore, this process mixed the grain with the mud and gravel. Thus, Roland decided that by next year's harvest, he would need to have prepared a sufficient batch of farm tools in advance. Inventing a harvester wouldn't be possible. but the sheller machine should still be easily to realize. He merely had to exchange the stone roller with a millstone. Furthermore, he could also install a sieve beneath it and use an air blower to separate the grain from the chaff. When the plump wheat grains were evenly spread over the whole valley, it looked like as if the entire northern shore of the Redwater River was covered by a golden layer. Looking at these golden fruits, Roland's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. No matter whether the harvest would be enough to fill the bellies of 10,000 people, at least for Border Town, this counted as a memorable day. From today on, Border Town's food supply would gradually change from being totally dependent on imports to achieving self-sufficiency. After drying for 3 days, the wheat was all stuffed into bags and weighted. "Your Highness, this was a great harvest." In the afternoon, Barov excitedly rushed into the office. According to the preliminary statistics from City Hall, each field's allocated output was at least fourfold more than normal. The highest output even reached 6 times as much. "So this year's harvest will be enough to fill all your subjects' belly." "Is that so?" Roland couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that the new barn in the castle district will no longer be so empty." "Do you know what this means?" The expression on the City Hall's premier minister seemed to be even more excited than Roland's. "Border Town only needs to increase their numbers of farmers by 2,000, and we will be able to satisfy the food consumption of 50,000 to 60,000 people. This is simply inconceivable. Border Town can definitely expand to become Grey Castle's largest city, no." He paused, "the most magnificent city in the whole mainland." The main reason why the city's population of this era didn't increase was because that the food production capability was just too small. For example, big cities like King's City that had more than 20,000 people needed more than a dozen surrounding villages to provide them with enough food. Each village would once more needed almost 1,000 or 2,000 people. If even just half of them were engaged in farming, it could be estimated that nearly 20,000 people were needed to support another 20,000. In other words, a farmer's food production, in addition to feeding their family and themselves, was up to one other city residents. This was the so-called invisible restriction of production capability. Roland feared it would be difficult for Barov to imagine that after the mechanization of farming, just one person's output was enough to support tens of thousands of people. And that Border Town, in the absence of developing and spreading of agricultural technology, was still able to acquire this kind of bumper harvest, was mainly a credit to Leaves' magically transformed golden ones. To employ as few farmers as possible for feeding as many people as possible, liberating the human resources from simply cultivating land to move on to the industrial production, was the strategy that Roland had decided on from the beginning. Now, after the Ministry of Agriculture had obtained the best planting process, coupled with the iron farming tools and machines to help with the farming coming next year, the per capita production was bound to become higher and higher. In the evening, Roland once again held a bonfire speech at the shore of the Redwater River. It seems to be a return to the time from 4 months ago. It was evening. There was a roaring fire in the background. The crowd formed a dense mass, and the last rays of twilight fell over everyone's face. The only difference to that day was the expression on each person's face, compared to the beginning of when they had arrived, and were feeling both terrified and uneasy. Their faces on this day were all brimming with joy at the bumper harvest, and couldn't conceal the expectation in their eyes. Roland stretched out his hand and moved it downwards, the scene around him quieting down immediately. Everyone was holding his breath, waiting for the prince to fulfill his promise. "I know what you want to hear." He did not follow his usual practice of first announcing his name, and instead came straight to the matter. "I can tell you without a doubt that the previously announced rules of promotion are still valid and will hold." Just this sentence was enough to detonate the atmosphere of the scene. Not one person there could restrain themselves from shouting out loud. Many people fell on their knees and praised the prince's kindness. "Long live the Lord! Long live His Royal Highness!" After the end of the grain weighing, the promotion list will be announced. The moment the shouts had subsided a little, Roland continued, "The City Hall will be responsible for your promotion to a freed person. At that time, you can choose to either continue farming or come find a new job in Border Town." Also, starting from next year, if your harvest next year is the same as those promoted this year, even if the output is not on the forefront, you will still be freed. In other words, as long as you work hard, you will be able to rid yourself of your status as serfs. As I said, labor creates wealth, labor changes destiny. He paused for a moment, looked around, and then continued. I hope that in the coming days there will be no longer any serfs in Border Town, and everyone will be my real subject. The moment Roland's voice faded, the people's cheers unceasingly resonated throughout the sky above the Redwater River. Chapter 265, The Last Enemy. Chapter 265, The last enemy. Timothy entered the Lord of the Port of Clear Water's circular room located at the top of the tower. Different from the more commonly seen castles, this tower was both higher and narrower. Apart from dealing with government or for observing the outside, he was afraid that even gathering all of his cabinet ministers here to hold a council meeting was already impossible. None of the furnishings in the room had been moved. It was as if the owner had just left and would soon return. Facing the entrance was a reddish-brown square table. Books were neatly and tidily arranged on it, and in the middle were several unfinished manuscripts and a quill that was inserted into an ink bottle, as if just waiting for someone to come and complete the files. Taking one step at a time, Timothy walked to the table and sat in the large chair. The seat was covered with a cooling mat that was sewn out of bamboo sticks, something that was quite suitable for easing the sizzling heat of the final month of summer. A bucket of water had been placed next to the chair. It was evidently used to hold ice, also serving to dispel the room's heat and lower the temperature. However, today's weather was a bit gloomy. There were dark clouds over the sea, which lowered the temperature and made the room appear to be less stiflingly hot. Timothy leaned forward, placed his face close to the surface of the tabletop, and gently smelled it, filling up his nostrils with a faint and sweet scent. This was Garcia's most loved bluish-green sunflower fragrance. It was produced at the cold Wind Mountain Ridge, and when compared with rugosa rose and rosemary, it had a more unique and refreshing feeling, as if it contained some of the ice from the north. Only after using something for a long time would it take over one's smell. There was no doubt that his sister enjoyed sitting on this chair, her hands on this table, either listening to a report or busy writing a decree. Thinking about this, Timothy couldn't stop himself from laughing. Ha 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 ha. In the end, Timothy simply leaned against the back of the chair, raised his head, and started to laugh at the top of his voice. He had finally won. Garcia had given up Port of Clear Water and given up the Southern Territory. That was tantamount to giving up the throne of Grey Castle. After receiving news that the Black Sail Fleet was sailing north, he immediately summoned the troops under his command and drove more than 5,000 slaves, rats and criminals to the southern border and attacked Garcia's nest at the Port of Clear Water. The only resistance he encountered came from the Sand People from the extreme south. Timothy didn't know what kind promise they had agreed on, but they attacked him one after another, having no fear for their own lives. Moreover, the troublesome point was that they were also in possession of the Berserker pill. The battle lasted for nearly half a month, but by exploiting his superior numbers and repeatedly disrupting his enemy's counterattack, Timothy was able to slowly erode the Sand People's defense line. Nearly 3,000 of his people had died in this battle of attrition, and if his men hadn't received the support of the pills, Timothy was afraid that his mob wouldn't have dared to set even a single foot on this battlefield, not to mention ever dare fight against the fierce and barbaric Sand People here who had fought to their death. The final result of the battle was that he had to cross over a layer of corpses to be able to enter Port of Clear Water's Lord Tower. The title Queen of Clear Water was history. The south of Grey Castle had finally come back under his control. Your Majesty, probably from hearing his carefree laughter, the knight keeping guard outside pushed open the door and entered the room. No harm, Timothy answered and got up. He pointed to the knight and then over to himself, instructing him to follow, and then went through a side door to step on the balcony. He was immediately hit by the slightly salty sea breeze, which made his gown flutter. It seemed there was a storm approaching from looking at the dark clouds standing overhead that were growing thicker and thicker. That's truly unfortunately, Timothy thought. I was planning to see my third sister's port, Piers, and the Lord's Tower all fall victim to the flames. But now it seems this will be impossible. The last half year he had constantly been on the battlefield alongside his soldiers, there was hardly 1 month where he had stayed within King's City. He had entrusted his imperial prime minister to take care of all the government's affairs, although Marquis Wyke had seemed to be very loyal. But loyalty didn't mean that the other was able to forever lock their doorway and resist temptation. Gerald Wimbledon being the best example of this. He needed to return to King's City as soon as he could to stabilize the undercurrents of political unrest going on over there. The rain in the south would probably go on for several days he couldn't waste with waiting over here. I will go back to King's City early tomorrow morning. Timothy opened his mouth and declared, except for my personal guards and the knights from King's City, all the other knights and mercenaries will be handed over to you. Sir Ed Hawes, please take my place in defending the southern border. You must not allow the Sand People to even set a single foot within Grey Castle's borders. You will let me stay here. The young knight of the Northern Hawes family asked in surprise, but I would like to continue to fight at your side, your majesty. I, knight, by defending the borderland you will also fight for me. Timothy interrupted. Listen, there are still many things you need to do, so I have to leave the Southern Territory in the hands of loyal and competent people who are able to deal with the aftermath. But Ed was still a bit hesitant. I know what you are worried about. The new king smiled understandingly and patted his shoulders. Rest assured, you won't stay here forever. When the matter regarding Port of Clear Water is finished, I will immediately recall you back to King's City. After all, Grey Castle is not unified yet. I still need to recover the Western Territory, and for that, I will need even more knights who can charge in and break through the enemy's lines. So how could I ever forget you here? Hearing these reassuring words, the young man looked up with shining eyes, knelt down then said, As you bid, your majesty. Get up, Timothy said while nodding with satisfaction. There are 3 things you have to do next. First, you have to take all the remaining inhabitants of Port of Clear Water into custody and escort them back to King's City. Don't you want to hang these traitors? The knight asked, surprised. No, they cannot be considered as real traitors. If they had indeed joined Garcia's side, they would have long left with the Black Sail fleet. If I kill these people, it would only suit her more. However, my third sister's influence is really beyond my expectation. Of the more than 10,000 inhabitants of Port of Clear Water, plus the captive slaves from Eagle City, there were actually only 400 people who didn't want to leave with her. If not for the Sand People's resistance, the Port of Clear Water would have been no different from an abandoned city. Your Majesty is benevolent. The second thing you have to do is burn all the docks, shipyards, and the Lord's Tower. I want to let everyone in the South see that Garcia, the Queen of Clear Water, has ceased to be. Even if she comes fleeing back, only ruins will be left for her to return to. Yes, the knight agreed. The last thing I ask is that you gather all the refugees for me. Timothy looked at the horizon over the sea, then calmly said, Furthermore, any homeless man, rat, bandit, and even the Sand People are acceptable. From the Battle of Eagle City until today, the dispute in the Southern Territory has never been quietened down, so you should be able to find a large number of refugees living in the surrounding villages and towns. What kinds of methods you use to gather them doesn't matter. Only that before the war against the West begins, you will need to provide me with at least 5,000 men. Garcia's escape proved the correctness of his strategy. As the ruler of more than half of Grey Castle's population, he should use them to fight against the rebels. Under normal circumstances, with a team of 100 knights leading an army of several thousand commoners, the knights usually wouldn't even need to participate in the battle. Their only responsibility would be the distribution of the pills and commanding the battle. In front of an enemy who had the advantage of absolute numbers, as long as they unceasingly attacked, the enemy would be unable to resist them. If Garcia had shown an unwavering will and decided to defend Port of Clear Water to the death instead of retreating, she would have been bound to be swallowed up by the masses of people turned mad by the pills. Now he only had one enemy left, Roland Wimbledon in the Western Territory. Chapter 266, Making Up Their Mind. Chapter 266, Making Up Their Mind. Your Majesty, do you know why there isn't any news from my older brother? Ed's question surprised Timothy for a moment. Indeed, it had already been 2 months since he sent Layman Hawes over to loot the Western Territory. No matter if he traveled further or decided to return, he should already have reported on the situation by now, or returned to King's City. Although one of the missions given to Layman was take as much control of the Western Territory as possible, Timothy thoroughly understood that, after the 1,500 people took the pills, they would become almost entirely useless. Wanting to only rely on them to occupy the Western Territory was a very unlikely situation. So the main mission was to seize Longsong's stronghold, loot the pills in the church, verify the details about the Duke's battle, then lastly go out to attack Border Town, thereby consuming some of Roland's strength. He had already used this trick to deal with Garcia, so it could be described as a well-tested tactic of his. Even in the case that he was unable to capture the port of Clear Water, and his militia was wiped out during the attempt to eliminate the enemy, most of his knights would still be able to return safely. So as long as he assembled a group of useless people afterwards, they would be able to set out on an attack once again. But why is there absolutely no news about manhwas and his group of knights? Timothy opened his mouth and slowly said, maybe his return was delayed because of the attack on Border Town, or he may be on his way back by now. He knew that his reasoning was clearly quite weak, but he still did not want to tell Layman's brother the most likely answer. Maybe when I get back to King City there will be a message from him waiting for me. Then, Your Majesty, at that time, is it possible that I can ask that you tell you the news? Timothy nodded. Of course, I will send a messenger to deliver it to you. Thank you, Your Majesty. The new king leant on the railing, watching the occasionally rays of light which appeared within the black clouds. The sound of thunder came from a far-off place. It wasn't loud, but rather deep and resounding, as if it struck directly into the heart. Ed's question had caused the joy in Timothy's heart to largely fade away. If it was said that Garcia Wimbledon's rebellion was as it was meant to be, and that Tilly Wimbledon's departure had disappointed him greatly, then the action of Roland Wimbledon was something completely unimaginable to him. He had always thought that it would be absolutely unnecessary for him to spend any of his energy on his incompetent younger brother. As long as he waited for some time, Roland would become fed up with Border Town's impoverished lifestyle and come back to King's City on his own. Thus today's very real situation was completely unimaginable. Staying behind so as to take care of Border Town, safely making it through the months of demons, defeating Duke Ryan to seize Longsong Strong. And I have now even completely lost contact with Layman and his 1,500 militia. In the end, how is this even possible? Timothy didn't have a deep understanding regarding his younger brother. In our childhood, no matter if it was Garcia or Gerald, they didn't love playing with him. Even after they became adults, they would only occasionally meet during the palace banquets. However, news related to his naughty and mischievous deeds never stopped. Even father wasn't fond of him. Is it possible that he concealed his true nature from the beginning? As soon as the idea came up, Timothy also rejected it. Even if he is as smart as fifth sister, it would only affect his learning ability and his reactive thinking. During Tilly's childhood, there wasn't any difference between her and an ordinary girl. How can someone be born with the knowledge on how to mask themselves and deceive others? It is inevitable that something must have happened after he had left for Border Town, which caused these changes. Timothy shook his head and threw those distracted thoughts to the back of his mind. What's wrong, Your Majesty? No, it's nothing. The new king took a breath. A storm is coming, no matter what had happened to him. The situation is still the same. With Border Town's population and its position, he is already doomed without somewhere to retreat till he has no port or fleet. And with only the unreachable barbaric wasteland behind him, he can only defend his small corner to the death, waiting until he is completely swept off by my attacks. Do you insist on leaving tomorrow? The knight asked in fear. Timothy turned around. If you stop after encountering some rain, what would you do when you meet a real storm? Sooner or later, Roland Wimbledon will kneel beneath my feet and beg for my forgiveness. I will inevitably put Greycastle's crown on my head. However, all of this is but a side act of a newly started play. The movements and intentions of the church are becoming increasingly obvious. One day, the church and Greycastle are bound to clash. That will be my real challenge. Go and attend to your own affairs. The sooner you are able to finish the task I've given you, the sooner you will be able to return to King's City. As you bid, Your Majesty. Ed walked 2 steps away, but then turned back to ask. I almost forgot. May I ask Your Majesty, how do you wish to deal with those who swallowed the pills and haven't died on the battlefield? They have already taken the pills for the 3rd time. Have them burn along with Port of Clear Water, Timothy replied expressionlessly. After the knight acknowledged his orders and left, Timothy suddenly felt something cold on the tip of his nose. Lifting his head, he saw raindrops falling from the clouds. First, there was only some spare droplets, but it became more and more dense, then setting off ripples over the sea's surface. The new holy city at Hermes was at the peak of the Tower of Babel. Damn it, truly, seeking damn it, Typhon shouted as he vigorously smashed his fist against the table. This re of a b tch. That's blaspheme. She dares to point her spearhead at the church. This was the first time that Maine had seen the old bishop lose his self-control. The veins on his forehead had risen in his rage, and his beard was trembling. In general, his sinister appearance looked as if he wanted to swallow his counterpart. It was quite difficult to imagine that he was the same man as the man who constantly raised complaints regarding Heather, who could not exchange even a few words with her without quarreling the whole afternoon long. However, the moment he saw the content inside the small jewel box sent from the Queen of Clearwater, the old man had burst into a rage. There had been no pearl in the small jewel box. It had only contained a single cast iron ring, the bishop's emblem that had personally been awarded by His Holiness, and it was still attached to a blood-stained finger. Maine sighed, then reached out for the jewelry box. Of course she dares, that's because we also haven't received the blessing of God. God only favors the victorious. Hearing this sentence, Typhon suddenly calmed down, then silently went to sit back in his chair, heavily gasping for air, before he was once more able to stiffly ask, "Then, what do you intend to do?" This was indeed a situation the church hadn't encountered in the last 100 years. No one had thought that Garcia would come the whole way up from Grey Castle to the kingdom of endless winter, and even send the Black Sail fleet towards Hermes after having seized the capital. Although the Wolf-Shark kingdom had been on its last breath before being conquered, Maine still hadn't hesitated to order the gods' punishment army to come back to the old holy city. This city, even without any walls, was the barrier defending the base under Hermes, and they couldn't afford to lose it no matter the price. After they repelled their offensive, the Black Sail fleet didn't try to go on and instead returned along the river all the way back to King's City of Endless Winter. The other's intention was quite obvious. As long as the church dispatched troops attack the Wolf-Shark kingdom, Garcia would attack the old holy city from the river. Furthermore, the nobles who had previously been suppressed by the sudden loss of Endless Winter's royal power would now begin to stir. Maine believed that as long as Garcia promised that they could keep their territories and possessions, all those greedy nobles wouldn't hesitate to support Garcia to become the new queen of Endless Winter. Now they had a dilemma which couldn't be easily settled. But the church would not bow just because they were facing a difficult situation. Even before he had become an archbishop, Maine had already known that the road before him would be a long and thorny one. First, the holy city needs to announce a new archbishop, so we will first make a list of possible candidates. The final candidate is to be decided by His Holiness, Maine slowly stated. And the enemy, Typhon snorted from his nostrils. "I will explain everything to His Holiness, do not worry." He closed his eyes. His Excellency will execute a holy judgment on them. Chapter 267, The Fated Ending. Chapter 267, The Fated Ending. Maine passed through the gloomy corridors before he rode the hanging cage into the depths, arriving at the secret temple inside the gigantic cavity. His Excellency O'Brien was already waiting at the doorway. He seemed to have aged since the last time he'd seen him. He had wrinkles spreading out like a spider web from the corners of his inwardly sunken eyes and over his cheeks. However, his smile was still just as soft and filled with concern. Maine couldn't keep his eyes from becoming wet at the sight. He quickly sunk to his knees. "Your Holiness, we rise, child." The Pope's voice was both gentle and calm. "I've heard that you've run into some trouble. Follow me to the hall and we can talk." Today wasn't the day of conversion, so the hall's walls weren't decorated with as many candles as stars in the sky this time. Instead, only a few candles had been placed over in the corner. The Pope returned to his Lord's seat, breathing out in relief after he sat. "Explain just what happened outside." Maine fully realized the heaviness of His Holiness O'Brien's responsibility. It wasn't that His Holiness couldn't find out news from outside of the holy city, simply that he did not have enough time to pay attention to trivial matter. As a result of this, the 3 archbishops were then established and would coordinate themselves to manage all of the religious affairs, making sure that they avoid bothering His Holiness with their matter as much as possible. but the current troublesome situation was something he was unable to solve by himself. Maine sharply began to narrate the matters at hand, one piece of news at a time from beginning to end. Heather is dead. After listening to everything, O'Brien remained silent for a very long time, then released a long sigh before saying, "She possessed a keen sense of observation, and she was both a clever and devout little girl. I've seen her as she slowly grew up." "Feel free to grief, Your Holiness. The murderer must be punished," the Pope nodded. "How is the current situation? Are Garcia and the Wolfshark Kingdom mutually helping each other? Isn't the new poison showing any effect?" During the attack and capture of the Broken Tooth Castle, it already showed its effect. After a month passed, all of the stronghold's defenders had fallen dead, and the army of judges could quickly storm the city. They were unable to find almost any living soul within the residential areas. However, for the attack on Wolfshark City, it seems the poison wasn't able to have the same influence, and the enemy still remains tenaciously resistant. Maine reported. "You made two mistakes," O'Brien slowly said. "The disease caused by the poison will lead to death within 7 to 10 days. You should have taken advantage of the illness' first appearance to attack, then quickly rescued and given medical treatment to the residents inside the city. This would have significantly reduced their hostility. Do not forget that what we need the most is to get as much of the population as possible, not a ghost city. The second point is that you waited 1 month until you attacked, although by doing it in this way, you were able to reduce the casualties to a minimum. You also gave the enemy enough time to respond, which allowed them enough time to find a way to cure the disease. The essence of the new poison was the magic to transform demonic beasts. According to what the canon of magic says, there are more than 70 kinds of abilities that can restrain the infections, and also more than 30 types which can exterminate it. In the end, it isn't surprising for there to be such a witch within a city filled with tens of thousands of people. You mean they colluded with witches? In the end, when facing a life and death crisis, no one will care whether they are the devil's minions or not, the Pope muttered. No matter if those witches took the initiative to come out by themselves, or if they were unmasked and forced to treat the plague, both possibilities sound like bad news for the Church. If they really can stop the momentum of our attack, it is inevitable that the witch's reputation is bound to undergo some dramatic changes, even so far that they could be regarded as heroes. "This is all my fault," Maine said while lowering his head. "It certainly was a mistake, but not a grave one. The reason you used this tactic was to reduce the losses of our army of judges and God's punishment army." O'Brien used his scepter to knock Maine on the shoulder. "Furthermore, the fact that Grey Castle's third Princess Garcia and the Wolfshark Kingdom are working together is also an opportunity for us." Opportunity? The bishop asked, shocked. "That's right. This way we will have the opportunity to catch everything in one net." O'Brien stood up. "You, come with me." Escorted by guards, Maine followed the Pope out of the pivotal secret institution, and they slowly walked further into the depths of the cave. The gloomy rays of light coming from the immense God's punishment stones illuminated the path beneath their feet gradually, becoming darker and darker, until Maine was no longer able to keep himself from looking back, only to see that the pivotal secret temple and the God's punishment stone was already great distance behind them. In the end, it even became necessary for the guards to light up torches to prevent them from stumbling over the rubble that was on the ground. "We are going where? We are already there, child." His Holiness O'Brien halted his footsteps, breathing a bit hurriedly. Sigh. "I'm getting old. From just this short journey, I have already expended such a large amount of effort." A guard came up to support him. "Your Holiness, please permit me to carry you." "That's not necessary. A short break will be good enough." After saying this, the Pope stood in place and tried to catch his breath. He then commanded, "Light the brazier." At this moment, the bishop noticed that there were a few tall towers erected beside the stone road, but if the guards with their torches hadn't stepped close to them, it would have been hard for the average person to find these hidden metal towers within the darkness. The guards climbed the ladders and lit the oil in the basin at the top. It immediately produced several groups of dazzling flames. Maine first had to narrowly squint his eyes and slowly adapt to the change in lighting before he was able to look ahead. In the flickering light, a dusty canvas appeared in front of everyone. It was tall and bulging, and was apparently covering a something large. It was originally planned that we would wait 2 more years before we took this out to help resist against the then even more fierce demonic beast's attacks, but it now seems we have to shift its appearance to an earlier date. O'Brien waved his hand, then commanded, "Remove the cloth." "This is..." When the canvas fell, Maine couldn't believe his eyes. Before him stood a huge, fearsome 4-wheeled iron carriage. Just its wheels were already taller than he was. It did not have the appearance of an ordinary carriage either. Rather, it had a ferocious-looking horn-shaped metal ramp. The frame was made out of beast bones, and the areas between the frames had been closed with barbed bone shields, with a size of 3 to 4 large doors. There were 2 perfectly straight iron poles with pointed ends, one on the left and one on the right, which extended through the openings in the shield and pointed forward, as if ready to fire off arrows. Moreover, another dozen of these metal poles were hanging from both sides of the iron carriage. Each were as thick as his own thigh, with its dark and metallic luster shining under the brazier light. The canon called this Siege Beast. The Pope walked to the side of the carriage and patted the hard iron poles. It relies on magic power to operate and needs the power of 3 to 4 witches for it to run smoothly. The Siege Beast's striking distance is far beyond that of a trebuchet or ballista, and for the typical city wall, it is very difficult to resist the destructible power of these iron arrows. The giant trees they use to build ships with are the same as thin pieces of paper in front of this. No matter if it is for destroying the strong city walls of Wolfshart City or to prevent the Black Sail fleet from advancing further, would both be very easy if we make use of this. Is it also a weapon developed by the secret temple? No, O'Brien shook his head. You should be able to guess. This comes from our enemies, it is from the devils from hell. This is also why the church hides the Siege Beast here deep within the cave. Remember, when you use it, be sure to hide your whereabouts as much as possible. Don't let any civilians see it. I understand, Maine said as he lowered his head. How it is possible for witches to be able to manipulate the devil's weapon? Do they possess the same kind of magic as humans? He forced down all of his doubts and did not continue asking. Obviously, only after he became the new pope would he be eligible to understand these things. Also, to avoid Garcia and the Wolf King from fleeing again, I will be dispatching 2 purified ones to aid you during combat. The Pope said, "No one can escape from their grasp. Go forth, bring back the blood of those blasphemers for the sake of Heather's farewell dinner." His Holiness is dispatching the purified ones. He was shocked to his core. The witches who were both raised and allowed to survive by the church were called purified ones. But to become His Holiness' subordinate, only the most powerful out of 10,000 was selected, like those who had abilities not even recorded within the canon of magic. Comparing them to the troops under Heather, Tayfun, and himself would be like comparing the sky to the earth. With His Holiness now personally stating that they would be unable to escape, the ending of the 2 was already fated to happen. "As you bid, Your Holiness," Maine answered in excitement. Chapter 268, The First Plenary Session, Part 1. Chapter 268, The First Plenary Session, Part 1. Roland held Border Town's first high-level plenary session in the castle's drawing hall. Compared to the time when he had held it with Barav and his 10 apprentices in name only, the city hall nowadays had expanded to a large group consisting of nearly 100 people. The group contained nobles, surrendered knights, squires, as well some natives who had completed the primary education and received their diploma. Thanks to the growth of the population, various departments could be formed in succession, which caused the city hall to finally reach a size the prince was satisfied with. No longer was it as before, where he had to do everything on his own. At present, in the case of a simple policy or program, as long as he explained the concept to them, the new city hall was able to distribute it according to the department and managed to complete the task, something which filled Roland with a sense of gratification. The participants of the first high-level meeting were all the heads of departments, namely there was the Minister of Agriculture, Sirius Dali, Minister of Education, Scroll, the Minister of Chemical Industry, Kyle Sitchai, Temporary, Minister of Construction, Carl Van Bate, the head of the Army, Iron Axe, and finally, the City Hall Premier Minister, Barav Mons. The Ministry of Industry was still personally managed by Roland. After all, except him, no one else knew what industrialization looked like. A bucket of ice water was placed next to everyone. Releasing bursts of cold air candle had placed an enchantment on the ice cubes, which preserved them within the water for at least the whole morning. Even though the sun was shining fiercely outside, the castle hall still maintained its cool and refreshing temperature. Then let's start with each department reporting on its recent situation. Roland took a kettle from the bucket and poured himself a cup of ice water. The first one is the Ministry of Agriculture. Yes, Your Royal Highness, Sirius answered. He stood up and saluted, then spread out a roll of paper he had prepared in advance. Currently, we have acquired around 17,000 hu of grain, which is already enough to satisfy the townsfolk until next year's last month of summer. In addition, the Ministry of Agriculture has, according to your request, also purchased the surplus grains in accordance to the market value. However, this amount is far less than the amount we've gained. For now, it is only accounts for 4,500 hu. The so-called hu was a commonly used wheat weighing unit during ancient times, measured by using a deep basket made out of thin bamboo. Therefore, even after he heard these numbers, he still didn't know how he was supposed to convert them into kilograms or liters. Fortunately, this wasn't the important point. The crucial point was that they had enough food to feed all of the townsfolk. The critical fact laid in the second aspect. If the Ministry of Agriculture took 7/10, it would mean that the serfs had 3/10 which they could sell themselves and accumulated to 7,000 hu. But the discrepancy was much larger than the amount of grain needed to set aside as foodstuff and seeds for the next year. In other words, some serfs had not sold the remaining 30% of the food to the city hall and instead chosen to hoard it in wooden sheds. Although he had already anticipated a situation such as this beforehand, seeing it turn out this way still caused him to let out a gentle sigh. Their purpose in hoarding the grain was apparent. They were speculating to resell it at a profit later, for example, if Border Town gave birth to a food shortage or was struck by a natural disaster. They would be able to sell the food at prices much higher than the market price. An increase of 10 times wouldn't be impossible. This was also the reason why Roland had decided that the city hall would hold a monopoly over the grain transaction, and also why the buyer must first show their identity card. The grain operation was related to Border Town's stability. In case the grain transaction was unable to create a surplus during the early period and the sale wasn't restricted, it would likely lead to speculators acquiring and hoarding the food, and in that way artificially increasing the food's price. However, by using a system of limited sales and only selling to people who had an ID, while at the same time stopping any other sales channels, Roland was able to keep the food price at a steady position. Your Highness, why don't you force the serfs to sell their grain? Sirius asked, puzzled. In any case, it's not like the law permits them to give it to other people. Because the grain is their property, how they choose to handle it is their choice, Roland replied. I never set a rule, not allowing the serfs to hold on to their own food. You can also understand it as long as it isn't prohibited, it is allowed. On hearing his reply, Sirius looked somewhat puzzled by it, apparently not knowing how he was supposed to interpret this sentence. And he wasn't the only one confused, most of the others were also frowning. The only exception to this was Barav, who was currently showing a thoughtful expression. Is there anything else to report? Roland drank a mouthful of iced water. Only with time would they be able to understand the concept of emphasizing rules and procedure. Or putting it another way, the moment they were able to comprehend it, they could be regarded as a new generation of qualified officials. Of course, this could also easily lead to another extreme, like the emergence of bureaucracy. However, bureaucracy was still better than confusion, disorder, and people behaving unscrupulously. Yes, Sirius Dali flung his head back. Now that the fields have been harvested, I do not know how to organize next year's fallow and plow plan. No, the serfs can endlessly cultivate their lands, so we will continue to plant wheat next year. Roland waved his hand. Those piles of manure to the side of the fields were gathered in preparation of fertilizing the land. In the following days, you will start to instruct the serfs to shovel it into the fields and fully mix it into the soil, completely clear it and make place for new piles of excrements. With the summer's high temperature and humid weather, it had only needed 2 months before becoming well-rotted compost. However, during the winter season, it will usually take 4 months. So by the beginning of spring of next year, not only would the soil's quality be increased by the first batch of compost, but Roland would also have readied a second batch of compost, which could be used as base fertilizer. Because of this, there was no need for a fallow plan, not speaking about high-end fertilizer. Just using humans' and animals' excrement as fertilizer was already a vast improvement for the agriculture. Well, if this is what you order, he touched his head also. Your Highness, I'm afraid that with such large amounts of wheat it won't be enough to only lean on 1 or 2 stone grinding mills. So I want to apply for the construction of a mill next to the Redwater River, preferably a steam-powered one. That's pretty good, Roland nodded. This was a new breakthrough. There was finally someone other than himself who wanted to try and use the new power. First of all, you should forward your plan to Barov, and after obtaining the funding for it, you then have to determine a detailed plan together with the Ministry of Construction. All right, Your Highness, Sirius agreed. The last point is regarding the promotion to freed people. At present, 516 people have obtained the qualification for the promotion. Because the amount of wheat was divided and transferred on the spot, no one has put up any objections. I have already reported the list to Lord Barov. Then he got up and saluted again. That concludes my report. Well done. Roland clapped twice to show his encouragement. It seemed that the former young knight of the Wolf family had not only adapted to his new life in Border Town, but also obtained the manners of the city hall, and so could be turned into an excellent propaganda model after a little packaging, in that way playing a small role in attracting nobles or knights of Longsong Stronghold in the future. The second to give their report was Scroll. She had tied her long hair to the back of her head and wore a clean and tidy white shirt, matched with a simple and decorate-free black long skirt, which made her look both mature and capable. Seeing her today, it was hard for him to imagine that half a year ago, she was still a witch living in exile so as to hide away from the church. At present, there are 2 batches of people who are in the process of completing their primary education, a total of 85 people. Most of them previously studied at the college run by Mr. Carl. With her ability to have a highly retentive memory, she had no need to prepare any data for the report beforehand, a point which made Roland feel very envious. 46 of them choose to go to work in the city hall, 21 people decided to go to the bicycle factory, 13 people decided to join the First Army. Pausing for a moment, she continued, there are also 5 applicants for a post at the chemical laboratory. 5 people. Roland could not help but look over towards Kyle Sitchai, merely to see the latter's complexion clearly didn't appear to be that good. It seems that the propaganda effect of the honor and award ceremony is far less than I expected. I'm afraid that some parts of the 3 recently created laboratories are going to have to lie idle in the near future. Fortunately, the employment rate is at least at 100%. Roland tried to comfort himself. Tian, Chinese volume conversion. 1G Chinese letter equals 10 Xiao Chinese letter 0. 1 Sheng Chinese letter equals 10G Chinese letter changed to be same as 1 liter or 0. 22 gallons 1 Du Chinese letter equals 10 Sheng Chinese letter 10 Sheng. 1 Dan Chinese letter equals 10 Du Chinese letter 100 Sheng. Also, 1 Hu Chinese letter equals 5 Du Chinese letter Chapter 269, the first plenary session, Part 2. Chapter 269, the first plenary session, Part 2. When it was the Ministry of Chemical Industries' turn, Kyle snorted, Your Royal Highness, I hope you can find the real head of this department as soon as possible. I do not want to attend this kind of meeting for a second time. Land secretly rolled his eyes. After becoming a leader, he had discovered that it was important for him to selectively ignore words sometimes. Is it that easy to find a person who has talent for both alchemy and chemistry? Do you have any idea how to mass-produce the 2 acids? No, Kyle shrugged his shoulders, and because of that I have to spend more energy and staff on researching this topic, so rather than sitting here and wasting my time. After spending such a long time in Border Town, he had also acquired some of Roland's vocabulary. In case you insist that I should give an account, I can only say that the laboratory is lacking personnel, the more people that come to us, so the better. In addition, regarding the recently 5 added people, although they aren't as old, they can still be counted as clever. It seems that the primary education you implemented is still somewhat useful. Well, the person with the most disrespectful way of talking was probably the chief alchemist. However, taking each other's age into account, and the degree of enthusiasm he showed for chemical experiments, Roland did not feel any resentment towards him for this. It was also important to remember that after going through the explosion, and after being completely healed by Nana, his first and largest reaction was that he was glad that he could now conduct experiments without the slightest of scruple, and then even plan to taste the different flavors of the acids. Who other than he would have such a fanatical enthusiasm to their work? All right, you will continue to research, and I'll have Barov think of a method to fill in the staff shortage. Oh, by the way, Your Highness, Kyle opened his mouth again. Were you able to compile your intermediate chemistry? If you could give me some details, maybe I can think of a method for the large-scale production earlier. I already said at the honor and award ceremony, so long as you train enough apprentices and assistants to fill the new laboratories, I will give you the book, Roland said, spreading his hand out towards him. In fact, at present, he had not written even the first line. Just the elementary chemistry had already consumed all his knowledge of chemistry. He already feared that even if he racked his brain for it, he would still be unable to fill more than a few pages of the intermediate chemistry. The fourth person to report was Carl Van Bate, who was from the Ministry of Construction. First of all, I want to thank Miss Scroll, Carl said, as he nodded towards Scroll. I'm really glad to hear that the children I've taught were able to graduate smoothly. Compared to the chief alchemist, the stonemason's communication skills could be said to be as different as the sky to the earth. Scroll nodded in return before replying with, I should be the one thanking you. Then Carl opened the records he was carrying with him and in a methodical manner began to describe. At present, the town's projects are steadily advancing. The main projects are the Kingdom Avenue, the Redwater Bridge, the new residential area, and the new city wall. The amount of people working on the construction of the Kingdom Avenue has already reached 4,500 people. Half of them have come from Longsong Stronghold, and according to current predictions, they should be finished by spring next year. Regarding the status of the Redwater Bridge, currently, they are still carrying out the construction of the underground concrete wall. The residential district is already extending to the old city wall, and there are currently approximately 1,000 people busy constructing it. As long as the supply of the cement and bricks are ensured, it should be possible to complete the task of moving all the Eastern refugees into town before the arrival of the months of demons. Since Carl usually informed Roland on a daily basis about the recent developments of the projects, his report this time was very simple. He didn't even mention matters such as the expansion of the castle area and the construction of the witch dorm. And after deciding on a good position for the new city wall, it was being constructed by Lotus herself, with a daily progress of approximately 100 meters. You've worked hard, Roland nodded. The Ministry of Construction, regardless of whether it was the staff or the amount of allocated funds, was the department with the largest amounts. Therefore, its achievements were also the greatest. Those handymen coming from Longsong Stronghold, besides speeding up the construction, they are also promoting border towns' preferential treatment policy. Furthermore, after a year of work, those handymen can be regarded as qualified craftsmen, and so the number of people who want to go back should be kept to as little as possible. Yes, Your Royal Highness, Carl agreed. Then the next one is Iron Axe. It was Iron Axe's first time participating in this kind of meeting, and so he seemed to be a little out of place. He cleared his throat. Your Royal Highness, the army has two main things it wishes to report. First of all, the Second Army has completed their basic training, and they are now ready to be sent to the Longsong Stronghold. And secondly, in the wake of adding new blood, the First Army now has 825 people. Putting aside the 350 people of the artillery team, the rest of the soldiers have all been equipped with revolving rifles. That's all I have to say. Then finished his report with a military salute. That sounds pretty good. Have the Second Army set out tomorrow and be sure to place reliable people at the important ranks. After reaching the stronghold, they aren't allowed to stop their daily training and ideological education. Furthermore, I expect a weekly report to be sent back to Border Town. Roland instructed. The last to report was Barov. He first looked at everyone, then slowly saluted Roland before reporting, Your Royal Highness, ever since the previous payment to Margaret's Chamber of Commerce for the refugee transportation and the money spent on Theo's mission, the City Hall's gold stock has declined very badly. Coupled with the bumper harvest and the Ministry of Agriculture's acquisition of grain according to the set market price, It has resulted in an inventory of barely 2,000 gold royals. This can be considered as a relatively dangerous boundary. 2,000 gold royals. Compared with last year's winter, it undoubtedly was a huge sum of money. But Roland was also perfectly aware that Border Town's situation was also no longer the same as it was back then. Even just for the Ministry of Construction, already burdened Border Town with the huge expenditure of paying for the 5,000 workers. There was also the high salary for the First Army, factories, chemical laboratory, and city hall, which also required a large amount of money. In other words, Border Town might have been earning money quickly, but it was also spending the money just as quickly, even under the circumstances that large parts of the materials and machinery were self-sufficient. I am aware of this, but at the beginning of next month, when Margaret's caravan arrives in town, we will be able to obtain a huge income through the sale of the steam engines. Roland responded. Furthermore, the purchase of food and the transport of the refugees aren't daily expenses. I'm sure that during the next 6 months, the treasury should be able to improve steadily. There is no reason for you to worry too much about it. He paused. Also, I plan to raise the salary of everyone here. Raise the salary? Barov got startled and stared blankly at Roland. That's correct, the city hall is no longer an institution only run by a dozen people, and your workload has increased significantly, so your salary will also naturally rise. The prince smiled and then continued to say, from this month onwards, I will increase your monthly salary to 5 gold royals, and according to this ratio, the payment for your apprentices and assistants will also go up uniformly. Be at ease, the needed fund doesn't accumulate too much. It is not more than 20 to 30 gold royals. Although a salary of 5 gold royals for this kind of position in the city hall couldn't be counted as generous, but Roland knew that what Barov enjoyed even more than the salary was being in charge of Border Town's revenues and expenditure and providing them with the according statistics. Furthermore, since he had yet to set any regulatory ministries, Barov could get 100 times his current salary. But so far, he had not seen any signs of corruption from Barov. Of course, apart from relying on the other people's conscience, Roland could also always count on Nightingale's ability to maintain the department's integrity. No one could conceal their bad behavior from her gaze. In addition, there is one thing you may already know, Roland continued. By the end of the months of demons, I plan to officially establish a city here. In other words, Border Town will be upgraded into an official city. The city's west side will stretch until the barbarian wasteland. The eastern border will be Longsong Stronghold, while the southern end will be the hills and the ocean. With the city walls and the mountains as a natural barrier, the area will be far larger than King's City or any other city in the 4 kingdoms. So you still need to pay particular attention and improve your work to meet the attitude that is required to establish a city. Roland paused and then emphasized every word. I hope that our city, even while in a boundless winter, can stay as warm as during spring. Chapter 270 High-Pressure Air Bottle Chapter 270 High-Pressure Air Bottle. After the meeting concluded, Roland and Barov both stayed behind. You also saw it. Currently people are crucial to the chemical laboratory and Grey Castle industry, and I also intend on starting the mass production of soap and perfume soon, which will require a lot of additional staff. The prince said, but it will be at least a year before the greater part of the townsfolk pass the primary education examination. Furthermore, even by taking all of them into account, there still won't be more than 600 to 700 people. That just isn't enough. I need more people. In case we enlist people from the stronghold. No, Roland interrupted. Next year, after Border Town has upgraded to the status of a city, the stronghold and Border Town will be fused into one entity. Therefore, it would be the equivalent of the moving money out from your left pocket into your right pocket. So, I will need more people from outside the Western Territory. This, Barov looked somewhat troubled and worriedly suggested, I am afraid that isn't such good idea to solve it. If you go to other cities to fish for workers, the local lords would definitely not sit by and idly watch as it happens. Do not go to the cities, Roland said. Then he stretched his finger toward the cup, dipped it into the iced water and then moved it over the table while saying, I don't know if you've noticed, but since the end of the months of demons, Grey Castle has constantly been at war, including several charges which had been led by Timothy against the Southern Territory, resulting in Eagle City being destroyed from a fire and leaving the surrounding cities and towns severe damaged. Then there was also the subjugation of the northern region, where they stripped the Duke eyes of his title and territory. And lastly, the marine attack against the eastern region. He beat 2 times against the tabletop, leaving a group of water stains, which seriously impacted the Sea-Wind region, Valencia, and Shivering Crow Castle, not even mentioning all the small towns in the surroundings. Just by looking at all the people who have fled to King's City, you can already see how seriously the impact was on Grey Castle's population. What do you mean? Barov revealed a thoughtful expression. Go out and spread propaganda about the Western region. The prince smoothed out the water, then explained in more detail. During the last 6 months, only the Western region remained peaceful. There has been no forced recruitment, nor has it been hit by the flames of war. Especially since Timothy so wantonly uses commoners to attack, he will definitely recruit and even force the civilians of each region. Who can guarantee that next time that fate won't fall on their head? So you have to propagandize that the only calm and peaceful place completely isolated from the chaos of war is the Western region. I think I got it, Barov said after pondering about his next words. You plan to attract the civilians of other cities by not pressing them into service or forcing them into labor, and furthermore by providing them with shelter, food, and stable work. Almost, Roland said with a smile and nodded. His active thinking and ability to find the key points is one of the assistant minister's strongest points. However, one of the key points you need to propagandize is the excellent treatment that literate people will enjoy. I think that these places definitely have some knights and nobles who have no way out, and because of this are unwilling to come to the Western region to try their luck. Whether it was small villages or towns, they were almost all territories of minor nobility. And during peacetime, even if the land was small and barren, and the management poor, supervising a few acres of land would always manage to fill their stomach. But during the time of war, something which severely impacted the population, it was hard for them to survive. At those times, if there was a stable and peaceful destination for them, it would really prove tempting to most of them. Even if there was no one who could safeguard their territory and keep it from being occupied by others, they would only have to endure these days of war. Afterward, they could use their money to recruit some mercenaries and go back to take over their territory once again. As for how to advertise, Roland believed that Barov would have his ways. But Your Highness, by doing it this way and helping the personnel to settle down will be very expensive. Furthermore, the acquisition of the grain cannot be interrupted, Barov hesitantly said. In case the caravan encounters some accidents, the city hall's treasury will quickly dry up. What you've said sounds reasonable. Roland touched his chin. The most important task of new established political powers was to create trust and confidence of it within the people's hearts. If they were suddenly caught in a situation where they were unable to pay their salary, this current excellent situation would take a sudden turn and rapidly worsen. Well, in this case, you should head back first and continue with your usual task. We will wait until the caravan has arrived in Border Town and the completion of the transaction next month. When the treasury is filled once more, we will speak about the implementation of the plan again. As you bid, Your Royal Highness, Barov placed his hand on his chest. After finishing the mission briefing, Roland returned to his office and began thinking about how to complete Margaret's balloon order. With a price of 1,000 gold royals for each balloon, its price was even higher than that of the steam engine, while its production cost was actually lower. The airbag was mainly a drawn picture by Soraya, while the hemp rope and bamboo basket were bargain-priced goods. In fact, Roland had already created a prototype and tested it in the factory courtyard. A hydrogen balloon which could carry Lighting and Maggie simultaneously and ascend into the sky. After repeated consideration, he finally decided to abandon the idea of a hot air balloon fueled by coal gas. The needed equipment would use up too much space, and the manufacturing process would also be very troublesome. Moreover, Roland would have to import that coal from other cities, which for a small-scale production would be extremely cost-ineffective, far inferior to hydrogen, which was so much easier to facilitate. He coated the test product with a single-sided water coating, which ensured that even after being burned, nothing would happen to the paper. As a result, the whole air sac had hardly any weight, while its flexibility was very outstanding. In the experiment, after inflating the balloon, it would fear neither rain, impact, or fire. Maggie even turned into several kinds of birds to throw vicious attacks against the balloon, but it was still unable to leave even a small trace. Only by using an iron needle were they able to pierce through the millimeter-thick coating. And since the construction of the air sac was very lithe, a hydrogen balloon with merely a diameter of about 2 meters was already enough to carry an adult. The only difficulty laid in how they would solve the gasification problem of the high-pressure hydrogen bottle. Selling a DC motor for the electrolysis of water was impossible. A motor connected to a steam engine could inflate all hydrogen balloons, which was obviously not that cost-effective. If he wanted a steady flow of gold royals from the hands of the wealthy and powerful merchants, he would have to find a way of create high-pressure bottles which could be refilled repeatedly. The air bottle itself was not difficult to build. The usage of secondary material could be made up with the wall's thickness. Thus using pig iron and wrought iron was good enough, and with Anna personally being the one to manufacture it, processing the bottle accurately also wouldn't be a problem. The critical point was in the fact that the later generations of air bottles had a pressure level of 20 MPa or higher. Wishing to reach that by relying on a bicycle pump was undoubtedly nothing but a fantasy. Even the help of 10 kilins wouldn't change this. He at least had to obtain a high-pressure pump. And having a high enough pressure inside the bottle wasn't enough if there wasn't a way to fill the hydrogen balloon with it later. The high-pressure air pump was divided into a piston compressor and a turbine compressor. The former belonged to the internal combustion engine technology tree, while the later fell under the scope of turbine engines. No matter what type he would try to research and develop, they would both be time-consuming and laborious projects. Until late in the afternoon, Roland finally came up with a simple solution: a simple self-inflating bottle. The inspiration for it came from a news article he had seen before. A street vendor had been selling hydrogen balloons and used a modified liquefied gas tank to store the hydrogen, which in the end resulted in an explosion. The cause of this laid in the problem that the peddler had used diluted sulfuric acid and aluminum to create hydrogen inside of the bottle, but hadn't correctly calculated the amount of reaction, which resulted in the issue that the pressure inside the tank had become too large and had broken the bottle. Thus, the self-inflating method was to pour diluted sulfuric acid and an active metal into the bottle so as to replace the hydrogen. The commonly used metal in laboratories was zinc, while the one used to create most of the hydrogen was aluminum. Both materials were not accessible during this era, so Roland still intended to use Lucy's power to dismantle iron and purify it into high iron. The problem of its slow reaction speed at room temperature could also be improved by using heat and enlarging the contact area, for example using thin iron pieces or iron powders, while an inner coating could resist the corrosion effect of the acid liquid that was inside the bottle. Thinking until here, he immediately drew a simple sketch on paper. In order to reduce the air leakage, the high-pressure bottle needed to be made as one whole piece, with only a raised threaded hole at the top, which could be screwed into a valve with a gas nozzle. By tightening up the mouthpiece after injecting the reactant, the continuously generated gas would have nowhere to go, which would result in that the pressure inside the bottle would reach a very impressive level. As long as they unscrewed the valve, the hydrogen would pour out directly into the airbag, and the refill process would also be quite convenient. After removing the gas nozzle and drying the remaining liquid over a stove, the ferrous sulfate crystals inside could be cleaned out before it could be refilled with new reactant. Taking into account that diluted sulfuric acid is also an alchemy product, the refill price obviously couldn't be set too low. With 50 gold royals for one charge, and after buying 10 charges get one free, Roland thought. TN, Active Metal, thank you Enryu for starting the Release That Witch wiki. Everyone's help is welcome. Chapter 271 Elements. Chapter 271 Elements. Kyle Sitchai returned home after finishing the day's experiments. His wife had already baked flatbread, made him some mushroom soup, and poured him a glass of white wine. The latter two were both goods that were sold at the convenience market, especially this sort of huge white mushrooms, which were just like the words on the signboard described them as, "You won't find any fresher or more fragrant delicacy. After one taste you too will discover this to be true. If you eat even one piece, you will find it difficult to forget its full and unique flavor." Of course, its price was also very alarming. One palm-sized mushroom required 1 silver royal. If it weren't for his good salary, Kyle would never be able to bear buying such an expensive food. But there were also a lot of other things similar to this, such as perfumed soap and mirrors. As long one had enough money, their life in Border Town would be much more comfortable than that of an average noble. Roland was simply deep beyond measure. This was also the deepest of point he felt. After he finished the evening meal, his wife handed him a letter. The letter was delivered by the guard this afternoon. At that time you still hadn't returned from work, she answered as she started to clean the tableware. He said that it had apparently come from Redwater City. Is that so? Kyle asked as he entered his study. He cut open the seal using a knife, then removed the parchment before spreading it out. To his surprise, the first sentence was actually, "Dear respected mentor." Seeing that Chavez was the one that had sent the letter, he couldn't help but smile. He sat at his desk and began to read through it carefully. Initially, when Kyle left the Redwater City alchemic workshop, another alchemist named Capola had become the new chief. But that person had been narrow-minded. And after obtaining the crystal glass formula left behind by Kyle, he not only claimed towards the Lord that this was his and Kyle's work, he even excluded Chavez either intentionally or unintentionally from the alchemy experiment group. Within the letter, Chavez complained that this was perhaps because he wanted to borrow the idea of the double stone acid method from him, but in the end, didn't want to announce the achievement to the other side. Nowadays, several other alchemists apparently had also begun to intentionally or otherwise shun Chavez, which caused Kyle to feel quite troubled. Kyle could roughly understand what those people must be thinking. Chavez was the youngest alchemist of the refining room, so many people still thought that it had only been by relying on luck and Kyle's appreciation for him as a discipline that he had been able to stand out of the crowd. But the chief alchemist could only snort disdainfully at that sort of view. Saltpeter and green vitriol were both everyday things, so why had it been Chavez and no one else who had discovered the double stone acid method? This point alone should already sufficiently explain this issue. Perception, memory, making assumptions without fear, and being diligent during experimentation were all indispensable elements. In the end, this young man's innate skill was even above his own. At the end of the letter, Chavez had attached 2 alchemic formulas, claiming they were 2 of his recently discovered acids he wished to share with his mentor. But even at the first glance, Kyle could see that the essence of these 2 formulas was just the creation of salt when acids and alkali react with one another. This was the kind of recipe he could write down dozens of times in a single breath. With a sigh, Kyle Sitchai put the letter down and glanced at the elementary chemistry laying on his table. Everything had changed with His Highness and his so-called ancient books. If it hadn't been for them, he was afraid that he would still be the same as Chavez, still aimless and bewilderedly wandering through the primal chaos, hoping to find some clay on the surface and still regard it as some kind of treasure. Taking the book, Kyle immediately went to the last page. It showed a table which was neatly divided into 100 square boxes. Every time he looked at the table, he couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body and feel a hard-to-describe reverence and fear from within his heart. Every box had a small serial number in the upper left corner, which without a miss arrived at 118 at the end. Beside the first 2 rows, the majority of the boxes were blank, except for some symbols in the middle. For example, 26, iron, 29, copper. The name of this table was Periodic Table of Elements. While holding the book in his trembling hands, the chief alchemist had asked Roland about the contents of those blank boxes, merely to receive the answer that they had originally been filled, but he was unable to remember them. If at that time the other party hadn't been His Royal Highness, he most likely would have taken the book and thrown it into the other's face. According to the records in the book, this table contained all existing elements on Earth. If there existed a canon of alchemy, there was no doubt that this would be the most dazzling chapter in the whole book. What scared him the most was the question, what type of person was able to draw such a chart? And if they had already done this before, what were alchemists then supposed to be regarded as? They seemed to be merely a gang of children sitting within the silt and piling up some rocks. Kyle suddenly thought of His Royal Highness' promise, in case he was also able to call Chavez over, and also pull over the group of recently recruited apprentice. Maybe he would be able to fill those 3 new laboratories. In that way, his dream of laying his hands on the intermediate chemistry would become a reality. Thinking until here, he immediately took out a piece of white paper and began to write his response. In fact, at the meeting when His Royal Highness had asked him whether he had any clue relating to large-scale acid production, he hadn't told him the truth. Because the content was complex and lengthy, it would have been a waste of time doing so. The most important matter was that he still didn't know whether his program worked or not. After all, he had based his production method entirely on the elements and reaction principles written within the book. Compared with the previous alchemy test, this hypothesis was like a child's nonsensical mutterings in their sleep, wanting to use materials he had never seen before, together with an unheard-of reaction method, to create something which seemed to have no similarity with the raw materials, only because they had the same type of element. But within Kyle's heart, he still had a faint premonition. It felt like this method might actually be feasible. After all, within the previous hundreds of permutation experiments, there had not been one time where the book's statement wasn't correct. With the initial plan concluded, the next step was for him to complete a full set of theoretical tests within the laboratory. Since His Highness had said that the industrial method could be used for large-scale production, it should also be possible to reproduce the results in the laboratory. Kyle soon finished the letter. He didn't waste any words on consoling Chavez, and instead straightforwardly told his previously marvelous discipline about alchemic knowledge that was both available and measurable. Kyle believed that there didn't exist any alchemist who was brimming with the interests of a wise man that would let the opportunity to seek truth pass them by. After folding the letter, placing it into an envelope, and sealing it with wax, Kyle could do nothing other than wait for the next day to give the message to a traveling salesman who wanted to deliver it. After all this, his line of sight once again moved to the periodic table. Thinking about those blank boxes which would never be filled again, Kyle felt as if his life no longer had any joy left to offer him. But fortunately, His Royal Highness had said one short phrase which had made his heart surge, and until today those words were still pacing back and forth within his ears. "Don't put on that look. The periodic table arranges each element in a regular pattern according to an underlying law. You can fill it up by yourself. Irregular. A pattern is. Do you mean that those unknown elements can also be deducted, just like the derivation of an alchemical formula? That's right, even if you have never seen them before, you can still describe their appearance and characteristics. That rule, what is it? Do you want to know? It is written in the Intermediate Chemistry. Chapter 272, North Slope Mine. Chapter 272, North Slope Mine. The further down into the mine, the more humid the environment became. Sylvie was holding up a torch and gingerly evading the drop of water falling towards her head as she led the group further into the mine. Even without any light, her eye of truth wasn't something that could be stopped by the darkness. Thus she merely used the torch to save her magic power. "There is another fork in the road," Nightingale, who was walking at the front, said after she stopped. "Which cave is this already?" 23rd. After passing the first fork from the entryway, Lightning answered as she took a look at the records. "I hope this is the last one," Sylvie grumbled, then completely opened her magic eye. "The left side spreads away from the mining area. There is no ore there. The right side is the same." Lightning wrote down the results, then announced, "In that case, those caverns were also the last gates we had to inspect." "Come on," Nightingale said, and went from the front to the end, leading everyone back. It didn't seem that her ability was as simple as invisibility. Sylvie could only see faint changes in Nightingale's magic power, but was ultimately unable to capture her figure or movement. According to Lightning's introduction, she was the strongest fighting witch. This may also be the reason why Roland had her to follow them. There were rumors that the mine had once been a nest for ancient monsters, and there had already been several events of miners going missing. Before their departure, His Highness had also told them several times that they had to be careful, and that in case they couldn't determine the situation, they should first exit the mine and report back to him. However, Sylvie couldn't accept this as correct. There existed no monster which could escape the investigation of her magic eye, even those animal corpses, and the twisting, soft-bodied snakes within the walls were clearly visible to her. There were 4 people in the expedition team: herself, Nightingale, Lightning, together with a little girl called Lucia. Every time they found some minerals, she would convert them into a variety of debris, and after carefully classifying them, she would put them into her pocket, which would later be handed over to His Royal Highness. Lightning was responsible for drawing the map of the mine, since, in her own words, there didn't exist any adventure from which she could be excluded. Hearing her prideful speech, Sylvie couldn't help but think of the captain who was temporarily staying on Sleeping Island. The 23rd cave was at the lower level of the mining site and could actually be regarded as an enormously deep hole. After penetrating several hundred steps into the mountain, it divided into 3 paths again, and after following each to their end, they would once again split into several branches. However, since they were at the exterior area of the mining site, with only the rare possibility of finding any veins, they had decided to end their exploration. Returning to the first fork, which Lightning had recorded as Gate of Life, Sylvie cast her ability to observe the 23rd cave and the circumstances of those 3 pathways. The further she spread the range of her Eye of Truth, the greater the magic consumption was, and the heavier the burden on her body. So she decided to observe one channel after another at each fork. Cave number 3. Yes, there aren't any mining areas at the end of it. There are. She spent a moment frozen in shock. There are 5 branches, including one that seems to lead further downwards while also making a detour. Downwards? Lightning repeated. It is indeed like that, Sylvie confirmed while taking another look. It didn't take long until the slender downwards leading path turned around a corner and pointed straight back at the mine. When she tried to further explore along the road, her mind suddenly became flooded with a strong sense of dizziness which interrupted her contact with her magic eye. I think it may lead to a mineral deposit. But this interpretation was a bit far-fetched. The North Slope mine's tangled and complicated cave system was clearly not something which had been artificially dug out. Furthermore, if she hadn't been specifically looking for ore, it would be unlikely she'd have discovered any unknown veins, even if they were hidden between 2 channels. If not for her Eye of Truth, which was able to penetrate any obstacle, it would be simply impossible to find any minerals hidden behind rocks and under piles of mud. No matter what, let's immediately go and take a look, Nightingale said and shrugged her shoulders. The group entered the cave behind the 3rd gate one after another, and about a quarter of an hour later, they had already arrived at the end of the passage. There the tunnel divided itself into 5 like she had seen it. One among them was even so narrow that it was impossible for people to walk through, and so it could only be entered by crawling. However, the strange channel Sylvie had seen before was located in the middle of the 5, and its topography changed dramatically, almost forming a deep slope when compared with the place they were standing now. It seems as if it is going straight down, Nightingale said and held up the torch. I feel as if this grotto is somewhat similar to the deep cliff of the impassable mountain range. Let's quickly finish the inspection, then immediately turn back, Lucia said in fright as she instinctively grasped onto Nightingale's arm. I do not like it here. I constantly feel as if something is staring at us from within the cave. There is nothing in the cave except for mud and stone, Sylvie said. Even though she didn't like this quiet and moist place, her ability still told her that there was no danger. The 4 on the left and right all contain no ore and are leading further away from the mining site. She quickly finished the inspection of the leveled side roads, then moved her line of sight towards the front, only to immediately lose focus and release a faint, what's going on? Lightning asked. I am unable to see the circumstances further down. You cannot see it, the little girl asked in disbelief. Can it be that you are too tired and so your ability just don't work? No, my ability doesn't have any problems, Sylvie said and closed her eye before opening it again, only to see that everything still remained dark, the same as if she had completely lost her vision. Enduring the oncoming headache, she tried to expand her field of vision further, but the results still remained the same, while the surrounding soil became clearly discernible. Only the pass in the middle was enveloped in complete darkness, which was as thick as ink. There seems to be something which obstructs my peeking. You will all wait over here and don't leave, Nightingale ordered while simultaneously drawing her 2 shining silver weapons. I will go in to explore the situation and immediately come back afterward. Do not go, Sylvie shouted, grasping her forehead in pain. There exists only one thing that can produce such an effect. Even if you go, you will be in danger. What is it? God Stone of Retaliation, Sylvie said through clenched teeth. There is a God Stone of Retaliation underground, and it is covering that whole region. When Roland heard the news, he immediately mobilized soldiers of the First Army and led them into the North Slope mine. And the result of their inspection confirmed Sylvie's guess. They discovered a large amount of God's stone of retaliation at the bottom of the deep hole. After determining that there was no danger, Roland also entered Cave No. 23 with the protection of his personal guards. He wished to see for himself how the God's stone of retaliation at the bottom of the mine looked like. "Your Highness, please be careful," Carter reminded him once more. "The exit is directly in front of us." "You are unable to use your magic here," Roland said while looking back at Anna, Nightingale, and Lightning standing behind him. "Didn't you learn it from Sylvie? Even without magic, I will still be stronger than you. If you can go, I, of course, can also go," Nightingale said disapprovingly. "Wherever there is an adventure, I will also be there," Lightning announced while puffing out her chest. Anna, however, didn't say anything. She merely stared straight into Roland's eyes. Seeing the flickering flame from the torches in her clear eyes, Roland knew that regardless what he said, it would prove to be useless. "All right," he sighed, "but you must stay by my side and don't move too far." Coming to the end of the slope, Roland immediately understood the meaning of the Chief Knight's words. Suddenly his eyes became filled with light, and a vast and deep cavern then appeared in front of him. Even without the aid of torches, he could still clearly see the whole cave since it was illuminated by the crystal prism like God's stone of retaliation. He could see some majestic towers rising straight from the ground, with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters at the base, which seemed similar to some very large neon towers. Chapter 273, God's Stone of Retaliation. Chapter 273, God's Stone of Retaliation. Roland roughly estimated the size of the underground cave. The area below was almost the size of a football field and was surrounded by steep mountain walls. The road connecting it with the other cave started in the middle of one of those mountain walls, and next to the tunnel entrance, he could see a narrow stone staircase, which extended straight towards the bottom. "I guess this staircase wasn't cut out by you," Roland said while he squatted down and brought his torch near the ground. In the torchlight, he could clearly see marks carved out by knives and axes, with piles of dust and rock bits that were within the notches. "Of course not, Your Highness. At the time we discovered the cave, the stone steps had already existed," Carter said and shrugged his shoulders. "I guess they must have already been here for decades. Or since hundreds of years," Anna suddenly spoke. "I think so too," Lightning nodded in agreement. "It is only 70 years since Border Town has been established. It is unlikely for the stone staircase to be related to the locals here or even the kingdom. There were already some people living in the Western Territory several hundred of years ago," Carter questioned. "Grey Castle hadn't even existed back then." Roland patted the knight's shoulder. 450 years ago, there existed a group of people who have already been forgotten by history. Then he lifted the torch and said, "Let's go down and take a look." 20 to 30 soldiers of the First Army were already standing at the center of the cave, so he took the knight, and the witches then went next to one of the god's punishment stones without delay. Only when he stood at the edge of this stone pillar was he finally able to realize how huge this actually was. Even by extending his arms as far as he could, he still wasn't able to surround even a tenth of it. He lifted his head and looked at the top. The tallest pillar made out of God's stone of retaliation already came close to 30 meters, which was almost equivalent to the height of an 8 or 9-story building, and was shining in an ominous purple light. In theory, stones could emit light either by having a radioactive material or by containing some fluorescent components. But the rays of light emitted by the God's Stone of Retaliation obviously had nothing to do with any of these possibilities. The light from the former was from the ionization in the air as the elements decayed. Furthermore, the shorter the half-life, the greater the brightness would be. But according to these very words, and taking the stone's brightness into account, the soldiers who had already entered the cave for several minutes would have died from ionization radiation by now, while the latter possibility would need an external light to shine on it. But there was no light source here at the bottom of the mine, which could support it enough to send out the light continuously. Roland also noted that, although the God's Stone of Retaliation had a crystal's commonly seen prism shape, its surface didn't have the veined pattern that came from crystals, but was instead as smooth as glass. The church sells a thumb-sized piece of a god stone of retaliation for several gold royals. However, a piece of this magnitude, it is something impossible to acquire even after emptying the vaults of the entire 4 kingdoms. Carter couldn't stop himself from lamenting. "You want to give it to the nobles to slaughter witches?" Nightingale asked with a fierce glare. This isn't what I meant," the chief knight answered quickly, while unconsciously moving out from her line of sight. "It is the first time that I have seen God's stone of retaliation shine in these colors. Shouldn't they be transparent white?" Lightning curiously looked at the pillars. "In case you take them back with you, won't it be unnecessary to use a candle in the evening?" "I'd rather bring a candle into an already stuffy room filled with dozens of candles than use this for light," Nightingale murmured while placing both her hands on her chest. "For us witches, they are a prison cage, the stocks and chains that are held by the church. If the world didn't have these damnable stones, it would be better off." "Oh, Sister Nightingale, you couldn't read a sentence in the evening anyway." The little girl licked her lips, picked up a stone from the ground and looked at Roland. "Can I take a piece of it back with me as my spoils of adventure?" Roland nodded. "If you don't hate these kind of things." She held a stone and raised her arm into the air and swung it towards the stone pillar. It smashed against the edge of the prism, only to hear a ting as the stone in her hand splintered while the prism showed not even the slightest scar. Seeing this, Carter shouted in shock, "What's going on? Shouldn't the god's stone of retaliation be fragile?" Perhaps it is because this chunk is shining differently." Lightning threw the remaining stone chips in her hand away and took a dagger out of her waist purse. However, even after a good deal of tossing around the prism, with all kinds of scraping and cutting, it was still to no avail. Feeling that something was wrong, Roland looked at Nightingale and said, "You try it." The latter merely nodded, took out her revolver, aimed directly at the prism, then pulled the trigger. Immediately followed by an enormous echo splitting the silence in the cave, and the birth of some sparks at the impact area of the god's stone of retaliation. After the smoke cleared, the group walked over to the stone, merely to discover that the bullet wasn't even able to do anything more than leaving a small stain on the god's stone of retaliation's surface. This suggested that the durability of these intensely shining stones already exceed that of homogenized steel plates. "Even the gun is useless," Carter asked with a frown. "In the end, how is the church able to cut a piece off and sell it?" No one could answer this question, causing everyone's expression to cloud up. Even Roland had been able to use his own force to break the god's stone of retaliation. Like that time he'd broken the necklace around Anna's neck, for instances. Just 2 or 3 pulls from him had been enough to turn the pure and limpid stone into a pile of white dust. But at this moment, Anna, who had been silent until now, suddenly opened her mouth. "Your Highness, do you still remember the treasure map that Ferlin Eltek had drawn?" "Treasure map?" Roland asked, confused. He could vaguely remember that there was a triangle occupying more than half of the drawing. One of the 3 edges pointed at the holy city Taikilla, one at the stone tower in the concealing forest, and one at the foot of the northern slope mountain. "Hold on, at the foot of the northern slope mountain." Suddenly a lightning spark flashed through his brain. "Don't tell me." "I don't think it was pointing at the foot of the northern slope mountain, rather it was pointing here," Anna said slowly. "This is a place which contained a lot of God's stone of retaliation underground." Even after a careful search, besides a large number of indestructible God's stone of retaliation, they hadn't been able to discover anything else that was of value within the cave. Not to mention remains of ancient books, there weren't even chiseling tools used for the stone staircase left behind, which was very strange. According to the current level of technology, if they wanted to chisel out a staircase in such a steep cliff, it absolutely would be a tremendous and arduous undertaking. Things such as accidentally falling or losing tools should have been frequent occurrences. But for the current scene, besides the stones and even more stones, it seemed as if the cave had been thoroughly cleaned before they'd left. When Roland returned to his office, he immediately called for Scroll and had her reproduce the knight's drawing on top of her book of changes. Similar to the pattern in his memory, the southernmost point was indeed located at the foot of the northern slope mountain. If Anna's guess is right, can it be a map left behind by the church, contains new veins of God's punishment stones? However, why would they spend all that time and effort to dig out the stairway to the bottom, only to abandon it afterward. If the church had already built a church in Border Town 450 years ago, I am afraid that the current border town would look completely different from now. In accordance with the God Stone of Retaliation's selling price and its usage, it is unlikely that they would willingly give up the natural resources in this mine. Nowadays, the holy city of Takila had already become a forbidden region that was fully out of reach. Perhaps the only remaining possibility for finding the answer lies hidden within the stone tower, or perhaps it will remain unknown forever. Chapter 274, Exam Chapter 274, Exam After Dinner. Candle entered the castle hall quite early. On every nightfall, Teacher Scroll would give lessons in the room, but unlike the aristocracy colleges in large cities, the students who attended the lecture were witches from the Witch Union. But she wasn't the first person to come to the classroom. When she entered, Evelyn was already sitting at the long table and waving to her. "Has His Highness assigned any duty to you recently?" The moment Candle took her place, Evelyn couldn't stop herself from asking. She recalled the time they had only just arrived, and she had dryly addressed the other party as my lord. While secretly laughing at the bottom of her heart, Candle answered, "There is. He gave me the task to cast my ability on a few strange lumps of metal so that they would remain at room temperature, but I don't understand what use that would have." "Yes, it's like that." Evelyn's eyes became dull. "So far, His Highness had not asked me to do anything." "He didn't provide you with adjusted practice content?" Candle asked in wonder. "No, I'm practicing according to my own wishes." Evelyn shook her head and said, "He only occasionally comes and asks me to taste a new wine." "Maybe that is just what His Highness is looking for. All your life you've been in pubs, and so you're very familiar with the taste of the drinks. There aren't many witches like you. There is no need for a witch who can taste wine at all," she protested. "A salary of a gold royal is enough to recruit a specialized winemaker." Candle patted the other side's shoulder. "I think His Royal Highness certainly must have a plan." Scroll also tried to comfort me this way, but even I do not know what to do with my ability. I cannot simply rely on air to turn water into wine. Don't tell me he just wants to make the tastiest type of wine to sell. But commoners are only able to afford ale of poor quality, while all the nobles have their personal preference which doesn't have anything in common with one another. Evelyn laid her chin on the table and continued in a depressed tone, "And the wine His Royal Highness gives me to taste is becoming more and more hard to drink. I already suggested that he adds water or fruit juice, but he seems to only want to make the strongest wine possible." For a moment, Candle didn't know what to say. Regarding this point, she and Evelyn were both sitting in the same boat. After reaching Sleeping Island, most of the time they could only do some trifling chores along with the daily increase in fish oil. Solidifying candles had become unnecessary, while Tilly completely forbid any sort of drinking in general. Even during the early tense phases, their supplies were often allocated according to a person's ability. Sometimes Candle would only receive some unsalted grilled fish. During this, she never had the feeling that there was any problem with this approach. To the contrary, she was even willing to forego her food for those witches who needed to consume larger amounts of their magic. However, that the other witches began to divide themselves into groups, and even somewhat excluded her, had made her feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lady Tilly had still looked after them extremely well, even apologizing for the method of distribution, and going so far as promising that after the supplies became more plentiful, they would start to make adjustments. This way the less favored witches didn't feel the rejection that clearly anymore. But in Border Town, such a situation had never occurred. All the witches sat together at the same table and enjoyed the meal together with His Royal Highness. And the clothes they put on and the treatment shown to them didn't hold any differences. But the most important difference she'd been able to see during their daily life was that regardless whether their ability was formidable or not, they all regarded each other as a one group. Although it had only been 2 short weeks since she'd come to Border Town, she had already experienced this point very deeply. They really considered each other as sisters, something which made Candle feel very envious. When all the witches had come and sat down, Teacher Scroll entered the room while carrying a stack of white papers. "Today, I won't teach you any new content. Instead, I will conduct a comprehensive exam of what you have learned until now." "What is that?" Lightning asked as she raised her hand. Gugu, Maggie also asked, "You have been studying for 3 months now, and His Highness believes that it is time to test the results of your learning." Scroll said cheerfully, "All the questions have been arranged on these papers and are separated into 3 parts: kingdom language, mathematics, and nature. Altogether, there are 60 questions. Every answer gives a point, while every mistake lowers the score. Of course, if you do not understand the problem, you just have to raise your hand and ask your question. I believe that all of you have already mastered the primary writing and reading skill, or else even if you'd known the answer, you would still be unable to answer." Scroll paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, His Highness had said that only those who have answered more than half of the question correctly will be able to enjoy ice cream during the weekend's afternoon tea. If your score is below this limit, you will lose your afternoon tea qualification. Candle suddenly heard a gasping sound. She turned around and saw Nightingale wearing a dumbstruck expression with charcoal lying in 2 pieces on the ground. Furthermore, His Highness has especially made it clear that the 5 witches that came from Sleeping Island are not to be included in this arrangement. So it is their decision whether they want to stay behind and answer, or if they want to leave and have a free evening. Scroll looked one after another at Candle, Evelyn, and the others, before saying, "No matter what your final score is, you will be able to enjoy the delicious afternoon tea." "Huh." Evelyn patted her chest, turned her head and whispered, "I won't be able to recognize all the letters, so I'm not confident that I will get the ice cream." Honey and Lotus immediately got up, happily saluted Scroll and left the hall afterward. Plus, Sylvie, whose body had been feeling somewhat unwell and thus hadn't even come to the hall, left Evelyn and Candle as the only witches from Sleeping Island in the hall. "Do you want to stay?" Candle asked in a small voice. "I want to try," the other nodded. "Didn't His Highness say that knowledge leads to evolution? If I don't work hard in this respect, I'm afraid I will never be able to compare with them." She showed a sly smile. "These days I've been practicing writing my characters in my room after the class. Lily and Mystery Moon also taught me how to read and write some common words." While mentioning this, the frustration within Evelyn's voice immediately dispersed a lot, and her eyes became shiny, making it impossible for Candle not to smile. "Yes, I'll also try it. Your Royal Highness, the test results have come out," Scroll said while handing the summary over to Roland. "You've worked hard." Since the recent discovery beneath the Northern Slope mine, Roland was still feeling quite puzzled, so he found it difficult to concentrate on his daily tasks, so he tried to focus on something less intense. Was Nightingale's performance unexpectedly able to meet the standard required? Yes, but not only was it good enough, her grade was even in the forefront, which was partly due to her perfect language score, Scroll reported with a smile. "After all, most of your topics were very simple. Furthermore, she has already learned how to read and write a long time ago, so her starting point had been much better compared to the other witches." "Tusk," Roland smacked his lips. "I thought I could make her eat fewer sweets with this exam." Even before his voice had completely fallen, he felt his shoulder being severely pinched. "In short, the result looked quite good. All the members of the Witch Union have more than 60, so it seems that your education is bearing fruit. These results are also inseparable from their efforts." Moving his vision further down, Roland asked, "Only 2 of the witches of Sleeping Island participated in the test." "Well, the one named Evelyn received 5 points, while Candle got 36. The latter should already have some prior foundations, so most of her points come from kingdom language," she replied. That she, even after having followed the class for only 2 weeks, was still able to receive some points outside of the writing part right, shows that her individual quality is truly astonishing. Both instincts and external knowledge are components to the continual improvement of a witch's magic. The results of their own witches were also excellent. For example, Lily, Hummingbird, Mystery Moon, and the others had only spent 3 months' time from being illiterate before they grasped the basics of reading and writing. And with this, they've already exceeded the majority of the people in the streets. What would the future look like when the people could put aside their prejudices and work together with the witches to promote the level of society and civilization as a whole? Roland's heart became filled with anticipation at the thought. Chapter 275, Lucia and Nightingale. Chapter 275, Lucia and Nightingale. Lucia was cautious and solemn as she put 3 iron chunks on the floor of her bedroom before closing her eyes. She took a deep breath and went through the experiences from her previous practice once more, then stretched out her hand and released her ability to surround the target. This was the method of practicing that Anna had helped her come up with, using 3 wrought iron ingots which had been especially melted by Anna that were made out of components that had nothing in common with each other, and all respectively containing silver, copper, lead, and some other impurities. Her task was to reconstruct them as pure substances while at the same time leaving behind the impurities, and to also find the ingot that contained the highest amount of silver. This meant that she had to control her magic output and always needed to work on one target first. Otherwise, it could happen that she broke the impurities further into their elements, which was what she had previously done at her home in Valencia, and was also the reason why she felt that her ability was so hard to control. Even if 2 pieces of paper looked the same, if they were restored to their original elements, they could look very different. The fact that there was a relation between the amount of magic power she used and the effect of her abilities was something she would never be able to comprehend by herself, which led to the result that the components of some of the papers had been split apart several times, and ultimately turned most of the raw materials into water and gas. After arriving in Border Town, the first lesson the other witches taught her was that she had to practice controlling her magic. Originally, Lucia wasn't convinced that those invisible and incomprehensible things could also be controlled. Only when Anna demonstrated how she was able to control the lengths of her black flame was she finally able to discover how badly mistaken she had been. Not only could Anna adjust the output of her magic and change the size and thickness of the black flame, she was able to reach a level of perfection in it each and every time. "Elder sister, are you going to go practice again?" Belle curiously stuck her head out of the bed. "It's just after lunch." Lucia's hand trembled, and the iron ingot in her hand immediately turned into a pile of fine dust. "I told you not to bother me when I'm using my power," she said, turning around to knock against the top of her sister's head. "Concentrate on reading your letters." "I'm unable to make sense of what I'm looking at," Belle said fretful. "I can't even understand half of the word's meaning. I'm not like older sister. You can write and read." "That's why it is important to read more. Many words have a similar structure, so even if you haven't seen them before, you should still be able to guess what it means. Literacy is a familiarizing process." "All right," Belle retracted her head. Lucia focused her attention on the second piece of iron ingot, then exercised her control to slowly release her magic. She tried to imagine a thin layer of gauze covering the ingot and wrapping it up evenly. "Hey, I came." The door suddenly squeaked, and the blonde woman dashed into the room. "Hey, are you practicing your ability?" "Sister Nightingale," Belle shouted carefreely. The second piece of iron once again turned into a pile of fine powder. Lucia sighed and put all the metal debris on the floor into a leather bag, feeling that it might be impossible to train today. "Here, this is yours." Suddenly an ice cream with a rich aroma of milk was handed over to her. "Thank you," Lucia said, taking the ice cream, "but shouldn't this only have been given out during the afternoon tea?" Nightingale proudly patted her chest and said, "Oh, that's true. But this is a special reward I requested from His Highness. Here, you also get one." With these words, she handed another one to Belle, which made the little girl immediately burst into laughter. Sister Nightingale is the best. This guy, as soon as she sees something delicious, everything else gets thrown to the back of her mind, Lucia thought helplessly. But the moment the ice cream entered her mouth, and the sweet and rich taste of honey and milk spread through her mouth, together with the cold and refreshing feeling of the ice, further enhancing its sweetness, she also felt that if she had been in her sister's place, she would most likely also have reacted in the same way. Even after completely swallowing it, it still left a slight chill on her teeth and her lips. No one can resist its deliciousness, especially during the hot summer. No wonder that His Highness only gives out ice cream during the weekend afternoon tea. She was afraid that this unique style of food was actually worth a lot of money. She at least had never heard of this dessert during her life in Valencia. Thinking until here, Lucia could not help but ask, "How were you able to get it from His Highness?" "Heh, Nightingale smiled widely. "I ranked third during the exam, second only to Wendy and the Leaves. However, His Highness thought I would be unable to pass the exam at all. Since the actual situation was worlds apart from his imagination, it was only natural that I requested a special reward from him. Actually, it was like this." She hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Then my 68, but I don't know your actual rank." So low, Lucia was depressed. Altogether, there were 120 points, but I was only able to get a little bit more than half of them right, even though I already learned how to read and write long ago. That's pretty good, Nightingale said while patting her head. After all, how long have you been following the lectures? It's only natural that you would fall a bit short in regards to mathematics and nature. But if you ever come across any problem, you can come and ask me if you want. Me. Can I also ask? Belle raised her hand. Of course, Nightingale answered laughingly. You're welcome at any time. If I pass the elementary examination, is it possible for me to choose my own work? You are still too young, His Highness said. The minimum age to start to work is 14 years of age, but right now you are only 10 years old, so don't be so anxious. Lucia stared at her. However, the little girl was unwilling to give up so easily. I also want to help you share the pressure. In case you want to get married and have a baby, you will need to spend a lot of money. If the money is not enough, your days will become very painful. Where did you hear this? Lucia threw her hands in front of her face. Daddy said it. He was always nagging that he'd almost been unable to raise us. PFFF hahaha. Nightingale couldn't suppress her laughter. If you could take a job, where would you go? Chemical laboratory. Belle raised her hand and said, I want to become an alchemist, get the title of sage, and receive everyone's admiration and praise. This. Better not, she shook her head. The lab is dangerous. Dangerous? The sisters asked simultaneous. Yeah, Nightingale said while spreading out her hands. Not only do they often have to deal with acids, but there are also explosions sometimes. Even the chief alchemist Kyle Sitchai was unable to avoid accidents. 4 of his fingers were blown away last time. I'm afraid that if it weren't for Nana's magic, Mr. Sitchai would have been unable to pick up any jars or bottles for the rest of his life. She paused. Furthermore, it seems that His Highness is recently trying to develop a new type of gunpowder, and even he thinks that it is extremely dangerous, so he commanded that it could only be done in a separate laboratory. In that case, do you have any good suggestions? Lucia went over and wrapped Belle into her arms, determined never to let her sister go to such a dangerous place. Without a doubt, she should enter the city hall and become a civil servant. A civil servant, she repeated. Nightingale coughed twice. Cough, cough, that was what His Highness called them when he was thinking out loud. Commonly speaking, they are called city hall officials. Their job is stable and safe, while their salary is on the upper level. Moreover, their prospects are also good. If you can become a department head, your rewards won't be less than that of a witch. So, it's like this, Lucia said thoughtfully. Sister Nightingale, do you like His Royal Highness? Belle asked in curiosity. In many of your sentences you say, His Highness said, my mother said, you'd only talk so much about someone if you liked them. When she heard her sister's question, Lucia's face became stiff. To hell with it. How can you directly ask such a question? This is simply too rude. At most we can be regarded as friends, so you cannot ask such a question of someone. Even more so since that person is my highly esteemed senior. She felt stricken by panic and hurriedly covered Belle's mouth. But before she could even start her apologies, Nightingale already gave her a frank response. Yeah, I like him. Chapter 276, New Artillery Research and Development. Chapter 276, New Artillery Research and Development. While on her way to bring the ore to His Highness, Nightingale's answer was running through Lucia's mind. She had to admit, she was shocked by the calm manner in which Nightingale had revealed her feelings. Although she wasn't entirely clear about the feelings of all the people involved, but a witch and a prince simply couldn't ever be with each other, right? So shouldn't she be careful and hide her thoughts at the bottom of her heart and never let others know about them? Furthermore, why would she as a simple listener feel so excited and embarrassed? Coming to a stop in front of the door to the office, Lucia took a deep breath before pushing open the door and entering. Your Highness, I've brought the ore. Let me see, Roland answered as he fought the urge to yawn. The ruler of Border Town seemed the same as always. With his drowsy-eyed appearance, it seemed it hasn't been that long since he'd finished taking his nap, and it wasn't like he was in that much of a clear-headed state yet either. While leaning comfortably against the back of his chair, showing a natural bearing and speaking with an easygoing tone, he was completely unlike the other nobles with their strict and insulting mannerism. Seeing him like this, Lucia's former indescribable nervousness loosened by a small amount. She then calmly took out the ore granules they'd found in the northern slope mine and placed them on the desk one after another. After being broken down with her ability, all those granules now seemed to have almost the same look. Their colors weren't ash-colored, but were silver-white instead, and it was probably only a brilliant person of wide learning like the prince that would be able to distinguish what these ores really were. However, even after looking at them for a long time, the prince still ended up knitting his brow. First, he took them into his hand one after another in order to estimate their weight. He then went to the window behind his desk to take a closer look from within the sunlight, only to finally wave with his hand and say, "Keek, seems I have no choice but to give these ores to Mr. Sitchai to identify them. For now, you can go back to the courtyard at the north slope and continue the practice of your ability. If there is something you don't understand, you can always go to Anna and ask." There exists something His Highness doesn't know. Lucia quickly bowed and said, "Yes." Just as she was about to leave the office, Roland called out to her again. "Oh, that's right, your present test grade is pretty good, 68 ranking 9th in the class. And that's after just 1 month of learning. Showing such a performance is not easy, so you must try and keep it up. Also," he paused for a moment, "I hope that Belle can also participate in the next exam together with everyone." "Yes," Lucia excitedly agreed. After watching the little girl happily bow away, Roland looked at the metal particles on the table and sighed. "I was too naive, thinking that by breaking them down into one element, I might be able to discover what kinds of ore veins are hidden within the Northern Slope mine. However, I once again have to acknowledge that there is a great deal of difference between mechanical engineering and geology. If that wasn't the case, I would have known that these stones would be broken down into 3 or 4 different kinds of metals. The most of the still remaining parts of the rocks can be considered as metalloid ores, but they have almost no difference in their color or shape, such as iron, aluminum, magnesium, potassium. When in a high purity state, they are all silver-white metals. If I ever wanted to distinguish them by naked eye, it will be much too difficult. In the end, it is still better to give this issue to the chief alchemist to resolve. After all, he can verify the characteristics of the material through observing their chemical reaction, which should be much more reliable than my own guesses. When he made up his mind regarding this matter, Roland took out a piece of paper and began planning on how to deal with the upcoming months of demons. Seeing that summer was about to end, these 3 months of fall were his final preparation time. Besides resisting the invasion of the demonic beasts from the west, he had also had to keep an eye on Timothy and the church who might come from the eastern side. Unlike last year where he had to pull on his lapels exposing the elbows, Border Town's population and income nowadays had gone through a substantial growth. They had also gradually increased the iron production, and with the help of more than a dozen witches, he was sure that he would be able to turn the Western Territory into an impassable iron bastion. Based on to the previous year's combat experience, the greatest threat to the wall was without a doubt the mixed demonic beasts, especially so when the enemy had a thick crust, which would be hard to wear down using bullets, and thus could only be killed by explosion at a close proximity or by sending witches out of the city. However, no matter what kind of countermeasure he used, they both held high risks. Also, until now he had only faced attacks from the enemy's cavalry or infantry, so he had never seen this era's siege weaponry. If the other side could construct a torsion catapult or the more advanced counterweight trebuchets, he feared that he would encounter a lot of trouble. After all, the process of loading a cannon so that it could fire was very inconvenient. Not only did they have to raise the cannon chamber each time they loaded, it was also easy for the cannonball to roll out of it. These circumstances all meant it was inevitable that he would have to develop a new cannon. After thoughtfully thinking about it, Roland began to list all of the requirements he had onto a piece of paper. First of all, it had to have a sufficient shooting distance and force, enough that it could break through the shell of a mixed species that was 1,000 meters away. Secondly, it had to be rear-loaded. This way the head could freely be lowered or raised, while still preserving its ability to shoot quickly. Finally, in order to reduce the time of repeated research and development, the cannon should also be designed to fulfill several purposes, meaning that in addition to being used to defend a stronghold and suppress the enemy, it could also be directly pulled onto a ship and be employed as the major weapon for future heavy gunboats. Because of this, it would have to be a large caliber with a long barrel type of heavy artillery. Roland first thought of those 15-16 Kun II 5 cm, huge monsters that were used on battleships, with a range of several scores of kilometers, and powerful enough for a shot to dig several meters deep into the ground, only to quickly reject an unrealistic idea such as this. Although there shouldn't be any problem on the processing side, but with Border Town's current level of materials, it meant that at least 9 out of 10 cannons would be explode. And if he thickened the cannon's wall to more than 1 meter, they would lose their practical value since he would be no longer able to move them. By now, he could only give birth to high-purity wrought iron that had the performance of ordinary steel. So the plan still had to be on the conservative side. Roland finally set the caliber to the sacred number of 152 millimeters. The cannon used a vertical wedge breech block, which was upwards and downwards sliding door. When it was pulled down, it exposed the cannon's chamber, and after loading it with an artillery shell, the block could be moved back up to completely lock the rear so that the gunpowder could only erupt forward. Compared to a spiral breech block and horizontal wedge breech block, its speed was faster, and its principle was also very simple and was a blueprint he already knew by heart. However, if he wanted to implement rapid firing, the artillery had to be equipped with a recoil mechanism, which in simple terms resembled 2 bicycle pumps, one that was filled with a padding of oil and the other with a spring or gas. Due to the recoil, the muzzle would press against the 2 tubes and would simultaneously compress the oil and the spring. The oil was used to buffer the recoil, while the spring would store the power and push the cannon back into its original position after the shell left. Lastly, the shell. Since he was already using the sacred cannon, there was no way he could be satisfied with using clumsy iron balls and paper-wrapped canister shot anymore. But Roland decided to develop 2 sets of artillery shells just to be safe. One would be the enlarged version of a bullet, with a warhead made out of solid metal, and another kind, one that had an explosive warhead and using an impact detonator, like the howitzers used by later generations. After all, he would surely come across some technological problems while developing the explosive warheads. Things like the development of a reliable detonator needed repeated testing. Because of this, he couldn't guarantee that he could achieve it before the begin of the Months of Demons. Therefore, they had to first produce the former before they could resolve the problems of the latter. Even with a solid warhead, it should still be possible to easily deal with the slow-moving thick-skinned mixed beasts and fixed siege equipment. Of course, no matter which kind of shells he used in the end, both would still consume a lot of smokeless gunpowder. In case they weren't able to start large-scale production of the 2 acids, the new guns could only be used as special weapons, which would mean that wanting to employ a large artillery barrage would be impossible to realize despite how much he wanted to do so. At this moment, one of his personal guards pushed open the door and entered the office. "Your Highness, a secret letter from King's City has arrived." Roland put down the quill and opened the envelope. From start to finish, the letter didn't have a signature, and its handwriting was also very unfamiliar, but its short sentence made it clear that Theo was undoubtedly the one who had sent it. Today, a group of about 1,000 people left King's City while heading toward the western border. Chapter 277 Theater Conflict. Chapter 277 Theater Conflict, Longsong Stronghold, Theater Performance Hall. The curtain fell to the sound of the audience's endless whistles and cheers. May wiped the sweat from her forehead and saw Irene's gaze, full of excitement and expectation, lingering on herself. She gave 2 slight nods in response. This acknowledgement made Irene cheer out loud the moment the curtain hit the ground. She could no longer stop herself from rushing over and forcefully wrapped May into a hug. "Ha ha ha, I really can play it." So troublesome, May gave her a supercilious look and pushed her away. "At last you have made some progress and can now take the stage independently." Miss May, then. "What's with me?" Roja, another actor that was playing a witch, cautiously asked her. "You still have a long way to go," she answered without hesitation. "Your expression is still stiff, your movements are sluggish, you also didn't put any feelings into your lines. During the 2nd act you made 2 mistakes, and during the 4th act you'd positioned yourself incorrectly, which is a typical mistake if you don't memorize the script." "Ha ha, Miss May is indeed really strict." Geit awkwardly scratched the back of his head. However, the audience's response seems to be very good if you listen. You can hear that the applause has yet to subside. most of these people are civilians who have never been to the theater, so seeing a play such as this is still a new thing for them, May interjected bluntly. If this had been a regular show, those several mistakes would have been sufficient for the nobility to all let out hissing sounds. She paused. If you want to go down the actor's road, you are never allowed to be satisfied with temporary successes. Only by continually improving yourself will you be able to gain a firm foothold on the stage. The surrounding people all simultaneously lowered their heads and said, "Yes, thank you for your guidance." May sighed, "Here we go again. I definitely cannot be considered as the drama tutor of this group of people." But in the end, she was too lazy to care about such a trivial matter and merely said, "All right, everyone carry on with your hard work. The Witch Diary will be shown at least until September, so there are still many plays during which we can develop further. This is a rare opportunity. No one should miss out on it." Yes. 1 month ago, May had received a notice from the Ministry of Education. The members of the theater team were instructed to go to Longsong Stronghold and perform. These so-called members were those inferior performers she had met at the start of her journey to Border Town, and Irene Eltek. Perhaps it was because His Highness the Prince and acting Duke Petrov had reached an agreement with the theater to let them free its schedule, so that the crew could perform the Witch Diary trilogy. And so, with this group of amateur performers, together with the newly added actors who also couldn't be considered as well-known actors, were now openly performing on the Stronghold Theater's biggest stage. At normal times, they might not even be selected as a substitute for a supporting role. Now, however, not only were they able to play the role of an important character on stage, but they could also perform hand in hand with the Star of the West, which made a lot of people lament about the impermanence of destiny. When May returned to the backstage area, she couldn't refrain from puckering her brows. There at the lounge, she saw a group of people disturbing everyone with their noise, seemingly trying to start a dispute. The moment they saw May appear, more than a dozen followed the leadership of one woman as they stepped forward and began to surround her. These people were all actors of the theater. May also recognized the woman leading them. She was called Bella Dean and was a famous actor that belonged to a different group. Some nobles even went so far as to say that she was May's biggest competitor for the position as the Star of the West. But in fact, whether it was her acting or fame, she had never been able to pressure May. "Guess who I'm finally able to see?" Bella bypassed May and slowly started to walk over towards Irene one step at a time, a group of inferior actors who have sneakily returned from the countryside. "What did you say?" Irene asked with a bewildered face. Gait, Roja, and the others' faces all turned stiff, and they couldn't stop themselves from taking 2 steps back. "PFFF," Bella covered her mouth and said, "She doesn't even know her own identity and status." These words aroused a burst of laughter from the group. "Then let me say it directly to you. A big city such as Longsong Stronghold isn't a place where people like you should come to perform. Moreover, the Stronghold Theater also doesn't welcome such a vulgar and third-rate performance. What Witch Diary? It's just a few stray dogs all howling in grief. Who could ever be interested in seeing this kind of drama that's bad enough to spoil one's appetite? The earlier you get lost and return to Border Town, the better." "You," Irene suddenly turned red, "what do you call a third-rate performance? Didn't you hear the applause of the audience?" "Ha, audience," Bella sneered sarcastically. "You call those people who work in the mud and come in contact with hose and furnaces every day an audience. Don't make me lose a tooth from laughing. Just catch some monkeys and make them run in circles, and they will also be cheering loudly. If it hadn't been for the free tickets, would they ever have the spare money to come and see you perform?" "Aye." Irene opened her mouth but didn't know how to properly refute. "The theater already has to deal with a continuous fall in revenue since you came to perform on the big stage every Wednesday. Furthermore, even we are being affected. As long as you and your drama keep on playing here, the nobility will not come." Bella raised her voice. "Who would be willing to sit on greasy and dirty chairs covered with mud bits? I, in turn, also do not want to come into a messy theater that your group of country bumpkins have left behind." The other side has apparently came to pick a quarrel, May thought. With the sudden appearance of Border Town's performers, many people from the theater crowd have indeed lost their chance to appear, but by no means is Bella Dean suffering under this effect. According to the news I've received from some acquaintances, after my departure from Longsong Stronghold, the theater deliberately tried turning her into the new Star of the West. so they naturally cannot cancel the drama she's starring in. Looking at Bella's action from this point of view, her purpose was clearly evident. Even though it seems she was scolding Irene and the others, in reality, her attack is directed against me. If these people shrink back, I alone cannot perform the witch diary and will have no other option than to go back to Border Town in shame. In this way, by defeating them, it is equal to defeating me. Moreover, by recovering an opportunity for the other actors to play, her prestige is also bound to rise, in that way establishing her place as the new generation's star of the West. But I will never become the stepping stone for someone else. The theater's income is falling, are you serious? May turned and said thoughtlessly, how can you come up with such a naive judgment as to think that the theater is unable to make ends meet just because of giving away free ticket? The theater manager has undoubtedly reached an agreement with His Royal Highness and Petrov, concluding that the loss of revenue would naturally be paid for by Border Town's City Hall. This is a business contract, not someone playing house. You really should use your brain rather than rely on your imagination to start shouting and screaming. You are only talking nonsense. In the end, the decrease of the income is merely because of you and this group of inferior actors with no status. May showed a faint smile. There was one time when I was performing at King City Grand Theatre, which is an open-air theatre. It just so happens that on the day of the show it was raining. However, the nobles still came and filled even the last seat. So, you're saying it is because of the commoners that the nobility is unwilling to watch your show? No, it's simply that they do not enjoy coming over to watch a play that is performed by a group of monkeys. The scene fell into a strange silence. Not only did no one step forward to blame them further, they weren't even trying to find an excuse. Finally, you said that the witch diary is of inferior quality and vulgar, a story about stray dogs struggling and howling in grief. The corners of May's mouth rose, her voice, however, was bone-chillingly cold. I may have forgotten to tell you, but it was the prince who wrote the story for the script. Do you want to tell me that His Highness' ideas are low-grade and vulgar? Insulting the royal family is a crime punishable by cutting off the tongue. Are you still going to stick with your point of view now? She looked at the crowd standing behind Bella. Or do any of you want to give it a try? One after another, the more than a dozen actors under her gaze backed away. Enough, Bella clenched her teeth and hissed. Since you've already left for Border Town, you should never have come back. May, do you think I don't know? The actual reason why you went to that broken place was not to see that idiot Irene, but Morning Light. Slap. Bella's voice stopped with a grunt. A bright red handprint was glowing on her left cheek. She touched her face, not daring to believe what had happened just now. Why you actually dare to SDR strike? Futilda in the end, she had acted on impulse, so she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. If it went on like this, it could cause some trouble for her later on. Sure enough, two actors behind Bella stepped forward. Miss May, you are going too far. Do you know the importance of appearance to an actress? I think that at the very least you need to apologize to her. Apologize? Isn't that the same as saying I was the one in the wrong? May couldn't help but to grimly start laughing from the bottom of her heart. The urge to act impulsively returned, but the thought to apologize never even surfaced. With a calm and collected expression, she sized up the two men with their oily hair and powdered faces, and could not help but think of what Carter Lannies had once told her. Do not look at a man's strength. They also have many weaknesses. Attacks towards their eyes or throat will make them instantly lose their resistance, of course. There is also the place between their legs. As long as you act decisively and quickly, it is not impossible for you to knock down a man much stronger than you. Although she wasn't sure how far this could be applied to the current situation, she had already placed her feet into an attacking position, just waiting for the two men to come closer. However, at this moment, the lounge door was brutally pushed open. An armor-wearing knight came in, followed by several soldiers with pikes in their hands. As they entered the room, they immediately pointed the pikes at the crowd. I heard that somebody had slandered His Royal Highness, and that a whole crew is conspiring against him. May couldn't help but stare blankly. Thinking that what she had seen had to be an illusion, she forced herself to blink. However, nothing changed. the man standing in front of her showing her a secret smile was indeed the knight Carter Lannies. Chapter 278, Combat Plan. Chapter 278, Combat Plan. The conflict soon ended. When they saw the knights threateningly closing in on them, none of them dared to speak up. It was fair to say that the majority of actors were people who moved whichever way the wind blew. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a dispute to begin with. It wasn't like everyone had the courage to stand up and confront her, the all-too-famous May. And now that the situation had completely turned around, Bella was escorted away by the two men as they immediately left the lounge. Soon after, Carter and Bordertown's theater group were the only ones in the huge room. "Thank you for your help," Gate and the others said as they bowed. "You were really too fierce." 2 or 3 of your sentences were already enough to turn her completely speechless, Irene said, grasping May's hands. Furthermore, that slap, she looked so perplexed she couldn't do anything but cover it with her hand in her disbelief. She then turned towards the chief knight and saluted. "Sir Carter, for what reason are you in Longsong Stronghold?" "About this point I'm also very curious," May said while shrugging with her shoulders, but within her heart she felt relief. "Because of His Highness' orders," Carter answered, and then asked in return, "Can I invite you to a drink?" "This is the place where you live." The chief knight appeared somewhat reserved while he surveyed the room. "Yes, very ordinary, right?" May took a bottle of white wine from the cupboard and poured him a small cup. "The tavern's only open at night, so just regard this cup as my invitation to you." Irene and the rest of the group had quickly slipped away. One by one they suddenly remembered something they had still needed to do, which left only her and Carter in the group by the time they'd reached the residence. "Yes, indeed." "Quite ordinary," Carter coughed twice. "I'm unaware about your family. My mother passed away when I was still young. I got my father a job in the theater where he had to do all kinds of easy chores," May stated serenely, "but I think he will come back in the evening." The location of the small cottage was within a dark alley of Longsong Stronghold's inner city, but she had actually spent all her savings after becoming the Star of the West to purchase it. Even though the house was small and old, but by moving away from the outer city, she at least could get away from harassment and the disturbing peeping toms. "Sorry, it's nothing," May answered and gave herself a small cup. "Did His Royal Highness let you come in order to rectify the theater's social order and solve the disputes between the actors?" "No, of course not." Carter repeatedly waved his hands and said, "Timothy has sent some people to the Western Territory to cause some trouble again. Because of this, His Highness Roland along with the majority of the army are currently on the road. I instead took small town and arrived beforehand to arrange the Second Army, reinforce the night watch, and alert the Honeysuckle family as I do so as to prevent someone from raiding the gates and the like." "These matters you shouldn't have told me," May said, shocked while shaking her head. "You asked, and it's not like this is a secret operation." Carter drank the wine. "Rest assured, I still have a sense of discretion." "Good," she answered, curling her lips. "So how did you get to the theater?" "After I took care of the matters at hand, all of the sudden I happened to hear about your play and suddenly had the desire to come and see you perform on a real theater stage, wondering what it would look like. And it was just like I thought. Even though I could only see the last part of the play, your performance was still wonderful," the knight praised. "So, I went to backstage intending to invite you to a drink, but I didn't know whether I should come in or not. Thus, I was indecisively wandering in front of the door when I heard the argument inside." "You've already been outside from early on," May frowned. "I did not mean to eavesdrop," Carter said in defense while he raised his hands. "It's just an accident, I promise." Puff, May couldn't suppress a chuckle and then said in comfort, "I don't blame you, there is no reason to show an expression like that." "You don't?" The knight breathed out in relief and reached for the wine, only to get stopped by May. "You still have night duty, right?" May shook his finger and said, "Therefore, I can only let you drink a small cup and no refill." "But," she smiled, "wait until the end of the mission, then you can nicely invite me." After Carter left, May took another cup of wine and leaned back against the chair. Since she had tasted the wine for the first time, she discovered that she had slowly started to enjoy its hot and mellow flavor. As for Carter's previous invitation, she already had a faint answer to it within her heart. It is indeed only possible to know the results of some matters after trying them, just like the wine in my hands. Although the first taste was difficult to swallow, but compared with its following richness and mellowness, those sour and sweet fruit wines or the bland ale just can't compare. After the end of the theater season, I might as well take my father with me and settle in Border Town, right? Roland arrived in Longsong Stronghold 2 days later. Petrov and members of the 5 families came out of the city to welcome His Highness the Prince and his troops. After stationing the first army into the stronghold, Roland went straight to the castle and held a brief meeting. I got my hands on reliable news that Timothy had raised a force that is advancing towards the stronghold. Roland announced after sitting down on the lord's seat at the top of a flight of steps, while looking down on the nobles gathered beneath. Their actual number and the route they've taken is unknown, but there is no doubt that they are coming for me. According to Timothy's consistent tactic, they are bound to expand their troops by plundering and enforcing the civilians, and then use drugs to force these people to attack. Excuse me, Your Highness, the eldest son of the Wolf family interrupted, puzzled. The drugs you are speaking about. A type of vicious red pill that can give civilians more strength than a knight. But after the effect wears off, those who took it can only helplessly struggle before dying. In addition to Petrov, the other 4 influential families didn't know about the church's secret medicine, so Roland gave a simple description of the characteristics and the source of the pill. Then he continued, through this plan, Timothy continues to weaken the resistance of the Western Territory. Any person he cannot use is a target of looting and enforcing. The same goes for your territory. As the protector of the Western Territory, I request that you clearly explain the situation to your family's staff and the commoners staying on your land, and that you transfer all of them into the city, so that Timothy won't be able to expand his force. But the food and stored goods in our warehouses, you can move as much as possible, Roland decisively interrupted. However, I can only give you 3 days. Until then, all the commoners in the surrounding have to have been gathered together inside of the stronghold. After I beat back Timothy's troops, you can all naturally leave. After the conclusion of the meeting, the prince summoned Iron Axe to the castle. In fact, by no means had he disclosed the exact situation to the nobility. Lightning and Maggie were already able to expose the whereabouts of the troops coming from King's City. Unlike the previous group of invaders, they were traveling by sailboat this time, and moving straight along the Redwater River's channel in an attempt to enter the hinterland of the Western Territory by passing through Willow Town. This was a very thorny route. At the time the enemy came to the river's bifurcation point, they could either follow the tributary to attack Longsong Stronghold's southern and eastern gate, or continue following the river westwards and go straight for Border Town. In order to prevent his defending troops from needing to split up and create a situation of attending to one thing and losing sight of another, he needed to concentrate his superior military strength and take the initiative to go out and defeat the enemy. Evidently, the Redwater River's bifurcation would be the most suitable place for such an ambush. Chapter 279, Battle Line Up. Chapter 279, Battle Line Up. After entering the hall, Iron Axe gave a standard military salute. Timothy's troops are expected to reach the junction in the Redwater River 4 days from now. The first army will set off this afternoon, Roland bluntly spoke. You will meet up at the battle site with Border Town's defensive troops and take over the command. I will travel there as quickly as possible. Don't we need to defend Border Town? All of the enemy's movements are under the surveillance by Lightning and Maggie. Setting up a defensive division is no longer necessary. Just one joint attack to the right side should be enough to smash the enemy. The prince paused, but we also need to leave 100 soldiers in Longsong Stronghold to watch over those nobles. Remain. Here, Iron Axe asked, shocked. Roland summarized his previous released orders to the 5 families. The reason that I gathered them together was to make it more convenient to watch over them. This will keep them from having any thoughts after learning about Timothy's attack on the Western Territory. The Second Army's weapons are old and their combat experience is lacking, so in case they encounter an unexpected situation, they may not respond to it. However, with the 10 squadrons of First Army's soldiers, we can ensure that the nobles cannot lift any wind and waves. Since I do not want to fight at the Redwater River Junction only to birth riots at my back. As you bid, Your Highness, he said. Do you have to go? After Iron Axe had left the hall, Nightingale stepped out from behind the Lord's seat and asked him. Of course, Roland said, if I do not go, who else could make good use out of Lotus' ability? I may not be adept at commanding battle strategy, but I'm damn good at using bunkers to seal off roads and tanks to slap faces. Bunker I know of, however, what is this tank? Nightingale's face showed her confusion. Oh, they are carriages which drag around a cannon, the prince coughed twice. But currently we do not have enough horses, so we have to rely on Little Town to transport the cannons, which like this cannot be called tanks. That's the reason why you picked Honey. She blinked and asked, as far as I know, she can even tame tigers and panthers, making them as gentle as horses. But aren't tanks nothing more than cannons which are pulled by wild animals? Of course. Roland couldn't refrain from tilting his mouth. The different models can also straightforwardly be named Tiger and Panther. Just then, Carter, holding a white-tailed kite in his arms, came in and announced, Your Highness, there is news from Border Town. Roland clapped his hands. Immediately after, as if it had intelligence, the white-tailed kite unfolded its wings, freed itself from the knight's arms and soared into the air, gliding the short distance to firmly land on his shoe. Elder, feeling the kite land on his shoulder, he took a piece of jerky from his pocket and gave it to the bird to swallow. It also conscientiously raised its claw, so that Roland could easily untie the cloth tied to it. The kite wasn't Maggie in her hawk form, it was one of Honey's trained air messengers. They could remember 5 to 6 different people, as well as hundreds of flight routes. Even in case that they were brought to an unknown place, they could still find their way home. This time, for his trip to the stronghold, Roland had brought a total of 4 messengers. Within 1 hour, they could travel from one place to the other and back. Furthermore, they could also fly for a whole day without having to take a break. In the absence of a wireless transmission, this way of keeping in touch counted as the quickest method. Roland spread out the letter wrapped into the cloth and quickly skimmed over its content. The author of the letter was Wendy. She was reporting that according to his request, she had already carried Lotus, Sylvie, Leaves, Hummingbird, and Nana to the fork of the Redwater River. Some artillery members had also traveled together with them. They'd also taken 8 cannons with them, which was the maximum number of cannons that Little Town could accommodate. The prince had estimated that in case Wendy traveled at full speed with Little Town, the cement ship would take about a day to reach the destination. Even though they had Sylvie as their navigator, which made it possible for the ship to travel at night, Wendy's magical source was much smaller compared to Anna's, which meant it was impossible for her to use her ability continuously like Anna could. They would therefore need to rest during the night and travel during the day. So with one trip to and fro taking 2 days, the 4 days would be merely enough time for them to have transported 16 field cannons to the river fork. Even though their number was less than during the last battle, but taking into account the surprise raid and the fact that the other side was traveling on ships, it would be impossible for the enemy to counterattack. This amount of firepower would be just barely enough to defeat them. Roland took the pen Nightingale offered and wrote a new set of instructions. He ordered the defense troops to immediately arm themselves and set off. Furthermore, after having reached the river fork, they were instructed to merge into one large force under Iron Axe's command. Only half an hour later, the white-tailed kite would have delivered the letter into Scroll's hands, who would then hand it over to Captain Brian. The next morning, Roland himself arrived at the scheduled location, reaching the place where the clear and gleaming river divided itself in 2, one stream flowing towards Longsong Stronghold, the other carrying on until Redwater City. As the latter river branch was wider, the people used to regard it as the main channel of the Redwater River, while calling the stream leading to the stronghold Little Redwater. After disembarking, they were immediately welcomed by the witches, who had been waiting at the riverside for a long time. Looking around, Roland asked Wendy. She is already on her way back together with Little Town, Leaves reported. She said that there is another batch of cannons which has to be shipped. I heard that you are going to deal with Timothy Wimbledon, the fake king who hunts for witches within the cities every day. Lotus could no longer wait and asked, "What is it you want us to do?" Although Iron Axe and the main force of the First Army had yet to arrive, as long as the witches were here, the preparatory work could still be carried out in advance. I need to build a line of defense on both sides of the main river, Roland explained while squatting down and using a stone to draw on the ground. This line represents the enemy's route forward, so I will split my troops and place them on both sides of the river to launch a sudden pincer attack. However, in order to successfully surprise them, they will have to remain hidden until the attack has begun. So it is important that you raise a soil house forming a large V shape on both sides of the river. The houses should have a long form, the walls must be thick. The inside should be divided into 8 individual compartments, and there should only be small windows on the side of the Redwater River. Your Highness, I don't get it. Lotus was clearly puzzled. If you put the soldiers hidden in the soil house, you will be able to conceal their whereabouts, but this way they won't be able to attack the ships on the river. In case the fake king's fleet absolutely doesn't stop nor pulls toward the shore, and instead directly pass by, what should be done then? No, they are unable to make it through, Roland laughed. You'll know why when the time comes. Then he turned to Leaves. You are responsible for covering these fortifications with weeds and vines so that everything appears more natural. Yes, Leaves answered. As a result, when the artillery was pushed into the hidden fortifications, the 2 soil houses Lotus had thought to be useless were instantly transformed into an unsinkable battleship. When the time came around, as long as they lifted the cover plate in front of the windows, each compartment could then let out a deadly flame. It was unlikely that the 16 field cannons would lose aim because of jolts. In fact, shooting at such a close range, it should be possible to hit the ships sailing in the middle of the river even if their eyes were closed. Granted that the attacks were unable to sink the ships, it should still be sufficient to turn their decks into Asura's realm. Furthermore, from the very beginning, the enemy will be at the disadvantageous point of the T. Roland proudly thought, you tell me, being at the T's superior position, how could I ever lose? Chapter 280, Redwater River Ambush, Part 1. Chapter 280, Redwater River Ambush, Part 1. The enemy's fleet took longer to reach the fork in the Redwater River than expected. Instead of late morning, it was already afternoon of the 4th day when the 10 sailing ships slowly appeared at the end of their field of view. Receiving this news, Vanner forwarded it to the 6th compartment, turned to the artillery team he was responsible for and gave the order for them to prepare to shoot, then returned to his shooting position. Where is the enemy? Rodney asked while opening the window's cover plate to look around. They are at least still several hundred meters away from us. Cat's Claw, in charge of observing the signal flags, murmured while he looked through the sky window. I can't even see their shadows, there are too many weeds on the roof. Each compartment, in addition to the shooting window, also came with a second window at the top of the wall. After climbing the 2-step staircase made of earth, it was possible to see the situation on the Redwater River through the window. Speaking of the weeds, the ability of the green hair which is simply inconceivable, Jop said while wiping away some of the cannon's rust marks. Wherever she goes, grass grows to be as long and as thin as her hair. After completely covering the bunkers, they now look completely like ordinary soil hills. There is no difference between the two. What green hair witch? Vanner said beratingly, that's Miss Leaves. At the time, when we confronted the Duke's Knight for the first time, she helped us by planting the vines on both sides of the forest, making it impossible for the knights to bypass us. Otherwise, they could have gone around us through the wood and attacked us from behind. With their magic, what kind of witch is ordinary? Rodney asked while he shrugged his shoulders. One can build those bunkers within one night. The other covers the ground with vines and weeds. One can fly freely in the sky, and one can even change into a giant dove. These are things no mortal could ever do. If I have to choose, the most amazing one is Miss Nana. Cat's Claw's voice was full of longing and expectation. I do not know if it is an honor to be wounded nowadays. As long as you're wounded, then you can see her from close range, maybe even hear some comforting words from her. For my benefit, pay careful attention to the enemy's position, Vanner snapped. If any of you dare to talk any more rubbish, I will punish you with cleaning the toilet when we return. Hearing the threat, Cat's Claw stuck out his tongue and then turned his body around to explore the outside situation. The artillery captain sighed in his heart. Nowadays, these guys have lost their sense of tension. They weren't like a few months ago, where their hands and feet trembled at the beginning of the battle. He couldn't say if these changes were good or bad. He always felt that some of them held too much contempt towards the opponent, but he also couldn't severely reprimand his men, because he was in no way better than them. Since he had become a soldier of His Royal Highness, Vanner's understanding of battle had undergone changes as great as the difference between sky and earth. The seemingly bloody and cruel fights no longer had anything to do with your personal strength, skill, and courage. They now only needed repetitive drills to learn all of the necessary steps by heart. Ready themselves according to the rules, meet the enemy according to those rules, and open fire according to the rules was equivalent to winning. Especially when Border Town had to withstand the attack of the new king's militia, the opponent obviously had astonishing strength, a fierce spirit, and didn't show any fear of death, just like humanoid beasts. But the fight only lasted for half an hour. When it was time to clear the battlefield, he discovered that he didn't feel even the slightest trace of fatigue, as if he had only gone through a warm-up exercise before his training, yet they had already exterminated the enemy. In this way, will there be a day when they will fight wars over distances where they couldn't even see the enemy's face? Will they be able to wipe out the enemy thousands of miles away just by operating some metallic machines? Just when Vanner got lost in his own world, he was drawn back by Cat's Claw's warning shout, "I see the enemy. Fill in the ammunition." Vanner ordered with a firm voice while shaking his head, pushing all of the distracting thoughts to the back of his head. The people within the compartment suddenly became busy. They had already gone through the following steps so many times that they could now fill the cache and artillery shell into the chamber even if their eyes were closed. Under the circumstances that they didn't need to reset the cannon into the starting position or to adjust the shooting angle, the artillery group could easily shoot once every 20 breaths. His Highness Roland and Iron Axe had already planned and put the strategy for the battle long ago. Moreover, it was similar to Border Town's previous defense battle, so Vanner could fluently recite it from memory. Therefore, the moment they saw Miss Lightning wave the red flag, they immediately tore down the window's cover plate and opened fire. The two cannons nearest to the riverbank were filled with bullet canisters intended to wipe out the deck, while the rest of the cannons bombarded the hold of the ships with their solid shells. He calmly waited for the arrival of the red signal. Lotus no longer needed an observation mirror to keep a lookout. She could see that the fleet of the fake king had already neared the ambush place. Compared to the three-masted or four-masted seafaring sailing ships, these ships were notably much slimmer, had no tall rigging or fences, and with their low hull, they looked as if they were at the same level of the river. In addition to their bulging sails, they were also pushed forward by sailors on both sides of their decks, who were slowly pulling the helms in their hands. Even now, His Royal Highness still hadn't issued any new orders. She could not help but become somewhat anxious, standing at their observation point located at the top of a high hill. Even though they could overlook the whole battlefield from here, it was still far away from the river. Without Lightning or Maggie by His Highness' side, sending new instructions to each team would waste a lot of time. And even if they were only a little late, Lotus was afraid that there wouldn't be enough time to stop the fleet from passing through the Redwater River fork. Seeing that the leading sailboat was about to pass by the soil houses, Lotus couldn't help but want to open her mouth to inquire, but at that very moment, a loud bang suddenly rolled over the river. As if this were the signal to attack, more than a dozen thick smoke clouds mixed with a blazing flame came spouting out of the soil house, sending an unending oppressive and earth-trembling sound across. In the end, what exactly had happened? When Lotus turned her eyes back to the river, she could hardly believe what she was seeing. She didn't see any fight between knights or mercenaries. However, on the deck of the first sailboat, it looked like a boiling pot had just exploded. Wood chips, disabled limbs, and severed arms splashed everywhere in all directions. More than half of the scullers had been killed or injured in a flash, and as the bloody mist cleared up, it had smeared the deck a bloody red. After losing half of its moving force, the speed of the vessel quickly slowed down, while the thundering explosion sound hadn't stopped for even the slightest moment. Not long after, several shadows cut the tall mast at the center of the ship in half. It shook twice before falling to the ground with a loud bang, burying two knights who had just climbed out of the cabin under it. The sailboat was pushed by the water current and slowly began receding, while the other ships fanned out while trying to avoid it. After hearing the cacophony of sounds, lots of people rushed out from within the hold of the ship, only to helplessly look at the leading ship which had already sunken into hell, seemingly not knowing what they should do anymore. Then the horrible attack fell on the second ship. The bloody mist emerging from the now crowded deck became even more raging, and Lotus could see that after another round of rolling thunder, those enemies who originally stood nearest to the riverbank had been completely broken apart and had given birth to many scarlet-red empty spots. Those people who were still alive gave out heartbreaking screams as they tried to push their intestines back into their body, while other lucky survivors immediately jumped into the river to try and escape, no longer willing to spend another breath in the hell on top of the deck. Finally, Lotus understood what His Highness had meant when he said that they would not be able to get through, but how had his men been able to do this?